I never thought that I would travel to the world of immortal cultivation. When I just woke up, I looked at the ancient house in front of me, and my mind was full of question marks. Where am I? When I felt the memories merging in my mind, I was sure that I had traveled from Blue Star to this alien world and possessed a 14-year-old boy with the same name as me. This other world is incredible, there are demons and monsters. But fortunately, I can practice martial arts, which makes me feel that there is still a lot of hope. I was so happy. You don't know, I was in a car accident when I was a child in my previous life. I could only sit in a wheelchair since I was a child. I was always depressed in my heart. Now it's good, I have a new life, and I have a healthy body. I feel like I have made a huge bargain. I was enjoying the beauty of it when suddenly a blue panel appeared on my retina. I looked at it and saw. Name, Lee Xin. Realm, not in the mainstream. Talent, immortality. Status, weak. System tasks, none. I was stunned at the time. This panel was so familiar to me. It was something from the Xianxia game I played in my previous life. I had spent 2 months grinding for this immortality talent. In the game, this talent was simply useless. Who wants immortality? And it can't be changed. But now in this real world, this immortality talent is absolutely 1 in a million. I thought to myself, I am in this world of cultivation, and I have the gift of immortality, so I must be invincible, right? But just as I was feeling happy, I discovered something wrong in my memory. In my previous life, I was a little Taoist boy who studied under Qing Yunzi of Qingliang Temple. In addition to chopping wood, fetching water, and taking care of the herb garden, I had to give my master a bowl of blood to drink every half-month. Just a few days ago, after I gave him blood, Qing Yunzi announced that he would go into seclusion. When I saw this memory, my face turned green with fear. Looking at the weak status on my panel, I understood what was going on. I had originally planned to practice hard in Qingliang Temple until I became invincible in the cultivation world. But now that I know Qinjianzi is a demon who drinks human blood to practice, how can I dare to stay here? I have to run away quickly. I hurriedly packed a few clothes and pushed the door open to leave. But as soon as I stepped out of the door, I drew my foot back the next second, threw the package back into the room, bowed respectfully, and shouted, "Master." I saw a thin figure standing in front of me, wearing a Taoist robe and with 2 strands of beard on his chin. He really looked like a Taoist who had achieved true enlightenment. He was my master Qing Yunzi. But Qing Yunzi looked strange at this moment. His eyes were red and he exuded a cold aura like ice all over his body. Qing Yunzi said dimly, "Want to leave? I wanted to keep you for a little longer, but since you want to leave, haha, it so happens that your master has failed to break through, so I'll use you to make up for it." As he said that, he walked towards me step by step, and with every step he took, his aura burst out a little more. I was so oppressed by his aura that my face turned pale. I couldn't move at all. I could only grit my teeth and curse, "Why don't you just die, you old bastard?" He looked at me with contempt and said, "Go ahead and curse me while you still have the strength." When he walked in front of me, the energy and blood in his body suddenly burst out, stretched out his hand and pinched my neck, and lifted me up. My throat was in great pain, my eyes were full of despair, and I looked at him in horror. Just when I was getting extremely scared, my game panel suddenly popped up. Feeling the host's strong fear, triggering the mission, fearless. Task description, fearless, fold/expand. Quest reward, second talent. Task acceptance, yes/no. Without even thinking about it, I touched yes with my mind. The options above automatically expand, and I take a look. Task description, he doesn't look strong, you can kill him. Kill Qing Yunzi and defeat your fear. I was so angry that I yelled, if I could fight back, would I still be strangled by him like a chicken like now? Qing Yunzi said lightly, very energetic, not bad. Then he scratched my neck with his finger, and blood immediately gushed out from my neck, and the blood floated into his mouth. While drinking the blood, he growled like a wild beast, "Not enough. Not enough." His blood and energy became even stronger, his body made crackling sounds, and his momentum rose steadily. As for me, my face became visibly paler and paler, I saw stars, my mind started to feel dizzy, I had difficulty breathing, and I didn't even have the energy to curse. Suddenly, Qing Yunzi was stunned for a moment, then looked at me with surprise and laughed. "Such a tonic blood, there is something wrong with you." I was desperate at the time and thought I was doomed. But unexpectedly, Qing Yunzi's expression suddenly became stiff, and fear slowly appeared in his eyes. He yelled, "No, that's too much, too much." With a bang, he let go, and I fell to the ground, holding my neck and gasping for breath. As for Qing Yunzi on the opposite side, his aura was still rising, but the joy on his face had long gone, leaving only extreme fear. He yelled, "No, I haven't opened my dantian yet." Then I saw his body getting bigger and bigger like a balloon. I was so scared that I rolled and crawled behind a pillar, and then I heard a loud bang, and blood was everywhere on the ground, doors and windows in front of me. At this moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. I looked at the bloodshot eyes and felt very scared. I thought to myself, the immortality gift can actually be so powerful. I've really learned a lot. Immortality, what a great power it must be to allow a mortal like me to be immortal. I couldn't help but complain, little Yunzi is so greedy that he hurts others and himself. How ridiculous. After saying that, I sat down on the ground. Although I felt weak all over, I felt so happy in my heart. Qing Yunzi is courting death, and my good days are coming. I suddenly remembered that there was still a mission, and took a look at the game panel. Sure enough, it showed, "Mission Fearless completed, mission reward, to be collected." I quickly clicked to collect it. Task reward received successfully, talent, extreme strength. Looking at the panel again, it has changed. Name, Li Xin. Realm, not in the mainstream. Talents, immortality, extreme strength, increase strength by 100 caddies. Status, weak. System tasks, none. I immediately focused on the talent of extreme strength. Extreme strength means increasing 100 pounds of strength every day. I thought to myself, great. Increasing 100 pounds of strength every day, combined with the talent of longevity, as long as I don't commit suicide and don't go around wandering around, the future will definitely be infinitely bright. Looking at my dual talents, I couldn't help but chuckle. I calmed down, looked at the blood and flesh on the ground, went back to the room, got my pack and bedding, and then set fire to the disciples' room. The disciples' room was in the northeast corner of Qingliang Temple, with a small courtyard, so it was not a pity to burn it. I could move to Qinjianzi's big house in the future. I was thinking happily in my heart, from now on, this mountain is mine, and I, Li Xin, will be the master of Qingliang Temple. At this time, the sun was about to set in the west, and a fire was rising to the sky. This fire burned the former abbot of Qingliang Temple, and also meant my rebirth. There are many cultivation resources in Qingliang Temple, but they have always been hidden by Qinjianzi as treasures. Tonight, these treasures belong to me, the Scourge. I slaughtered a chicken with 8 treasures that is very good for replenishing qi and blood, caught a fish from Qingxi River that is good for calming the mind, and took a pot of Qingliang Temple's unique cool wine, and had a delicious meal under the moonlight. I was drunk, looking at the bright moon in the sky and raising my glass. I said silently in my heart, "First cup, Mom and Dad, your son wishes you good health, happiness and a smooth life in the other world. Second cup, rest in peace little friendly Xin. I wish you a good rebirth in the next life. The third cup, I wish that I can be free, have good arms and legs in this life, and live a colorful life." After 3 glasses of wine, I don't know if it was an illusion, but I felt relaxed all over and sleepy, and I fell asleep on the table. The next day, when I woke up, it was already broad daylight. After washing up, I moved my bedding to the side hall where Qing Yunzi lived. I cleaned the place, threw away Qing Yunzi's bedding, and then rubbed my hands and began to search. Qing Yunzi was the abbot of Qingliang Temple, so all the good things must be here. I looked around and only found 4 martial arts manuals and a few pieces of silver. This Qingliang Temple is really poor. I didn't know that Qinjianzi never brought money when he went out. When he was short of money, he would go to other people's homes at night to get it. He could also drink blood by the way. He was so free. I put the silver away and was about to look at the skills when I heard someone talking outside. "Is anyone here? Is Senior Qing Yunzi here?" I was stunned for a moment. "You are here to find Qing Yunzi?" I thought about it and walked to the yard and opened the door. There was a kind-looking man outside the door. When he saw me, he said with a big smile, "Little brother, I am from Chin village at the foot of the mountain. There is a demon in our village. I would like to ask Senior Ching Yunzi to take a look. I brought this. Senior Ching Yunzi, please accept it." As he said that, he took down the leather bag on his back and opened it. I saw that there were some white scorpions with red dots in it. I was so scared that my scalp numbed. I quickly asked him to tie it again, and then asked, "Demon? Do you mean monsters?" The man nodded and said, "Yes, it's a rat demon. It's as big as a wash basin. Many cats have been bitten to death by it. The last time there was a demon in Zhuangzi, it was Senior Qinjianzi who helped to solve the problem. The village chief asked me to invite him. I said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, my master is traveling and has not yet returned. It may take a year or two for him to come back." When the man heard this, he immediately looked worried. What should I do? I thought about it and asked, "Did the rat demon hurt anyone?" The man shook his head and said, "No, no. Don't let the monster eat people, or something terrible will happen." I smiled and said, "That's easy. The rats haven't become a big problem yet. You can find some more camphor bark and wind chime leaves. Do you know these too? That's good. Just burn them together and they will drive away the rat demon. The smell of camphor can drive away rats, and wind chimes are the mint in the previous life. The smell of these two things combined, the smoke produced by burning can even kill rats directly. If there are a large number of them, there will be no problem in driving away the rat demon." The man thanked me repeatedly and wanted to keep the scorpion before leaving. I quickly asked him to take it away, saying that Qinjianzi liked that thing but I didn't. I watched the man leave, smiled, threw away the brick in my sleeve, and closed the door. Returning to the room, I took a quick look at the 4 martial arts manuals, and learned a lot of martial arts secrets. I understand that from the lowest to the highest level, there are 9 levels of strength training and 6 levels of chi training, and there is no record of levels above that. The 9 levels of strength training are, refining the skin, refining the flesh, refining the bones, refining the tendons, exchanging blood, fusing the 5 internal organs, transforming the 6 internal organs, unblocking the meridians, and unifying and controlling. I have supplemented some basic knowledge of martial arts, but when it comes to learning the skills, I feel troubled. The 4 exercises are Kung Fu, True Water Technique, which requires drinking human blood to practice, and Eternal Green Technique, which can increase lifespan. Techniques, Sword Cultivation, which takes years to practice, and 3,000 miles a day, which is suitable for long-distance running. Drinking human blood. This is impossible, not possible in this life. So I just pass, True Water Jew. I already have the gift of longevity. If I were to practice a method to increase my longevity, wouldn't people laugh at me? I also pass on, the Art of Everlasting Youth. I have the extreme strength talent that can increase my strength by 100 kilograms every day. This is the ancestor of Sword Cultivation. Sword Cultivation also passes. I am a person who has full home attributes, why should I run long distances? I have also passed 3,000 miles a day. I slapped my head and said helplessly, "Am I asking too much?" At this time, the panel responded again. Feeling the host's strong helplessness, triggering the task, smoothness. Task description, happy, fold/expand. Quest reward, sword technique to exorcise evil, martial arts version. Task acceptance, yes/no. I was delighted and thought, the mission has been triggered. But I have time now, so I didn't rush to click yes, and first expanded the task description to take a look. Task description, fight for martial arts. If you lack martial arts skills, go and grab, rob, and fight. Obtain the mysterious martial arts Wood God record within a month. Location, the Demon Slaying Division branch in Liangzhou City, 1,500 miles away. I was so shocked. This is not a happy ending, this is heartbreaking. You want me, a 14-year-old low-level warrior, to go to the Demon Slayer division to steal the skills? Isn't this a joke? I don't want this panel anymore. I simply clicked, no, and closed the panel. Out of sight, out of mind. Besides, no matter which version of the Sword of Exorcism, I didn't want to touch it. I went into the kitchen and started cooking. After I had eaten and drunk my fill, I was still a little unwilling to give up, so I looked through the secret books again. This time, I was really surprised. It was Evergreen Secret. It is true that this eternal youth art can increase longevity, but its main purpose is not this, but the health-preserving effect of the wood attributed true qi. Increasing longevity is just a byproduct, and regulating the body is its real selling point. It can regulate the body and maintain health, which is perfect for me. Because I was disabled in my previous life, I paid special attention to my body, and I was bled for more than a year in this life. Now I am skinny and skinny. I am 14 years old and less than 1.5 meters tall. Until now, the status bar on the panel still clearly says weak. This evergreen art is simply a pearl in the ocean. The only drawback of Chongqing Ju is that it takes a long time to practice, which wastes time. But do I lack that little time? I also thought of Tai Chi in my previous life, which is a health-preserving thing. Maybe it will be useful. After I made up my mind, I took a tour of Qingliang Temple. The Chongqing Ju says that being in a place with lush vegetation is beneficial to spiritual practice. Looking at the dry and shabby Qingliang Temple, there is no doubt that I should go and visit it. I picked up a pen and started drawing the design for the renovation of Qingliang Temple. From that day on, my life became regular. In the early morning, I practiced Tai Chi slowly facing the rising sun, and stopped after 3 rounds. After breakfast, I started practicing the Chongqing Ju. The qi and blood in my body were very low, and it took only half a cycle to complete the practice, not even an hour. Then I stood up and stretched my arms and legs, put on my bamboo hat and went into the back mountain. I put the pretty flowers and plants I saw in the basket, the mushrooms and wild fruits I recognized in the basket, and the rabbits that died by hitting the trees in the basket, and then I carried the basket back home. After a few days, the large courtyard in front of the ancestral hall was filled with flowers and plants. They were pleasing to the eyes and had a pleasant fragrance. I take a nap in the afternoon. Sufficient sleep and nutrition are necessary conditions for my growth, so I attach great importance to them. In the afternoon, I drove the 8 treasures chicken to play and eat insects in the yard, and I practiced the eternal green art beside it. It was also half a cycle, and it was over in more than half an hour. After dinner, I ate some wild fruit, strolled around the temple for a while, and then went back to the house to supplement and modify the design drawings. When the heat subsides and the night becomes cool as water, I drink a glass of refreshing wine to replenish my qi and blood, and then fall into a sound sleep. As time went by, my design was gradually improved, and Qingliang Temple became different. The most obvious thing was that there were 2 more trees beside the gate outside the courtyard, a willow tree on the left and a willow tree on the right. In the afternoon, after Li Xian finished his practice, he felt that his skin was different from before, becoming tough and shiny. He clicked on the panel with anticipation in his eyes. Name, Li Xian. Realm, first level of strength refining, skin refining. Talent, immortality, extreme strength, increase strength by 3200 caddies. Skill, evergreen technique, beginner. Status, weak. System tasks, none. Seeing that his realm had changed from the middle level to the level of strength training, Li Xian smiled. When he saw that strive became an increase of 3,200 pounds, Li Xian suddenly realized that he had been in this world for more than a month. Although his condition was still weak, he no longer cared and would just make up for it slowly. Time, you slip away like water, never to return. But I live forever. Ha ha. Li Xian hummed softly as he closed the panel, then stood up and stretched. He was very happy that he had finally entered the path of martial arts. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the yard. Li Xian still used the old method and hid a brick in his sleeve before opening the door. Li Xian was familiar with the person outside the door. He was the man from Qinzhuang at the foot of the mountain. The honest man was all smiles. He put down the big basket on his shoulder and said excitedly, "Hello, young senior. I'm here to thank you. The method you mentioned a few days ago was very effective. The rat demon stopped coming after being fumigated twice." Li Xian didn't care about the other party's address, and nodded with a smile, "As long as it's useful, no need to thank me." The man waved his hands hastily, took the big basket and walked inside, saying, "No, no, this is the land that the village chief asked me to deliver. Young senior, you must accept it." As the man spoke, he had already arrived at the ancestral hall. He kowtowed respectfully to the statue of the ancestor, then put the backpack aside and said, "Young senior, I will leave now." Li Xian waved and said, "Thank you, bye." Watching the men leave, Li Xian closed the door. When he came back, he opened the straw covering the basket, revealing a large basket of purple sweet potatoes and a leg of lamb. Good people will be rewarded. Li Xian felt much better and put the things in the side hall. Li Xian picked up the fishing rod next to him, stood up and walked to the backyard. The first thing that caught his eye was a piece of farmland. This was originally a medicinal field, but the prodigal Qin Yunzi sold all the herbs in order to achieve a breakthrough. In the end, the cultivation resources he gained in return were not enough to help him achieve a breakthrough. Li Xian felt sad just thinking about it. Because of this, the flowers and plants that were originally planned to be planted on the burned land were replaced with peach trees. It is said that peach trees can ward off evil spirits. Looking at the green wheat seedlings, Li Xian was particularly happy. Going further, there are peach saplings and bamboo forests on both sides. The bamboo forest is surrounded by a fence and the 8 treasures chicken is raised in the bamboo forest. Seeing Li Xian coming, the 8 treasures chicken thought it was time to get some fresh air, and came over with a clucking sound. "I want to eat fish today. Next time, definitely next time." Li Xian greeted the little cuties with a smile, and walked through the aisle and arrived at the back door. Open the back door and the view suddenly opens up. There is a deep pool between Qingliang Temple and the jungle on the back mountain, where Qingxi fish are raised. Li Xian came to the pond with ease, found a blue stone under the shade of a tree and sat down, put bait on the hook, cast the hook, and waited quietly. Looking at the sparkling water, Li Xian felt extremely at ease. Feeling the host's strong emotion, triggering the task, struggle. Task description, struggle, fold/expand. Task reward, a copy of the Senior Master's cultivation experience. Task acceptance, yes/no. Li Xian was stunned. He knew that the tasks posted on this panel might have pitfalls, so he would not accept them directly. Instead, he clicked to read the description. Task description, a life of idleness is not worth living. Successfully learn a life skill within 1 day and get recognition from the panel. This request. Li Xian pinched his chin and thought. He was not sure if he could learn it. But since there is no punishment, and he really wants to get the reward, so that he can avoid taking detours in martial arts and finally include it on the panel, getting started is enough. Li Xian directly clicked, yes. Suddenly, a countdown appeared on the panel, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Looking at the familiar timer, Li Xian thought of a life skill and smiled immediately. Then he looked at the water and saw a fish taking the bait. Sure enough, people who love to laugh don't have bad luck. Li Xian put the fish into the fish basket with a smile, then turned around and walked back. After putting away the fishing gear, he went to the kitchen, put on an apron, and with a sharp move of his knife, he knocked the fish unconscious. Then he used the power of his qi and blood to shock the fish to death, and then scraped off the fish scales with a few strokes and put them aside. He gutted the fish in one go, and after discarding the internal organs, Li Xian sliced the fish. With the help of the power of qi and blood, his knife skills became more and more natural. Then he started the fire. Amidst the splashes of oil, Li Xian cooked a boiled fish. He also made a soup out of the fish head. He also marinated and fried the fish scales, which were crispy and delicious. 1 fish, 3 ways to eat it. Li Xian opened the panel and was happy. Name, Li Xian. Realm, first level of strength refining, skin refining. Talent, immortality, extreme strength, increase strength by 3200 caddies. Skill, evergreen technique, beginner. Life skills, qi, blood, spirit cook, beginner. Status, weak. System task, struggle, completed. Li Xian said, as expected. Li Xian had never thought of using the power of qi and blood to cook before, but when he was reminded by the panel today, he thought of the chefs who could fly over eaves and walls on TV in his previous life. You could just cook properly, but you had to add the sound effects of swinging the knife and using internal force. What about the power of qi and blood? After trying it this way, it really is a life skill. Focus your mind on it and the explanation will appear immediately. Qi and blood spiritual kitchen, entry level. When you first enter the realm of spiritual kitchen, you can use the power of qi and blood in a rough way to process a small amount of food. Li Xin felt that this skill had great potential and was closely related to his future life, so he planned to develop it well. In a good mood, Li Xin put 3 dishes on the table, opened the panel, and clicked to receive the reward. Task reward received successfully, a copy of the Senior Master's cultivation experience. Suddenly, a memory appeared in Li Xin's mind. The hand that was about to pick up the chopstick suddenly froze, and Li Xin's mouth twitched. I really didn't expect that this expert is Qing Yunzi. Li Xin gritted his teeth. The Qingxi fish he ate 3 times no longer tasted good. Fortunately, this experience is not completely useless. Watching Qing Yunzi drinking blood is disgusting, but there is a little surprise. Qing Yunzi hid something behind the statue of the ancestor. Li Xin picked up the chopsticks again and ate slowly and carefully, as Qingxi fish is a treasure. Sure enough, after the meal, Li Xin sat cross-legged there and soon felt his mind become clear and free of distractions. He immediately started practicing the evergreen art, and suddenly felt that his cultivation speed increased a lot. This time, Li Xin practiced for a full hour before he felt tired. He stood up, stretched a little, and walked towards the ancestral hall. The founder of Qingliang Temple is called Qingliang Sanren. Of course, this is because it was written in the previous ranking, and Qinjianzi would not tell him this. Li Xin bowed and came behind the statue of the ancestor. According to the location in his memory, he easily opened the small secret door and took out the things inside. When Li Xin opened the oil paper wrapping, he was stunned. There is also a layer of oil paper inside. The corner of Li Xin's eye twitched and he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the 3rd floor is below the 2nd floor, but fortunately there is no 4th floor. It's a palm-sized thing, wrapped in 3 layers inside and out. I would believe it if you said there was an imperial seal inside. Li Xin gritted his teeth and opened it, only to see a black object. It was a small sword, as long as a thumb, beautifully carved and made of what seemed to be jade. There was a seal character on it that Li Xin did not recognize. Is this a pendant? Or a keepsake? Li Xin couldn't understand it, so he carefully took it back to his room, copied the carvings and seal characters on the sword with paper, then wrapped it intact with 3 layers of oil paper and stuffed it back into the small secret door. It was also at this time that he discovered that there was lead powder between the 3 layers of oil paper. Now Li Xin was even more certain that this was something extraordinary, and he was not going to take it out again until he figured it out. Li Xin returned to the room, wrote down the pictures and texts he had copied, and then burned the paper. After finishing, Li Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Damn Qing Yunzi, he doesn't even know how to calm down after his death. After cursing, Li Xin went to the backyard to water the peach tree, and then returned to the room with satisfaction. The sun was setting. Li Xin picked up a glass of cool wine and was about to drink it and go to sleep when he suddenly heard some tiny noises. Li Xin listened attentively and found that there was indeed a sound, very faint but continuous. Li Xin stood up and waved his hand to extinguish the candle, then picked up a brick and hid it in his sleeve. He walked lightly to the door. Through the crack in the door, Li Xin saw the source of the sound. In the ancestral hall, the candlelight was bright, and a gray mouse as big as a washbasin was eating the offerings on the table with a grunt. A rat as big as a washbasin, could it be the rat demon from Qin village? Li Xin was not sure. After all, the rat demon was the most common demon beast. It was timid and greedy. Usually, a few young and strong men from the village could kill it with weapons. But there are exceptions, and that is eating humans. A demon that eats humans, no matter what level it is, even the lowest level, will become bloodthirsty and brutal. Moreover, eating humans can also accelerate the demon's cultivation speed. The one in front of me obviously has never eaten humans, and its eyes are emerald green. The eyes of the monsters that have eaten humans are red, and they smell like rotten meat. Squeak. The rat demon was so happy with the meal that it even let out a cry. Li Xin felt relieved upon seeing this. He slowly opened the door and moved out step by step, secretly gathering strength while holding the brick in his hand. The rat demon was still eating happily and didn't even notice Li Xin coming over. Just when Li Xin was about to send it away, the rat demon seemed to sense something, and the wild fruit it was holding in its two front paws fell to the ground with a plop. It actually made a whimpering sound, clasped its two little paws together, and lowered its head and shook it continuously. It looked like he was worshipping, or begging. Li Xin understood that the rat demon sensed danger and was begging for mercy. Thinking that it had never eaten anyone, Li Xin hesitated. At this moment, the rat demon suddenly turned around. Li Xin's pupils shrank, thinking that it was about to attack and the brick in his hand was about to fall. But the rat demon actually jumped off the altar, crawled directly in front of Li Xin, and banged its little head on the ground. Li Xin put down the brick and looked at the dirty gray-haired mouse. There was a patch of hair missing on its head. It looked like a Mediterranean and was extremely ugly. After thinking for a while, Li Xin asked, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The rat demon nodded. Li Xin asked, "Have you ever killed anyone?" The rat demon shook his head. Li Xin felt a little relieved and said, "Go out and find a place to take a shower. Wash yourself clean. You are too dirty." The rat demon immediately jumped out the door. Li Xin followed behind it and saw that after it ran out of the hall, it disappeared directly from the corner of the wall. Li Xin went forward to check and found that there was an extra hole here. This bastard. Li Xin cursed angrily and threw bricks in. He found that one brick was not enough to block the hole, so he brought some more. It took 40 or 50 bricks inside and outside to block the hole. Then he opened the door and sat on the steps of the hall waiting. After waiting for half an hour, Li Xin was about to fall asleep when the gray-haired mouse came in from the gate squeaking. Li Xin discovered that not only was there a patch of hair missing from the mouse's head, but there was also a bump. Thinking about the bricks in the hole, I'm afraid it was caused by a collision. Li Xin laughed, "You deserve it. Who told you to dig the hole?" Squeak. The gray-haired mouse cried out in grievance, and then turned around twice in front of Li Xin, as if to say, "Come and see if I washed it clean." Li Xin stepped forward and touched it. It felt pretty good. He looked at his hands and found that there was no dust or water droplets on them. The hair was very clean. That's right. Follow me from now on, but there are 3 rules. First, you are not allowed to hurt or eat anyone. Second, you are not allowed to chew anything randomly. Third, you must listen to me. Can you do that? Squeak. The gray-haired mouse kept nodding. Li Xin thought for a moment and said, "I can't keep calling you gray-haired mouse." The gray-haired mouse suddenly stood up, put his hands together, looked at Li Xin, and squeaked. It stared at Li Xin as if this moment was the most important moment in its life. Li Xin also noticed this anomaly, but didn't care. He said, "Look at your Mediterranean hair. How about this, from now on you will be called Guangquan." Squeak. The mouse happily turned around in circles and squeaked at Li Xin, appearing very excited. And as Li Xin finished speaking, he somehow knew that he had lost 200 years of life. Li Xin was shocked. It didn't matter if he lost his lifespan, he could live forever, but he had to know the reason. A lifespan of 200 years is the perfect state of strength training, which is only achievable when one has trained the whole body to perfection and integrated it. At this time, strange changes were also happening to Guangquan's body. The whole mouse had shrunk several times. It was originally the size of a wash basin, but now it was at most the size of a volleyball. But although his body shrank, Guangquan's aura became stronger, and this aura was completely different from before. It did not have the domineering and wild demonic aura, but was instead light, graceful, and peaceful. This is asking for a title. Li Xin's eyes widened. He finally understood why he had lost so much of his life. Thinking about how this bastard had just asked me for a title, no, it seemed like I was the one who took the initiative to ask for a name. It doesn't matter. A lifespan of 200 years would have killed anyone else. Li Xin was so angry that his teeth were itching. However, at this moment, Guanquan came to Li Xian's feet, and kept rubbing his round body on Li Xian's feet, looking very dependent. Li Xian didn't understand, but Guanquan did. Monsters are born knowing how to ask for titles. When ordinary monsters ask for titles, the other party can only give them a few decades of life at most. How can it be possible to give them a full 200 years like Li Xian did? Those monsters that were successfully conferred titles could at most increase their cultivation a little, but Guanquan directly cleansed their entire bodies and monster cores. So Guanquan is no longer a demon beast now, it is a semi-spiritual beast. When Guanquan's realm breaks through again, if Li Xian can let him ask for a title once more and give him the lifespan he wants, then Guanquan will be a spiritual beast. Li Xian narrowed his eyes at this moment, grabbed Guanquan Fate's neck, raised it in front of him, and said quietly, "Tell me, did you want to kill me just now?" Squeak. Squeak, squeak. Guanquan waved his claws desperately and shouted. Li Xian looked at Guanquan pointing his claw at him, waving it around and pointing at him again, and finally pointing at him again, and his eyes twitched. He asked sinisterly, "So it's my problem?" Guanquan's body stiffened, and he waved his claws hurriedly, this time pointing at himself. Li Xian snorted, put Guanquan down, and said, "Can you write? What happened just now? And why did your aura change?" Guanquan shook his head, glanced at Li Xian, and began to gesture. "You say it's my fault? Fine. I have enough lifespan. I'm willing to give it to you. You want it if I give it to you? Fine too. Is the change in your aura the reason for your request for a title? I see." Li Xian and Guanquan spent a lot of time and finally figured it out. At the same time, Li Xian also decided to teach Guanquan to read, otherwise communication would be too troublesome. "You sleep here, don't run around at night, watch over the house, understand? Yes, this is our home. You will be a member of this place from now on. Shut up, I'm going to sleep, I'm only 14, I want to grow taller. You don't know that people who are 1.69 meters tall are called disabled." Li Xian arranged Guanquan in the side hall on the right and made a cushion for him as a nest. Returning to his room, Li Xian picked up the wine jug and took a big gulp, then turned over, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The biological clock cannot be stopped. On the other side, Guanquan looked around with his little eyes. As a nocturnal creature, he really couldn't sleep at night, but the boss wouldn't let him walk around. "This is making things difficult for me, fat rat." Guanquan didn't walk around, it started to wander around the house. Then, it came across a basket, which contained lamb legs and purple sweet potatoes. Early in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. Li Xian got up and washed his face. Just as he was about to go out to practice boxing, he suddenly remembered that he had recruited a rat demon as his subordinate last night. Stepping into the side hall on the right, Li Xian was stunned by the scene before him. The volleyball Guanquan turned into the basketball Guanquan, gaining a lot of weight, and next to it were the intact lamb legs and purple sweet potatoes. "What did you do to get so fat?" Li Xian didn't understand, so he reached out and rubbed Guanquan's belly, and Guanquan woke up in a daze. After seeing clearly with its little eyes that it was Li Xian, it became excited. It squeaked and pointed at the basket beside it, then turned around, looking back from time to time as if reluctant, and finally began to chew the soil on the ground. Li Xian understood Guanquan's performance and almost got a stitch in his side from laughing. That means Guanquan saw the good stuff in the basket, but because of the agreement with Li Xian, he wanted to eat it but didn't dare to. He was so anxious that he could only eat dirt. "Not bad, not bad, you kept your promise, there will be a delicious reward later." Li Xian stroked Guanquan, looked at his bald head, held back his laughter, and got up to go out. There were crystal dewdrops on the flowers and plants in the early morning, and the whole front yard was filled with fragrance. It has to be said that this kind of environment is very pleasant. Li Xian smells the fragrance of flowers, faces the rising sun, and punches slowly. After doing it twice, Li Xian was shocked. He felt something different, as if he had become one with the airflow around him. His movements came naturally and he was no longer bound by routines. He closed his eyes. When he finished the third time, Li Xian felt refreshed and warm all over. Click on the panel. Name, Li Xin. Realm, first level of strength refining, skin refining. Talent, immortality, extreme strength, increased strength by 3300 caddies. Kung Fu, Chongqing Ju, beginner, Tai Chi, beginner. Life skills, Qi, blood, spirit cook, beginner. Status, weak. System tasks, none. After getting started with Tai Chi, Li Xin practiced it twice more and found the feeling was completely different from before. It is more flexible. You can go faster or slower when you want. It is not bound by routine moves. You can do whatever you want and let your heart move at will. And I don't know if it's an illusion, but the word weak in the status bar seems to be less dark in color. Good. Li Xin shouted softly and ended the exercise. Just as he was about to cook, he smelled a bad odor on his body and hurried to check. It turned out that his skin was covered with gray-brown grease, and the bad smell came from that. Li Xin thought of his recent breakthrough in Tai Chi and became secretly excited. Li Xin quickly poured water to take a bath, scrubbed himself up and down, then ran back to the room and stood by the door. There was a mark on the door frame that Li Xin had made before. He touched his head and measured it, then Li Xin chuckled. Grow taller. Although it was only about an inch, Li Xin saw hope of reaching 1.8 meters. Great joy, worth celebrating. Li Xin went into the kitchen, took out the barbecue grill, brought out the lamb legs, got some vegetables and fruits, and started grilling. Soon the fragrance spread out, and Guangquan, who was originally sleeping, moved his nose, opened his eyes, and then rushed out with a whoosh, and went straight to the barbecue stall. Looking at the roasted lamb leg on the charcoal fire, Guangquan's eyes widened. At this moment, the only thing on his mind was food. He didn't care about the reservation and just opened his mouth and took a bite. Woohoo! Bang! A hand accurately pinched the back of Guangquan's neck. Li Xin looked at it unkindly and said lightly, "Are you awake?" Guangquan also reacted at this time. He was startled and immediately put his little paws together and made a pleading expression towards Li Xin. "Humph. Just this once, and you'll lose your reward," Li Xin said, throwing Guangquan aside. Guangquan was completely dumbfounded. The reward he got last night by suppressing his instinct was gone. Squeak! Guangquan pounced over, grabbed Li Xin's shoes with his little paws, and called out anxiously. Li Xin didn't even look at it. "Let go, old Zishu Daoshan." Guangquan looked at him eagerly without moving. 1. 2. Guangquan quickly let go and turned around to look at the roasted lamb leg pitifully. "You're quite honest. Wait a minute and you can eat it soon." Li Xin was satisfied and gave him some sweet treats. Guangquan just squatted on the ground, waiting quietly, his eyes never leaving the lamb leg. After the lamb legs were roasted, Li Xin gave some to Guangquan, which made Guangquan jump for joy and squeak while eating. Finally, Li Xin gave it the bone, and then it took it back to the side hall, obviously planning to keep it for a midnight snack. Li Xin ignored it, took out the recliner and placed it at the door, then lay down on it and began to practice silently. Time flies, and Guangquan's arrival did not bring much change to Li Xin's life. But only Li Xin knew that Guangquan had helped him a lot. At least he could sleep soundly at night and didn't need to be so vigilant. 2 months later, winter arrived in Qingliang Mountain. Flowers withered and snow fell. Li Xin was even more reluctant to go out. "Guangquan, go to the back mountain and get some game. Let's have hot pot." Li Xin was lying on the bench and giving orders lazily. Immediately, a round, gray-haired mouse the size of a volleyball crawled out from under the chair. It was Guangquan. At this moment, hair has grown on its head, making it look much pleasing to the eye. Squeak! Bang bang bang! Guangquan barked twice, and then his little paws patted a palm-sized notebook with the words "spicy" on it. Li Xin glanced at it and said, "Got it, let's eat the spicy hot pot." Guangquan put the notebook back under the chair with satisfaction, then rushed out of the room and went to the back mountain. There is a rabbit fur mat under the bench, which is Guangquan's little nest. In the past 2 months, Li Xin has taught Guangquan to read, and now they can communicate smoothly. Bang bang bang! There was a knock on the door. Li Xin stretched and habitually wanted to go back to his room to get a brick, but he immediately smiled. 2 months had passed and his strength was not weaker. He walked to the door with his hands behind his back. As soon as he opened the door, there were 2 bangs and 2 frozen men covered in blood fell in. The Qingliang mountain is covered with snow in winter, and Li Xin is walking in the wind and snow at this moment. Behind him were 2 red-faced men wearing big fur coats, one of whom was the honest man from Qinsuan. Li Xin already knew his name, Chen Taishuan. Chen village is plagued by demons again, and it is a bull demon that eats people. Chen Taishuan and his fellow villagers came to Qingliang Temple for help, but it was too cold and the 2 of them fainted at the door. If Li Xin had opened the door a moment later, Chen Ciyuan would have been able to have a feast. The bull demon that has eaten humans is not Guangquan from last time. He can be smoked away by burning a few fires. Yes, the rat demon that harmed Chen village last time was Guangquan. Li Xin found out this after Guangquan learned to write. Fortunately, Guangquan only destroyed 2 chickens and a few baskets of grain, otherwise Li Xin would have executed Ma Su with tears. After passing Guangquan, Li Xin decided to go down the mountain when he learned that there was a demon in Qin village. Not to mention that he has a good impression of the people of Qinsuan, just the fact that Guangquan has brought harm to Qinsuan means that he has to pay back this debt. The wind was cold and the snow was heavy, but the 2 men, despite their injuries, were walking very fast. Li Xin had to stimulate his blood and energy to keep up. It took the 3 of them more than an hour to reach the foot of the mountain. After walking another 3 or 5 miles, Li Xin could already see the outline of the village. "Young senior, our village is just ahead," Chen Taishuan said excitedly. Li Xin nodded and took a few quick steps. When he was almost at the village, he heard a sudden roar of a cow. Moo. What followed was a loud rumbling noise. Then a bull with yellow hair and red eyes rushed out of the woods next to the village. Hot air was coming out of its nostrils, and its eyes were fixed on the 3 people. It opened its mouth wide to reveal its sharp teeth and rushed over, roaring. Seeing the distance getting closer, Chen Taishuan and the other men were terrified and stepped back subconsciously. This made Li Xin stand out, but he was not worried. He tightened his rabbit leather gloves, took a lunge, put his left hand in front, and slowly pulled his right fist back. Moo. The scalp monster appeared in front of him. It had a stout body, muscles all over its body, and weighed at least 3,000 pounds. With its momentum, Chen Taishuan didn't dare to think about what would happen if he was hit head-on. "Young senior. Run, run. Run." Chen Taishuan and the other men urged excitedly. Li Xin remained unmoved. He still stood there, staring quietly at the yellow bull monster. He even had time to glance at his own game panel. Name, Li Xin. Realm, first level of strength refining, skin refining. Talent, immortality, extreme strength, increased strength by 10,300 caddies. Kung Fu, Chongqing Ju, beginner, Tai Chi, beginner. Life skills, Qi, blood, spirit cook, beginner. Status, weak. System tasks, none. Can't a huge force of 10,000 pounds kill a cow? Muttering to himself, Li Xin shouted at the bull demon, "Come on, let's fight head-on." He knew that the bull demon could understand human language, so he took full stance, with heavy, hot air coming out of his nostrils, like an angry bull. The real angry bull also became violent at this moment. After mooing, it exerted force with all 4 hooves and ran faster. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Li Xin. Ah! Li Xin roared angrily, and seeing the bull monster approaching him, he suddenly dodged and punched the bull's neck hard. Roar! The bull demon let out an angry and painful howl that didn't even sound like a bull's howl. If it could be translated, it would mean, liar. What about the head-on fight? Boom! The bull monster's cervical vertebrae were completely broken, the flesh on its neck was separated, its head fell to the ground, and its body slid more than 20 meters away. Hey, my life is precious. I'd be crazy to fight you. Li Xin smiled smugly, walked forward and picked up the bull's head. Looking at the bull's eyes that were still extremely angry despite the tragic death, he snorted coldly, "You deserve to die if you eat people. And you deserve to die if you drink human blood. Chen Taishuan and the villagers nearby were dumbfounded. They never thought that the evildoer would be solved before they even reached the village. Young Senior. With a thump, the two men knelt down together, looking at Li Xin with gratitude on their faces, too excited to speak. Hey! No kneeling. Li Xin said unhappily. The two men stood up excitedly, looked at each other, and ran towards the village, shouting excitedly at the same time. Dead. The bull demon is dead. Come out, everyone, come out. The young senior from Qingliang Temple has killed the bull monster. Li Xin smiled and shook his head, then looked at the bull demon's head. He closed his eyes slightly, and a stream of qi and blood emanated from his hands, slowly seeping into the bull's head. This was an ability brought by the qi and blood chef. The fine control of the qi and blood allowed him to sense the inside of the food. Soon Li Xin felt a touch of violent and domineering energy, and a look of joy appeared on his face. It was the demon core. At this time, a large group of people rushed over from a distance. In the middle was an old man with gray hair and wrinkles on his face. He was carried in the air by Chen Taishuan and another man. There was helplessness in his eyes, but more of surprise. Li Xin looked and found that everyone in Chen village, regardless of gender, age or status, had a ruddy complexion and a strong build. When everyone came up, the old man was put down. He excitedly wanted to bow to Li Xin, and Li Xin quickly held him back. You don't have to be polite, old man. Since the monster dares to eat humans, it deserves to die. Young senior, thank you. Please come into the village and let us entertain you. This was the sincere friendship of all the people in Chensuan. Li Xin did not refuse and said that he did not want the beef, but the cow head would be left to him. Now the villagers are even more enthusiastic, the monster is full of treasures. When he arrived at the village, Li Xin went to the village chief's house. Before he sat down and said a few words, he saw more than a dozen dishes on the table. It turned out that they were delivered to each household. I wouldn't say that they were delivered to every household, but it was obvious to the naked eye that the table could no longer hold them. The village chief quickly called a halt to the fight and asked people to calm everyone down. He then took the young and strong men who were in charge of the village to drink with Li Xin. This wine. Li Xin felt the difference in the wine as soon as he took a glass. It was not a good wine, just an ordinary homemade one. However, after drinking it, he felt comfortable and warm all over. Moreover, after drinking this glass of wine, his fatigue from running down the mountain was actually relieved a lot. This is purple sweet potato wine brewed by the village, but we put white scorpions in it. Everyone in the village drinks it. The village chief explained. Li Xin understood that this was a medicinal wine and he was very interested. Before he could say anything, the village chief had someone send him a few jars. Li Xin quickly declined, saying that was not what he meant. When he opened the jar, he saw that the so-called white scorpion was the one that Chen Taishuan wanted to give him last time, but he refused it. Pure white scorpions are not as good as those with red spots, young senior. I dried those scorpions last time. Please take them away with you. Chen Taishuan said loudly with his face flushed. Li Xin nodded with a smile. There was no need for him to be polite. Cup after cup, Li Xin felt his body getting warmer and more comfortable. Li Xin slept at Chen Taishuan's house at night. The next morning, he just said hello to Chen Taishuan and set off with the ox head and scorpion. He did not ask for medicinal wine, but asked for the method of brewing it. Just as they reached the foot of the mountain, a furry gray ball rolled over, making a squeaking sound. Li Xin smiled, because it was Guangquan. He reached out and picked up Guangquan, and said with a smile, "Are you here to pick me up?" Squeak. Guangquan nodded. Li Xin put it down with a smile, and they walked towards the mountain together. Suddenly Li Xin started running, laughing. Guangquan was stunned for a moment, then he got so angry that he slapped the snow with his little paws and quickly chased after him. How about going back for hot pot? Squeak. Got it, I want a spicy hot pot. Squeak. The winter in the Shenwu dynasty was exceptionally long, lasting for 5 months. During this period, in addition to practicing boxing as normal, Li Xian also had an additional activity, which was to catch wild beasts in the back mountain with Guangquan. Of course it's not just for eating. He is doing an experiment. Li Xian used scorpion wine, cooling wine, and ate treasure chicken as the main medicines, supplemented with Reminia, Ganoderma lucidum, ginseng, and a dozen other medicinal materials to make a fake Liuwei Dihuang pill. Of course Li Xian didn't dare to take such a strong medicine. He did need to replenish his body, but he didn't dare to overdo it all at once. So he set his sights on the wild beasts in the back mountain. Yo yo yo. Oh. Roar, roar, roar. The shrill cries of deer, the wild howls of tigers, and the violent roars of bears could be heard continuously in the mountains. Winter was not a season for reproduction and mating, but because of Li Xian, these animals became violent. In the dark night, Li Xian was lying in the snow in a big fur coat. In the distance, in the woods, 2 tigers were roaring and doing happy things. It works. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised to see the male tiger working overtime in the distance, while the female tiger was squinting her eyes in enjoyment. Guangquan, who was lying next to him, nodded seriously, his eyes sparkling as he watched with extreme seriousness. But immediately, the male tiger let out a painful roar, and every hair on his body turned blood red. Then blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and ears. He let out a howl, and simply lay there motionless. The tigress twisted her butt unhappily, and when she looked back, she saw that the male tiger Qiqiao was bleeding and dead. Oh! The tigress howled miserably, shaking violently with fear, and then rushed out, howling in fear as she ran. Li Xian's face was full of black lines. He failed again. Guangquan, go take the male tiger back. Don't waste it. Squeak. Guangquan jumped out skillfully. His small body possessed great strength. He easily picked up the male tiger and ran back to the temple. Li Xian moved to another place to observe, where there were a brown bear couple, the Grey Wolf King and his wives and concubines, and a family of giant deer. However, after one night, Qingliang Temple had more meat reserves, but Li Xian's experiment came to a standstill. They are all good medicines, how could this happen? Li Xian was puzzled, but he had expected it. After all, he was a layman who had no knowledge of pharmacology, and putting good things together would not necessarily lead to good results. I need to get some medical books. Li Xian had some thoughts in mind. 3 days later, the wind stopped and the snow stopped. Li Xian got up early, put on his fur coat and went out, asking Guangquan to look after the house. His first stop was naturally Chinsuan. He didn't know anyone, so if he wanted to find medical books, he had to rely on friends. Chen Taishuan was very enthusiastic when he saw Li Xian. After learning the purpose of Li Xian's visit, he took Li Xian to find the village chief. The village chief stroked his snow-white beard, thought for a moment, and said, Dr. Wang from Juliu village has been to Qin village to see a doctor. He is a kind-looking man. Young senior, if you spend some money, you should be able to get what you want. Li Xian thanked him and did not stay long. He went to Juliu village accompanied by Chen Taishuan. Juliu village is also located at the foot of Qingliang mountain, but there is a willow forest outside the village, and each willow tree is extremely thick, hence the name. Li Xian saw the men from Juliu village from afar. The 3 men were holding spears in their hands and wearing animal skins. They all looked very strong. Juliu village is different from our village. There are always wild beasts roaming around here, and all the men are like this. Chen Taishuan gave a thumbs up. Li Xian nodded. At this time, the other party also came over and obviously recognized Chen Taishuan. When he learned that Li Xian was looking for Dr. Wang, he asked a man to accompany him into the village. Dr. Wang is a muscular old man who speaks in a rough manner. When he learned the purpose of the visit, he directly refused. No, this old man wants to pass this skill on to his descendants. If you want it, you have to be my godson. Li Xian smiled and said, Dr. Wang, I don't want to study medicine. Do you have any medical books? Sell them to me and I can study by myself. Dr. Wang still shook his head. That won't work either, that's for my descendants. Dr. Wang has no children or grandchildren and has always been alone. Chen Taishuan pointed this out on the way here. Li Xin really wanted the medical book, but he was not yet willing to become someone's son for it. He smiled and shook his head to refuse. On the way back, Chen Taishuan hesitated to speak several times. Li Xin saw it and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will find another way. Chen village is just ahead, so I won't go there. Say hello to the old village chief for me. Have a nice walk, young senior." Chen Taishuan said hurriedly. Li Xin waved his hand and climbed up Qingliang Mountain. After returning to Qingliang Temple, Li Xin carefully selected some wild animal furs and prepared to go to Donglin Town. Donglin Town is the nearest town to Qingliang Temple. There must be a clinic there. By selling the furs, I should be able to buy 1 or 2 medical books. As he planned, he put the leathers in place one by one and let them dry. But early this morning, just after Li Xin finished practicing Tai Chi, he heard a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Chen Taishuan with a silly smile on his face. Chen Taishuan took out a cloth bag from the basket behind him and handed it to Li Xin carefully, saying, "Young senior, here is the medical book." Medical book? Li Xin was stunned and looked at Chen Taishuan in confusion. Dr. Wang agrees. Here you go. Chen Taishuan scratched his head, smiled foolishly and handed it over again. Li Xin took it and was deeply touched. Given Dr. Wang's stubbornness, he would definitely not hand over the medical book so easily. Li Xin knew without thinking that the people of Chen village must have paid a considerable price to help him get the medical book. Feeling the host's strong emotion, triggering the task, indifference. Task description, indifference, fold/expand. Task reward, Earth level Kung Fu, the greatest induction chapter. Task acceptance, yes/no. A mission. And it also rewards Earth level skills. Li Xin raised his eyebrows, but did not check immediately. He pulled Chen Taishuan to the courtyard and said, "Come on, let's go to Nuanwan first and then we can talk." As soon as Chen Taishuan entered the house, he felt that it was as warm as spring. Looking at the clean deerskin wrapped on the bench, he felt a little embarrassed to sit down. Li Xin smiled and pressed Chen Taishuan on the stool, poured a glass of wine, and said, "I drank your scorpion wine last time I went to Chen village. How about trying my refreshing wine?" Thank you, young senior." Chen Taishuan was flattered. Even though they had drunk at the same table last time, he still had a natural fear of warriors. Li Xin smiled, clicked on the panel and checked the task description. Task description: only by being indifferent to all living things can you glimpse the way of heaven. As an immortal, you should have a detached mentality. The confusion of the worldly world will wear away your heart of Taoism. You should not waste your talent. Kill the ants in front of you, you. No wonder you gave me Qing Yunzi's cultivation experience. You really don't understand my heart. Li Xin felt disdainful in his heart. What does it mean to waste talent? Eternal life is for the service of Li Xin. If this gift prevents Li Xin from enjoying life, kidnaps him and forces him to be indifferent to all living beings, then it is better not to have this eternal life. Li Xin clicked, "No," and didn't even continue reading. He picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, "There is a saying in my hometown, when jackals come, we have hunting rifles, when friends come, we have good wine. Come, drink. Just, let them use Dongshe for half a month next spring." Standing at the gate of Qingliang Temple, Li Xin stared at the mountain road in the distance. At this moment, there was only the color of ice and snow there. Chen Taishuan had left for a long time. But Li Xin still couldn't forget the expression on the face of this honest man when he said those words. Indeed, Chen Taishuan is honest and simple, but he is also a farmer. The importance of saving water during spring plowing is self-evident. There have been many news reports in the past about people fighting over water in 2 villages and losing their lives. Although Chen Taishuan tried his best to hide it, his painful look could not be concealed by his poor acting skills. Instead, I owe Chen Tsuan a favor. Li Xin sighed. Squeak. Guangkuan called out. Last time doesn't count. Wasn't that just to clean up your ass? Li Xin said unhappily. Squeak. Guangkuan stopped shouting and lowered his head listlessly. Haha, don't be like that, Guangkuan. we can just pay back the favor we owe you. It's not a big deal. Li Xian smiled and comforted Guangquan, and his mood actually improved a lot. After closing the door, Li Xian went back to the house and took out 2 medical books. One was Brief Introduction to Herbal Medicine, and the other was Medical Practice Notes. Both books are very new and it is obvious that they were recently copied. Li Xian looked at them one by one and found that there were quite a few of the herbs introduced above in the back mountain. He put down the brief description of herbal medicine and opened his medical notes. The tone was self-narrative, and it was obvious that it was Dr. Wang's medical experience, which was very valuable to him, a novice in medical skills. So Li Xian added a new activity to his life, studying medicine. Li Xian didn't work hard to study, he just took it out and read it in his spare time. Even so, Li Xian had memorized both books, which consisted of only a few thousand words, by heart in just half a month. That day, next to the barbecue stall, Li Xian held up a picture of medicinal herbs and asked Guangquan. "What's this?" "Squeak." "Wrong. This is white phoenix grass. Don't you see the white forked leaves? This bunch is mine." Li Xian took a skewer of venison and put it on his plate. Guangquan became anxious and slapped the notebook, on which was written, "Beyond the syllabus." Haven't you learned this yet?" "Ahahaha, don't worry about these details. Good students always prepare in advance. I'll punish you for not being a good student this time. Pay attention next time." After Li Xian covered up his embarrassment with laughter, he quickly found an excuse and then happily ate the barbecue. Guangquan was still thinking foolishly. After a while, he nodded his head and wrote, "Guangquan should be a good student." Li Xian gave Guangquan a thumbs up and said, "Good, you have great ambition. This is the role model of the modern rat demon." Guangquan became even more proud, standing up with his head held high. However, when he saw that the skewers of meat were being quickly devoured by Li Xian, his eyes suddenly widened, and he no longer wanted to set an example, but rushed over, picked up the skewers of meat and started to eat them. After the man and the rat had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Xian's eyes narrowed, he clenched his fists and said coldly, "Guangquan, it's time to act." Squeak. Guangquan patted his chest, his little eyes full of fighting spirit, and then he rushed out with a whoosh. Li Xian went back to the house to get his things and rushed directly to the back mountain. When Li Xian arrived at the back mountain, Guangquan had already appeared in front of him carrying a bighorn deer. "Very good, Guangquan, the time to witness a miracle has come." Li Xian's expression suddenly became obscene. The next moment, he took out a medicine bottle from his arms, and stuffed a pill into the mouth of the giant deer with a grin. Guangquan also squeaked and laughed. The expressions of the man and the mouse were surprisingly consistent at this moment, both very obscene. After Guangquan sent the giant elk back, Li Xian followed it to the edge of the woods and lay on the snow to take a peek. Guangquan ran back, rolled to Li Xian's side, and lay down there too. After a while, the bighorn deer woke up. After a moment of being stunned, it let out a yo-yo sound with its eyes blazing with fire and ran back to the deer herd. When the bighorn deer entered the herd, a group of female deer immediately surrounded it because the bighorn deer was the king of the herd. The bighorn deer was originally holding its head high and looking around vigilantly, but suddenly it barked twice in anxiety, and then lay directly on a female deer to pay its dues. Hee 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 hee. Squeak. A man and a mouse were hiding and laughing. Continuing to watch, we can see that the bighorn deer is not in the situation of middle-aged deer with the wool but not the strength. It is calling out and working hard in the fields. But gradually Li Xian discovered that something was wrong. The doe was foaming at the mouth, but the elk was still having sex. Li Xian quickly patted Guangquan, "Go, let it find a concubine." Guangquan didn't understand the word "ifei," but Yenny understood it. It turned into a gray light and rushed out. When the deer were not paying attention, it came behind the male deer and bit its tail. "Yo-yo, you." The male deer was enjoying himself when he suddenly cried out in pain. He turned around angrily but found nothing. After digging the soil twice, the deer immediately changed to his next favorite and continued to charge. Sure enough, I changed 2 herbs and reduced the amount of ginseng and cooling wine. The effect came out immediately. Li Xin was very satisfied, but this isolated case did not prove anything, so he and Guangquan began to look for the next victim and beneficiary. After working for half a month, Li Xin was sure that the new version of Liu Wei Dihuang pills was successful against animals. It has not been tested on humans yet. But it must be improved. There is no other reason, it is just a lack of follow-up power. After taking the medicine, he was indeed very powerful, even more powerful than Zhao Zilong. No matter whether it was a deer, bear, tiger, leopard, jackal or wild boar, he could go in and out 7 times with ease, and he could do it 10 times at least. But afterwards, it was all over, and the whole beast was useless. In the past half-month, the temple has collected a lot of skins and meat, but the quality is not very good. The hair is dull and has no bright color, and the meat is very dry. Li Xin knew that developing a drug would take more than a day or 2, so he was not in a hurry. However, the number of cases increased day by day, and the side hall was almost unable to accommodate them. Li Xin could already recite the 2 medical books he had obtained by heart, and he also wanted to get more new ones. So I still have to visit Donglin town. In the deep winter, near the end of the year, there are many people on the official road. Li Xin, wearing a deerskin coat and leading a donkey, walked in the crowd, looking inconspicuous. Li Xin didn't expect that there would be a wild donkey in the mountain behind Qingliang Temple. He captured it on the spot and planned to fatten it up and use it as a mount. It was still quite thin at the moment, so Li Xin let it carry the furs. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! A team of cavalrymen in distinctive armor and holding spears passed by. People on the road fell to the ground and quickly made way for the cavalrymen. Those who could not dodge in time would be whipped. I heard there's trouble in the south of Liangzhou. Don't talk nonsense, go away. You are so brave to discuss such things. Li Xin was passing by leading his donkey, and he could hear people's discussions clearly, but it had nothing to do with him. He just listened to them as something new and entertaining. Li Xin came to Donglin town and first asked someone about the price of furs. After finding out a little bit, he found a fur shop. The shopkeeper was a gray-haired old man named Wang. When he saw Li Xin's furs, his eyes lit up. Young man, you are amazing. I have been inspecting furs for many years, and it is rare to find furs without any damage or cracks. Li Xin laughed. These were the ones Guangquan knocked unconscious and brought back. It would be strange if there were any holes. How much? 150 taels, how about that? Just as Li Xin was about to agree, a voice rang out, wait, little brother, don't worry. I want this batch of goods. I'll pay 200 taels. Hearing the voice, Li Xin and shopkeeper Wang looked over together and saw a middle-aged man with a mustache and a mink hat standing at the door of the store, staring at Li Xin with a smile on his face. What do you think, little brother? 200 taels is a sky-high price, said the man with a mustache with a smile. Shopkeeper Wang said angrily, Zhou Yuanhai, you are breaking the rules. Zhou Yuanhai said disdainfully, business is based on mutual consent. You are forcing a sale. As for the rules, hey, old man Wang, you can go and negotiate the rules with my boss. Shopkeeper Wang's face turned ugly when he heard that. He gritted his teeth and looked at Li Xin and said, little brother, you decide for yourself. The maximum I can offer is 180 taels. Don't think that I'm 20 taels short, but you may not be able to get the full 200 taels from him. The latter sentence was said in a low voice to Li Xin. It was obvious that manager Wang was afraid of the boss behind the other party. Li Xin thought it was quite interesting. He said with a smile, of course I'll sell it for 200 taels. Now take the money and take the item. Zhou Yuanhai was startled for a moment, then smiled, took out 200 taels of silver notes from his pocket, handed them to Li Xin, and said, take it, little brother. If you have good goods in the future, send them to my Zhou family for goods. I promise to keep the same price. Sure, sure. Li Xin smiled and bowed to say goodbye. Shopkeeper Wang shook his head and turned back to the counter. Zhou Yuanhai walked out and waved his hand. Immediately, 2 strong men came running over. The words Blue Wolf were embroidered on their chests. They were members of the Blue Wolf gang. As for the Blue Wolf Gang, it was naturally the boss Zhou Yuanhai mentioned. Zhou Yuanhai pointed at Li Xian's back and said coldly, "He has 200 taels of mine, and the rest is yours. Don't worry. This kid can't run away." The two men patted their chests and made a promise. At this moment, Li Xian didn't know that he was being targeted, but he had guessed it to some extent. With the reminder from shopkeeper Wang, Li Xian knew that Zhou Yuanhai was not a pure businessman. "But now that I have the money, the most urgent thing is medical books. Lu Family Clinic." Li Xian walked in swaggeringly holding a bag of 200 taels of silver, but was driven out 10 breaths later. Li Xian was furious standing at the door. He would remember this family and would definitely come to dance at the Lu family's grave 100 years later. Li Xian then went to 4 more medical clinics, but was rejected by all of them. 200 taels of silver were of no use. Whether he wanted to buy simple herbal books or medical classics, they were all rejected. The monopoly of knowledge in feudal society was too serious. Li Xian sighed. He thought things were too simple. After getting Dr. Wang's medical book, he thought that everyone in the world was Dr. Wang. However, he didn't know that this was gained by betting a village's annual harvest. These days food is life, and the price is so high that Li Xian only realized it at this moment. After arriving at the restaurant and ordering a few signature dishes, Li Xian felt sick after eating them. Then he remembered that this was not Qingliang Temple and many of the seasonings he had researched personally were missing. "Well, I didn't accomplish anything, but I'm a little unwilling to go back like this. What should I do?" Just when he was worrying, he suddenly noticed that there were 2 people at the next table who were secretly looking at him from time to time. The 2 people were just drinking tea and didn't order any food, which obviously showed that something was wrong. Li Xian immediately thought of Zhou Yuanhai. "Okay, I just happened to be angry, so you two are here." A sly smile flashed across Li Xian's lips. He went to the toilet and spent a few copper coins to learn some things about the Green Wolf Gang from the waiter, including but not limited to the fact that the Green Wolf Gang's rival was the Tiger Gang. Returning to the table, Li Xian shouted, "Check out the bill," and waited for the waiter to come over. He gave him an extra tael of silver and gave him a few more instructions, and the waiter happily agreed. Li Xian stepped out of the door, and the 2 men threw a coin on the table and quickly followed him. He walked along the way, thinking about the medical books, while heading towards the Tiger Gang's base. The 2 men looked unhappy, but they had to stop. The words Blue Wolf were clearly written on their bodies. If they went in, there was no way they would get out. Li Xian saw many men with tiger tattoos on their faces and necks along the way. He walked and stopped until he arrived at the headquarters of the Tiger Gang. He waited for a while and saw a hunchbacked old man coming from the corner of the street. The old man was dressed very decently, wearing silk and satin and a tiger skin cloak. The old man was obviously drunk. He was cursing as he walked. He cursed at the Tiger Gang guys who saluted him and kicked the people setting up stalls next to him. He walked around in a domineering manner, and any dog that passed by would be slapped. Li Xian guessed that this was a big shot from the Tiger Gang, so he immediately stepped forward to block the old man's way. Bang! The crisp sound was very loud and clear at the silent gate of the Tiger Gang. In an instant, all the Tiger Gang members, whether passing by or guarding the gate, were stunned. The next moment, bang! The old man was also slapped on the other side of his face. He was dazed and stared at Li Xian blankly. The slap didn't hurt, but it was very insulting. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive slaps. This time the old man was obviously prepared, but he was still hit, and this time, it hurt a lot. Little beast. Ouch. Bang. Before the old man could finish his curse, he was slapped back. Seeing that the man's face had turned as red as a pig's, Li Xian nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and ran. The person ran away. "Hurry up and chase him. Hurry up and chase us. If we catch up, we can still survive. Otherwise, we will all die." A group of Tiger Gang men finally reacted and chased after Li Xian frantically. However, Li Xian's strength is extraordinary. With a little force on his feet, he can take a step that covers 3 or 4 meters. How can these gang members who are not even warriors catch up with him? Soon Li Xin ran to the periphery and could see the two Green Wolf Gang men from afar. He said to himself, "Sure enough, they are still blocking me." Looking back, he saw that the Tiger Gang men were chasing him. Very good. Li Xin waited for the two men to pass by and shouted to them, "Brother, we've done it, run. We'll divide the money when we get back." The two Green Wolf Gang men were confused. They looked at Li Xin shouting, then watched Li Xin pass by, and finally watched Li Xin go away. Looking back, dozens of people from the Tiger Gang were rushing over. "I got tricked. I'm going to kill him." The two Green Wolf Gang guys were so angry that their eyes were spitting fire and their hands and feet were shaking. It was too late to escape, there were people everywhere, they were surrounded. Before they could open their mouths to explain, the next moment men came like rain, followed by men on top of men, and finally they were covered with big men. At this moment, Li Xin had already shaken off his pursuers and arrived at the territory of the Green Wolf Gang with brisk steps. He found a clinic run by the Green Wolf Gang, went in, and without saying anything, he smashed the table with his palm and said calmly, "Take out all the books related to medicine." The shopkeeper looked at the table and took out a bunch of things attentively. Li Xin didn't look at them carefully, just packed them up and turned to leave. After leaving the town, Li Xin saw the waiter leading the donkey, who was shivering and looked like he was about to freeze to death. Li Xin walked over and threw a tael of silver to the waiter, without saying a word, and slowly left, leading the donkey. The waiter chuckled and ran towards the town. As soon as I entered the town, I heard that the Green Wolf Gang and the Tiger Gang almost had a fight because the father of the Tiger Gang leader was beaten. In front of the Tiger Gang hall, he was slapped in the face in an extremely insulting way. It was said that his head was like a pig. When the waiter heard that the attacker was a young man wearing a deerskin coat, he shuddered and almost dropped the silver in his hand. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that someone was instigating the conflict, so the two gangs did not actually fight. At last count, only 2 members of the Green Wolf Gang were injured, with fractures all over their bodies. Since returning from Donglin town that day, Li Xin has been living a secluded life again. Winter passed and spring came, the ice and snow melted, and Li Xin had developed the Liuwei Dihuang pills to the 4th generation. However, after determining the final effect, Li Xin threw it into the storage room with an expressionless face without even looking at it. The reason is simple. The new version of Remania pill is actually an enhanced version of the blue pill, which only works to enhance sexual intercourse. In other words, it simply strengthens the kidneys and does not have the health-preserving and body-conditioning effect that Li Xin needs. But after studying for so long, Li Xin was unwilling to give up. So I made a simplified version based on this, which is not so wild and can strengthen the kidneys in the long run. After adding some sour jujube and hawthorn to change the taste, it became a daily snack for him and Guangquan. Time is not affected by external things, and 5 years have passed quietly. On this day, Li Xin was practicing Tai Chi slowly in the garden. You could see that every time he swung his fist, a stream of air followed and rotated. When he finished his work, the petals slowly fell, the light ones to the left and the heavy ones to the right, forming a perfect circle. This was the scene that appeared after he perfected Tai Chi half a month ago. After 5 years of practice, he progressed from entry level to proficiency, to minor success, then to major success, until he finally completed it a few days ago. And the perfect Tai Chi did not disappoint Li Xin. Name, Li Xin. Realm, first level of strength refining, skin refining. Talents, immortality, extreme strength, increased strength by 200,000 gene. Skills, Chongqing Ju, proficient, Tai Chi, perfect. Life skills, Qi, blood, spirit cook, minor success. System tasks, none. The weak state is gone. This is the greatest benefit brought by the perfection of Tai Chi. In addition, the biggest change in the past 5 years is that the extreme talent has stopped growing. Extreme strength, increase strength by 100 caddies per day. Note, if the body strength is insufficient, it cannot be increased. Li Xin had thought about this problem a long time ago. It would be great to increase his strength by 100 kilograms every day, but could his small body really bear it? The answer is of course no. 200,000 kilograms is the limit of what his body can bear at the moment. He was not in a hurry. He thought that once his body got stronger, the volume would continue to increase. It was a matter of time. Moreover, he has read a lot of books and is no longer a novice in cultivation. His strength of 200,000 pounds has already surpassed the level of perfection in the physical training realm. It can be said that unless the old monster in the chi training realm appears, Li Xian is invincible. Boom. Li Xian punched a rock, and the rock instantly broke into pieces and exploded into slag. Roar, roar, with this punch, anyone in the chi refining realm who isn't careful will die. He laughed triumphantly. Squeak. Guanquan ran over, carrying a fainted tiger on his back. This scene has occurred every few days in the past 1 or 2 years, and it is all Li Xian's fault. His experiment caused the wild animals in the back mountain to mate regardless of the season, which led to a sudden increase in the number of wild animals in the back mountain. To this end, Li Xian sent his capable General Guanquan to patrol the back mountain whenever he had time, and if there were too many beasts of any kind, he would kill a few and bring them back. Thank you for your hard work, Guanquan. What would you like to eat for lunch? Li Xian carried the tiger towards the storage room. Squeak. Guanquan squeaked and ran in front of Li Xian, holding up a small notebook. Li Xian looked at it and saw something written on the small notebook: someone is riding a horse up the mountain, and he has no good intentions. He frowned. He had not stayed in the mountain all the time in the past few years. He occasionally went down the mountain to help treat patients in Chen village and brought surplus meat to Chen village. Of course, he would also ask the people of Chen village to help dispose of the furs. I have accumulated a lot of money over the years. But Li Xian really couldn't guess who would come to Qingliang Mountain, and who would come on horseback. The answer was soon revealed. There were knocks on the door. Li Xian opened the door and saw 13 armored cavalrymen standing at the door. The leader looked Li Xian up and down and said proudly, "I am Gufei, the cavalry sergeant of Dingyuan army. Where is Qinjianzi, the abbot of Qingliang Temple? Tell him to come out and see me." Li Xian said respectfully, "My master is out traveling and has not yet returned. I wonder what the military master wants." Dong Yunfei frowned and waved his hand, saying, "Go in and search." "Yes, X12. The 12 people behind Gufei dismounted in unison and rushed directly into Qingliang Temple. Li Xian frowned, but ultimately did not stop. Soon a cavalryman returned and clasped his fists towards Gufei, saying, "Captain, there is no one in the temple." The cavalry returned one after another, all shaking their heads, but the last 2 came to Gufei and whispered something, and Gufei's eyes lit up. He looked at Li Xian and said in a cold voice, "There are thieves in Liangnan who are disrupting the government. According to the order of the Grand Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Expedition, all sects in Liangzhou must send people to participate in the war. Boy, since you are the only one left in Qingliang Temple, you must join the war. Xiaowu, take him back to the barracks." "Yes, Sergeant." "Boy, follow me." A young soldier in the team clasped his fists with Gufei, looked at Li Xian with ill intent, and turned around to mount his horse. Li Xian hurriedly said, "Wait a moment, sir, I'll pack my things." There is nothing wrong with joining the battle. With his strength, it is too easy for him to hide among the soldiers and survive, but he has to inform Guanquan. However, Gufei obviously didn't want to give him a chance. After hearing what Li Xian said, he suddenly drew out the long sword from his waist and shouted coldly, "You dare to question the military order, kid, do you want to die?" Li Xian was quick to sense something was wrong and frowned. The sect I was recruiting from didn't say I was not allowed to pack up my belongings. Why? Are you asking me to go to the battlefield empty-handed? No means no. If you dare to say another word, I'll chop you up. Get out of here now if you know what's best for you. Gufei became impatient and pointed the long sword in his hand directly at Li Xian. Li Xian understood why Gufei wanted him to leave so eagerly. Looking back at his Qingliang temple, he sighed and said, "Why bother, for such a small amount of money?" Gufei took a step forward and shouted, "Stop dithering. It seems like you really don't want to live anymore. Well, I'll send you off." Gufei's eyes were grim, and he aimed his long sword straight at Li Xian's neck. But just as he raised the sword, Li Xian took a fierce step forward and punched him in the chest. With a loud bang, Gufei didn't even see how Li Xian moved his hands. He was already flying backwards, his chest collapsed, and he gushed out large amounts of blood and internal organs. He was dead before he even hit the ground. The scene was quiet for a full moment, and then the cavalryman exploded. "What, chief? How is this possible? Kill him." After they reacted one by one, they drew their swords and rushed towards Li Xian. However, just as they raised their feet, a gray shadow flashed in the air. After a few back and forth movements, the 12 people fell to the ground unwillingly and died one after another. Well done, Guangquan. Remember, next time you encounter something like this, you must not complain or argue, just kill your opponent directly. This is a magical world, and we know what cards our opponent has. Li Xian said. Guangquan nodded seriously and took out a small notebook to write down these words. Li Xian looked at the corpses and scratched his head. "We can't stay in Qingliang Temple anymore, we have to run away." They had to run away, but the people above didn't know yet that Gufei and his team were dead, so Li Xian was not in a hurry. After searching for some silver, Li Xian threw the body and the horse to the back mountain, and then he looked towards Qingliang Temple. 5 years, he has been in this world for more than 5 years and has lived here all the time. He is reluctant to leave suddenly. There is a creeper in the yard, which was planted by my teacher the year he died. Now it can compete with the morning glory for space. After taking a last look at the flowers and plants, Li Xian drove the 8 treasures chicken into the back mountain, and then led the wild donkey down the mountain. Guangquan looked back reluctantly with his little eyes and squeaked. "Don't worry, we will come back," Li Xian said without turning his head. Squeak. Guangquan held his head high and shouted, as if to say, "I will definitely come back." Then he quickly chased after it, climbed into the basket on the wild donkey's back, and read quietly. After Li Xian came down the mountain, he wandered around Qin village and told Qin Taishuan that he was going out to travel. He then asked Qin Taishuan to go to Qingliang Temple to get something, the sooner the better. He left a lot of good things in Qingliang Temple, which he couldn't take away, but it would be a pity to throw them away. For example, the food and meat in the storage room, as well as medicinal materials, books, and even some new medicines he invented. After bidding farewell to the people of Qinsuan, Li Xian embarked on the official road to Jingzhou. Liangzhou was in chaos, but Jingzhou was safe and sound, and the people of Jingzhou still lived and worked in peace and contentment. This was the kind of place Li Xian wanted to stay. Walking onto the official road, Li Xian discovered that he was not the only one fleeing the war. The endless official road was already crowded with people. There are many people driving cars and carrying backpacks with their families. Li Xian even saw a monk in the crowd. As expected, in times of chaos, one should avoid the world, and in times of prosperity, one should be a monk. Haha, a monk. Li Xian's words were very calm, but the little monk who was walking more than 10 meters away seemed to have grown super hearing. He paused slightly, and then turned around and looked directly at Li Xian. Li Xian was stunned for a moment. He was confident that he did not speak loudly, so this little monk must have good martial arts skills. The little monk was wearing a white monk's robe and had delicate features. He looked about 13 or 14 years old, and was about the same age as Li Xian. Li Xian is an immortal body and his growth is slow. So even though 5 years later Li Xian is already 19, he still looks like 14 or 15, just a little stronger and not as thin. "Donor, you seem to have some misunderstandings about Buddhism." The little monk was waiting there. When Li Xian came to his side with the donkey, he clasped his hands together and spoke softly. Li Xian didn't even look at the little monk, and said calmly, "No misunderstanding." "There is a misunderstanding," the young monk said firmly. "No misunderstanding." Li Xian's voice was firmer than the little monk's. The little monk stopped talking now. He curled the corners of his mouth and looked at Li Xian with a somewhat helpless look. Just like that, the little monk began to follow Li Xian and would come up to argue with Li Xian whenever he had time. For example, "Donor, Buddhism does have the practice of escaping from the world and leaving the world, but that is based on the environment. It is not what you think, just wanting to get benefits without taking on responsibilities. Donor, the Buddhist sect has its own farmland, and the monks also have to work. They don't blame the people for getting something for nothing. Donor, if you keep talking nonsense, I will be angry. The young monk obviously lacked self-control and could not argue with Li Xian. In the end, he became so angry that his face turned red and he clenched his fists as if he was going to hit someone. TSK, it seems I have to add one more impression of monks in the future, unreasonable and unreasonable. Li Xian said with a smile. The little monk looked at Li Xian angrily, and finally turned his head away and stopped arguing with Li Xian, but he did not walk far and still followed Li Xian. We stopped and walked along the way and soon arrived at the border between the two states. Everyone knows that this stretch of road is difficult to travel on because it is chaotic and there are many bandits and robbers blocking the road. Therefore, people on the road have been walking together, hugging each other, and appearing to be more powerful. Li Xian was confident in his own strength, and he chatted with the little monk along the way, so he didn't have time to form a team, so he was left alone, and the little monk was left alone as well. In the afternoon of this day, the breeze was blowing the green willow trees. It was a good time, but the sound of horse hooves came from ahead. Hey! Are you two going to fight on the street? A rugged man sat on a horse and looked at Li Xian and the young monk with a sinister smile. The young monk looked at Li Xian with confusion in his eyes, but he didn't understand. In his previous life, Li Xian often listened to Cantonese songs and knew some commonly used Cantonese. He said, he called us trash and asked us where we were going. Ha ha ha, pretty boy, I like you. That's wrong. Don't you two have a fighting style? Ha ha ha, a monk and a Taoist priest also have a donkey. The strongman laughed, and everyone behind him also laughed. Li Xian didn't want to translate anymore and looked at these people with cold eyes. These people were obviously bandits. Not only were each of their horses carrying large packages, but some of the boys even had women tied up. Moreover, each of them had blood on their bodies, and their long swords were not sheathed. Especially the strongman who was speaking, not only did he have 3 horses, but each batch of horses also had a lot of gains. Damn you, bandit! Li Xian said in a cold voice, and as soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward. The little monk was stunned and said hurriedly, wait, they are also sentient beings, they should be given a chance to reform. Although the young monk could not see Li Xian's cultivation level during this period, he could feel Li Xian's confidence, so he spoke hurriedly. But Li Xian didn't care about that. He only knew that if he did something evil, he should pay the price. He stepped hard, and the ground was suddenly crushed by him. He appeared in front of the bandits like a cannonball. Drag Thunder Mother! Kill him! The sturdy man widened his eyes and then roared angrily. The younger brothers behind him also had red eyes and rushed towards Li Xian madly, brandishing their knives. Li Xian's eyes were cold. He could treat ordinary people with a playful attitude, but he didn't have the patience to deal with the bandits who regarded human lives as worthless. He punched one by one with his fists, no matter how many bandits were in front of him, he would kill them with one punch. In just 3 or 5 breaths, more than a dozen bandits had fallen in front of Li Xian. Donor! You are too violent. The little monk was also angry. He rushed towards Li Xian and tried to stop him from killing. However, Li Xian simply moved aside the little monk and rushed towards the crowd. Oh! Oh my God! Don't surrender! The bandits were scared and knelt down one by one without waiting for Li Xian to attack them. But Li Xian picked up a long knife and killed these evil bandits one by one. In the blink of an eye, only the leading man was left. He turned his horse and ran away without looking back, and did not even take the robbed woman's property. That's enough. Benefactor, if you continue like this you will become a demon. I will stop you. The little monk stood in front of Li Xian angrily. Li Xian said coldly, you want to save him. What about the people he killed? Did they die in vain? The little monk frowned and said, everyone will die one day. The past life is the result of today's karma. Why should you be so obsessed with it? Ah! The strong man in the distance suddenly let out a scream, and a palm-sized stone hit the back of his head and he died on the spot. You! The little monk looked at Li Xian with anger on his face. Li Xian said disdainfully, everyone will die one day. The past life is the result of today's actions. Why should you be so obsessed with it, monk? The little monk fell silent. Li Xin glanced at the little monk calmly, then stood up to release the women tied up on the horses, and said, "Let's find some treasures from these bandits and go to Jingzhou together." After saying this, he said no more and led the donkey away. He believed that with him leading the way, the probability of these women encountering bandits would be very low. Of course, if they really did encounter them, they would just be unlucky. "My benefactor, I kneel down to thank you. You have avenged the massacre of my entire family. I bow to you in gratitude. My benefactor, I am willing to follow you and serve you like a slave." The women didn't care about anything else and ran over, surrounded Li Xin and knelt down together. Li Xin looked at these women, and the anger in his heart that had just been stopped by the little monk also subsided. After all, he had done a good thing, and his mood gradually improved. You don't need to be a slave anymore. The monk behind has profound martial arts skills and a kind heart. He can protect you. Go find him. Li Xin picked up the wild donkey and ran away quickly, leaving behind a group of beautiful girls who couldn't find Li Xin and surrounded the little monk, refusing to let him go. What a joke! In the middle of nowhere, how could these women let go of such a good bodyguard who would not have any intention of targeting them? Don't underestimate women's wisdom. This damn barbarian. The little monk was so angry that his forehead was full of black lines. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Whenever he wanted to run, the women would cry. He couldn't bear to see women, or the weak, cry, so in the end he had to take them with him. On the official road dozens of miles away, Li Xin was feeding the wild donkey tender grass with a smile on his face, saying, "You dare to cheat me, and you're a monk, I'll make it easy for you. It would be best if you could have something with a girl and break your vow, hee." He thought unscrupulously, and Guangquan beside him nodded his head in solidarity. The little notebook read, "The monk is bad, let's kill him." Li Xin thought he would never meet the little monk again, but unexpectedly, one day he saw a river. He wanted to go down to the river to catch some fish to satisfy his craving, but as soon as he got ashore, he found that the little monk was looking at him angrily. "The ghost is still there." Li Xin wailed and said helplessly, "Monk, we have no grudges against each other, why are you always picking on me?" The little monk said, "The donor is too violent. Those bandits could have been converted. As long as they put down their butcher knives and do more good deeds for the rest of their lives, they..." "Stop." Li Xin scolded, saying in a cold voice, "If you can offset a bad deed by doing a good deed, then where is the law and justice? Evildoers should get the punishment they deserve." The young monk touched his bald head and said angrily, "Okay, I admit that I am not good enough in my current Buddhist practice and cannot defeat you. But one of my uncles once said that if I cannot defeat you but can beat you, I still win. Come on, I want to see if you have what it takes to win against me." After being lectured again and again, Li Xin became furious and shouted angrily at this moment. The next moment, the two figures collided with each other. Bang! Li Xin punched the little monk more than 10 meters away, and then the two looked at each other with the same unbelievable eyes. "I underestimated you. You can take my punch. I am too narrow-minded, but you have only broken my physical training skills." After the two finished talking, they rushed towards each other again. However, in the next 3 minutes, Li Xin didn't touch the corner of the little monk's clothes even once. The opponent was too agile. He couldn't hit him at all. His 200,000-pound strength was wasted. The young monk was annoyed by Li Xin's speed and strength. He didn't dare to confront Li Xin head-on and could only use his body skills to compete with him. In the end, he had no chance of winning at all. So 3 minutes later, the two of them stopped at the same time. "Go away, you slippery monk," Li Xin said angrily. The young monk thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at the grass carp in the river, glanced at Li Xin, pointed at the grass carp and said calmly, "You, grass fish, are too angry, your heart is restless, and you are already filled with deep hatred. If you don't sincerely repent, you will never be at ease. Sooner or later, you will become someone else's food." Li Xin was so angry that he was fuming. "Are you talking about grass carp? You were scolding me." Pointing at the fish and cursing Xin. Li Xin snorted coldly, and blurted out a sentence from his previous life that he had never thought of before: "How can you know the joy of fish if you are not a fish?" The young monk was suddenly stunned. He heard a strong Zen meaning in these words, but he couldn't understand it. This made him very upset. At the same time, he also changed his opinion of Li Xin. After all, a fool would not be able to say such Zen words. Li Xin saw the little monk suddenly looking at him in shock. He immediately raised his chin with pride and said calmly, "You said I have a strong temper and a strong hatred. Okay, how about a bet?" "How do we bet?" the little monk asked confidently. Li Xin said, "I can make you become like me." "Impossible," the little monk blurted out. Li Xin just looked at him sideways, and the little monk sat down cross-legged and said lightly, "Come." After saying that, the little monk recited the scriptures silently and looked at Li Xin calmly. At this moment, the little monk really looked like an otherworldly sage, with a look in his eyes. Li Xin thought of a saying: "Do not be happy with things, and do not be sad with yourself." He just thought about it, took a step forward and slapped the little monk in the face. "Haha, what a stupid monk." After saying that, Li Xin turned around and ran away. The young monk was stunned, and suddenly felt that Li Xin was looking for an opportunity to insult him. What bet? It was all bullshit. He stood up angrily and chased after Li Xin, punching him hard and heading straight for Li Xin's face. However, Li Xin stopped at this moment and said with a smile, "Little monk, you lost." The little monk was completely stunned. He looked down at his fist, his eyes flashing with disbelief, and muttered, "Little monk, little monk." With a bitter smile, the young monk bowed 11 times to Li Xin and said, "I am Hui Yuan, thank you for your guidance. I was obsessed with appearances before. How can I save others if I have not saved myself? Haha, just think it over. Don't bother me again in the future." Li Xin said with a smile. "No, but the donor Zen philosophy is profound, and I am yearning to learn from it. Please give me your guidance in the future." Hui Yuan bowed again. "Well, let's talk about it when we get to the capital." Li Xin waved his hand and said. "So the donor is also going to the provincial capital?" Hui Yuan's smile became even brighter. Li Xin cursed himself for being quick-witted, picked up the donkey and ran away. He was really afraid of the little monk. Hui Yuan called out from behind, "Donor, we are destined to meet, but I don't even know your name." Li Xin paused for a moment, and finally said, "Li Xin, thank you for your hard work." After he finished speaking, the man carried the donkey and disappeared into the jungle. Master is right. If there is a chance in the land of absolute spirits, before refining qi, my journey to seek the Tao will probably be fulfilled by Mr. Li. The young monk Hui Yuan seemed to be lost in thought, looking towards the city with a smile on his face. The next moment, Ying Yin Yan's voice came. "Master Hui Yuan, you walk so fast. My feet are sore from running." "Master Hui Yuan, why are you sneaking around to eat fish? Hee, are you a flower monk?" Master Hui Yuan. Bitterness slowly filled Hui Yuan's wise eyes. "Master, you only said that the women down the mountain were tigers, but you didn't say that tigers would turn into ducks if they gathered together." In the 923rd year of Xuanwu, Li Xin finally arrived at Jingzhou Prefecture after a 3-month journey. This was the first time Li Xin saw a giant human city in this world. Before seeing it, he could not imagine that humans could build such a wonder. The 30-meter-high city wall has no end in sight, just like a wild beast lying across the wilderness. The huge dark city gate is the beast's mouth, but this beast has 5 mouths, which are swallowing and spitting out a long team. When he entered the city gate, he found that it was not dark here. Torches were burning all around, the lights were bright, and there were soldiers in armor patrolling. Everything was in order. This doorway is like a tunnel, 1 mile long, which shows how thick the city wall is. Once you enter the city, in addition to the prosperity you see at first glance and the noise you hear, the beacon tower that is 100 feet high suddenly occupies most of your sight. "You're new here, that's the beacon tower." A man passed by Li Xin and saw his dumbfounded look. He spoke lightly, without any disdain, but with a strong sense of pride. "Just like in your previous life, when the old BJ driver saw you stuck in a traffic jam on the 5th Ring Road, he would angrily slam the steering wheel and honk the horn. He would say lightly, "You must be from another place," then put on a blindfold and lay down his seat. At this moment, Li Xin is the driver from other place, and he has gained a lot of experience. At the same time, a strong light appeared in his eyes. Staying at home has its own happiness, but traveling seems to also have its own surprises. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Li Xin walked on the street leading the donkey. Peddlers and street vendors were everywhere, and jugglers, performers, scholars and warriors were shoulder to shoulder. There was no sign of worry about the future on these people's faces. They lived a stable life and were obviously not affected by the war in Liangzhou. This was what Li Xin wanted. He observed along the way and decided to stay. So first of all, we need to find a house. Li Xin didn't know how long he would live there, and he had a lot of money, so after consulting a real estate agent, he simply bought a house with a back garden. This will be our new home from now on. After the formalities were completed and the broker left, Li Xin held up the key and said to Guangquan with a smile. Guangquan lay on the donkey's back, squeaking and looking very happy. It was the happiest during this trip. There was no one on the official road and it was having fun. The yard was about half the size of King Liangwen, enough for Li Xin to live in. What he liked was the garden behind the house. I don't know what the previous owner's hobby was, but he planted a lot of chrysanthemums. This thing is good for cooling down and relieving internal heat, but the flowering period is only a short month between September and October. Li Xin didn't like it, so he dug up most of them and left only a small handful for drinking. Naturally, most of the remaining crops were grown by him to make condiments such as peppers, sugarcane, and Sichuan peppercorns. Li Xin is the kind of person who never tires of fine food. He can live in a less luxurious place and wear less luxurious clothes, but he must eat food that suits his taste. This is related to his health care. The longevity he wants is healthy longevity. It is better for him to live 100 years happily and healthily than to live 10,000 years in sickness. It took me a few days to plant the seeds, and I then went to the flower shop to buy some flower seedlings to arrange in front of and behind the house. Looking at the flowers and plants everywhere in the yard, Li Xin finally regained some of the feeling of coolness. To be honest, he was quite satisfied. Then Li Xin began to check in at various restaurants in the city. While tasting the delicious food, he was also looking for someone he wanted to become his apprentice. His qi, blood, and spiritual skills stagnated after reaching the minor success stage. According to his own guess, it was probably because of his insufficient foundation. Li Xin is a self-taught person. He learned most of his cooking skills from short video bloggers and has no basic knowledge at all. What Li Xin wanted to supplement this time was the basics, so he set his sights on the kitchens of these big restaurants. It tastes good. That day, Li Xin was having dinner at Taifeng Building when he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from behind the screen. "Master, please go upstairs. I have reserved a private room. Thank you for saving my daughter's life." "Thank you, Mr. Wang. I am not." "Hey, young master, why are you being so polite? The food in this restaurant is delicious. Let's go." After the three voices, 3 figures passed by. Li Xin turned sideways and saw a familiar figure. The man with the white monk's robe, the shiny head and the slapping face, is none other than the young monk Hui Yuan. Li Xin still remembers the girl next to the little monk. She was one of the girls he rescued, but he didn't expect her to be a rich girl. That's good. It saves me from socializing. Li Xin thought with a smile, raised his cup, clinked it with Guangquan's, and drank it all in one gulp. Guangquan perfunctorily pushed the cup with his little paw to indicate that it was over, then he buried his head in his meal again. What a joke! How could wine be as delicious as the food? After the man and the rat had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Xin nodded and said, "We've decided on this one." Guangquan also nodded, indicating that the food here is indeed better than others. After paying the bill, Li Xin put Guangquan into his backpack, walked out of the restaurant, and slowly walked home. He had just entered the house and had not yet sat down when there was a knock on the door. When Li Xin opened the door, he saw Hui Yuan. The little monk was standing there looking at Li Xin with a smile. "Mr. Li, long time no see." "Monk, How did you find me? Li Xian ignored Hui Yuan's greeting and asked with a frown. He didn't believe that the other party could see him through the screen. Hui Yuan said, "Don't worry, Mr. Li. I have no ill intentions. I just want to continue to debate Zen with you. That's it." Li Xian still didn't quite believe it. Hui Yuan said sincerely, "Monks do not tell lies." Li Xian nodded and said, "Okay, come in and sit down." Hui Yuan entered, looked at the environment full of flowers and plants, and smelled the fresh and pleasant fragrance. Hui Yuan exclaimed, "Donor Li is indeed not a Taoist priest." Li Xian curled his lips. It was normal for him to be misunderstood when he went out wearing Qin Yunzi's Taoist robe before, but when he came here, he naturally wore the simple long gown that he liked. Hui Yuan came to the pavilion in the courtyard and sat down. Li Xian poured tea and said, "Come on. I know you are not convinced. You can argue anything you want. Let me make it clear first. If you lose this time, you have to pay a small price." The young monk Hui Yuan nodded, looked at the flowers and plants in the yard again, and said, "Okay, I have already thought of a topic for the debate, but the flowers and plants in the yard have given me a new question." "Oh. Tell me about it," Li Xian said with a smile. The young monk Hui Yuan asked, "Were the flowers and plants in the courtyard planted by Donor Li himself?" "Nature." "Okay, then my question is, if one day the flowers and plants in this courtyard turn into monsters and slaughter and devour humans, but do not kill Mr. Li's relatives and friends, and no one knows about this, then how will Mr. Li deal with it?" After Hui Yuan finished speaking, he drank his tea quietly and stopped talking. Li Xian opened his mouth to answer, but was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "The little monk is not honest. But it doesn't matter. To me, since he is a man-eating monster, he must be eradicated." The reason why Li Xian said that the little monk was dishonest was because the little monk put a shackle on Li Xian before letting Li Xian to refute, that is, the plant that transformed into a monster was planted by Li Xian himself. With this premise, no matter what Li Xian did, he would have original sin. The young monk wanted to use this original sin to tie Li Xian's hands, but he didn't expect Li Xian's answer to be so simple. Hui Yuan frowned and said, "Don't you have anything to add?" Li Xian laughed and said, "Why add anything? The fruit cores I left over could turn into monsters if I threw them into the river. If that's the case, my sins in hundreds or thousands of years will be as big as the sky. Haha, if it's such a coincidence, then I, Li, will bear all the sins. Free and easy." Hui Yuan saw a carefree and free spirit in Li Xian. Although Li Xian was very powerful, Hui Yuan had fought with him before and naturally knew that Li Xian was only good at refining skin. Such a young warrior at the first level of power training actually has such a broad mind, which makes Hui Yuan admire and speechless. If he didn't know that Li Xian was indeed smart, he would have thought that Li Xian was just simply careless. "I have nothing to say, little monk." Hui Yuan shook his head and sighed. There was no standard answer to that question, but one could peek into the respondent's heart through the answer. Li Xian said, "Then I have a question for the monk." Hui Yuan nodded, "Please speak, benefactor." Li Xian asked, "Monk, do you know when the yang star in the sky is closest to us?" Hui Yuan pondered for a while and said, "In the morning, because the sun is the largest in the morning, is that right?" Li Xian shook his head and smiled, "No." Hui Yuan frowned, "Why not?" Li Xian asked, "Then you think it's cool in the morning but hot in the afternoon. Does that mean the yang star is closer to us at noon?" "Ah, this." Hui Yuan scratched his head and asked, "So the answer is noon?" Li Xian shook his head again, "That's not right either." Hui Yuan immediately thought of the evening, but because of the failure of his previous two answers, he did not dare to speak directly and fell into deep thought. Li Xian smiled secretly. The story of two kids arguing about the sun was not a household name, but most people had heard of it. At this moment, Li Xian used it to test Hui Yuan, simply bullying Hui Yuan for being uneducated. After all, there are very few people in this world who take cultural courses. Li Xian was not at Guan Hui Yuan. He was drinking tea and practicing Tai Chi. It was late in the evening, and Hui Yuan was still thinking hard. Li Xian asked, "Do you have an answer?" Hui Yuan shook her head. Li Xian asked, does the young master Hui Yuan want to leave anything behind? Hui Yuan sighed and said, I accept the punishment. Please continue reading, benefactor. Li Xian smiled and said, I want your bodybuilding technique. Hui Yuan was stunned. How could this person be so shameless? Seeing the other party hesitate, Li Xian immediately sighed and shook his head, saying, it doesn't matter, I have already guessed that you will default on your debt, forget it, just go away. Hui Yuan's expression became even more tangled. After a while, without waiting for Li Xian to continue to escalate the drama, Hui Yuan gritted his teeth and said, okay, I will tell you, but you must swear not to tell anyone else. Li Xian nodded hurriedly and began to swear. When the oath was finished, Li Xian looked at Hui Yuan expectantly. Hui Yuan stared at Li Xian angrily, gritted his teeth, took the prepared paper and pen and started writing. Li Xian served tea and water beside him, very attentively. Bang. I will take back the skills next time I come. The door was shut heavily, and Hui Yuan's voice came from outside the yard. Li Xian laughed, like a fox that had successfully stolen some meat. Holding the golden body skill left by Hui Yuan, Li Xian sat in a chair and read it leisurely. When Li Xian and Hui Yuan were fighting before, this golden body skill was able to block his tremendous force of 200,000 pounds and save Hui Yuan's body. This is enough to show how terrifying it is. Li Xian's current extreme talent does not increase his strength, so he needs to strengthen his body. So practicing bodybuilding exercises is one way. But Li Xian had no idea where this kind of skill came from. Coincidentally, Hui Yuan appeared and was obsessed with debate. So Li Xian naturally made the bet. Hui Yuan was quite confident in his own wisdom, so he obtained the skill smoothly. Sharp. After reading it, Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim in praise. According to the techniques taught in this technique, after achieving minor success, the body can withstand the perfection of the power refining realm, and after achieving major success it can withstand levels below the third level of qi refining with little to no harm. It was so amazing that of course Li Xian had to learn it. He immediately listed it as his daily compulsory subject. Subject 1 is Evergreen Decision. After mastering Tai Chi, there is no need to practice it every day. The Qi will circulate automatically. After Hui Yuan left that day, he did not appear again for many days. After playing with Guangquan for a few days, Li Xian started his own plan. On this day, Li Xian arrived at the gate of Taifenglu, the restaurant he had booked. He was confident in his skills as a spiritual chef, so he walked in with a swagger, sat down, and directly ordered 2 dishes. After sitting down, Li Xian secretly thought, I want to follow the path of the protagonist in the TV series. When the dishes are served, I will first find faults, then comment on them, and finally go into the kitchen to amaze everyone. This way, I will have a certain status when I enter the kitchen, and I won't have a lot of unnecessary trouble. Li Xian planned very carefully, even taking into account the surprised looks of passers-by, and everything went as he expected. When the dishes came, Li Xian took a bite of each one. After he knew what was going on, he slammed his chopsticks on the table and shouted, "Call your boss out. I want to thank him. This dish is so delicious." Dozens of burly men in the hall who had just been staring at Li Xian snorted coldly and sat down again. Li Xian waved his hand, and the waiter immediately ran over, smiled and poured a cup of tea for Li Xian, and asked, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Li Xian asked, "Who are these people?" "The escort agency next door also belongs to our boss. Everyone came here today to get their paycheck," the waiter said with a smile. He nodded indifferently, stopped talking and ate in silence. At this time, a burly middle-aged man came out, looked at Li Xian, and shouted, "I heard you were looking for me." Li Xian was puzzled. "Who is the eldest brother?" "I'm the boss here." The sturdy man looked at Li Xian coldly. He just heard this man banging the table and calling him boss. It didn't look like he wanted to thank someone, but seemed to be looking for trouble. Li Xian smiled and bowed. He didn't want to be treated like a TV drama star anymore. He got straight to the point and said, "Hello, boss. I have inherited my cooking skills from my ancestors and I have 360 dishes to cook. Stop it now. Why don't you just go to heaven when you're bragging like that? The burly boss waved his hand, and several escort-looking men immediately came running over. Boss. The boss pointed at Li Xin and said, throw it out. Li Xin raised his hand hastily. Stop. I can walk by myself. Okay, if you ignore me today, tomorrow. Oh, no more, don't do it. Li Xin escaped from Taifeng Tower, walking forward cursing all the way with a gloomy face. After that, Li Xin didn't cause any trouble and went to the restaurant to inquire normally, but it seemed as if the restaurant had already made an agreement and didn't give him any face at all. He didn't expect it would be so difficult to find a job. Little brother is a chef. A skinny old man looked at Li Xin and asked him with a smile. Li Xin nodded. What's wrong, old man? The old man said, I have a small shop at home and we are short of chefs. Would you like to try it? Li Xin agreed without hesitation. What he lacked now was an opportunity. But when he really saw the small shop the old man described, he was really enlightened. It was really small. This turned out to be a small pub in the alley, with a store area of no more than 5 or 6 square meters. The tables and chairs were placed in the alley, giving it a full sense of life. Grandpa, you're back. Is this the new cooking master you found? Is he any good? A young man ran out and frowned when he saw Li Xin. There was nothing he could do because Li Xin looked like a boy of 15 or 16 years old. Who are you looking down on? Li Xin got angry, grabbed his apron, and walked towards the stove with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. Li Xin stood in front of the stove and found that the stove seemed to have not been used for several days. Looking again, he found that even the seasonings were not complete. And this is not all. Compared with him, even all the restaurants in the city combined cannot compare with him. There are only 3 seasonings: coarse salt, syrup, and bitter melon powder. After checking again, his brows furrowed even more. In the end, he gave it a score of 9, and the remaining 91 points were room for improvement. The young man came over at this time and said, What are you looking at? Why aren't you cooking? What are you doing? Li Xin really felt strange. There were no side dishes here. The young man pointed at the pickle jar and said, Do you think those laborers who come here to drink can afford good food? Hurry up. After he finished speaking, he turned around and took the wine jug to go out and pour some wine. In just a short while, 2 tables of guests had already been seated outside. Just as the young man said, the guests at these 2 tables were all low-class people. The most common ones were porters with bare chests and red shoulders, and people from small gangs who ran errands and did odd jobs. People here called them killers. This group of people ate pickled vegetables and drank cheap drinks, boasted and chatted. This was the daily routine in the tavern. After the first day of work, Li Xin also learned the names of the grandfather and grandson. The grandfather was Sun Erniu and the grandson was Sun Yaozu. All Li Xin had to do was cut some pickles and mix some radish strips. The most luxurious dish turned out to be frosted tofu. His monthly salary was 30 cents, which was set by Sun Yaozu. Old man Sun found Li Xin privately and told him that he would give Li Xin another 10 cents at the end of every month. Li Xin doesn't care much about money. What he needs is the basic skills of a chef, which cannot be given here. However, the atmosphere here is completely different from that of a big restaurant and has a different kind of appeal, which made Li Xin hesitate in making up his mind. Guangquan, do you think I should leave or stay? Li Xin asked Guangquan, who was sleeping soundly on his belly beside him. Guangquan kicked his legs in his sleep and ignored Li Xin. Li Xin didn't expect Guangquan to be able to answer. In fact, he already had the answer. Looking at the flowers and plants in the yard, he stood up and slowly practiced Tai Chi. Suddenly a breeze blew, and flower petals flew under his feet. Li Xin was unmoved and continued to punch slowly. After a while, the force of the punch subsided and Li Xin was lying back on the recliner. Am I in a hurry? Does the qi, blood, and spiritual chef have to be improved immediately? So why don't I do something I like? After Li Xin figured it out, he rubbed Guangquan's soft belly with a smile, causing Guangquan to squeak twice. Ha ha ha. Li Xin laughed heartily. The next afternoon, Li Xin came to the tavern, which was open in the afternoon and closed at midnight. When Sun Yaozu saw Li Xin coming, he smiled and said, "Little Li, guess what Grandpa bought today?" After getting to know each other, Sun Yaozu was no longer so overbearing and started playing together with Li Xin. "Oh! What good things can stingy old Sun buy?" Li Xin looked at Old Man Sun, who was basking in the sun at the door, as if jokingly. The old man snorted and ignored the two of them. At this time, Sun Yaozu opened a basin, and inside was a large basin of black and white fishes, all as big as little fingers, laughing fish. "My grandfather bought it at the morning market. Hee, let me tell you, don't underestimate this little fish. It's very delicious when steamed. But it has a lot of bones, so you have to be careful when eating it, otherwise it will get stuck in your throat." Sun Yaozu chattered like a chatterbox. "Why not?" "Nothing." Li Xin waved his hands to indicate that he didn't say anything. He actually wanted to ask why it wasn't fried, as that would make even the bones crispy. But then he thought, why not eat meat porridge? It is cheap and has many thorns that makes it popular among poor people. How could they be willing to fry it in oil? But he could think of other solutions. He thought about it for a while, said he was going out for a while, and went out. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Li Xin finally returned with a strange-looking stove in his hand. "What is this?" Sun Erniu and his grandchildren all looked over. The stove was very strange, they had never seen it before. It looked like a sideways barrel. "This is an oven," Li Xin said calmly. The grandfather and grandson didn't understand, so they just watched Li Xin fiddle with it. When they saw that he was about to throw the fish into the oven, Sun Yaozu suddenly became anxious. "Shaoli, this is to be steamed, why do you want to burn it?" "It's not roasting, it's grilling." "Forget it, I'll make a small amount first, you will know after you try it." Li Xin divided out a bowl of small fish and started to grill them. Because there was no tin foil, Li Xin had to open the oven from time to check on the situation, so the grilling process was relatively slow. Moreover, Li Xingang also took some time to go back home and prepared some simple barbecue ingredients. At this moment, as the small fish was sprinkled with barbecue ingredients, a special fragrance instantly diffused out, and the guests who were originally sitting there drinking looked over one by one. "What are you talking about, old Sun? It smells so good." "It smells good." "What's this, old Sun? Bring me a bowl." "How many coppers?" One by one, the guests called for this new side dish. Li Xin listened with a smile, while the grandparents of the Sun family beside him were shocked. Sun Yaozu said, "Shaoli, what did you do? Small fish doesn't taste like this." Sun Erniu was much more experienced. "Shut up, grandson. That's not something you can ask. Master Li, can you sell this fish? What price should we set?" Li Xin asked. "You decide. It's fine even if the cost price is 10 times higher. No one in the city can imitate it." Sun Yaozu was excited when he heard this, but old Sun waved his hand and said, "How can we increase it tenfold? That would be embarrassing. Just by 10 cents a bowl. It has half of what Little Li gave us, how about that?" Li Xin shrugged casually and said, "I'm fine with anything. You decide." Having said that, I have witnessed how greedy old Sun is today. That big basin of small fish was only 15 copper coins, and a bowl of roasted fish was sold for 10 cents. Soon the small fish was roasted into dried fish. After tasting it, Sun Yaozu and old Sun praised it highly. At the same time, they paid more and more attention to Li Xin's unique seasoning. The diners were originally looking forward to the dried fish, but when they heard that a bowl only cost 10 cents, they were immediately unwilling to buy it. It was too expensive. They spent 3 cents on a meal of wine and wild vegetables, and 1 cent more for a pickled vegetable. However, there are always people who are willing to take risks. When the first diner tasted the dried fish, it was immediately praised to the skies, and more people wanted to try it. Soon the dried fish were sold out, and Old Man Sun only calmed down the diners by promising that there would be more tomorrow. "Shaoli, you are still the best." Old Man Sun looked at the copper coins in the money box and his eyes became invisible due to laughing. Sun Yaozu next to him looked at Li Xian with burning eyes, a different kind of light flashing in his eyes. Days passed, and half a year later, the Sun family bought a storefront at the entrance of the alley with the money they earned from the tavern and began to renovate it. What do you think, Xiao Li? Do you want to work together? Sun Yaozu asked excitedly, pulling Li Xian. He proposed to give Li Xian a 40% stake, but asked Li Xian to come up with the recipe for the barbecue ingredients. Li Xian didn't have any ideas, he just asked to hire a proper chef, and Sun Yaozu certainly wouldn't object to that. In this way, Sun's restaurant opened, and Li Xian had his own business again. Xiao Li, this is the new chef Zhang Deshui. Chef Zhang, this is our original Chef Li. Chef Li's barbecue is amazing, and your dishes are also amazing. I hope the two chefs can cooperate sincerely. In the kitchen of Sun Family Restaurant at the entrance of the alley, Sun Yaozu was introducing the two people. Zhang Deshui looked like a simple, honest and dull man, and he was indeed the case after getting along with him. For a long time afterwards, Li Xian and he got along very well. Especially since Li Xian learned from others from time to time, his basic skills were visibly improving, which made Li Xian feel good all the time. After instructing his helpers in grilling skewers that day, Li Xian heard the sound of people selling candied haws. Before leaving in the morning, the little foodie at home specifically mentioned that he wanted to eat candied haws, so Li Xian naturally had to buy some back. Walking out of the back door, Li Xian stopped the seller and bought 2 strings. They were very cheap, only 3 cents. Just as he was about to go back, Li Xian saw several porters sitting on benches leaning against the wall deep in the alley, and next to them were a dozen killers, all sitting there dryly to enjoy the cool air. This scene seemed familiar. Li Xian remembered that when the tavern opened before, there was a similar scene. But at that time, these people were drinking, bragging and chatting, and they looked very lively. But now, it seemed that everyone was sitting there listlessly, as if they were about to die. Guys, we are free, why don't you find a place to have a drink? Li Xian greeted them and asked the question that was in his mind. Everyone grinned, shook their heads and said nothing more. In fact, Li Xian had guessed it to some extent, that there were probably no cheap taverns. Li Xian turned around and returned to the backyard of the hotel, where he saw Sun Yaozu walking towards him excitedly. Come here quickly, Xiao Li. Some young masters from the city's families are coming to eat our barbecue. You come in person, so don't let them down. Sun Yaozu spoke with great joy and excitement. Then he walked into the kitchen to find Master Zhang, gave him a few instructions in person, and then went to check the ingredients. He was busy and hurried, and it was obvious that he valued these young masters who were coming. It was even more exaggerated in the afternoon. Li Xian actually saw the girl from Chunmanlo arrive at the hotel box, and Sun Yaozu was standing at the door bowing to serve her. The young masters didn't give any money when they left, but it was obvious that they were very satisfied with Sun Yaozu. Ever since he received a few noblemen that day, Sun Yaozu's attitude towards Li Xian changed. He gave face to Li Xian in public and even scolded Master Zhang in front of everyone for Li Xian. Later, 2 waiters were fired for privately discussing Li Xian's youth. Now everyone in the hotel knows that Li Xian should not be provoked. In fact, Li Xian didn't care about all these. He was having a great time learning from Master Zhang and didn't worry about the details. However, the apparent atmosphere was that Li Xian was not easy to mess with because he had the support of the shopkeeper. However, another piece of news was circulating privately, that is, Li Xian held the recipe of the barbecue ingredients, and the owner and his family were threatened, so they had to give them the best treatment. Li Xian naturally didn't know about this news, but the rumor was very credible. When the old shopkeeper's son heard it once, he just sighed and told people not to spread it, but he didn't refute it. Time flies and another year has passed. Li Xian feels that his skills as a qi and blood spirit chef have reached perfection, but it has not been reflected on the panel yet. Obviously, an opportunity is needed. That day, Li Xian walked into the kitchen as usual, and then he was fired for yawning in the kitchen. Ha ha ha, you fired me because of a yawn. That's ridiculous. Li Xian looked at Sun Yaozu in confusion. He even found it ridiculous himself. Sun Yaozu said calmly, the kitchen is a strategic place. Stop talking nonsense. Fine, you're going to kick me out now. You think you and your son can stand firm now, right? No problem. Just pay me my 40% stake. Li Xin didn't waste time. He had already learned the basic skills of a chef, and this place was becoming less interesting. He had no reason to stay any longer. What 40% dry shares? Li Xin, don't be ridiculous. Do you have the deed? Sun Yaozu slowly put down the teacup and said with a smile. Li Xin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, you can't bear to part with this little money. Well, I'm a straightforward person, so I'll give you one last chance. Give me the money and we'll be even. If I really leave and come back to collect the debt from you, it won't be that easy. It's okay. I'll keep you company. If I can't do it, the young masters of the Wang, Lu, and Zhou families can help me out. Master Li, you need to think carefully before you act. The young masters of the three families don't want another barbecue restaurant to appear in the city. That's all I have to say. Sun Yaozu's tone was calm, but his words were full of threats. Li Xin understood. He turned around and was about to walk out, but suddenly he thought of something. He stopped and asked again, the original tavern in the alley hasn't been sold yet, right? Give it to me. How about that? I'll take the 40% stake. Sun Yaozu nodded. He didn't care about the tavern at all, but he still said in a deep voice, okay, but... I understand. Don't worry. I'll just sell wine and snacks. I don't want to do barbecue. I'm tired of the smoke and fire. Li Xin said impatiently. He actually didn't care how much money he made, it was just that the past 6 months in the tavern were really comfortable and he really liked that atmosphere. Sun Yaozu asked someone to bring the title deed of the tavern. Li Xin took it in his hand and took a look at it. It was a small shop of only 6 square meters and it was the only one of its kind. After confirming that there was no problem, Li Xin turned around and left. At this time, an old voice came from the house, Master Li, do you have other barbecue recipes? I will pay you a high price. Get lost now. Li Xin cursed angrily. He didn't listen to Old Man Sun at all. This old man was more greedy than Sun Yaozu. He wouldn't believe a word he said. After leaving Sun's restaurant, Li Xin came to the original location of the tavern. It had been unattended for almost 2 years and was already dilapidated. Li Xin unlocked the door and went in to take a look. It still smelled the same as before, and the tables, chairs, and benches were still there. Very good. Li Xin smiled and started cleaning. Soon, Li Fu came here to enjoy the cool air as usual, and immediately saw Li Xin cleaning the place. Master Li, is the tavern going to reopen? Yes, spread the word. We'll open in 7 days, and the prices will still be the same. Li Xin said to Li Fu who was running over, and the men immediately became excited and turned around and ran. Soon a large group of people came over and started to help Li Xin clean up without saying a word. They washed the tables, chairs, and benches clean and even rinsed the floor. Li Xin opened the door to ventilate the room, and said loudly, it's settled. Come back for a drink in 7 days. After leaving these words, Li Xin walked back home. He plans to prepare some different and delicious side dishes when he opens in 7 days. A few nights later, several large pots were set up in the yard. Waves of different aromas emanated from the pots, and some of the pots even emitted a strong stench. Li Xin lay on a recliner, drinking wine leisurely, occasionally picking up a piece of food with chopsticks and putting it into his mouth, his face full of enjoyment. Guangquan's little paws crunched the beans in his hand, and the more he put them in his mouth, the more delicious they tasted. Squeak! Guangquan patted the small notebook. Li Xin looked over and saw what was written on it. What is this? It's so delicious. Li Xin smiled and said, these are the side dishes that the old men in my hometown who like to drink like to eat, so they can all be called appetizers. The tavern is about to reopen, and the owner has changed to Chef Li. Within 7 days, the news spread from Lizi Hutong to Xingyang Street, and many people rushed to the scene after hearing the news. In fact, this was all thanks to Li Xin. He invented dried fish, which made the small fish that only the poor could afford become food for the upper class. This was undoubtedly a heroic feat. The name of the tavern was also made known at that time. Later, the Sun family restaurant inherited the high-end customers and naturally ignored the low-end ones. Now Li Xian's tavern has reopened, and most of his low-end customers have returned, and he has also attracted most new customers. The former high-end customers also wanted to know what delicious food Master Li had made, so they sent their servants to wait. On the afternoon of the 7th day, Li Xian walked into Lizi Hutong with ease. Wow! Li Xian was almost frightened to death. There were at least 100 people crowded in the alley. Everyone is here, haha, there's enough food and drinks, don't worry about eating and drinking. Li Xian responded to everyone's greetings with a smile. Behind him was a carriage carrying cheap drinks, different kinds of side dishes, and pickled vegetables that he had prepared. The vats were unloaded one by one, and Li Xian shouted, as usual, if there aren't enough tables, chairs, and plates, prepare your own supplies. Okay. A uniform voice sounded, and Li Xian suddenly felt that he was back, the feeling of freedom was back. He laughed, picked up the jar with one hand and threw it at the door, then threw out a ladle and shouted, pour your own wine. Today is the opening day, I'll give you half price. Put the money in the basket next to you. When everyone saw Li Xian lift the huge jar containing 100 kilograms of wine so easily, they felt like they knew him again. Xiaoxi was shocked and turned around and ran quickly towards the Sun family restaurant. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Sun Yaozu asked in disbelief. Xiaoxi described it again, really, he lifted the 100 jin wine jar so easily. Many people saw it, not just me. Sun Yaozu frowned slightly. He was still thinking about Li Xian's other recipes, so this would make it difficult to deal with. He pondered and said, keep watching. Yes. Xiaoxi nodded and ran back to Lizi Hutong. As a result, he smelled a fragrance from a distance. No, this is not a smell, it smells so good. As he walked, Xiaoxi saw 3 or 4 powerful men sitting together. There were a few small plates in the middle, which contained snacks he had never seen before. There are emerald green pods, golden beans, and red beetles. But he had already seen 3 kinds of appetizers that he had never seen before. Xiaoxi swallowed his saliva and squeezed forward again. Soon he saw the 4th, 5th, and 6th kinds. When he came in front of Li Xian, he saw 9 different kinds of side dishes, some fragrant, some smelly, and some ugly. Xiaoxi looked at Li Xian in front of him and almost slapped himself. How did he squeeze to the front? How could he monitor him? But he was quick to react, and said with a smile, Master Li, give me one of each. Li Xian naturally knew this Xiaoxi, who was close to Sun Yaozu, so he didn't point it out and asked, everything. Xiaoxi nodded, thinking that Boss Sun would definitely reward him if he brought the item back. Li Xian was not vague either. He packed a portion of each item and said, I'll make a platter for you. I'll bring the plates back later. Xiaoxi nodded hurriedly, then ran away with the lunch box. Soon he found Sun Yaozu, and Xiaoxi opened the lunch box. First on top was a plate of golden beans, followed by emerald green bean pods. Xiaoxi laid them out one by one and said, fried peanuts, salted edamame, spiced peanuts, stinky tofu, smoked dried tofu, braised pork offal, spicy crayfish, sweet and spicy duck neck, and pickled pepper chicken feet. Sun Yaozu tasted the 9 side dishes one by one, and a shocked expression appeared on his face every time he tasted them. Equally shocked were the drinkers in the alley and the masters of the wealthy families. The drinkers just ate for fun, but the masters of the wealthy families ate to their heart's content. Without the 9 delicacies at the banquet, my fine wine has no taste. Mr. Wen-san, the chief aide of the city lord's mansion, said so after tasting it. That afternoon, Jiuzhen snacks became famous, Master Li became famous, and the tavern became famous. At the same time, Li Xian looked at the diners in front of him eating and drinking happily. He suddenly felt something in his heart and clicked on the panel. Name, Li Xian. Realm, first level of strength refining, skin refining. Talents, immortality, extreme strength, increase strength by 200,000 jin. Kung Fu, Chongqing Ju, proficient, Tai Chi, perfect, Jinshin Kung Fu, beginner. Life skills, Qi, blood, spirit cook, great mastery. System tasks, none. The Qi and blood spirit chef has reached perfection. Li Xin was delighted. Just now, he felt a sense of accomplishment when he saw the diners happily enjoying the delicious food. Once this feeling appeared, the Qi and blood spirit chef immediately entered the stage of great success. Qi and blood spiritual chef, great accomplishment, you have reached the mastery of the art of spiritual cooking and understood the true meaning of cooking. You can use the power of Qi and blood accurately to handle most ingredients. You can tell the quality of ingredients with the naked eye without even touching them. Hiss! A miracle. Li Xin was amazed, and couldn't help releasing a trace of energy and blood from his palm. He gently waved it in front of his face, and immediately the pottery bowl in front of him was cut in half. Precise control represents the mastery of power. Although he had great talent before, now he can achieve the effect of 5 points with 1 point of strength. He believed that in this battle with Hui Yuan, if he punched him, it would not only break Hui Yuan's physical strength, but he might also take Hui Yuan away with one punch. This is of course just a metaphor. Hui Yuan is now Li Xin's beloved relative and has contributed many profound skills to him. The afternoon passed quietly, and after a period of booming business became slow. Of course, there are still many customers who come to take away snacks and drinks, and the trend is increasing. Li Xin did not distinguish between you and me, and treated all who came as guests. Similarly, the 9 kinds of side dishes he carefully prepared were quickly sold out. When people came to take them out, they were told that they were sold out and needed to come back tomorrow. Some people got angry on the spot and prepared to take action. Li Xin smiled and said, "You'd better go back and ask clearly before you take action, otherwise you will suffer." But the visitor didn't understand Li Xin's good intention. He pulled his belt, revealing the city guard's badge, and shouted, "My city guard wants to eat your snacks to give you face. Don't be ungrateful, little tavern owner. Go and do it. Otherwise, I'll smash your shop." Oh. The soldier guarding the city, right? He is indeed a big shot. Do you know the guy over there? Li Xin pointed at a middle-aged man who was drinking at a table not far away and asked, "Who dares to mind my family's business?" The man said loudly, but when he saw the man clearly, his mouth suddenly closed. He bowed to Li Xin, turned around and walked away in shame. Li Xin smiled and bowed to the middle-aged man who was drinking alone at a table. He cut a plate of pickles and brought it over, saying, "Luckily the adults are here, otherwise I would have been beaten." The middle-aged man glanced at Li Xin and said calmly, "Grabbing a wine jar weighing 140 kilograms with one hand is like grabbing straws. Will you get beaten? Forget it. I will help you avoid disaster. Will you give me a plate of pickles? Try it first." Li Xin poured himself a glass of wine with a smile and drank it by himself. The middle-aged man immediately snatched Li Xin's wine pot and poured himself a cup when he smelled the wine. He tasted the pickles and nodded, "Leave a stool, a pot of wine, and a dish of food for me every day. I will help you ward off any disaster in the city. Make a deal." Happy. Generals Huang Qian and Li Xin of the city garrison raised their glasses and drank them all. In the 928th year of Xuanwu, it was the 5th year that Li Xin came to the city. In the courtyard of Li Xin's house in Fuqing, a blue shadow and a gray shadow were dodging and moving back and forth in the yard, garden, and roof. "Give up." Li Xin looked at the tattered coat and shouted angrily. Behind him, Guangquan slammed on the brakes and stepped lightly on the tiles. Looking at Li Xin's miserable appearance, a hint of cunning appeared in his little eyes. "What are you looking at? You said to take pictures and not grab them. Look at what happened. If this happens a few more times, I won't be able to go out anymore." Li Xin gave Guangquan a displeased look. In fact, he wanted to change the subject deliberately. After all, he had practiced his skills for almost a year but was still not as good as Guangquan's, which made him lose face. Name, Li Xin. Realm, first level of strength refining, the limit of skin refining. Talents, immortality, extreme strength, increase strength by 210,000 gene. Kung Fu, Chongqing Ju, proficient, Tai Chi, perfect, Jinshin Kung Fu, beginner. Technique, flowing cloud steps, proficient. Life skills, chi, blood, spirit cook, great mastery. System tasks, none. After 5 years in the provincial capital, Li Xian's realm had reached the watershed between the first level of strength refining, skin refining, and the second level of strength refining, flesh refining. It seemed that as long as he worked hard he could break through, but in fact he had tried several times but still hadn't made a breakthrough. So Li Xian thought it was an illusion and ignored it. It is because he has been practicing the golden body kung fu in the past few years, and his body has become much stronger. Yes, the upper limit of his strength talent has been broken, and his strength has increased by another 10,000 pounds. After that comes the technique, stepping on the flowing clouds, which is a body movement technique that emphasizes moving around in a small space. When you push it to the extreme, it's like a person walking on the clouds, leaving no trace, and yet there are traces everywhere. What the book said was so damn mysterious that he never understood it. Later, he caught Hui Yuan again and asked him about it, and finally he understood. To put it simply, it means that one can create afterimages. Unfortunately, Li Xian can't do it now. This body technique, like the golden body technique, was won by Li Xian from the young monk Hui Yuan. The young monk basically came once a year to get along with Li Xian, lost every time he came, and was given a set of martial arts skills every time he lost. Hui Yuan was very unconvinced. He believed that no one in the sect could match his peers in Zen debate. However, after coming to this place of absolute spiritual power, he lost to Li Xian repeatedly. He was not convinced, but he had never won. Donorly, I am ready to continue my journey. On this day, Hui Yuan came to see Li Xian again, but to say goodbye. Li Xian was stunned and said, "Monk, are you going to leave?" "Yes, you said you were going to travel, but how can you stay in one place for 5 years?" Hui Yuan nodded, looked at Li Xian with a complicated expression, and said, "Donorly, I have a question for you." Li Xian was surprised and said, "Just tell me. With our relationship, there is nothing we can't talk about." Hui Yuan said, "If my sect can help you improve your aptitude and speed up your cultivation, are you willing to leave here with me and go to my sect?" Li Xian didn't expect Hui Yuan to say that, but he understood immediately. He looked at Hui Yuan with more sincerity. He smiled and said, "Thank you, monk. We have known each other for 5 years. You should know me. Cultivation has never been my main occupation. I just don't understand how a bastard like you with such low qualifications can be so open-minded." Hui Yuan was furious. He rubbed his bald head back and forth and looked at Li Xian angrily. Li Xian was so moved that he went forward and hugged Hui Yuan, but was pushed away by the monk in displeasure. But he smiled and said, "Don't be sad. Maybe this separation is not forever. My friend, there is a saying in my hometown that goes, if you are destined to be together, you will be separated by thousands of miles. Ahem, let's change the saying. This one doesn't fit." Li Xian looked thoughtful, then raised his head, laughed and said, "That's right, it's good people don't live long, evil people live for 1,000 years. Ha ha ha. Amitba, Mr. Li, you are still yourself." Hui Yuan clasped his hands together, sighed, then turned and left. "Hey, leave now." Li Xian called him. "What else does Mr. Li want?" Hui Yuan was puzzled. "Didn't we say goodbye?" Li Xian rolled his eyes and said, "Wait." After saying that, he turned around and went back to his room, then ran out quickly and threw a letter to Hui Yuan. The letter was not even sealed, obviously it had just been written. He stuffed the package into Hui Yuan's arms and said, "We'll eat it on the way. It's delicious." Hui Yuan stared at the thing in her arms for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand and waved like Li Xian, then turned around and walked out of the yard, her voice heard from afar, "Next time we meet, I will definitely refute you speechless." "Okay, I'll wait." Li Xian replied loudly. Looking at the empty yard, he suddenly missed Qingliang Temple a little. Squeak. "I'm fine. I have a feeling we will meet again," Li Xian said confidently. Squeak. Bang bang bang. Guangquan slapped the notebook in annoyance. To Li Xian, it said, "Who cares if you are okay? The peanuts are mushy." Li Xian rushed into the kitchen. A few days later, on a small road that was already countless miles away from Jingzhou City, Hui Yuan, who had grown into a handsome monk wearing a moon-white monk's robe, finally couldn't help but open the envelope. It read, "Your body is a Bodhi tree, your mind is a mirror, always wipe it and don't let it collect dust. I'll give you a Buddhist verse, no need to thank me, haha." Hui Yuan was stunned on the spot. He looked at the Buddhist verse in his hand and a strong golden light rose from his body. It was a sign that the unique martial arts of the Great Snow Mountain was about to break through. "I thank you so much, Master. Hui Yuan can't hold it back any longer. I can only break through outside." Hui Yuan wailed and rushed into the forest with a bitter face. He found a cave and started to break through. On this side, after Li Xian had the idea of returning to Qingliang Temple that day, he could not stop and began to consciously collect information about Liangzhou. Finally, there was news today. So it ended a year ago. Li Xian was delighted. He picked up the cup and drank it. He immediately felt refreshed. Huang Can nodded slightly. Du Yanwei is a big shot, but even he took more than 4 years to assess the Liangnan thief Zhang, which shows how powerful the thief Zhang is. You were right to avoid disaster in Jingzhou, otherwise you would have been implicated. After thinking for a while, Huang Can asked, "Are you ready to leave?" Li Xian nodded. "I just said goodbye to a friend a few days ago, so I'll say goodbye to you today. I don't have many friends in Jingzhou, and you two are the only true friends." As he spoke, Li Xian raised his glass and clinked it with Huang Can's. "That's fine, but it's a pity about this tavern." Huang Can glanced at the tavern next to him and said softly. He was a general of the garrison army of Jingzhou Prefecture. He had to stay away from local wealthy merchants, local officials, and all taboo people. He couldn't let his superiors think that he didn't know the importance of the matter. He was not a local, so he had few friends. Li Xian was a close friend regardless of age difference, but he never expected that they would be separated in just 2 years. When drinking with a good friend, 1,000 cups are not enough. "Come, let's drink to our heart's content today." Li Xian was so happy after drinking that he said this casually. A scholar in a green robe in the distance raised his eyebrows and looked over, but when he saw Huang Can, he secretly said what a pity and turned away without looking. This person was Wen San, the chief aide of the city lord's mansion, who had praised Li Xian's food and wine. When he heard Li Xian's casual poem, he felt it was elegant and heroic. Unfortunately, he could not have any contact with Huang Can, so he could only talk to Li Xian in the future. 3 days later, it was September, the sky was high and the wind was hot, elm seeds were flying, and the trees were full of yellow apricots. A man, a rat, and a donkey quietly left the city and headed towards Liangzhou. "What do you mean by replacement? Explain it to me clearly." Sun Ernia's old face was filled with shock. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Ungrateful, ungrateful. Without my son family, how could he have a foothold in the city? He has grown wings and dares not take me seriously. He can leave if he wants." Xiaoxi below didn't even dare to breathe. In 5 years, Sun Yaozu managed the restaurant to great success and made friends with many wealthy and powerful people in the city. Now Sun Ernia was also considered a well-known figure in the city. Sun Yaozu sighed and said, "Grandpa, don't be angry. He didn't owe us anything. Instead, we took his barbecue recipe by force." "Bullshit. He owes me that. If I had known this would happen, I should not have let him go. Otherwise, the recipes for those side dishes would all belong to my son family." Sun Ernia was so angry that his face turned red, and a rare ferocious look appeared on his old face. Sun Yaozu stopped trying to persuade him. His grandfather was old, but he attached more importance to money and wealth. Sun Ernia suddenly stood up and shouted, "No, grandson, send someone to chase them. We must get the formula. Whether the Sun family can make further progress depends on." "Grandpa, have you forgotten the warning we received 2 years ago?" Sun Yaozu finally couldn't stand it anymore and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, old Sun trembled all over and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. That was after Li Xian took over the tavern. Seeing that his business was so prosperous, Old Man Sun wanted to take back the tavern and force Li Xian to cooperate with him again. He had a good idea. He gave Li Xin some money and got the recipe for the appetizer. However, he did not expect that just when he was about to take action, soldiers surrounded the Sun family restaurant at night, and the leader left a warning: if you dare to touch Master Li, you will die. Sun Erniu still remembers the scene where he was so frightened that he didn't dare to go out for half a month. Forget it, Grandpa. He has a good relationship with General Huang. There is no need for us to create trouble, Sun Yaozu advised. Sun Erniu felt unwilling when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a servant outside asking to see him. They called someone in and asked them questions. The grandparents and grandchildren of the Sun family were shocked and silent at the same time. I really didn't expect that Master Li would do this. Sun Yaozu's face was full of emotion. Damn it, he deserves to die. Those should all belong to my Sun family. Sun Erniu was so angry that his face turned red and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Sun Yaozu quickly arranged for someone to treat him. When the Sun family got into trouble, the city's catering industry was shaken because Master Li was gone, but he had made public the recipes, ingredient lists, and even improvement plans for the 9 side dishes. It can be said that from now on, even a small shop can make jiuzhen. Master Shaoli is so talented. Yes, this technique is unheard of, it's truly a genius. The most amazing thing is his magnanimity. He just announced such a treasure that can be passed down from generation to generation. He is a saint. Countless people praised Li Xin, but of course some people also called him stupid for not keeping such a good thing secret and just announcing it so casually. When someone learned that Li Xin had left, they came to the tavern to check, and sure enough, the owner had been replaced by an old man named Huang. The tavern remained the same, the drinks and snacks were still the same, only the owner had changed. It is a regret in my life that I cannot drink with him. Mr. Wen-san sighed. At this moment, Li Xin had just killed a group of bandits who were causing trouble. After receiving countless thanks from the rescued caravan members, Li Xin set off again. It feels so good to do good things, Li Xin said with a smile, sitting proudly on the donkey. Guangquan groaned twice, and lay in the basket with his round belly, chewing a wild fruit. I don't know where Hui Yuan is traveling to. Did he discover the surprise I gave him? Squeak. Guangquan shook his head, indicating that Hui Yuan was too stupid and must not have discovered it yet. Li Xin nodded in agreement. He also thought Hui Yuan was stupid and would not discover it so quickly. Hui Yuan indeed found nothing. After a month, he finally left the land of absolute spirits and returned to the world of cultivation. Feeling the omnipresent spiritual energy filling the heaven and earth, Hui Yuan took a deep breath, stretched his muscles comfortably, and then his feet started to move, turning into a trail of afterimage and rushing towards the end of the sky. Another half-month later, Hui Yuan, exhausted from his journey, arrived at the foot of a snowy mountain. The Great Snow Mountain sect is a well-known sect in the world of cultivation. Hui Yuan comes from here. We're home now. Hui Yuan murmured softly and began to climb the mountain step by step. The mountain road was rugged, but there were countless stone Buddhas carved on the cliffs on both sides. He clasped his hands together and looked pious, and bowed down every time he passed a Buddha statue. After a day and a night, Hui Yuan arrived at the halfway point of the mountain and saw the gate of the Daxushan sect. Hui Yuan, you're back. A rough voice was heard, and a big bald man with a full beard and muscular body was seen standing at the mountain gate, looking at Hui Yuan with a serious expression. Hui Yuan bowed in surprise and said, Master, your disciple is back. Hearing the surprise in the business, the big monk laughed so hard that his laughter shook the mountain. Asshole Kong Ju, shut up. Kong Ju, you are looking for death. Kong Ju, old bastard. Curses came like snowflakes. Hui Yuan's face was full of helplessness, but the great monk Kong Jue was still laughing, walked forward, picked up Hui Yuan, flew into the air, and flew towards the Great Snow Mountain sect. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside a stone tower. They filed in and found that it was warm like spring inside, with flowers in full bloom. Kong Ju sat down and said, Come and tell me about what you have seen and heard in the past 10 years. Hui Yuan smiled and nodded, sat next to Master Kong Jue, and began to tell the story. 10 years ago, my disciple went down the mountain to the land of absolute spirits. That guy was very hateful, and I could never win an argument with him. In the end, my disciple couldn't hold it in any longer, and he broke through. When Huiyuan said this, Master Kongjue's face changed. He quickly reached out and grasped Huiyuan's wrist. He sensed it slightly, but his expression was strange. That's not right. The foundation is solid. This doesn't look like a hasty breakthrough. Disciple, what's wrong with you? Monk Kongjue asked curiously. Huiyuan smiled and clasped his hands together, saying, Master, I have found the Buddha's heart. As soon as Huiyuan finished speaking, his whole body suddenly emanated a dreamy golden light. A crystal clear spot of light appeared in front of his forehead, exuding an air of invulnerability. Ha ha ha, great, great. Master Kongjue laughed. Huiyuan put away his imagery, took out a piece of paper from the package, handed it to Kongjue respectfully, and said, This is what Donerly gave me. This is how I suddenly realized the Buddha's mind. Kongju took it, his eyes suddenly burst into a brilliance, and a golden brilliance flashed behind his head and turned into a halo that slowly rotated. Master's Buddha heart has turned into a precious wheel. How amazing! Huiyuan was full of admiration. Good, good. Always wipe it clean and don't let it collect dust. Kongju was surprised, then rushed out of the stone tower and disappeared. After a while, a huge rock was carried back by him and fell at the gate of the mountain with a bang. Disciples of the Great Snow Mountain, come and observe. The grand voice echoed in the Great Snow Mountain sect for a long time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The first 3 streams of light flew over. They were 3 old monks with white beards and eyebrows. They all looked at Kongjue with unfriendly expressions. An old monk said angrily, Kongju, what are you doing again? Kongjue chuckled, pointed at the boulder and said, Uncle Master, please take a look. It seemed to the 3 old monks that when they saw the 4 Buddhist verses on the boulder, their expressions changed. At this moment, more monks have come here, and they all look seriously at the 4 Buddhist verses on the boulder. Full of Zen, cleansing the Buddha's mind, such a good state of mind. An old monk said softly. Buzz. After the old monk finished speaking, a little green light emitted from the body of a young disciple, and a light spot appeared between his eyebrows. The green light flickered, carrying an everlasting mood. Sudden enlightenment of the Buddha's heart. Everyone was shocked. This was an epiphany. It was too exaggerated. Immediately, everyone looked at the boulder eagerly, sat down cross-legged, and began to comprehend the beauty of the 4 Buddhist verses. As time goes by, someone else realizes the Buddha's heart, but it is a fiery red light that burns all heat. This is the Great Snow Mountain sect. No matter what your path is, the Great Snow Mountain sect's skills will always allow you to give full play to your talents without burying them. Haha, my Great Snow Mountain sect is different from ordinary immortal sections. We value enlightenment the most, and cultivating life is more important than cultivating nature. Very good, Kongju, now you can tell me the origin of these 4 Buddhist verses. An old monk stroked his beard and spoke with a smile. Kongju was unhappy and said, couldn't it be something I thought of? You can't. You can't even think of that even if you die. You are all muscle, your apprentice may be able to do it, but you can't. The seas may dry up and the rocks may crumble, but it is hard to realize the truth. A group of monks spoke up one after another. Kongju gritted his teeth in anger. Finally, he took out the letter and explained the whole cause and effect. I never thought there are such talented people in the land of absolute spirits. An old monk exclaimed. Ah! That's not right. Another old monk took the letter, and suddenly his hands emitted a red light and a hot breath rose. Suddenly, 4 sentences were added to the letter, there is no Bodhi tree, and the bright mirror is not a stand. There is nothing at all, so where can dust gather? Boom. There were 7 brilliant halos flashing behind the old monk's head. As his breath surged, the 8th halo appeared, floating up and down, and finally formed an illusory halo shadow. This. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Deep in the snowy mountains, an old monk with long eyebrows sat in a cave. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he put his hands together. Amitba, good. The Great Snow Mountain sect owes you a favor. Huff. Li Xian wiped his nose and looked around, feeling as if someone was talking about him. We have reached the border of Jingzhou and Liangzhou. One more step forward and we will enter Liangzhou. He looked back and thought about the 5 years he had spent in Jingzhou. When I first met the young monk Hui Yuan, they were both teenagers. They had different philosophies and got to know each other through fighting. In the end, they became friends, had debates once a year, and exchanged gifts with each other before leaving. He met the grandparents and grandchildren of the Sun family, experienced the comfort and ease of the tavern, opened a restaurant, and went smoothly for a year and a half. In the end, he was squeezed out of the restaurant and opened his own tavern. The 9 side dishes became popular. I met Huang Ken on a hot afternoon. There was no excitement. We just had a glass of wine. After that, we drank and chatted every day. After 2 years, we became old friends and finally said goodbye in a drunken state. I'm lucky to meet you all, see you again someday. Li Xian waved as if saying goodbye to a friend. He turned around and resolutely stepped into the land of Liangzhou. He missed Qingliang Temple, even though there was nothing there. More than half a month later, Li Xian saw Qingliang Mountain, but he did not go up the mountain immediately. Instead, he turned back and came to Qin village. After more than 5 years, Qinsuan has changed, but the scene is still the same as when we first met. You are, young senior. An auntie wearing coarse cloth saw Li Xian and had a vague impression of him, so she asked tentatively. Li Xian had indeed grown up a little, and looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. His height had officially reached 1.7 meters, and he had a straight figure, no longer looking skinny and short. Hello, auntie. I'm Li Xian. I'm back. How has Qinsuan been doing in recent years? Li Xian asked with a smile. The old lady screamed, turned around and ran, shouting as she ran, "Boss, village chief, the young senior is back." Li Xian smiled and led the donkey into the village. Soon the villagers were alarmed. It was summer, and Li Xian's arrival made the hot weather even hotter. It's really you, little senior. You're back. You're really back. Young senior, come to my house and I'll cook for you. Young senior, come to my house, my men beat a stupid roe deer. The villagers were as enthusiastic as ever, and one by one they pulled Li Xian towards their homes. Li Xian's face was full of smiles and he felt relaxed and comfortable. He felt the warmth of home and it was worth it that he had helped them many times. At this time, the crowd parted, and the old village chief, who looked even older, came out accompanied by Qin Taishuan. They all looked at Li Xian with tears in their eyes. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. The old village chief spoke excitedly. Qin Taishuan stuttered and couldn't speak, but seeing the tears in his eyes, you could tell that he was very excited. Li Xian finally came to the old village chief's house and asked each other about their recent developments over the years. Li Xian then realized that when the war broke out, the government not only required people from the sect to join the war, but also captured many strong villagers to serve as laborers, and some soldiers searched every household for food. More than 30 men were taken away from Qin village that year, and the remaining old and weak were in a miserable situation. Without the labor force, they could not grow crops on the land, and most of the food in their homes was confiscated. Fortunately, when Li Xian left, he asked the villagers to move all the good things down from Qingliang Temple. If it weren't for those food and meat, I don't know how many elderly and weak people left behind would have starved to death. It can be said that Li Xian is the savior of the entire village. The men were gone for 2 years, and when they were released, less than 10 of the more than 30 people who left came back. It was a miserable situation. But everything is afraid of comparison. Not only did few people from the nearby Juliu village who left return, but most of the elderly and weak who stayed behind starved to death. The people of Juliu village are already discussing the merger of the villages with the old village chief. Besides, Qin Taishuan on Qingliang Mountain knew something. After learning about the situation, Li Xian decided not to stay and he packed up and went up the mountain. The old village chief only kept him for lunch, and in the afternoon he allowed Qin Taishuan to take the young and strong people up the mountain with him. Li Xian did not refuse and took his men onto the familiar mountain road. When everyone arrived outside the familiar Qingliang temple and saw the 3 words, Qingliang village, on the gate and 2 bare tree stumps at the door, Li Xian became so angry that his face turned blue. "How dare you come here?" With a loud shout, a burly man jumped down from a distant tree branch, but before he could stand firmly, a stone hit him and sent him away. Li Xian gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to cut down my tree? You deserve to die." In the Dragon and Tiger Gathering Hall of Qingliang Village, the head of the group, Feitian Bailong, turned pale with anger and shouted, "Zhang Wenduan has been beheaded. What should we do next? Brothers, have you made a decision?" The second in command, Black-Faced Tiger, stood up and shouted, "Let's go. The government has freed up their hands now, and they will definitely surround and suppress us. If we stay, we will die." The third in command and military advisor, the Paperfen Scholar, shook his head and said, "No, there is the Mu family village in the south and the Xiaoshan leopard in the east. If the government wants to clear out the enemy, they will start with them first. The dozen or so people in Qingliang village are nothing more than a scabies to the government. We don't need to worry." The small leaders looked at each other and did not dare to speak. Feitian Bailong picked up the wine glass and nodded, "Third brother, what you said makes sense." "Brother." The second in command, Black-Faced Tiger, shouted anxiously, "Brother, let's go. None of you can leave." At this time, a cold voice came from outside. Hearing this, everyone stood up suddenly, and the flying white dragon shouted angrily, "Who?" Li Xian, Chen Taishuan, and others rushed in. Seeing the bandits' den consisting of 13 people, Li Xian was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at the crooked words, Dragon and Tiger Gathering Hall, hanging on the Grand Master's hall and said, "You really humiliated the words dragon and tiger. I'm going to kill you." The flying white dragon roared in anger, picked up his long sword and rushed towards Li Xian. Li Xian continued to throw out a stone. Bang! The boss is dead. When everyone saw that the boss died after one encounter, they were immediately terrified. The black-faced tiger and the scholar with the paper fan looked at each other, turned around and ran, but 2 stones flew away. The second in command and the third in command are dead. Plop, plop. The small leaders and minions knelt down directly. They were so scared that they dared not to fight against Li Xian. Li Xian said, "Tie them up and take them down the mountain to the government. Take the heads of these 3 men with you, and you can get some reward money." Chen Taishuan nodded and led his men to take action. Several men who had been on the battlefield directly chopped off the heads of the 3 leaders. During this period, Li Xian walked quickly around the temple, feeling heartbroken. The front and back gardens were full of weeds, and the bamboo and peach groves had long since disappeared. Not only was there feces everywhere, but the smell was also terrible. The houses were all in ruins, and the ancestral hall was the best preserved, which was also transformed into the gathering hall. Li Xian found the statue of the ancestor, but it was missing arms and legs, and no one knew where the head was. After he took out the palm-sized oil paper bag from the secret compartment, he didn't care about it anymore. Returning to the front yard, Li Xian said, "Send them to the government office, and then help me hire some bricklayers. I'm going to rebuild Qingliang Temple. Buy the materials as you like, don't be afraid to spend money." Li Xian made a lot of money in Jingzhou over the years, and he gave most of it to Chen Taishuan. "Don't worry, young senior, I will definitely do it properly." Chen Taishuan patted his chest and made the promise. In the next 3 days, materials were sent to the mountain one after another, and craftsmen came twice. After discussing with Li Xian, they decided to tear down the whole building and rebuild it. The design plan that Li Xian planned for the new Qingliang temple was 3 times larger than the original one, and this time it was no longer the Qingliang patriarch who was being worshipped. He planned to worship heaven and earth. That's right, just like Jin Yuanzi, he only worships the 2 words, heaven and earth. Since they are all immortals and not Taoists, they naturally just need to worship this heaven and earth. When the people of Qin village heard that Li Xian wanted to build a house, most of them came to help without the village chief's instructions. Li Xian was very happy and prepared delicious food for everyone in different ways every day. The wild animals in the back mountain were in trouble and turned into different delicacies every day that appeared on everyone's table. During this period, Li Xian also met a little girl named Chen Xinqin, the daughter of Chen Taishuan. The little girl is completely different from her father. She asks a lot of weird questions and is only 3.5 years old, but she helps her parents like a little adult. Li Xian liked the cute little girl very much, so he took her with him to teach her how to write. Unexpectedly, the little girl was very smart and learned well in just half a month. She was much smarter than Guangquan. 2 months passed in a flash, and Li Xian was very satisfied looking at the renovated Qingliang temple. The front yard became bigger, and a garden was opened up. A pavilion was also built in front of the house, surrounded by bamboo forests and flowers, which will make the summer cooler. The layout of the main hall is still the same as before, with the main hall in the middle and side halls on both sides. Li Xian sleeps on the left and Guangquan sleeps on the right. The back is divided into functional areas, including vegetable fields, medicinal fields, orchards, and flower gardens. The main structure is not much different from the previous Qingliang temple, but the area has become larger and the view is better. Squeak! Guangquan happily shuttled back and forth, covered in pollen. Li Xian wiped it off for him and said, "Don't harm the 8 treasures chicken anymore. It's not easy to breed 105 years. Breed for a few more years and eat them when there are more." Guangquan licked his tongue. Although he was reluctant to give up the delicious 8 treasures chicken, he nodded. He understood the principle of eating one meal after another. Li Xian did not expect that the 8 treasures chicken, which he had driven to the back mountain, would grow so well after not coming back for 5 years. However, it was not yet time to hunt it on a large scale, so it needed to continue raising it. As for the stream fish, they have had no natural enemies in 5 years and the pond is almost full. Li Xian has been eating a lot during this period of time. Not to mention, his cultivation speed has increased a lot. He feels that in just 1 or 2 days, he will definitely be able to break through to the second level of flesh refining. After settling the bills for the workers and seeing off the people from Chen village, Li Xian made an appointment with Xiao Xinqin to visit her later. He watched everyone go down the mountain. The noisy Qingliang mountain became quiet again. Li Xian placed the newly made lounge chair in the pavilion and placed cool wine and snacks on the table beside him. He poured himself a drink and looked at the brand new Qingliang pavilion, feeling extremely satisfied. Feeling the host's strong sense of satisfaction, triggering the task, greedy. Task description, greedy, fold/expand. Mission reward, private information of the most beautiful woman in the Shenwu dynasty. Task acceptance, yes/no. Li Xian sat up suddenly. He looked at the mission reward with a strange light flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he wanted to find a woman, but when he thought of his gift of immortality, he was a little scared. So when he was in the capital, he would occasionally go to Zuixinlu, Chunminlu, Wangxiangju, and other places to listen to folk songs and chat with the young ladies about his ideals. He never dared to talk about love with girls from respectable families, for he was afraid that the beauty would grow old and leave him lonely for the rest of his life. But the most beautiful woman in the Shenwu dynasty aroused his interest. With a thought, he clicked on the task description. Task description: the driving force of human development comes from greed. You want to be colorful and free, but there are always hardships that force you to do things against your will. Lu Jianming, the warden of the Liangzhou Prefecture Arrest Division, is bringing people here to arrest you. Do not hurt him but convince him. Make him grateful to you to complete the task. This. Li Xian scratched his head. This was not going to be easy. After all, as the prison warden, Lu Jianming couldn't be without martial arts skills. He had to not only not hurt the other party but also subdue him and make him grateful to him. This was too difficult. But the private information of the most beautiful woman is so attractive, what should I do? Less than half a day had passed since Li Xian received the task and the sun had not yet set. Surround this place. Yes. A noisy sound reached Li Xian's ears, and then a figure jumped in from outside the courtyard wall. The men saw Li Xian at a glance, drew his sword and pointed it at Li Xian, shouting, "Bold Li Xian, why don't you surrender?" Li Xian raised his hands and said with a smile, "I guess the senior is the city prison warden Lu Jianming." Lu Jianming was wearing the official uniform of a 4th-rank military officer, a tall man. He frowned and said coldly, "You know it's me, but you still don't kneel down. Do you want to fight me?" Li Xian smiled calmly, turned around and looked at the huge stone that he had prepared long ago, which was as tall as a person, and said, "Is your body comparable to this stone?" Lu Jianming didn't understand what was going on. He stepped forward and slapped the boulder with his sword, saying calmly, "Black iron ore, not to mention me, even the body of a warrior who has reached the perfection of the refining realm cannot compare to this." Bang! Snap! Li Xian threw a punch lightly, and the black iron ore shattered all over the ground. Lu Jianming was stunned and stepped back violently until he reached the gate. He then shouted, "You bold Li Xian, what do you want to do?" Li Xian smiled and said, "Don't panic, sir. I just want to talk to you. I did this just to let you know that I want to leave and you can't keep me." Lu Jianming's eyes flickered. He regretted it now. He should not have brought such a small number of people. He should have brought some experts. But God knows why Li Xian is so powerful. After thinking for a while, Lu Jianming nodded, "What do you want to talk about?" Li Xian came to the pavilion, pointed at the food and wine, and said, "Master Lu, please take a seat." Lu Jianming snorted coldly, took a few steps forward and sat down, looking at Li Xian coldly, and said, "You killed Dingyuan Army Cavalry Squad leader Gofei and his 12 riders, no matter what you want to say." "Sir, I didn't kill those people," Li Xian said lightly. "If you want to avoid being disturbed in the future, you must first get yourself out of the way and never admit it." "Impossible. The 13 of them disappeared without a trace in Qingliang Mountain. Who else could it be but you? And after they disappeared, you also went far away to Jingzhou. Don't think we can't find you." Lu Jianming said coldly. "I left because I was going to find my master." Li Xian continued to talk nonsense. Lu Jianming stopped talking. He had no evidence, and there was no way to prove the crime after death. He just needed to give an explanation to Ding Yuanjuan, so he pinned the blame on Li Xian. In stable times, the martial arts sects have always been the source of turmoil, so their death does not deserve a pity. Lu Jianming stood up suddenly and said coldly, "I will continue to investigate, Li Xian, you take care of yourself." He knew that he was no match for Li Xian and didn't want to stay any longer. He planned to go back and gather some experts. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Li Xian. But at this moment, Li Xian gently pulled Lu Jianming's wrist and said, "Master Lu, are you convinced by my martial arts?" Lu Jianming was so angry that his face turned blue. He gritted his teeth and said, "I surrender." Li Xian let go and said with a smile, "Master Lu, wait a moment." He quickly returned to the house, took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Lu Jianming, saying, "Master Lu, this bottle of medicine can cure your hidden disease. I will not harm you and dare not harm you. Find a beautiful woman to try it at night. There is no harm." Lu Jianming didn't want to take the medicine bottle, but when he heard Li Xian's words, his face turned blue and red, and he snatched the medicine bottle and left. Watching him leave, Li Xian sighed, "Studying medicine can't save the country but it can save men. I have convinced him, but I don't know if he will be grateful to me." On the other side, Lu Jianming led the team back quickly. With the help of the half-demon scaled horses raised by the Shenwu dynasty, the group traveled at lightning speed and returned to the provincial capital in just 1 hour. A speed of 500 kilometers per hour is comparable to that of a high-speed train. This is why the Shenwu dynasty can govern despite its vast territory. When Lu Jianming returned home in the evening, his wives and concubines were all dressed simply and went back to their rooms after dinner early. 2 years ago, Lu Jianming had been unable to do what he wanted but was unable to do what he wanted. His wives and concubines knew about this, but no one said anything. They just stopped dressing up at home and rarely acted coquettishly in front of Lu Jianming. Today, Lu Jianming did not rest alone, but came to his concubine Ruyun's room, which made Ruyun happy and at a loss. "Master, I will wait for you to rest," Ruyun asked tentatively, and when she saw Lu Jianming nod, she immediately went to take a shower happily. On the other side, Lu Jianming's forehead was also full of black lines. He cursed himself for being stupid and believing Li Xian's nonsense, but he was reluctant to let go of the medicine bottle. "He's right, he doesn't dare to hurt me." Lu Jianming comforted himself and resolutely swallowed a pill. After waiting for a while, he felt a warm current rising, and his kidneys felt warm and comfortable. Then his brother, who had not seen any improvement for a long time, also stood up slowly with anger. This. Lu Jianming was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that all the secret visits to so many doctors were to no avail. Now, after taking a pill, he actually regained his fighting strength. After patting his head twice out of concern, Lu Jianming was even more surprised and turned around and rushed into the bathroom. "Ah! Master, you!" Before Ruyun could finish her words, Lu Jianming hugged her. The next day, when Lu Jianming woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Looking at the beautiful bodies of his 3 concubines lying beside him, his face was filled with pride. Thinking back to the bravery of last night, he seemed to have returned to the time when he was still a young man in his 20s. That kind of happiness was so great that it brought tears to his eyes just thinking about it. "Afu, go to the government office and inform them that today is a day off. I will host a dinner at Diyue Tower in the evening. Tell those bastards to arrive early." Lu Jianming shouted with laughter. The attendant outside the door immediately responded and went out. After having a nourishing breakfast, Lu Jianming went to his wife's room. An hour later, his wife Lu gently helped Lu Jianming put on his clothes. Her lustful look made Lu Jianming's appetite soar that he couldn't help but hug her back to the bed. Lu exclaimed, she was a gentle and dutiful woman. It was impossible for her to accompany her husband in fooling around during the day, but they had not had sex for 2 years and she wanted to, so she did not stop him. Now that she had tasted the sweetness, she did not want to stop him even more. 2 hours had passed when Lu Jianming walked out of his wife's room. As soon as he went out, he saw several concubines dressed up beautifully and looking at him timidly and expectantly. If it had been before, Lu Jianming would have been furious, but today he just laughed and went straight back to the room with the girls in his arms. In the evening, Lu Jianming went out in high spirits. Thinking of the infatuated gazes of his wives and concubines at home, he walked with vigor. Lu Jianming was inviting people to dinner at Diyue Tower, so naturally everyone from the arrest bureau dared not come, but they were all very cautious. After all, Lu Jianming had been getting angry for the last few years and his men had been living very hard. But Lu Jianming today is different. He raises his glass frequently, laughs heartily, and encourages everyone from time to time, as if the boss from that year has returned. Some people didn't understand why Lord Lu had changed so much. After drinking too much, Lu Jianming couldn't help but brag and told others that he had had sex 7 times in one night. Everyone suddenly realized that the master's gloomy mood in recent years was due to his poor performance in that aspect. Fang Xing, the leader of the demon-slaying division in Liangzhou City, is a refined man with a hobby, which is beauty. He was a frequent visitor to Cuiyun Tower in the city. Since he had not yet married, he would always stay in Cuiyun Tower during his holidays. The girls loved this rich and strong commander. But ever since Fang Xing was injured by the blue vein poison during a mission half a year ago, he has had problems. Blue stripe is a lewd and evil thing, and its poison is even more so. People infected with it will be very interested in the opposite sex at first, but after 3 days, they will be unable to react due to excessive consumption of energy and will become cold-blooded. This is a very vicious ability of the demon race to eradicate the demons, and humans hate it very much. During this period, he clearly knew that he still liked women, but he lost interest as soon as he saw one. He was very distressed and had been trying to find ways to treat the disease, but with little success. Today Fang Xing suddenly received a piece of news that Lu Jianming, who had long been weak due to middle age, suddenly became strong again. Fang Xing immediately became interested and arranged for his men to visit Lu's mansion at night. In the middle of the night, he received a message from his men. Lu Jianming had not rested all night, and was tossing and turning in the rooms of his wives and concubines, and the sounds of fun could be heard all night long. The next day, Fang Xing found Lu Jianming and asked him the reason directly. Lu Jianming was torn between his conscience and his desires. Should I tell Commander Fang? What if he knows that I failed to capture Pei Fan and accepted a gift from Pei Fan? Would that be considered dereliction of duty? Lu Jianming was very uneasy. As a martial artist who had reached the perfect stage of martial arts refining, Fang Xing had already sensed Lu Jianming's emotions fluctuating violently, and he also understood that the answer might not be so easy to get. But he was determined to get what he wanted, and said calmly, Lu Jianyu, I am in the Demon Slayer division and I do bloody work. Aren't you going to satisfy this small request of mine? Lu Jianming immediately smiled bitterly. This was actually a threat, but what could he do? The demon-slaying division was more important than the arresting division. Forget it, Lu just told the truth. Lu Jianming sighed, took out the porcelain bottle, and recounted the whole story. Fang Xing was stunned. He didn't expect that this medicine was made by a young boy, and was given away for free. Picking up the medicine bottle, Fang Xing stood up and said calmly, Master Lu doesn't understand the meaning of this medicine. Forget it, I will try it first. If it works, Master Lu's name will be included in the memorial requesting merit. Lu Jianming really didn't understand what was so great about this medicine, and his eyes showed stupidity. Fang Xing walked away. Lu Jianming didn't understand, but he knew that if this medicine was really effective, then their colleagues in the demon-slaying division would not be afraid of the poison of the blue-striped mang. If this wasn't a reward for something, what else could they ask for credit for? Fang Xing didn't even wait until nightfall, and headed towards Cueyun Tower with the medicine bottle. Fang Xing did not leave Cueyun Tower during the whole day and night. He walked out the next morning, feeling refreshed. He immediately started writing a memorial to report the matter to his superiors. At the same time, the news that Fang Xing was cured also spread. All the officials in Liangzhou City knew that Fang Xing had obtained the precious medicine from Lu Jianming. Countless people either asked secretly or sent servants to communicate. In short, they all started to ask Lu Jianming for information. This time Lu Jianming did not hide anything, so the name King Liangwen Li Xin appeared in the public eye. What is Li Xin doing at this moment? He is already lying on the bench, eating snacks and drinking wine, preparing to watch the private messages of the number one beauty. That's right, mission accomplished. Li Xin's heart moved and he clicked to receive the reward. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in Li Xin's mind. It was a picture. The picture was a magnificent palace, surrounded by all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. In comparison, the Qingliang temple built by Li Xin was just a thatched hut. Of course, what is important is the beauty that appears in the picture. The first sight is her back, but even from behind she is so impressive that one can't help but forget her. She was wearing a bright yellow long dress with intricate embroidery, which outlined her slender waist. Her long black hair hung down to her waist, gently patting her perky buttocks. The picture unfolded, revealing the woman's true face. It was a face that was stunningly beautiful, cold and noble, with snow-white teeth and pink lips complementing each other, and a pair of eyes as deep and bright as autumn water. The towering chest is wrapped in layers of lotus leaf-like skirt, which is perfectly moderate and in the right shape. She was walking, and her long straight legs were faintly visible as she walked, tempting people to imagine. The waving of her long sleeves revealed a section of her snow-white wrist and green jade-like white fingers. Everywhere is beautiful, everywhere is stunning. Beautiful. Li Xin couldn't help but applaud. This beauty deserved the title of the most beautiful woman in the Shenwu dynasty. However, Li Xin also saw that the palace and the clothes worn by the women were royal things. Obviously, the woman must be related to the royal family. In this case, it would be extremely difficult for him to get close to her. Just as he was thinking about it, the image of the woman froze there, and a message appeared in Li Xin's mind. Ling Shui, the eldest princess of the Shenwu Chaotian Holy Emperor, a destined protagonist who is blessed with good fortune. 6 years later, she will be in danger in Luofeng City. It seems that this is her private information. Li Xin said softly. As for Emperor Tiancheng, he was the current emperor of the Shenwu dynasty, and he knew this. The eldest princess, the destined protagonist, and also favored by fate, so it is no surprise that Ling Shui will be the heroine. And with a female lead, how far can a male lead be? Li Xin didn't expect that there would be protagonists favored by destiny in this world. Does that mean there will be disasters? He had to think more. After all, the protagonist's growth was accompanied by disasters, especially for the people around him. Li Xin took out the simple map he got from Liangzhou. He had never heard of Luofeng City, but it was indeed on the map. It was located in the south very close to the demon clan's territory. Sighing, Li Xin stopped thinking about it. After all, it was something that would happen 6 years later, and he wasn't sure whether he would still want to interact with the princess by then. After drinking a glass of wine, Li Xian put the map back and was about to return to the recliner when he heard a sound outside. There was a rapid knock on the door. Who is it? When Li Xian opened the door, he saw a group of people standing outside with smiles on their faces. He looked puzzled. What are you doing? How are you, sir? I am the steward of Lord Li, the magistrate of Liangzhou Prefecture. Hello, sir. I am the staff of the prefection. Hello, sir. I am. There were more than 30 people, all of whom were the official's entourage. However, at this moment, these people did not show any arrogance. Instead, they looked at Li Xian with smiles on their faces. Li Xian's expression changed, and he understood the purpose of everyone's visit. He immediately smiled and said, "Are you all here for the magic pills?" "Yes, but I need some medicinal herbs and medical books." "No problem. Sir, just give us a list. My master will definitely do his best to help you collect it. My parents will help too. And my master." A group of people rushed to speak. Li Xian smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. He quickly made a list and handed it to everyone. He also took out dozens of bottles of Liu Dihuang pills and gave them to them. "Everyone, come often." Li Xian smiled as he saw everyone off. Thinking about the endless medical books and medicinal herbs he would have to use in the future, his mouth stretched from ear to ear. "Have you heard? There is a Master Li on Qingliang Mountain. He developed a medicine that can cure impotence. It's definitely good news for men." "What kind of gospel for men?" "That's gospel for women. It should be the women's rescuer, Immortal Li." "What's the name of that medicine?" "Immortal pills." The legend of the magic pill began to spread in Liangzhou. After men ate it, women couldn't stand it, after women ate it, men couldn't stand it, and after both men and women ate it, the bed couldn't stand it. On Qingliang Mountain, Li Xian was both happy and painful during this period. He had received a lot of medicinal materials and books, but there were still endless people coming to ask for medicine. Li Xian was delighted at first with the harvest, but gradually, he found that he had no time to rest or play with Guangquan. "It's either reception or making Remania pills, how the hell is this going to work?" After receiving another group of wealthy businessmen, Li Xian directly hung a sign at the door with all the requirements written on it, and then stopped receiving them and decided to meet them at the end of the month. This did offend some wealthy people and minor officials, but Li Xian didn't care. "Ah. I can finally rest." Li Xian lay on the bench to enjoy the cool air for the first time in a long time. He stretched comfortably and drank some wine. But Li Xian didn't know that his fame had already reached the imperial capital. The headquarters of the demon-slaying division in the imperial capital. General Liang Fengnian received the report from his subordinates. Looking at the message passed to him, he seemed to be thinking about something. "Sir, the medicine has gone through multiple testing processes and there is no problem. It can indeed cure the blue-striped poison." "It should work," the subordinate whispered. Liang Fengnian nodded and said, "Of course I know, but I am hesitating whether to send this medicine to the palace." His few short words left his men dumbfounded. But after thinking about it, the subordinate immediately gave Liang Fengnian a thumbs up. "Sir, that's great." Liang Fengnian smiled complacently. He was an old minister of His Majesty's residence. Wasn't it natural for him to share His Majesty's worries? So, the Liu Dihuang pills, also known as the Immortal pills, were brought into the palace and secretly given to the nearly 70-year-old emperor. That night, some concubines who were almost going crazy staying alone in their rooms were summoned by the emperor, which was like a blessing after a long drought. The old Emperor Tianqing was also very pleased and gave rewards one after another. The palace maids and eunuchs found that the palace had become exceptionally bright today. When Liang Fengnian received the imperial edict at home, promoting his official rank to the first rank and providing him with 3 carriages full of silks and satins as training resources, Liang Fengnian knew that he had done the right thing. Since he had received a reward, his subordinates would naturally not forget it. Liang Fengnian was a smart man. He immediately submitted a memorial to the emperor, explaining the whole story and stating that it was all the credit of his subordinates and he was grateful for it. Emperor Tianqing was even happier. What a good minister he was, not trying to take credit for himself. So Emperor Tianqing approved Liang Fengnian's petition for merit, with only one request, to get the prescription for the magic pill. Li Xian didn't know any of this, and he found that his brand was useless. It might be of some use to minor officials and ordinary wealthy businessmen, but it is useless to the high-ranking officials in charge of Liangzhou, wealthy businessmen, and even nobles. They still send people to ask for medicine every day, as if there would be no next meal after this one. Li Xian was extremely annoyed, and finally gritted his teeth and directly published the prescription. When everyone saw the prescription at the foot of Qingliang Mountain, they couldn't believe it, but they still copied it down one by one and quickly went back to report the news. Half a month later, when people developed Remania pills according to the prescription, they really believed it. "You mean the prescription is real?" Fang Xing asked his men in disbelief. The subordinate was also confused, nodded and said, "Bo Yong'an and the East City tycoon Zhao Xian have already successfully developed it. Our pharmacist Zhou from the Demon Slayer division also said that there is no problem. He is refining it, it should be." Report to the Commander-in-Chief, Dr. Zhou sent someone to inform us that the magic pill has been refined. Fang Xing sat down on the chair and waved his hand for people to leave. After a while, he finally reacted and immediately stood up and started writing the memorial. 3 days later, a falcon landed in the suburbs of Beijing. Half a day later, Liang Fengnian received a report. When he looked at the prescription in his hand that he had obtained without any effort, he was stunned. "What a wonderful person." Liang Fengnian said so. The next day, an imperial edict was sent out from the imperial capital, carrying with it wind and fire, pressure, and golden light, and it was wrapped in something and headed straight for Liangzhou. All the officials in the places it passed knelt to see it off. In just 2 hours, the imperial edict appeared above Liangzhou city. A majestic and lofty aura permeated the entire Liangzhou. All the demons and ghosts in Liangzhou were dormant at this moment, and those with lower realms were even shocked to death. At this moment, as long as you are in Liangzhou, even if you are less than 1 millimeter away from the border, you can feel the majesty of the imperial edict. Inside the city, all officials, including the city lord Ling Nanshan, knelt down in worship. As the city lord's seal flew high into the sky and touched the imperial edict, a golden light shone brightly and a loud voice immediately echoed above everyone's heads. "The divine martial ruler, the heavenly saint emperor is here," Haoran said. "Liangzhou, good." When the voice died down, the imperial edict turned into spots of light, spreading all over Liangzhou. Everyone feels physically and mentally relaxed, minor illnesses are eliminated, major illnesses are reduced, land that has been cultivated for a long time becomes fertile soil, and barren land is free of disasters. If touched by the evil spirit, the person will be rotten immediately. If exposed to the evil spirit, the person will be annihilated immediately. This is the imperial edict of the emperor of the Shenwu dynasty who has ruled this land for more than 900 years, like a god descending from heaven. Li Xian stood on Qingliang Mountain and looked out at the city. Even though it was thousands of miles away, he could still see the golden light that spanned the sky and the earth. The majesty and heaviness of it made him unable to calm down for a long time. This can't be the power of the Qi refining realm, so what is the realm after the Qi refining realm? Li Xian asked in his heart, but naturally no one would answer him. The next day, Li Xian was having breakfast when he heard the sound of gongs and drums outside. He quickly packed up and went to open the door. Sure enough, a long team appeared in his sight on the mountain road. The leader's aura was astonishing. After just a little feeling, Li Xian knew that he was definitely no match for him. Moreover, the man walked leisurely with his hands behind his back, and each step he took was more than 3 meters long. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary move. In short, it is impossible for someone in the power refining realm to have such means. Undoubtedly, this is an old monster in the Qi refining realm. Ling Nanshan walked slowly. As the lord of Liangzhou city and a member of the royal family, he had a very high status and it was impossible for him to come to Qingliang Mountain. However, the arrival of the imperial edict forced him to make this trip. "Is Li Xian here at Qingliang Temple?" Ling Nanshan asked indifferently when they reached the top of the mountain. Li Xian quickly stepped forward, clasped his fists and bowed. "Li Xian is here." Ling Nanshan said calmly, "Li Xian of Qingliang Temple, who offers the immortal pill, has made contributions to the country and is specially awarded a golden plaque. Li Xin, kneel to welcome him. Li Xin didn't care about that. He stepped forward and knelt down, saying, Li Xin welcomes you. The next moment, 2 burly guards came forward carrying a golden plaque with the red cloth fluttering in the wind. Ling Nanshan pulled down the red cloth and said, Imperial gift to Li Xin, the expert in men's medicine. Qingliang Mountain and the area within 100 miles will be given to Li Xin as his private fiefdom. Li Xin, you have done a great job. Get up. Li Xin stood up, his head still buzzing, especially when he saw the words, Magic Expert in Men's Health, written on the golden plaque. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. The song ended and the crowd dispersed. Ling Nanshan left with his men. After handing over the plaque, he did not stay for long, and it was obvious that he was just there for the formality. Li Xin looked at the imperial plaque hanging high at the entrance of the lobby and felt displeased no matter how he looked at it. However, since it was a gift from the emperor, he could not take it down. He would even be held accountable if he lost it. It could be said that he had invited his ancestor back. Ah. This is so famous. It's all the fault of the control panel. Why did they issue such a task to me? Now, my name is Master Li, the male expert, has spread to Kyoto. Li Xin looked unhappy. Bang bang bang. Guanquan slapped the small notebook, and Li Xin looked at it. It said, I can leave Qingliang Mountain. Li Xin said unhappily, yes, everything within 100 miles belongs to me, you can do whatever you want. Squeak. Guanquan jumped up on the spot excitedly, and then ran away. Li Xin lit a stick of incense to heaven and earth, turned around and left, out of sight, out of mind. In the following days, no one went up the mountain to disturb Li Xin, so he could study new medical books. As time passed, Li Xin couldn't help but feel confused. It only took him half a day to be recognized by the panel for his Qi and Blood Spirit Chef, but he has been studying medicine for such a long time, more than 5 years, and he has not even been recognized by the panel. What is the reason? You know, everyone outside knows his name, Master Li. Why do people approve it but the panel doesn't? Li Xin opened the panel. Name, Li Xin. Realm, first level of strength refining, the limit of skin refining. Talents, immortality, extreme strength, increase strength by 220,000 gene. Skills, Chongqing Ju, proficient, Tai Chi, perfect, Jin Gong, proficient. Technique, flowing cloud steps, proficient. Life skills, Qi, blood, spirit cook, great mastery. System tasks, none. There is almost no change from more than a year ago, except that the golden body kung fu has gone from entry level to proficiency. Of course, because of this, his extreme strength talent increased by another 10,000 pounds. He raised his arms and showed his biceps. Very good, they have begun to take shape, which means that his body is getting stronger. Li Xin looked at the medical book in his hand again, his face thoughtful. Suddenly he thought of the Qi and Blood Lingchu and got some inspiration. Do you want me to introduce Qi and Blood into the medical system? The ordinary medical skills panel does not approve it, and it requires extraordinary medical skills. Li Xin was pondering secretly. At this moment a figure flew in from outside the yard. The man was wearing a grey robe, had a grey beard and had sharp and sinister eyes. Are you Li Xin? The old man asked calmly. Li Xin discovered that this old man exuded the same aura as the city lord Ling Nanshan. Obviously, he was also an old monster in the Qi refining realm. It's rare to see a Qi refining realm person in decades. I'm so lucky to see 2 of them in a row. Li Xin complained in his heart, but on the surface he smiled and bowed. I am a junior, how can I help you, senior? The old man said calmly, I am Mu Duan. I came here this time to ask you to treat me. Your magic pills are good, but they can't cure my stubborn illness. How about you try it yourself? Of course, no problem, please take a seat, senior. Li Xin said obediently. Mu Duan walked over to Li Xin expressionlessly, sat down and extended his hand. Li Xin took the patient's pulse, but he only had a vague understanding of it. He had not finished reading the medical book in his hand. He taught himself medical skills. There were some things he did not understand, but there was no one to ask. But now an old monster from the chi refining realm came and asked him to see a doctor, but he didn't dare not to see him. However, even though he had only a partial understanding, he still had some clues. He retracted his hand and said, "Senior, this is an injury, not an illness." Mu Duan nodded and said nothing. Li Xin was going crazy inside. This patient was not cooperating. He continued, "Senior, can you tell me how it was injured and what are the signs of the attack?" Mu Duan stared at Li Xin and said coldly, "What have I told you to do?" Li Xin frowned, anger rising in his heart. At this moment, another person appeared, not just one, but 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. The 3 of them also flew directly into the hospital without leaving the door. Li Xin remained calm, but Mu Duan's whole body tensed up. He looked at the visitor coldly and said, "Fenghua, what are you doing here?" The man called Fenghua was a handsome middle-aged man with long hair tied casually behind his head. He was wearing a somewhat sloppy white shirt, a wine gourd hanging around his waist, and his long snow-white hair scattered in front of his forehead, adding to his unruly temperament. He took off the wine gourd and took a sip, then said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't trouble you. This must be Mr. Li. My friend was injured before and has never recovered. I wonder if you can help take a look." Li Xin glanced at the cold-faced lady next to him, nodded, and said, "No problem, but I am not very knowledgeable, if it's okay. This is the recipe for Hanmei wine. I see that you are a wine lover, so this will be considered as the consultation fee. I'll give it to you whether it succeeds or not." Fenghua took out a piece of parchment and said casually. Li Xin had no more scruples and was about to go over, but Mu Duan beside him suddenly burst into a powerful aura and pressed directly towards Li Xin. He said in a cold voice, "My injury has not been treated yet. Don't you understand that first come first served? Senior, you didn't tell me when I asked you, how can I treat you?" Li Xin said bluntly. Seeing that Li Xin ignored his aura and pressure, Mu Duan's expression became even gloomier. Fenghua said, "Old Ghost Mu, your injury won't heal in a short time, why are you in such a hurry?" Mu Duan snorted coldly, glanced at Li Xin with an unfriendly expression, then closed his eyes and stopped talking. Li Xin was angry but helpless. He never expected that one day he would find himself in such a difficult situation. The tempers of these chi-refining realm masters were too weird. After Li Xin finished checking the cold-faced lady's pulse, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It is possible to treat her. Please wait a moment, seniors." Li Xin returned to his room, took out the silver needle, and flipped through the book again. It happened to be his luck that the injury of this royal sister was recorded in the classics. From now on, just claim that I am an expert in men's health, and don't take random jobs. Li Xin is really tempted. He is now willing to bear the title that he was unhappy with before. There is no other way. The patients are diverse and he does not want to pretend to know everything. If he encounters a tough one, Li Xin is afraid that his life will be in danger. 3 seniors, please follow me. Li Xin invited the 3 people to the guest room, which was a new building in the newly built Qingliang Temple and had not existed before. After the 3 of them came in, Li Xin said, "We'll need Senior Fenghua's cooperation later." Fenghua immediately nodded to indicate that it was no problem. Then, Li Xin asked the royal sister to lie on the bed. The royal sister hesitated for a moment, but still lay down. Li Xin began to use the needles. After a few needles, Sister Yu's face looked better, but immediately turned red. Li Xin hurriedly said, "Senior Fenghua, help this senior massage her right calf." Fenghua's old face turned red, and Yu Jie glared at Li Xin fiercely. Li Xin was unmoved and said in a deep voice, "Do you want her to die? Hurry up." Fenghua gritted his teeth and got started. The other female cultivator curled her lips and turned her head away. Li Xin continued to use needles, and soon the queen's abdomen and chest were covered with silver needles. Li Xin then asked Fenghua Tuina to massage other parts of her body, which made the queen's pretty face blush. After half an hour, the royal sister suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood with a chill. Li Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, it's over for today. You can stay here now. Do it once a day. After 7 days, you will be cured. Thank you, Mr. Li. Feng Hua said excitedly. The royal sister's expression was not so cold anymore, and she nodded to Li Xian to express her gratitude. Li Xian was about to say something humble when he suddenly heard Guangquan's shrill cry outside. Squeak, squeak. Ha ha ha. Half-spiritual beast, I didn't expect that I would be so lucky. Mu Duan's voice then appeared. Li Xian's face was gloomy, and all his strength burst out instantly. He broke through the window and rushed out. When Li Xian rushed out of the guest room and came to the front yard, the scene before him made him gape. Mu Duan was holding Guangquan in front of him, holding his neck. Guangquan's body was covered in blood. Let me go, you bastard. Li Xian couldn't suppress his anger, he roared, and then rushed towards Mu Duan frantically. Feeling the host's strong anger, triggering the task, happy. Task description, happy, fold/expand. Quest reward, the first part of the alluring medical canon. Task acceptance, yes/no. At this time, a task suddenly came. However, Li Xian was furious at the moment and clicked yes without even looking at it. Act recklessly. Mu Duan also noticed Li Xian, but he just sneered and raised one hand. In Mu Duan's opinion, Li Xian was not even strong enough to carry his shoes, so he didn't need to be taken seriously at all. At this moment, Li Xian was so angry for the second time since he traveled through time. The first time was when he was strangled by Qin Yunzi. It happened in a flash. Li Xian burst out with all his strength, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Mu Duan and punched him with hatred. Snap. The sound of bone breaking appeared. Mu Duan's expression changed drastically, and he was horrified to find that he could not stop Li Xian. Not only was he unable to block it, his palm and arm were blasted apart by Li Xian in just a moment. Ah. Die, boy. Mu Duan was indeed at the qi refining stage. At the cost of this arm, he immediately reacted, threw away Guangquan in his hand, made a seal with one hand, and shouted angrily, "Wind blade technique." Li Xian smashed Mu Duan's arm with a punch and wanted to charge again, but a sense of crisis emerged in his heart and he turned his head sharply. Brush. An invisible wind blade flew past the side of Li Xian's head, taking away a strand of his black hair. Li Xian's pupils contracted, but he still did not retreat a single step and rushed forward again. Mu Duan's face turned pale. He stared at Li Xian with resentment and made another gesture, golden light technique. With the naked eye, it was visible that a layer of golden light appeared around Mu Duan, hazy but real. At this moment, Li Xian also came again and punched out. Everything happened in a flash. Feng Hua and the woman in colorful clothes also rushed out from a distance, and then a scene that stunned them happened. Bang! Li Xian threw a punch, and the Qi Refining Realm's protective golden light technique was easily blasted away. Then it was Mu Duan's turn. In his horrified eyes, Li Xian's fist landed on his chest. Click, click. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and Mu Duan was struck by lightning, blood gushing out, and before he could fly out, his chest had been pierced. You. Mu Duan was hanging on Li Xian's arm, dying. His face was full of resentment. He wanted to say something but had no strength. Then his head tilted and he died. Sister Hua, please help me check if I am blind. A person at the second level of strength refining kills a person at the third level of qi refining. This can't be true. Feng Hua muttered to himself, shaking his head, unwilling to believe that the scene before him was real. Brother Hua, this kid really killed old man Mu. The colorful clothed woman next to him, who was called Hua Mei, said softly. Her voice was gentle, but she could not hide her shock. As the two were talking, Li Xian had already gently held Guangquan in his hands and quickly returned to the room. After a full body examination, Li Xian discovered that Guangquan's injuries were not serious. Although the blood on his body was scary, most of them were superficial injuries. It seemed that old ghost Mu Duan did not want to kill Guangquan, so he did not use any strong force. Fine. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He had long regarded Guangquan as a family member, otherwise he would not have been so angry. Squeak! Guanquin shouted, then slapped the small notebook twice, and saw that it was written on it, "I want to eat hot pot." "Got it, I'll do it for you right away." Li Xian smiled. Since he still knew how to eat, it wouldn't be a big deal. Letting Guanquin stay in the room, Li Xian returned to the front yard. At this moment, Mu Duan was not lying there peacefully, while Feng Hua and the woman in colorful clothes were standing beside him pointing and talking. Two seniors, this. We heard nothing and saw nothing. Feng Hua interrupted Li Xian and pulled the woman in colorful clothes back to the guest room. This made Li Xian feel relieved. If the news of Guanquin being a half-spiritual beast got out, there would be endless trouble. Carrying Mu Duan's body, Li Xian came to the back garden, searched it and then set it on fire. After checking, Li Xian frowned. What Mu Duan brought were mostly poisonous insects and poison powders. There were no books or skills, so they were of little value. There was only a small cloth bag, which Li Xian couldn't understand or open. Could it be the legendary storage bag? Li Xian looked at the small cloth bag with a puzzled look on his face. He would not have thought so before, but what Mu Duan used just now was not martial arts at all, but the magic of immortality. Forget it, keep it for now. Putting down the small cloth bag, Li Xian went to the back mountain. He brought back a yellow-hoofed bighorn sheep, and also caught 2 8-treasure chickens and 2 clear stream fish. Of course, side dishes are also indispensable. Over the years, Li Xian has brought back many wild vegetables for cultivation. The thing that Qingliang Temple lacks the least is vegetables. In the evening, Li Xian and Guanquin sat in the pavilion smacking their food, eating a hot pot with red oil and lamb ribs, Guanquin's favorite flavor. The 3 Fenghua people who were practicing cross-legged woke up one after another. They smelled the rich fragrance in the air. Even though they had taken the fasting pills, they couldn't help but salivate. It smells so good. Feng Hua muttered to himself and looked through the window, then he saw Li Xian and the half-spiritual beast, the gray-haired mouse, eating heartily around the copper pot. Well, Wame, do you think Li Xiaoyou's way of eating is very novel? We have never seen it before. Go and ask Li Xiaoyou for some, and we will study it. What do you think? Feng Hua looked at the woman in colorful clothes next to him and said seriously. The colorful-clothed woman smiled and spoke. Her voice was gentle, but her words pierced her lungs. Brother Hua is as shameless as ever. It's not shameful to covet the things of the younger generation. Well, it's not that Shuer is injured and needs nutrition. Feng Hua said shamelessly. Thank you, it's not necessary. The cold and beautiful voice of the queen came from the bed. Ugh. Never mind, I still have to live with my old face. As Feng Hua spoke, he stood up and walked out of the guest room leisurely. Oh my, the environment here is perfect. The fragrance of the flowers, wow. Feng Hua spoke loudly, glancing towards the pavilion from time to time. Li Xian was eating when he heard the voice and saw Feng Hua. He looked puzzled and said loudly, Senior Feng Hua, there are ingredients in the kitchen. Just make whatever you want. No need to be polite. Thank you, my friend. Feng Hua replied helplessly, but still stared at the steaming hot pot. Smelling the aroma, he was almost drooling. Seeing this, Li Xian asked tentatively, Senior, if you don't mind, would you like to eat some? Okay. Feng Hua couldn't wait to agree, and even made some hand gestures, and appeared outside the pavilion in a flash. At night, the stars are shining and the moonlight is like water. Although the red blood ghost is terrifying, my cold water sword is no match for it. I will use my sword skills to kill it in less than 3 rounds. Feng Hua drank wine, ate meat and boasted. Li Xian listened quietly. This meal was quite rewarding. He learned a lot from Feng Hua. For example, Feng Hua once traveled to areas outside the Shenwu dynasty, covering 30 countries. According to Feng Hua, more than half of these 30 countries are no smaller than the Shenwu dynasty, and the land in front of us is the territory ruled by these 30 countries. Li Xian couldn't imagine how vast it was. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was boundless. Of course, Li Xian did not let the 2 female seniors in the room watch. He made another hot pot and sent it to the guest room. After teaching the two female seniors how to eat it, he came out to continue chatting with Feng Hua. Senior, are half-spiritual beasts rare? Li Xian finally asked the question in his mind. He was very worried when he saw Mu Duan's ecstatic look before. Half-spiritual beasts are rare for us humans, but there are many of them in the thousands of mountains and rivers of the demon tribe. Of course, half-spiritual beasts are also very precious in the demon tribe. Feng Hua drank a glass of wine and continued, once a demon beast transforms into a spirit beast, it means that the demon power in its body has been cleansed, from being violent to being light and peaceful, and can be absorbed by humans. That's why old Ghost Mu wants to keep your spirit beast in captivity, and when the time comes, he can take out the demon core and absorb the pure spiritual energy. Thank you for clearing up my confusion, Senior. Li Xian understood that Guangquan was in danger. Feng Hua laughed drunkenly and said, "You are quite good at brewing wine. I will give you the recipe for the cold plum wine and make it as soon as possible. It will be good for your cultivation." After that, the two of them ate, drank and chatted for a while before stopping. After Li Xian cleaned up the mess, he called Guangquan over. This guy was so exhausted that he couldn't walk and was rolling around on Li Xian's bed. Li Xian told the story of the half-spiritual beast, and then said, "Guangquan, you are very dangerous. You must not appear in front of outsiders in the future. Do you understand?" Squeak. Guangquan nodded, his little eyes full of reluctance. Li Xian smiled and said, "I'm not asking you to leave, I'm just hiding." Guangquan then started squeaking and rolling around again, having a lot of fun. Fear comes from the unknown. After understanding the whole story, Li Xian felt much more at ease. 7 days later, the injuries of the cold royal sister were basically healed, and the three people from Feng Hua prepared to say goodbye. Before leaving, the colorfully dressed woman gave Li Xian a bag of seeds and said, "These are the seeds of spiritual flowers that are unique to my western border. You have a very special opportunity. You even have a half-spiritual beast. In the future, you may be able to find a place with rich spiritual energy. Plant them and you can harvest spiritual medicine treasures." "Thank you, Senior." Li Xian accepted it with a smile. He was very interested in flowers and plants. After the three left, Qingliang Temple returned to peace. Li Xian took out the Qingqing medical cannon and began to study. This was the reward for the mission to kill Mu Duan. Although this medical cannon only has the first part, it is extremely complex. Li Xian began to concentrate on research and started to make wine at the same time. The 3 years that followed were relatively peaceful, but the news of Mu Duan's death eventually spread. It was simply because some people knew that Mu Duan had come to Qingliang Temple and then disappeared. So the rumor that Li Xian could kill people in the qi refining realm spread in the martial arts world. Some people did not believe it at first, but when Lu Jianming said in person that Li Xian can smash a person-high black iron stone with one punch, everyone believed it. Since then, no one with bad intentions has appeared in Qingliang Temple again. Whenever someone came to seek medical treatment, no matter how advanced their level was, Li Xian would always tell them, "I can only treat men's diseases, and I can't do anything about injuries." As time went by, fewer people came to him for medical treatment. During these 3 years, Li Xian's strength has also been steadily improving. Name, Li Xian. Realm, 2nd level of strength training, flesh training. Talents, immortality, extreme strength, increase strength by 250,000 genes. Skills, Chongqing Ju, proficient, Tai Chi, perfect, Jinshin Gong, proficient. Technique, flowing cloud steps, minor success. Life skills, Qi and blood spirit chef, great success, spirit wine master, beginner. System task, noise. First of all, let's talk about Li Xian's martial arts realm. Strangely enough, the opportunity for Li Xian's breakthrough was the battle with Mu Duan 3 years ago. At that time, because Guangquan was injured, Li Xian attacked in anger. At that moment he had actually made a breakthrough, but he just didn't realize it. Because his body became stronger due to his breakthrough in cultivation, his ultimate talent also broke through the limit and reached 240,000 pounds. For the next 3 years, Li Xian persisted in practicing the golden body skill, and only then did he reach the level of 250,000 kilograms. By practicing, stepping on flowing clouds, step by step, he advanced from proficiency to minor success. However, there is a new life skill called Spirit Wine Master, which is a surprise. However, the medical skills that Li Xian had been dreaming of were never recognized by the system, and he didn't understand why. Li Xian thought that he had been studying medicine all these years, and his skills had improved by leaps and bounds with the voluntary contributions of the beasts, but the garbage panel just didn't recognize it. Brother. Brother. Suddenly a childish voice was heard. Li Xian quickly put down the book and stretched out his hands. Immediately a soft and cute little cutie rushed into his arms. Is Xin having fun? Li Xian's face was full of smiles as he held Xin high in his arms. Haha. I'm so happy. Dahua even brought Xin to pick a lot of delicious fruits. Brother will give them to you. Xin giggled, took out a bright red fruit from the small cloth bag behind her back and handed it to Li Xian's mouth. Snap. As he took a bite, the juice burst out and Li Xian felt the sweetness and crispness of the fruit. He nodded with satisfaction. Next to it, a tiger was lying on the ground lazily and yawning. This is Guangquan's little brother. Xin named him Dahua because of his colorful fur. In the past 3 years, because people often came to Qingliang Temple to seek medical treatment, Li Xian asked Guangquan to live in the back mountain. Over time, Guangquan gathered a group of younger brothers and took them around the mountain, which was very cool. As for Xin, she has come here often in recent years, staying for 10 days or half a month at a time. The little girl is 5 years old, very cute and quirky. Guangquan also liked this girl very much and often took her to run around the mountains, so Guangquan's younger brothers also got to know the girl. Brother, my mother has a little brother now. Will they dislike me anymore? Xin asked suddenly in a crisp voice, tears welling up in her soft and cute big eyes. Li Xian smiled and said, how could that be? Your parents will love you more, and your brother will protect you when he grows up. But Eru said that his parents don't like me anymore after they had a younger brother. His parents are like that. They often beat him after they had a younger brother. Xin pouted, and a worried expression appeared on her childish face. Haha, no, don't worry, brother promises it. If Eru says that again, you will beat him. Li Xian touched the little girl's head and said with a smile. Okay. I'll listen to my brother. Xin waved her little fists, looking full of fighting spirit. Li Xian played with her for a while, and the little girl soon forgot her troubles. She started playing with the tiger Dahua again, and was carried into the back mountain. Li Xian glanced at the brightly sunny sky, returned to his recliner, and silently clicked on the task that had been on his mind for many days. Feeling the host's strong tranquility, triggering the mission, noise. Task description, noise, fold/expand. Quest reward, picture of the most beautiful woman in the Shenwu dynasty taking a bath. Task acceptance, yes/no. This was the task that Li Xian suddenly released half a month ago when he was basking in the moonlight. He was a little conflicted, but not because of the mission reward. Of course he wanted to see Ling Xue's picture of her emerging from the bath. The key is the task description. Task description, your peaceful and calm mind makes you lack the courage to fight. Go travel. Travel at least 3 states. There is no time limit. The more places you travel, the richer the reward. Li Xian was struggling with whether or not to go out and travel. To be honest, he did want to do so. He still remembers the shock he felt when he first went to Jingzhou City and saw the beacon tower. The ingenious craftsmanship that seemed like a work of God is still vivid in his memory. It's decided, let's go out for a walk. Li Xian made his decision and began to prepare. This outing was different from the last time. Last time I was forced to go, so I left in a hurry. But this time we are going on a trip, so of course we have to make proper arrangements. So 3 days later, Li Xian sent Xin back to Qinsuan, and he and Guangquan embarked on a journey of traveling. On the wide official road, Li Xian was riding a donkey and Guangquan was still lying in the basket. Where are we going? Guangquan held up the small notebook and asked Li Xian. Let's go to Zhaozhou, where ironware is produced in abundance. Let's get a comfortable carriage and then set off. Li Xian said. Zhaozhou is located in the southeast of Liangzhou. It took Li Xian and Guanquan half a month to set foot on the land of Zhaozhou. Brother, look at this long sword. It's sharp and durable, and it only costs 20 taels. My dear little brother, you are from another place, but you look extraordinary, and you are a perfect match for my spear. Friends, come and see my iron hammer. In the border town of Zhaozhou, Li Xian felt the enthusiasm of the locals as soon as he entered. There were many weapons on the stalls. Obviously, Zhaozhou was not only rich in ironware, but also had a very prosperous martial arts culture. Bang bang bang. After walking a few steps, there was a fighting arena in front of them. Two strong men were fighting with swords and knives on the arena, and it was very lively. Private fighting is prohibited in the border town, but ordinary warriors who have grudges or want to compete can go to the ring. After checking into the inn, Li Xian gave the waiter a few copper coins and asked for the location of the best blacksmith shop. After having a terrible lunch, Li Xian came to the blacksmith shop. The shopkeeper was a muscular old man who was sitting at the door drinking tea, while the sound of iron hammering could be heard from inside. Boss, these are some of the utensils I want. I wonder if your store can make them. Li Xian clasped his fists and casually took out the drawings he had drawn and handed them over. Very clever, is this what the young man came up with? Wonderful, wonderful. The old man saw at a glance the extraordinary features of the screws, springs, axles and other items painted on it, and stroked his beard in amazement. After a while, the old man nodded and said, no problem. The whole set will cost 30 taels of silver. You can leave 10 taels of silver as a deposit and come back in 3 days to pick it up. It's worthy of being the best blacksmith shop in this city. Okay, I'll come back to pick it up in 3 days. Li Xian praised it, paid the deposit and left. The old man took the blueprint and started to build it himself. His disciples were all amazed because the old man hadn't done it himself for a long time. On the way back to the inn, Li Xian learned that the most beautiful scenery in Zhaozhou at this time of year was Fenglan Waterfall, located in the northernmost part of Zhaozhou, 7 days away. Li Xian stayed with peace of mind, and 3 days later he got the parts he wanted from the blacksmith shop. Wait a minute, little brother. The old shopkeeper stopped Li Xian, who was about to leave, and said, where did you get this design from, young man? Li Xian thought for a moment, then smiled and said, old man, do you want to imitate it? After Li Xian revealed his secret, the muscular old man felt a little embarrassed and said awkwardly, I do have this idea, could you please tell me? Li Xian waved his hand nonchalantly, it's up to you. I designed this thing. Can you guess where I'm going to use it? Carriage, is that right? Haha, yes, this is a bearing. It is more durable than wooden wheels or cast steel ones, and it makes less noise. Li Xian was in a good mood. He pointed at the steel plate and spring and said, this is the shock absorption system. You won't be afraid of bumps when you sit in the car. This is the steering axis. The four-wheeled carriage will have better load carrying capacity and stability. Li Xian explained everything to the old man, and the old man was shocked. Occasionally, he showed a look of realization and asked whether his idea was feasible. The two of them began a discussion unknowingly, and in the end the old man decided to help Li Xian build the carriage. He covered all the expenses as a way of thanking Li Xian for his generous gift. My name is Situdali. My ancestors have been blacksmiths for 3 generations. I wonder if you know my name, young man, the old man asked. Li Xian thought about it and said his real name, then said, old man, I don't want to be in the spotlight. From now on, you will be the inventor. Situdali waved his hands hastily, and said with some shame and anger, I have already taken advantage of you. If you want to take credit for the invention, you would be a fraud. No, no. Seeing the other party like this, Li Xian did not force it. He just told him not to say his name if anyone asked and just pretend that he didn't know him. Situdali agreed, and then started to build the carriage with his disciples. 3 days later, a brand new steel 4-wheeled carriage was built. It was not gorgeous, but it was exquisite in every way. The two of them took the car back and forth several times, and found that the roads were indeed not so bumpy, and it was very easy for the horses to pull. Okay. Ha ha ha. Situ laughed loudly, very excited. In the past, the Shenwu dynasty used two-wheeled carriages. Today, a four-wheeled carriage was born from his hands. How could he not be excited? Li Xian was also very satisfied. This carriage was better than the one he designed, and he didn't have to spend any money or effort on it. Getting something for free always makes people happy, and Li Xian set off happily towards the blue maple waterfall. Shortly after Li Xian left, the second and third four-wheeled carriages appeared in this inconspicuous little border town. The first thing I noticed was the post station system of the Shenwu dynasty. The officials in charge of the post station conducted tests and determined that when pulled by the same number of horses, the carrying capacity of a four-wheeled carriage was much greater than that of a two-wheeled carriage, so they reported it. The day before Li Xian arrived at the Blue Maple Waterfall, the design drawings of the four-wheeled carriage along with two finished carriages were sent to the imperial capital, and after testing, they were reported to Emperor Tianqing. Although warriors in this era have incredible killing power, goods are still transported by horse-drawn carriages. The emergence of four-wheeled carriages does more than simply increase transportation efficiency, it is also a good thing that can increase a country's fortunes. What war doesn't require the transportation of supplies? What merchant doesn't need to transport goods? Emperor Tianqing issued an edict to promote it without any hesitation, and four-wheeled carriages became popular throughout the country from then on. Situ Dali and his disciples were specially recruited into the National Construction Supervision Office. Sir, in fact, the designer of this four-wheeled carriage is not me, but Li Xian. Situ Dali hesitated for a long time, but finally did not take the credit for granted and told the truth to his superiors. Huff. Li Xian wiped his nose, looked up at the white line hanging in the distant sky, and murmured, "This is the real waterfall dropping 3,000 feet. The Lanfeng Mountain, which stretches across the country, is like a giant that conquered ancient times. It stands here and separates Zhaozhou and Luzhou." Standing at the foot of the mountain and looking up, Li Xian suddenly felt himself as small as a speck of dust, with the Blue Maple Mountain in front of him dominating his entire sight. Continuing forward, a small town came into view. The Blue Maple Mountains stretch for thousands of miles from north to south. There are countless medicinal herbs and wild animals in the mountains. It is said that there are also monsters and magical medicines. How can there be a lack of humans where there are benefits? As the entrance to the mountains, Lanfeng Town came into being and was occupied and run by a group of herbalist families. "Brother, are you here to buy medicinal herbs?" Some people saw Li Xian's carriage and guessed why Li Xian came. Li Xian waved his hand. "No, I came here to see the scenery." The men looked at Li Xian as if he was a fool and ignored him. Li Xian didn't care. He smiled and found an inn to stay in. He was in a good mood. The moment he saw the Blue Mountain waterfall, he felt that he had come to the right place this time. Opening the window and looking up, Li Xian could see the white line. It was truly spectacular. He couldn't wait to go into the mountains and watch it up close, imagining what a spectacular scene it would be. Instead of asking the store owner to cook for him, Li Xian paid money to rent a kitchen. He planned to cook for himself. Guangquan had protested against the food in the past few days. In fact, it was not just Guangquan. Li Xian also couldn't get used to eating outside during this outing. After asking for the ingredients, Li Xian prepared 3 dishes and a soup in less than half an hour. The aroma immediately filled the entire kitchen, and the people eating outside also smelled it, and they were all excited. "Boss, what the hell did you give me to eat? Why don't you bring the delicious food to me? Do you look down on me? What a nice smell. Waiter, what is this dish? Bring me 1 portion. Second mother, you are really good. You have good things hidden away. Serve the dishes quickly." The guests started shouting. The shopkeeper was a fat woman. Perhaps because she was in public all year round, her skin was dark and there was a reddish-brown birthmark on the right side of her cheek. She looked very ugly. However, the woman named Zhang Ernyang was very happy. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly comforted him. "Please wait a moment, we will serve the guests wine. Today's wine is 20% off." After saying that, Zhang Ernyang hurried to the kitchen. When she saw Li Xian preparing to leave with 3 hot dishes and a soup, she said anxiously, this guest. Is there anything wrong, shopkeeper? Li Xian asked puzzledly. Zhang Ernyang said anxiously, Sir, your dish is so delicious. The guests outside are all clamoring to eat it. I wonder if you can tell me how to make it. Don't worry, the price is negotiable. Li Xian thought it was nothing. He waved his hand nonchalantly and said, It's not a big deal, you call the chef over, I will teach him, you don't need to pay. Zhang Ernyang didn't expect Li Xian to be so easy to talk to. She hurriedly thanked him profusely, Sir, your room fee is waived. You can stay as long as you want. Li Xian smiled and agreed. Then Li Xian led the chef to cook them again, ginseng chicken, 4 happiness meatballs, boiled fish and old duck soup. These 4 dishes were very simple, but many of the seasonings were not available here, so they could not be made. Li Xian did not hide anything. He wrote down the types of seasonings one by one and handed them to Zhang Ernyang, saying, They are all easy to find. I have also written down the proportions for you. Don't be polite. I want to eat better too. Young master is truly a man of great talent. Zhang Ernyang looked at the seasonings in her hand that she had heard of or not heard of, and she didn't expect that they would create such a different world when combined together. When she looked at Li Xian again, her eyes were full of admiration. She had taken over the restaurant from her father for many years and had never seen anyone innovate in seasonings. Li Xian taught her a lesson. The chef almost knelt down to Li Xian. In this era, if someone could selflessly teach you the cooking skills, it would be a great honor for your ancestors. After teaching the chef, Li Xian returned to his room with his own meal. Seeing Guanquan lying on the bed weakly due to hunger, he smiled and said, Don't worry, we will set out into the mountains tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will watch the sunrise at the top of the mountain and see the blue maple waterfall up close. Guanquan squeaked twice, patted his notebook and wrote, I don't know what's so good about it, it's just water. Li Xian burst out laughing. He had forgotten that Guanquan was an animal, with different senses from humans. Guanquan did not have the feelings that he felt when he looked at the scenery. Guanquan only cared about eating. Okay, eat now. Li Xian stuffed a chicken leg into Guanquan's mouth unhappily and started eating. After the man and the mouse had dinner, the sun slowly set. When Li Xian packed up his things and went downstairs, he saw that both floors were full of guests. Each table was filled with the 3 dishes and 1 soup that he had taught. It really has an immediate effect. Li Xian glanced at them with a smile, then walked towards the mountain with his backpack on his back. At night, after checking the accounts, Zhang Ernyang looked at today's business figures excitedly, even a little bit in disbelief. Such a talent, do you want to keep him? Thinking of Li Xian, Zhang Ernyang's eyes flickered and she bit her red lips lightly. At the same time, Li Xian had already reached the top of 2 mountains, and the main peak was right in front of him. At the same time, the rumbling sound of water lingered in his ears for a long time. In the pitch-black night, there were constant roars of beasts and chirping of birds, and occasionally one could hear the screams of wild beasts before their death. Because he had been hanging around in Qingliang Mountain for many years, Guanquan felt like a fish in water once he entered the mountain. He turned into a gray shadow and shuttled back and forth, with Li Xian following far behind him. Don't run too far. Seeing Guanquan running farther and farther away, Li Xian couldn't help but shout. In fact, night is not suitable for mountain climbing, not only because there are many wild animals active at night, but also because you can't see things clearly at night, so it can be dangerous. But for a skilled and courageous man like Li Xian, this danger was not worth mentioning. He continued to climb along the mountain road. From a distance, he turned into a black shadow and passed by like the wind. It took Li Xian 4 full hours, passing through broad-leaved forests and coniferous forests, and climbing over glaciers and snow-capped mountains, and he finally reached the top of the mountain. Li Xian actually saw the house, which made him full of question marks. You have to know that this is a mountain top with an altitude of more than 6,000 meters. The temperature is so low that water can freeze into ice. There is thick snow and glaciers all around. Who would build a house here? Taking a few steps forward, Li Xian arrived in front of the house. He could see clearly that it was a stone house without a door. Li Xian didn't hear any breathing sound. He walked in slowly. The room was empty except for a smooth round stone on the ground, which looked like a futon. Li Xian touched it and found it was warm, as if someone had been sitting cross-legged on it in meditation just a moment ago. But these are all illusions. Li Xian recognized this stone as a volcanic rock that can generate heat on its own. He had heard someone introduce it to him when he was choosing the stone to shock Lu Jianming. Someone once lived here, but they left long ago. Seeing the thick dust on his hands, Li Xian thought to himself. It was also at this time that Li Xian discovered that there were some stone carvings on the wall. In the 6874th year of the new Taoist calendar, the Daoing Ju was left in a place without any spirits, and its source and origin will last forever. Below was a set of martial arts techniques that Li Xian couldn't understand. Li Xian just took a glance and his face suddenly turned black. It turned out that this technique had been deleted by someone, and there was a sentence left at the bottom: I learned the Daoing Ju, and then I deleted it. Are you angry, latecomers? Ha ha ha. Fuck you. Li Xian cursed angrily. Although his opportunity was ruined by someone, after all, the other person came first and it was understandable that he destroyed the stone carvings. But he was annoyed that someone deliberately left a sentence to irritate him. Squeak. This is Guangquan calling comfortably while lying on the volcanic rock, and clapping his little paws at the same time. Li Xian was puzzled, he lowered his head to look carefully, and suddenly a strange look appeared on his face. I saw that on the side of the cushion-shaped volcanic rock, there was an exercise method engraved with words smaller than a grain of rice. The name of the exercise was Daoing Ju. Li Xian couldn't understand Daoing Ju, but that didn't stop him from memorizing it. Looking at the erased stone carvings on the wall again, Li Xian smiled slightly and released the power of qi and blood. The qi and blood spread out along Li Xian's fingers, controlled by his mind, and used as a pen to leave Li Xian's words on the wall. The pioneers must be narrow-minded, but they don't know that Senior Lin has already made a copy of the Daoing Ju beside the cushion. If there are later ones, please read it and don't destroy it. Li is very lucky, happy. After leaving these words, Li Xian felt happy and turned to leave the stone house. After waiting for another half an hour, the sky began to light up as a fish belly white. The rolling sea of clouds was dyed with a touch of gold. From a distance, it looked magnificent. Li Xian sat cross-legged on a blue stone, squinted his eyes, took out some wine from his backpack, and drank a glass leisurely with Guangquan. Soon, the sun appeared completely in the sky, and the sea of clouds surged more violently, as if a giant dragon was hovering in it. Li Xian was shocked and excited as he watched. Never had he seen such a beautiful and spectacular scenery in his previous life. Li Xian felt relaxed and happy, with an indescribable emotion brewing in his heart. He subconsciously stood up, closed his eyes, and slowly practiced Tai Chi. The perfect Tai Chi was like an antelope hanging on a horn. After being performed by Li Xian, it caused the surrounding air currents to swirl, and then the distance slowly increased. Finally, even the surging sea of clouds in the distance were drawn in and slowly rotated along with Li Xian. Guangquan was drinking wine and eating peanuts. When he saw the image evoked by Li Xian, the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. It also imitated Li Xian, standing up, and grabbing left and right with its little paws, learning it exactly like Li Xian. After an unknown amount of time, Li Xian slowly finished his training and opened his eyes. Before my eyes was an endless sea of clouds, and the sun was already halfway up the sky, clearly indicating that quite a while had passed. If Li Xian stood at a higher position, he would be able to see that at this moment, with him as the center, the sea of clouds around him was like a Tai Chi diagram, with yin and yang fish circling and chasing each other, just like the image of heaven and earth. Of course, you can also see it if you stand lower, but it will be much blurrier. So at this moment in Lanfeng town, many herbalists were looking up at the main peak of Lanfeng mountain. They saw that the sea of clouds on the main peak was like a millstone, and it had actually formed a disc shape. However, the clouds were thick and most of it was blocked, so it could not be seen clearly. What's so surprising? The main peak is always shrouded in clouds and mist. It's not uncommon for the sea of clouds to change into any shape. The Wang family's steward waved his hand disdainfully, telling his men to return to their positions and not to be surprised. The same thing also happened in the residences of other management families. They had been stationed at Lanfeng Pass for many years and had seen too many strange sights, so they no longer took it seriously. Thus, the turmoil caused by Li Xin was eliminated, and at this moment he was checking the panel. Name, Li Xin. Realm, second level of strength training, flesh training. Talents, immortality, extreme strength, increase strength by 300,000 genes. Skills, Chongqing Ju, minor success, Taijiquan, limit breaking +1, Jinshin Gong, minor success. Technique, flowing cloud steps, great mastery. Life skills, Qi and blood spirit chef, great success, spirit wine master, beginner. System task, noise, in progress. The changes on the panel surprised Li Xin, and his epiphany this time was truly astonishing. Evergreen art, and golden body skill, progressed from proficiency to minor success, flowing cloud steps, reached major success. Tai Chi has even gone from perfection to breaking the limit +1. Along with his extreme talent, he increased his strength by 50,000 pounds. Suddenly Li Xin smelled something wrong on his body. He immediately thought of the effects of his previous Tai Chi breakthroughs. As expected, when he rolled up his sleeves, he saw a layer of grease and dirt stuck on the surface of his skin. Vomit. Li Xin almost cried because of his own stink, so he quickly called Guanquan to go down the mountain. But when he saw that Guanquan was also covered with a layer of smelly grease, Li Xin was shocked. "What's up with you? Have you learned Tai Chi?" Squeak. Hearing Li Xion's question, Guanquan wrote in a daze, "I don't know, I just saw that you fought very well, so I tried to imitate you for a while, Li Xian, you stink." And he even learned the Erhua sound. After complaining a little, Li Xian and Guanquan disliked each other and walked down the mountain together, keeping a distance of more than 10 meters between them. On the way, Li Xian found a pond, where he, the man and the rat washed themselves clean, hunted some game and barbecued it, and only went down the mountain again after they were full. After washing, Li Xian and Guanquan no longer disliked each other. Guanquan lay on Li Xian's shoulder, and Li Xian used the power of his qi and blood to perform, stepping on flowing clouds, and flew down the mountain. In just over half an hour, Li Xian arrived at the foot of the main peak. The blue mountain waterfall looks like a white line from a distance, but when you look closely, it is more than 10 meters wide. Below it is a huge pool of water connected to a rushing stream. The rapid water flow fell from a height of several thousand meters and hit the pool. The rumbling sound made Li Xian's ears hurt. He could still hear the loud noise even after he stepped back 2 miles, but it did not affect his speech. Magnificent, miraculous. Li Xian looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. Standing here, he couldn't see the source of the waterfall at all. He just felt like there was a hole in the sky. After thinking for a while, Li Xian found a huge rock, and with the power of qi and blood flowing through his fingertips, he left the following words. Looking at blue maple waterfall. The sun shines on the giant and creates clouds and smoke. From afar, I see a waterfall hanging in front of the river. The waterfall drops 3,000 feet straight down, and I wonder if it is the Milky Way falling from the sky. Signature, writer. Let the civilization of another world shine again. Li Xian looked at the words on the boulder and thought secretly in his heart. After taking another look at the majestic waterfall, Li Xian turned around and left with Guanquan. More than an hour passed before Li Xian returned to Lanfeng town. As soon as I entered Jiang's inn, I saw Zhang Ernyang coming towards me with a smile on her face. Li Xian did not discriminate against people with facial defects. In addition, Zhang Ernyang had a generous personality, so he was willing to make friends with her. He smiled and said, "Boss, what can I do for you?" Zhang Ernyang was stunned. She knew how ugly she was now, but she did not see any emotion such as disgust or alienation in Li Xian's eyes. She could feel that Li Xian treated her no differently and treated her as a friend. This made her feel a strange emotion brewing in her heart. Zhang Ernyang took a step back and said, "I am indeed busy. I wonder if you have time. I want to thank you." Li Xian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "No need, it's just a small matter." Zhang Ernyang thought for a moment, glanced at Li Xian with a smile, and then said, "It's not convenient to talk here." Sir, please go upstairs for now. I will go and talk to you later. Li Xin said nothing and went upstairs. He asked the waiter to boil some hot water and prepared to take another hot bath. After a while, the waiter brought bath water. Li Xin soaked in the bucket and felt relaxed both physically and mentally. Ding ding ding. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Li Xin thought it was the waiter coming to get some hot water, so he lazily said, "Come in." Unexpectedly, a woman came in. She seemed to have just washed and combed her hair, with some water droplets on the ends of her hair. Her skin is so white and smooth that it seems to be as delicate as a baby's, her eyes are as charming as silk, and her delicate features are like those of a girl next door. Her expression is gentle yet tempting enough to make people commit crimes. The long skirt that fits the body curve perfectly outlines the woman's mature and graceful figure, her snow-white and round long legs are faintly visible, and her perky buttocks are as full as a full moon. Li Xin was lying there and took a look. He immediately felt his brother draw his sword in anger. He hurriedly sat up and looked again, only to find that this woman gave him a sense of familiarity, especially her face shape seemed to correspond to a certain woman. But that's not right. Zhang Ernyang looks like that and is fat. She is completely different from the mature and beautiful woman in front of me. Li Xin was worried and didn't dare to think further. "Sir, second lady is here to help you wash up." The woman spoke, and it turned out to be Zhang Ernyang. Li Xin was completely shocked. He stared at Zhang Ernyang, who had transformed into a new person, and asked, "How did you become a different person?" Zhang Ernyang walked lightly and slowly came behind Li Xin. She placed her snow-white hands on his shoulders and rubbed them gently. At the same time, she said, "How can a woman like Ernyang survive in this world if she doesn't disguise herself?" After listening to Zhang Ernyang's words, Li Xin suddenly felt that it made sense. Thinking about Zhang Ernyang now, she was young, beautiful, and full of charm. It was the most beautiful age for a woman. She had the innocence of a young girl and the charm of a mature woman. If he showed his true face to others, he would have been taken advantage of long ago. This world is a cannibalistic place. But why did she suddenly reveal her true appearance in front of him? Thinking of this, Li Xin couldn't help but feel puzzled. If the other party said that she liked him and fell in love with him at first sight, Li Xin didn't believe it. Zhang Ernyang has run the shop for many years and has met quite a few handsome men, so what is her request? "Don't think too much, sir. I'm just tired. I've been running the inn for many years and I want to find someone to rely on. You're kind-hearted and skilled. You're my ideal man. As long as you don't give up and are willing to stay, I'm willing to give you everything I have." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Ernyang slowly came in front of Li Xin, and most of her clothes had disappeared without her knowing. She was left with only a small top and pants, which not only failed to cover her body, but also made her look even more charming. The snow-white and moist feeling comes with an oppressive feeling like two huge mountains. Li Xin just felt dry in the mouth. A decent person would not say anything at this time. He should just stand up and go forward. But Li Xin is not a serious man, he has to make it clear. "Second mother, I can't stay." Li Xin sighed, suppressing his reluctance and turning his head away, not looking at the slender waist and the white snow-capped mountains. Zhang Ernyang's pretty face turned pale and a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. She had been running the inn alone for many years and had met many young talents, but she could feel how despicable these people were after just a little contact. Even if they were kind people, there was nothing attractive about them to her. Until she met Li Xin. Li Xin casually gave her a seasoning recipe worth a fortune, and did not discriminate against her ugly face. He was willing to treat her as a friend. The most important thing is that Li Xin's extraordinary affinity and free and easy character deeply attracted Zhang Ernyang. Her eyes moved and she bit her red lips lightly. Her mind was extremely confused and she didn't know what to do. At this moment, Li Xin sighed and said, "I can't stay. I wonder if Ernyang is willing to leave with me." Zhang Ernyang was shocked, raised her head and stared at Li Xin, her eyes gradually turned red, and she said in a trembling voice, "Yes, Ernyang is willing." Li Xin said no more, as anything he said at this time would be nonsense. He simply stood up from the bathtub, picked up Zhang Ernyang and walked to the bedside. After a long kiss, Li Xian suddenly stood up. Zhang Ernyang's face changed, and she said anxiously, "Master, Ernyang is a clean person, and has never had sex with anyone." Squeak. Before she finished speaking, Li Xian picked up a gray ball from the bed and threw it out of the window. "Go into the mountains and play by yourself, don't go too far." After saying that, Li Xian looked at Zhang Ernyang, walked up to her, hugged her in his arms, and said with a smile, "No need to say more, since you have followed me, you are mine for the rest of your life. If you don't let me down, I won't let you down." "Young master." Zhang Ernyang's eyes moved, she hooked her arms around Li Xian's neck and gave him a kiss. The curtain fell, and a woman's soft singing could be heard on the bed. Outside, Guanquan was so angry that he slapped the ground with his little paws. The rat was so angry. It was just mating. The rat had seen it before. So many beasts on Qingliang Mountain were controlled by the rat. The angry Guanquan did not go back to ruin Li Xian's good deeds. Instead, he turned around and went into Lanfeng Mountain. Day by day, after meals, day and night. At noon the next day, Li Xian woke up leisurely. Looking at the woman sleeping in his arms, he felt particularly peaceful. He thought about going to Luofeng City to rescue Ling Shui a few years later, and having a love relationship with Ling Shui in which they were not tolerated by their family, rose up in resistance, fought bloody battles, pretended to be cool and got slapped in the face, and finally had a happy ending. But think about it, is that what he wants? It doesn't seem so. He can live a long life and watch the changes in the world, but he has never thought of playing a role in the world. He just wants to live freely and colorfully. He never forgot his original intention from beginning to end. Then, for a child of destiny like Ling Shui, who would encounter trouble wherever she went, could he really not be swept away by the will of the world when he was with her? He didn't believe it. What suits you is the best. Zhang Ernyang was beautiful, gentle, and charming. She was generous and open to others and ran the inn in an orderly manner. Inside, she was gentle and charming, allowing him to strike various poses. She can be sweet or salty, and her heart is all on him. This is what suits him, Li Xian. After confirming his feelings, he smiled slightly and kissed Zhang Ernyang on her delicate face. "No, let me sleep a little longer." Zhang Ernyang murmured while she was soundly asleep, with a hint of fatigue between her brows. Li Xian quickly calmed down and decisively comforted his brother who was about to draw his sword again, saying that he couldn't go on. Ernyang was an ordinary person who only knew rudimentary martial arts and could not withstand any more of his tossing and turning. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a burst of noise outside and Li Xian frowned slightly. He got up, covered Zhang Ernyang with the quilt, put on his clothes and went downstairs. There's nothing to say. If someone gets sick from eating, you must compensate. Tell Zhang Ernyang to come out. A big bearded man stepped on a stool and shouted in a rough voice. The waiter was embarrassed. "My boss has gone out and hasn't come back yet. How about you come back tomorrow?" Bang. The big man flipped the table and shouted angrily, "My brother is in danger of death, and you want me to wait? If my brother dies, will you be responsible? That's right, either you pay compensation or you can't open your inn anymore. I thought the food here was delicious yesterday, but I never expected it to be unclean. It is only natural to pay back debts. If you made someone sick, you should compensate them as soon as possible." A group of people outside were pointing and talking. The inn's waiters and even the chefs and waiters all had worried looks on their faces. They couldn't make any decision. At this time Li Xian knew that he had to step forward. After all, his woman's things belonged to him. If the matter got out of hand, it would be difficult for him to take action when he wanted to leave later. He walked out slowly and said, "Did you have a stomachache? Where is he?" When the big man saw someone coming forward, he looked Li Xian up and down and asked, "Who are you?" Just as the waiter was about to speak, Li Xian waved his hand and said, "I'm the shopkeeper's friend, I can make the decision." The big man's eyes flashed with a gleam of light when he heard this, and he said coldly, "Well, since you can make the decision, then pay the compensation. My brother has a stomachache here and is dying." Li Xian nodded. "In that case, compensation is due, but where is the person?" "I haven't seen him, so I can't just say whatever you say is the truth." "How dare you?" My brother is a member of the Wang family, how could he lie to you? I think you don't want to pay the money. A younger brother stood up and pointed at Li Xian angrily. Li Xian spread his hands and said to the crowd, everyone has seen it. They said that the person is going to die from eating something bad. We are willing to compensate, but we have to see the person. Otherwise, if the Wang family came today and said so, we have to compensate, then do we have to compensate the Li family tomorrow? You're looking for death. The younger brother was speechless after hearing what Li Xian said. He was so angry that he wanted to take action, but was immediately stopped by the big man. The big man glanced at the chef in the crowd, who nodded. The big man immediately smiled and said, Mr. Li, how about we talk alone? Li Xian had a general idea of what was going on at this moment. He had seen the eye contact between the big man and the chef, and thinking about the current situation, there was nothing he didn't understand. I came here for the seasoning. Previously, Li Xian gave the seasoning recipe to Zhang Ernyang instead of giving it directly to the chef. At that time, he just thought that he had to do a favor and never thought that the current situation would occur. Li Xian is a very easy person to talk to. If you want something, he will give it to you when he is happy, but don't snatch it from you. After understanding the current situation, Li Xian said, okay, but should we let them go first? Seeing that Li Xian was easy to talk to, the big man immediately waved his hand, and most of the people blocking the door immediately dispersed. It was obvious that they were all stooges. Li Xian curled his lips and took the big man to a private room on the second floor. My name is Wang Jiwu. May I know where Mr. Li is from? The big man sat down and began to interrogate him. Li Xian waved his hands and said, don't talk about these useless things. You want the seasoning formula, right? Sure, bring real money to buy it. Crooked ways won't work with me. Bang. The big man slammed the table, stared at Li Xian fiercely, and said coldly, you are the first one in Lanfeng town who dares to speak to my Wang family like this. Hand over the formula, otherwise you will not survive today. Bang bang bang. The Wang family is really overbearing. If outsiders heard this, they would think that the Wang family has taken over the entire Lanfeng town. After a round of applause, a soft female voice came from outside the box. Hearing the voice, Wang Jiwu's face changed and he stared at the door with serious eyes. Li Xian was waiting with great interest, something seemed to have gone wrong. Bang. The door of the box was pushed open, and then a woman in a fiery red dress walked in with a round fan in her hand. She has a delicate face and her figure is gracefully outlined by the skirt. She sways as she walks, showing her feminine charm. Lin Manchu. Wang Jiwu gritted his teeth and said the woman's name. At the same time, his body was constantly retreating, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Lin Manchu's expression was indifferent. She just glanced at Wang Jiwu lightly, then her eyes fell on Li Xian and she gave a gentle smile. This must be Mr. Li. He is indeed a young talent. Lin Manchu spoke softly, with a shy look on her face, but the next moment she turned her head sharply to look at Wang Jiwu, her face becoming cold and ferocious, and she said in a cold voice, "Get out of here." Wang Jiwu seemed to be very afraid of Lin Manchu. No matter how he was scolded, he didn't say a word. He didn't even dare to look at the woman and just walked away. Li Xian showed a different expression. He had felt it once when Lin Manchu came in, and did not sense the unique aura of the qi refining realm from her, so the other party was just in the power refining realm. He didn't understand why Wang Jiwu was so scared. But he just left, and Li Xian didn't have any expression. He just sat there drinking tea with a relaxed look, waiting for the other party to speak. Lin Manchu smiled and sat down slowly, revealing a large area of white at the slit of her red skirt. However, she did not care and her body slowly relaxed. Her two long legs lightly crossed, revealing even more white. Her red skirt even slid to the side. This scene was simply tempting. But Li Xian didn't even look at her. He was a man who had tasted all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. Apart from being a little more coquettish, Lin Manchu's other qualities were incomparable to Ernyang's. "Mr. Li, am I not beautiful?" Seeing that her series of actions did not attract Li Xian's attention, Lin Manchu asked with a resentful look on her face. Li Xian nodded and said, beautiful, but Miss Lin didn't talk about serious matters, so I was unsure and had no mood to appreciate beauty. Haha. Master Li really knows how to joke. Lin Manchu smiled sweetly, but suddenly her expression changed and she looked at Li Xin with interest. Among the three major families, the number of people from my Lin family stationed in Lanfeng Mountain is the smallest. Do you know why, young master? Without waiting for Li Xin to answer, she gave the answer herself, because most of the Lin family's people are in the caravans, and the caravans travel to various states. It happened that a caravan visited Jingzhou 3 years ago and learned about a very magical little person. The people of Jingzhou call him Master Li. Li Xin suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Lin Manchu looked like she had him in her hands. It turned out that she thought she had figured out his details. He shrugged noncommittally, so what? Lin Manchu fiddled with her nails, squinted at Li Xin, and said, Master Li, my Lin family has its own restaurants in various states. The recipe in your hand can only play the greatest role in our hands. I came here with sincerity. Li Xin nodded, so we can cooperate. Lin Manchu said seriously, of course, Master Li will marry into my Lin family, and the Lin family will fully support you to become a spiritual chef. How about that? It's not a big deal. I'm not interested in marrying into the wife's family. If you want the formula, you can buy it with real money. Li Xin said calmly. Lin Manchu narrowed her beautiful eyes, and her mouth opened into a strange smile. She said, so, Master Li is rejecting the good intentions of my Lin family. That's such a pity. As she spoke, Lin Manchu slowly stood up and walked to the door. She said calmly to the outside, give me my toy. The door opened with a creak, and an old woman walked in with a cloth bag in her hand. After handing the bag to Lin Manchu, she slowly left the box. Don't let anyone come in and disturb us. Yes, miss. The old woman's voice was heard from outside the door, and the door of the box was closed. Lin Manchu looked back at Li Xin and threw the cloth bag on the table. With a loud rustling sound, the cloth bag opened, revealing various blades of different lengths, widths, thicknesses and shapes, saws, hammers, and steel needles inside. Li Xin frowned slightly because he smelled a strong smell of blood emanating from these tools. Lin Manchu smiled. Her smile was very strange, as if she was sick. She said, I like men like you who are stubborn the most. Do you know how I punished the last stubborn man? I captured his wife and children, chopped them up in front of him and fed them to the dogs. Hee, guess what, he went crazy. She danced with joy, looking very excited, but I still dug out his bones piece by piece, piece by piece. Humph, but he died after screaming twice. How boring. Wait a moment, you have to hold on a little longer. Snap. Li Xin couldn't help but crush the teacup in his hand, and said coldly, it seems that Miss Lin has some very special hobbies. It doesn't matter. Li likes to send such people to see the king of hell the most. Haha. I just like your stubbornness. I heard that you have a good relationship with the people in this inn. Don't worry, I will ask someone to bring them here later, and we can play with them one by one. Hee, I heard that the boss is an ugly freak. Humph, ugly freaks don't deserve to live. Lin Manchu spoke lightly while picking among the tools with her hands. Finally, she took out a knife as thin as a Zen wing, and then slowly walked towards Li Xin. Li Xin sat there with a cold look in his eyes, not moving, as if he was not worried at all about the danger in front of him. He said calmly, the Wang family, the Lin family, and the Dong family. The Wang family and the Lin family have all arrived, but the Dong family has not yet arrived. It seems that you are quite famous, and the Dong family has been scared away by you. Master Li, why aren't you afraid? Do you have something to rely on? Lin Manchu asked in a hoarse voice, the knife flying between her fingers, looking at Li Xin curiously. Li Xin shook his head, stood up, and said, I thought there was no need to take action. One of the three families would cooperate. Now it seems that I was wrong. Your perverted power is too powerful and scared them all away. You scolded me. Lin Manchu's eyes widened in disbelief. The next moment, she rushed towards Li Xin and screamed, I'm going to cut off your tongue. Bang. Lin Manchu's forward figure suddenly stopped. It turned out that Li Xian appeared in front of her in an instant, grabbed her neck, and the hand holding the knife was crushed in the first instant. And where Li Xian was originally standing, a residual shadow finally disappeared. After mastering stepping on flowing clouds, his speed was fast enough to leave an afterimage. Lin Manchu opened her mouth to say something, but her neck was pinched and she couldn't utter a word. The madness in her eyes disappeared, replaced by fear and disbelief. A madman also knows fear. You must have tortured and killed quite a few people, otherwise Wang Jiwu wouldn't be so afraid of you. How come you didn't expect that one day you would be treated like this? Li Xian asked with interest, but he was not prepared to listen to Lin Manchu's answer. He had already crushed the bones of Lin Manchu's hands one by one, and then the shoulder blade, sternum, ribs, and leg bones. During this period, Lin Manchu tried to resist several times, but was ruthlessly suppressed. To be honest, this is the first time I hate someone so much. There were people who wanted to kill me before, but I didn't hate them this much. You are so disgusting, Li Xian said with narrowed eyes. Finally, he applied a little force with his hand, and with a click, Lin Manchu's cervical vertebrae were crushed. She was not dead yet, but she could only stare at Li Xian with resentment. Her whole body was broken into pieces, and she could no longer move. Li Xian threw Lin Manchu to the ground like a dead dog, sat down again and poured himself another cup of tea. Boom. A loud bang was heard from far away, and people on the street looked up and saw that a big hole was blown out on the second floor of the Zhang family inn. A martial arts master from the Lin family was lying on the street below like a dead dog, without a sound. The eighth. Li Xian said this calmly, and sat back in his chair, waiting. There were already people lying on the ground at his feet. Apart from Lin Manchu who was there at the beginning, the old woman was also among them. There were also 5 other Lin family masters lying there like dead dogs, not to mention the minions with broken arms and legs. He spared the life of all of them, but only broke their bones. Lin Manchu disgusted him, so he wanted to fish slowly. Since Lin Manchu had been doing evil for many years and the Lin family knew about it but did not stop it, he would let the Lin family pay for Lin Manchu's actions. In a restaurant far away, Wang Jiwu from the Wang family followed a middle-aged man. The two were standing at the window and watching quietly. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on the second floor of the inn not far away. Fortunately. After looking at it for a while, the middle-aged man uttered these 2 words with lingering fear. Of course Wang Jiwu understood what his third uncle meant. Fortunately, he did not take action at that time, otherwise his Wang family would have suffered heavy losses. None of them had expected that Li Xian actually had such strength. It was too terrifying. The Lin family's master who had reached the perfect level of power refining could already dominate Lanfeng town, but he couldn't survive a single move from Li Xian. Make arrangements. After the Lin family disappears, the first thing to do is to take over their medicinal fields, farmers and industries, the middle-aged man said lightly. Wang Jiwu nodded and turned to leave. The middle-aged man glanced at Wang Jiwu and said calmly, "Go to the secret library and pick out 3 500-year-old precious medicines. When the matter is over, go and apologize. Don't use those unpresentable means in the future." Wang Jiwu's expression froze and he nodded awkwardly. It was obvious that the middle-aged man knew about his previous false accusation against Jiang Xin. "Yes, third uncle." Wang Jiwu bowed and left. On the other side, people from the Dong family were also gathering. They had more people, but were not as many as the Wang family and the Lin family, mainly because they had fewer top masters. Because of this, when the Dong family went to look for Li Xian and heard that Lin Manchu was present, they immediately became timid and did not even dare to show up and retreated. But being timid has its advantages. Look, you are blessed because of being timid. Ha ha ha, the Lin family is so arrogant that they have finally attracted a powerful enemy. Let's quickly make arrangements. After the Lin family is destroyed, we will seize their herbal farmers and herbal fields. That's right. Compared to those industries, herbal farmers and herbal fields are the foundation. Haha, the chance for my Dong family to rise has come. Everyone was extremely excited. At this time, someone came to report that the 6 blood-exchanging masters of the Lin family, under the leadership of Lin Jibao, the master of the 8th realm meridian opening, had also followed suit and died together. There is no one left in the Lin family, take action. The Dong family took action. The Wang family also took action at the same time. All the Lin family members who were above the 5th level of cultivation died, and the family was almost annihilated. From then on, only 2 major families remained in Lanfeng town. At this moment, in the private room on the 2nd floor of the inn, Li Xian waited for a long time but no one came. He curled his lips and said dissatisfiedly, "The Lin family can't be beaten." Everyone in the Lin family looked at Li Xian with great anger. If they could get up, they would definitely fight again at this moment. The Lin family was destroyed, and they wished they could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Don't look at me like that. Life in this world is already difficult enough. I just came out for a trip, and your pervert wants to kill me. He even cut off my tongue before torturing me. What kind of behavior is this? It's so insane, so conscienceless, so vicious, and so lawless. Li Xian was filled with indignation. When the surviving members of the Lin family heard Li Xian's accusations, they also felt that this seemed to be a problem with their own pervert. Bullshit. Wu, Yin family, let you go. One of them didn't seem to be so seriously injured, but at this moment he was making intermittent threatening sounds. He stared at Li Xian with resentment, staring at him intently, as if he wanted to carve his figure into his soul. Li Xian casually picked up a piece of teacup shard and sent it away, saying with disdain, "Oh, you won't let me go. I want to see how your Lin family won't let me go. I heard that you have restaurants in various states, and I'm just planning to go out and take a look. Even if it means I have an extra punch-in task, I will destroy all your Lin family restaurants one by one." Ugh. Woo-woo. Die, die. The Lin family members were wriggling angrily like maggots. Li Xian glanced at them and threw a few pieces of teacup fragments over to them, sending them away one by one. Lin Manchu finally died, and until her death, her eyes were still full of madness and resentment. When the door of the box was opened, there was no one outside. The guests upstairs and downstairs had already fled, and the waiters and waitresses had even run away at the beginning of the incident. Li Xian sighed and started to boil water for himself. After washing off the bloody smell on his body, he went back upstairs to his room. Nyang was tormented quite a bit and was too tired. She didn't wake up despite the loud noise and was still sleeping. Li Xian smiled and covered her with a quilt, went downstairs to cook a few dishes, and then went back upstairs to wake up Zhang Nyang. "Second mother, get up and eat. By the way, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Li Xian looked at Zhang Ernyang with a smile and asked. Zhang Ernyang was still a little shy. She hid herself in the quilt, revealing only a pair of beautiful big eyes. She said softly, "Ernyang wants to hear everything, but let's hear the bad news first." Li Xian nodded and said, "The bad news is that I have offended the Lin family. Your waiters, chefs, and guests have all run away. Now we are the only ones left in the inn." Zhang Ernyang was stunned. She thought Li Xian was playing a joke on her, but she didn't expect to hear such important news. She stood up in a hurry, not caring about being shy anymore. She put on her clothes hastily and pulled Li Xian to leave. "Go quickly, the Lin family will take revenge for any slight. Go quickly." Li Xian saw that Nyang's eyes were red from worry, so he hugged her and said softly, "Don't worry, Nyang. There is good news. Don't you want to hear it?" Zhang Ernyang was held in Li Xian's arms. After struggling a little, she hugged Li Xian in return and choked up, "Forget it. How could the Lin family let the young master run away? Ernyang will go with the young master. Young master, Ernyang can't bear to leave you." Like a confession before death, Zhang Ernyang hugged Li Xian tightly while speaking, burying her pretty face in Li Xian's arms, tears streaming down her face full of reluctance. Li Xian hugged her tightly and comforted her softly. "The good news is that I have destroyed the Lin family, so you don't have to worry about the Lin family's revenge. And I still need you to help me sort out the Lin family's wealth." "What did you say, sir?" Zhang Ernyang's face was full of disbelief. She stared at Li Xian blankly, thinking that she must be hallucinating. Li Xian smiled and kissed Zhang Ernyang on the forehead, gently wiped the tears from her eyes, and said, "It's true. Otherwise, do you think that after such a long time, the Lin family will not come to retaliate? Don't worry, you will know how powerful I am after spending more time with me. But the Lin family has many martial arts masters, young master." Zhang Ernyang was so shocked that she couldn't continue. As smart as she was, she still couldn't believe that the men she chose was so powerful. The Lin family has ruled Lanfeng town for many years and is the leader of the three major families. Its strength can be imagined. However, she dare not imagine how powerful it would take to destroy the Lin family. Senior Li is here. Wang Jiwu from the Wang family comes to apologize. Dong Linger from the Dong family came to visit Senior Li. Two loud shouts came almost at the same time, and Zhang Ernyang was stunned. In the winter of 933 Xuanwu, the Lin family of Lanfeng town was destroyed. Li Xin gained the friendship of the Wang family and the Dong family. With the cooperation of the two families, Zhang Ernyang easily collected a lot of the Lin family's wealth. Of course, Li Xin only asked for floating assets, real estate, and medicinal farmers. Li Xin didn't even mention them at all. Half a month later, Li Xin found Guangquan, who had gained weight again, and took Ernyang with him, and set out on the official road to Suzhou. I have never seen such a special carriage. Inside the carriage, Ernyang held Guangquan in her arms and gently stroked his fur while looking around at the novel carriage. She didn't know how to describe it, and finally used the word special. Li Xin chuckled and said, "This carriage has many uses. You will know its benefits later." Ernyang's pretty face flushed. After living together for nearly a month, she already knew how bad Li Xin was, but when she thought of the good side of him, she was secretly looking forward to it. It was winter, and it was cold and snowy outside, but the carriage was extremely warm. Not only were there soft cushions prepared by Li Xin, but there was also a small stove connected to the roof. Throwing a few pieces of charcoal in would keep you warm all day long. 3 days later, mainly because Guangquan was playful and Li Xin had some small responsibilities, such as he wanted Ernyang to try out the benefits of the carriage, he drove the carriage into the woods for 2 hours and missed the time to go to the post station. Seeing that the sun had already set, Li Xin was in no hurry to continue his journey, so he found a dilapidated temple to stay. The statues enshrined in the temple have long disappeared, and there is thick dust on the ground. The messy footprints and campfire embers prove that people often stay here. Second mother, stay in the car and don't come out. Guangquan, protect her. I'll be back soon. Li Xin gave an order to feed the horses with fodder, and then went out to look for dry firewood. The mountain was blocked by heavy snow, but firewood was easy to find. Li Xin punched the dead tree and it fell down unwillingly. He carried the tree and walked back. At this moment, faint shouting came from a distance. He frowned and looked, and saw a group of people in white clothes slowly walking towards them, carrying a huge coffin in the middle of the team. Funeral procession. Li Xin muttered to himself, then stopped looking and turned back to the ruined temple. At the same time, in the distant team, there were sudden banging sounds coming from the coffin. The 8 coffin bearers in front and behind were terrified and at a loss. A man in the front of the team shouted, "No need to make a fuss, just keep going." However, after only a few steps, the coffin bearers were sweating and their faces turned red. Someone said anxiously, "It's too heavy, I can't lift it." "Don't let it go." The Taoist shouted again, but the legs of these 8 people were shaking and they were about to give up. The Taoist priest was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. He shouted angrily, "Help us quickly. Don't let the coffin fall to the ground." Immediately, people from all around rushed forward to help, and soon the situation was stabilized. But for some reason, the coffin kept getting heavier and heavier. When they walked out of the ruined temple, the more than 30 people who were carrying the coffin were all so tired that they were sweating and their legs were shaking. They could no longer move forward. The Taoist looked at the dilapidated temple. He had good martial arts skills and had heard some noises inside the temple, which meant there were people there. Someone stumbled over to the front of the team and whispered, "Master Nyo." The young lady asked if we should continue moving forward. Master Nyo, also known as the Taoist priest, looked at the coffin, then at the dilapidated temple, sighed, and said, "Forget it, I can only rest in the dilapidated temple for one night." Alas, I hope nothing happens. The message was immediately passed to the entire team, and the team of nearly 50 people quickly turned in an orderly manner and headed towards the ruined temple. At this moment, Li Xin had already lit a bonfire, and the dilapidated temple became much warmer, but Li Xin still did not let Nyang get out of the car. He had already seen the funeral procession coming this way. He didn't like it, but the dilapidated temple was not his, so he had no reason to stop it. However, a few breaths later, a team of armored soldiers dressed in white mourning clothes and armed with weapons entered the ruined temple. They just glanced at Li Xin and began to check the temple inside and out. When they came out again, the leader clasped his fists towards Li Xin and said, "This young man is very polite. My eldest daughter is carrying the coffin back to her hometown. Please forgive me for disturbing you." As he said this, the men bowed deeply to Li Xin. Li Xin clasped his fists in return and said, "You're welcome. Please do as you please." They were all reasonable people who spoke nicely, and the atmosphere immediately became harmonious. Soon, armored soldiers escorted the two girls into the dilapidated temple. Both girls were wearing snow-white mourning clothes, and it was obvious that they were a master and a servant. The maid supported the pretty girl, nodded to Li Xin, and went to the other corner. Li Xin was cooking, and the people on the other side were also cooking, but it was obvious that the meal for 50 people was much simpler. They just lit a bonfire and took out some bread to bake. When everyone was eating the dry cakes, they suddenly smelled an extremely delicious and mellow aroma. Everyone looked in the direction of Li Xin at the same time, and saw Li Xin standing up with a copper pot in his hand. Meat slices, mushrooms, and other ingredients were boiling in the pot. They even saw green vegetables in it, and the delicious taste came from that. When Ruier suddenly felt that the icing-added cake in her hand was no longer fragrant, and she stared straight at the copper pot in Li Xin's hand. Mei Zi, the maidservant next to her, saw that the young lady was greedy, so she also swallowed her saliva and said, "Young lady, how about Mei Zi go buy some?" When Ruier was a little tempted, but finally shook her head and said, "No, Master Niu said not to make things complicated. Dad also said that we can't eat strangers' food when we go out." Mei Zi nodded and said no more, but the master and the servant took the cakes and could not eat any more. Of course Li Xin didn't know this, as he had already entered the car. The air chamber lamp in the car was very bright. Li Xin placed the copper pot on the small stove and said, "The journey will be hard, so we can only make do with it for now. When we get to the post station tomorrow, I will make you something delicious." Nyang looked at Li Xin with a strange expression, and said in a gloomy tone, "I have gained 2 kilograms in less than half a month since I left Lanfeng town." "Sir, how dare you say that?" "Ah, ha ha ha, it's better to be a little fatter, it's more comfortable to hug you." Li Xin smiled and pulled Nyang to sit down and eat. Nyang was certainly not complaining, she was just expressing her feelings about Li Xin's words. If the rich were to bid for this delicious mutton pot in front of them, they would not even blink an eye if it cost hundreds or thousands of gold. But Li Xin actually said it was a bit bitter, and just make do with it. Nyang really didn't know how to complain. However, after spending a month together, Li Xin's cooking skills are truly unrivaled in the world, and Nyang admires him from the bottom of her heart. The two were very affectionate, eating and talking sweetly. Guangquan next to them didn't even realize he was eating dog food. All he had in his eyes was the delicious food and nothing else. It was very pure. Bang bang bang. Outside the temple, on the simply built wooden frame, the huge coffin was still making banging sounds. Master Niu was staring at the coffin with cold eyes. He held a white jade brush in his hand, and the tip of the brush was actually made of brass metal. Every quarter of an hour, he would release the energy and blood in his body and use the pen to draw strange symbols on the coffin. In this way, the sound inside the coffin would disappear for a quarter of an hour. But as time went by, the noise inside the coffin became louder and louder, and Master Niu's expression became uglier and uglier. Time slipped away quietly, night fell, and the sky suddenly became dark and gloomy. Woo-woo. Suddenly a cold wind blew in from outside the temple, and Li Xin, who was resting with his eyes closed and holding Nyang, suddenly opened his eyes. Li Xin, who had been alert, just closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, his heart beat violently, his hair stood up, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Li Xian gently let go of the sleeping Ernyang in his arms, left the bed, tucked her in, and then slowly left the carriage. As soon as I walked out, I saw Guangquan staring at the direction of the temple gate with his small eyes. "What's going on?" Li Xian asked in a low voice. Guangquan pointed at the temple gate with his little paw, took out a small notebook and wrote, "There is something, I don't know what it is, it's very cold." Li Xian frowned, the energy and blood in his body were stimulated, and he whispered, "Get in the car and protect yourself and Ernyang, I will be outside." Squeak. Guangquan nodded his little head, came over and patted Li Xian's fingers with his little paws, then got into the car. After watching for a while, Li Xian felt more and more that something was wrong. The bonfire was clearly burning vigorously, but he was getting colder and colder. It was extremely cold, and his whole body was icy, as if he was a mortal standing naked in the ice and snow in winter. The coldness penetrated into his bones. The panel suddenly popped up, which made Li Xian confused, but when he saw the changes in the panel clearly, his expression was shocked. Name, Li Xian. Realm, 2nd level of strength training, flesh training. Talents, immortality, extreme strength, increase strength by 300,000 gene. Skills, Chongqing Ju, minor success, Taijiquan, limit breaking +1, Jinshin Gong, minor success. Technique, flowing cloud steps, great mastery. Life skills, Qi and blood spirit chef, great success, spirit wine master, beginner. Status, ghost energy enters the body 1%, illusion. System task, noise, in progress. Ghost energy enters the body. When? Li Xian was shocked, but just as he thought of this, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Everything disappeared, first the carriage, then the surrounding scenery, and finally only the burning bonfire was left. Looking around, there was only thick darkness all around, and the firelight slowly became hazy like fog and smoke, and was dimming little by little, and finally, it was completely extinguished. The darkness came as expected, enveloping Li Xian in an instant, and he could no longer see anything. A low curse was heard in the darkness, and he couldn't help but feel anxious in this situation. Fortunately, the panel was not affected and he could still see his status. But after just a short moment of thinking, the panel changed again. Status, ghost energy enters the body 2%, illusion. Li Xian frowned, and his qi and blood power were stimulated to the maximum extent, almost wrapping up his body. But it was useless, his state was still that the ghost energy had entered his body, and he also understood the meaning of making illusions. Wasn't he in the middle of an illusion now? The power of qi and blood was useless. No matter how Li Xian tried, the hallucination still existed. The ghost energy entering his body was still ghost energy entering his body, and the number was still rising. 2%, 3%. He was not in a hurry. Since this was only a temporary crisis, there was no point in being anxious. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed and began to meditate. Li Xinsai was only at the 2nd level of physical cultivation, and was unable to look inside his own body, so he couldn't find the location of the ghost energy. So, besides the power of qi and blood, what other power can I call upon? Li Xian looked at the panel, constantly thinking of countermeasures, and then thought of Tai Chi, which could break the limit. Every time he punches, he can feel a warm current flowing in his body. This warm current nourishes the body and regulates the body. Can the warm current fight against ghost energy? Li Xian stood up, moved his body slightly, and began to practice Tai Chi. Soon he felt a familiar warm current appear and begin to flow around his body. Feeling carefully, the warm current is disappearing rapidly, but at the same time the cold feeling is also fading away. It works. Li Xian showed a look of joy and stopped thinking about it. His consciousness was immersed in the artistic conception of Tai Chi. At a certain moment, the illusion was broken and he reappeared in the ruined temple. Before he had time to be happy, Li Xian broke out in a cold sweat. He found himself at the temple gate without knowing when. Li Xian was extremely horrified. He sat down cross-legged as soon as he noticed the danger, and moved in a small range when punching. But the fact was that he came to the door and would be out in 2 more steps. Looking outside the temple, all the members of the funeral procession were standing there straight, including the leader of the armored soldiers and the two girls, a master and a servant. They were originally resting in the temple, but now they were all standing there. The scene was weird and terrifying. These people stood there expressionlessly, staring at something in front of them, a coffin. You can actually wake up under the influence of this ghost thing. You have extraordinary mental strength, little brother. Amazing. Do you have any food? I am starving to death. A weak voice was heard, and Li Xian turned his head to look, and saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe sitting on the ground, half leaning against the wall, with a tired look on his face. The Taoist was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his clothes were stained red. He looked horrible, but he was still in the mood to eat, so it was obvious that he was not seriously injured. Li Xian nodded without saying anything, turned around and took out the remaining Ruji ammo from the 2 mornings from the package. He did not walk out of the temple gate, but used the power of qi and blood to throw it into the Taoist's arms. The Taoist had never seen this kind of food before. He smelled it and then started to eat it in big mouthfuls. Smells good. Wow, this meat is really good. The Taoist didn't stop eating and kept praising the food. He finished 2 Ruji ammo in less than half an hour, and he even licked the oil paper clean. When Li Xian saw him finish eating, he said, "This Taoist priest. Just call me Master Nyo. I am not interested in fame or wealth." The Taoist waved his hand and said lightly, "What a person who is not interested in fame and fortune." Li Xian reorganized his words and asked, "Master Nyo, is the ghost still in the coffin? Why can it affect the people in the temple? Oh, why are you asking one by one? Why are you in such a hurry at such a young age? Don't worry, I am here to control it. When I can't control it anymore, you can help me to suppress it. There is no need to be afraid," Master Nyo said nonchalantly. Li Xian looked at the soldiers and guards and asked, "What about these people?" Master Nyo snorted coldly, glanced at everyone unhappily, and said, "You have to send a ghost home from 1,000 miles away. If it weren't for the fact that I owe you a favor, do you think I would have made this trip?" Li Xian nodded to show his understanding. He didn't ask any more questions, turned back to the carriage, and sat there quietly meditating and practicing. However, he felt that he had just sat down for a while when he heard a roar from outside the door. "How dare you? You are looking for death." Li Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the temple entrance. "I saw shadows outside the door." It seemed that Master Nyo was fighting with a ghost. Li Xian remained motionless. He had no way to deal with ghosts and didn't want to get involved at all. But he didn't want to move, and Master Nyo outside the door shouted, "Little brother, come and help me, I can't control it anymore. I can't let the ghost revive completely, otherwise we can only wait to die together." "Oh, some people's fox tails are finally exposed," Li Xian murmured to himself with a faint smile. Strangely enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the sound of fighting outside disappeared, and Master Nyo's sinister voice came, "Boy, how did you find out?" Ta. Master Nyo slowly walked into the ruined temple. He looked Li Xian up and down with a cold gaze and said, "I can't see what's so special about you, kid. But my pet must have you. How strange. Come here, contribute your blood and essence obediently, and I can spare your life." Li Xian was so angry that he laughed. "You can say that. Why should I give it to you just because you want to eat it?" Master Nyo laughed loudly. "Boy, today I will teach you a lesson. The strong prey on the weak. I am stronger than you, so you have to obey me." As he spoke, Master Nyo waved his hand, and the dazed guards immediately carried the huge coffin into the temple. These people had expressionless faces and their complexions were ashen. Although they were breathing, they didn't look like living people at all. Li Xian stepped back and stood in front of the carriage. The horses beside him kicked and snorted restlessly. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of banging was heard again in the huge coffin, and it became more and more rapid. Master Nyo looked at the coffin with fanatical eyes and said in a doting tone, Okay, I'll catch him right away, don't worry." As soon as the voice fell, Master Nyo turned to look at Li Xian. His face was grim and his hands were clawed. He rushed towards Li Xian and shouted, "Come and die." Li Xian's expression froze. He secretly clenched his fists to gather strength, his eyes fixed on Master Nyo's movements. Gurgle. Suddenly a strange sound was heard, and Master Nyo, with a ferocious face, paused and stopped halfway through his charge. He touched his stomach inconspicuously and his face became very ugly. Master Nyo took a deep breath, then his face turned ferocious again. He stretched out his hands like claws, took a step forward, and rushed towards Li Xian. Li Xian did not dare to delay. He clenched his fist again to gather strength and tensed his body. Gurgle. The strange sound appeared again, and Master Nyo's forward movement came to an abrupt halt again. For some reason, his face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth. He took a deep breath and put his hand on his abdomen. After breathing back and forth a few times, he looked at Li Xian with a ferocious expression and shouted, "Die! Is your internet speed not good?" Li Xian couldn't help it. He had been prepared for a long time, but the Master Nyo opposite him kept stuck, making his emotions incoherent. Master Nyo was stunned for a moment after being scolded, and then he said angrily, "Boy, you are looking for death, I want, hiss." As he was speaking, Master Nyo's expression suddenly changed again. His legs clamped together unnaturally, his chest straightened and his abdomen contracted, his hands pressed behind his buttocks, his expression conflicted and suffocated. "Master Nyo, you don't want to poop, do you?" "No, no, no." Li Xian had a strange look on his face. Seeing Master Nyo's expression, he knew that the two Rujiamo were fed to the right person. Master Nyo was so angry that his face turned blue. He gritted his teeth and said, "The food you gave me. How dare you, you little bastard, poison me? Don't eat food from strangers when you're out in the world. Even little girls know this." Li Xian said with a smile as he rushed over. "Kill him while he's ill." When Master Nyo saw Li Xian rushing towards him, he showed disdain on his face. "Even if I'm poisoned, you, a little meat refiner, can't humiliate me. Come and die." The two men approached each other quickly, and at this moment, they both simultaneously threw up a handful of white powder. "You treacherous little bastard. Disgusting old thing." The two men retreated together, and neither of them was covered with lime powder. Master Nyo still maintained the anus-lifting posture with his chest up, head raised, and buttocks sticking out, but his stomach was rumbling and he was about to suffocate, so he didn't dare to use any strength at all. Li Xian was a little afraid of the coffin behind Master Nyo and wanted to end the battle in the simplest way. However, the two of them thought of the same thing. "If I kill you, no one will know." Master Nyo's eyes were red at this moment. He gritted his teeth, ready to give it his all. He moved his body and rushed towards Li Xian. As he moved, the Taoist robe behind him seemed to be blown by the wind, fluttering. At the same time, Li Xian seemed to hear a strange sound of puffing, but he didn't have time to think about it at the moment. He clenched his fist and punched the big hand that was grabbing him. Bang! Snap! Master Nyo was knocked flying like a rag bag. In midair, he looked dazed and full of disbelief. Snap! Master Nyo fell on the coffin, and red, yellow and green were all over it. Li Xian frowned. He felt like he had hit a cowhide and a large part of his strength was taken away. Glancing sideways, he was stunned for a moment and immediately covered his nose, then took 2 steps back with a look of disgust on his face. On the opposite side, Master Nyo on the coffin had not yet died. He had just used his ghost energy to block, and had indeed used up most of his strength. However, he did not expect that Li Xian was too strong, and the remaining part caused his sternum to collapse completely, and his internal organs were shattered. But the warrior who has perfected his strength has amazing vitality, and he struggles to stand up again. At this moment, something strange happened. The strange symbols covering the entire coffin suddenly flashed red, firmly sucking Master Nyo and preventing him from leaving. "You evil beast, I'm finding blood food for you, how can you eat me?" Master Nyo screamed with anger on his face. Li Xian moved a little closer to take a closer look and found that the symbols on the coffin were absorbing the blood flowing from Master Nyo. Of course, some of the liquid that flowed out of Master Nyo's pants was also absorbed by the coffin. Wow, he's really not picky about food. Li Xian was amazed. "Save me, boy, save me." Master Nyo then thought of Li Xian. His face was pale at this moment, and he roared at Li Xian anxiously. Master, stop it. What's the relationship between us? Why do you want me to save you? How dare you say that? Li Xian said with disdain. Hearing this, Master Niu roared with a ferocious face, I will never let you go even if I die. Li Xian curled his lips in disdain, today your father Li will teach you a lesson, the strong prey on the weak, I am stronger than you have to obey me. Why does this sound so familiar? I won't give in. Master Niu's blood was finally sucked dry. He let out a hoarse roar and died. It was also at this moment that the coffin lid quietly opened a crack, and then a blood-red thread shot out from inside towards Li Xian at lightning speed. Li Xian cursed angrily and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The blood-colored thread pierced his body directly. A powerful suction force came, and Li Xian felt that his blood was being sucked away as if it was free. But at this moment, a painful and shrill scream came from the coffin. Ah! The ears seemed to hear nothing, but Li Xian actually heard the scream, as if it only affected the soul. He just felt a splitting headache, and he fell to his knees with his hands holding his head. Hiss, it's so hard to bear. After a while, Li Xian still felt a dull pain in his head. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up, but the scene in front of him stunned him. Both the giant coffin and the 50-plus people in the funeral procession had disappeared, and what remained were piles of ashes and Master Niu's pale mummy. A cold wind blew, stirring the ashes, and Li Xian discovered a jet-black bead on the ground. This thing is the size of a rosary and is cold to the touch. When he picks it up, he feels an urge to swallow it. Because it was too evil, Li Xian put it in his pocket and dared not look at it any more. After looking around, he was sure that the ashes on the ground should be those people and coffins. Another unlucky guy who's greedy for my blood. Li Xian laughed. It was obvious that the ghost was just like Qing Yunzi, and was turned into a ghost by the Changshangshu sect. That ghost was so scary. In his later years, his body was covered with red hair. I fought with him for 300 rounds. For the last blow, I used my unique martial art, Lushan Shenglongba. With one punch, a dragon shadow soared into the sky and turned the evil ghost into ashes. Look, these are all the ashes left by the ghost. Li Xian boasted to Guangquan. Guangquan's eyes were sparkling, and when he looked at Li Xian, they were full of little stars, and he admired her so much. At this time Li Xian took out a piece of tattered parchment. This thing was left after Master Niu turned into ashes. It was immune to water and fire, so it should be a good thing. The paper recorded an incomplete method called Secret Record of Controlling Ghosts. It was just that it was too incomplete, and Li Xian had no interest in warding off ghosts, so he just read it once and put it away as a collection. Li Xian didn't know how Master Niu practiced, but from the secret records, Li Xian learned a lot about ghosts. Ghosts are divided into several levels according to their destructive power, such as residual souls, wandering souls, white ghosts, red ghosts, etc. Without exception, ghosts are evil. They feed on the flesh and blood of living beings and the essence of all things. Whether it is humans, animals, or demons, they are all their food. According to the records in the secret book, Li Xian guessed that the ghost in the coffin was probably between the level of a white ghost and a red ghost. It could not move during the day and could only harm people at night. It had the ability to control ghost slaves, but it was difficult for it to harm people directly. The people in the funeral procession seem to be normal people, but in fact they have already become ghost slaves and are controlled by ghosts. It can be said that Master Niu was the only living person in the team at that time. But Li Xian couldn't see any of this at the time. Seeing this, Li Xian felt cold sweat on his back. He stopped bragging, hitched up the carriage and left the ruined temple. On the way, Li Xian discovered that Nyang had not woken up yet. He got into the carriage and found that Nyang had a fever. He cursed himself for being careless. Fortunately, there were a lot of medicinal herbs in the car. Li Xian boiled medicine for Nyang on the roadside, woke her up, took the medicine and let her continue to sleep. Half an hour later, the carriage arrived at the last post station on the Zhaozhou border. After asking for a room, Li Xian settled Nyang down and started to boil medicine. The next day, Nyang's fever subsided quickly and she felt much more energetic. After lunch, she did not continue to sleep. Li Xian took Erin Yang's hand and said softly, "Erin Yang, I will teach you a set of boxing techniques that can help you maintain your health. If you practice well, it can also cleanse your body. If you learn from me, your body will become better and better." Erin Yang nodded shyly. She wanted to stay with Li Xian forever, so having a good body was essential. Otherwise, according to Li Xian's physique, Erin Yang was afraid that she would not be able to get out of bed in the future. Seeing Erin Yang's shy look, Li Xian knew that Erin Yang had misunderstood, but he did not explain. So the two of them stayed at the post station temporarily. Li Xian taught Erin Yang Tai Chi every day. After 6 days of teaching, Erin Yang finally got the hang of it. I have to say that Tai Chi after breaking the limit is a bit against the sky. Erin Yang had just started and she had her first cleansing. After taking a bath, Erin Yang looked radiant, her skin became whiter and more moisturized, and her whole body became taller. Looking at Erin Yang who had just taken a bath, Li Xian felt dry in his mouth. He picked her up and rolled onto the bed. Amid Erin Yang's shy exclamations, the two of them lowered the gauze curtain. Whoosh! Guangquan was thrown out again. He was used to it. He hummed twice to express his dissatisfaction and was about to go out to play. But then he smelled a fragrance that he really liked. Although he had never smelled it before, Guangquan liked the smell from the bottom of his heart, and he immediately followed the smell. Leaving the post station and heading into the forest, Guangquan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Soon, a cave half a person's height appeared in front of him. Guangquan went in without thinking. After running for nearly a quarter of an hour, the view in front of it suddenly became clear and a huge cave appeared in front of it. In the middle of the top of the cave, there is a huge upside-down stalagmite. Drops of milky white liquid drip from the tip of the stalagmite and accumulate below to form a small puddle as big as a wash basin. Squeak! Guangquan shouted happily and rushed over to drink. Gurgle, gurgle, after drinking the small puddle until only a thin layer was left, it suddenly stopped, then turned around and ran back. A quarter of an hour later, Guangquan squatted at the door angrily, his two little paws folded, and his little eyes were full of dissatisfaction. More than half an hour later, Li Xian came out humming a little tune. When he saw Guangquan, he remembered that Guangquan had come back before and seemed to want to call him for something, but he was busy with work at that time, so he threw Guangquan out again. Ahaha, it's Guangquan. What do you want to eat later? Barbecue, hot pot, or Buddha jumps over the wall? Li Xian looked at the angry Guangquan and used his tried and tested tactics. Guangquan's little ears moved, his body twisted, and finally he slowly turned over, drooling out of the corners of his mouth. But it reacted immediately, took out a small notebook and wrote, "Good stuff, I drank it, and, come with me." Li Xian was stunned and told Erin Yang to close the door. He followed Guangquan. The man and the rat moved very fast and soon arrived outside the cave. "Want to go in?" Li Xian asked. In fact, when he got here he also smelled an unusual fragrance. Guangquan nodded his little head and went in first. Li Xian didn't hesitate, bent down and followed in. After walking around for a quarter of an hour, he finally saw the good stuff that Guangquan had mentioned. It's actually a stalactite. It's milky white, and it's at least 1,000-year-old. This is a great treasure. Guangquan is awesome. Li Xian showed a surprised expression. Squeak! Guangquan jumped twice on the spot, holding his head high and chest out, looking like he was being awesome. Millennium stalactite has the basic effects of prolonging life, improving aptitude, and healing injuries. The most important thing is that it can help people break through bottlenecks. To break through from the power refining stage to the chi refining stage, one needs to open the dantian and absorb the spiritual energy into the body. Otherwise, one will explode and die. But with this 1,000-year-old stalactite, breaking through is as easy as eating and drinking. Taking out the jade bottle, Li Xian carefully put the stalactite into it. Looking at the stalagmite above his head, Li Xian released his energy and blood again and carefully cut a small hole in it. Suddenly, a stronger fragrance came out, and 2 drops of silvery white stalactites dripped out. 10,000-year-old stalactite. Li Xian was stunned and quickly put it away. Seeing that there was no more dripping, he grabbed Guanquan and turned around to leave quickly. The smell of stalactites is very strong, especially when stalactites are 10,000 years old. People, animals, and all living beings within 100 miles can smell it, so of course he has to run away quickly. Less than half a minute after Li Xian took Guanquan away, a strongman ran out of the cave and rushed in like a bulldozer. The rock was broken into pieces like tofu by his collision, and a passage was created. The strongman rushed straight into the cave. Looking at the dried-up puddle, he raised his hand and broke off the stalagmite. When he found that it was also dry, the strongman roared angrily. The roar was deafening, and the cave was shaking. After venting his anger, the sturdy man carefully wrapped the stalagmite. At this time, two figures came out of the cave one after another. The old man had an old face but fair skin, and the young man was wearing white clothes and carrying a long sword on his back. The two of them killed the approaching beasts with ease. After looking at each other, they did not enter the cave, but waited there with cold eyes. Someone got there first. It doesn't matter. No matter who it is, the 10,000 years stalactite must be left behind. The two talked with cold and murderous tones. Before he finished speaking, the strongman rushed out of the cave with big strides. After seeing the two of them, he frowned and said indifferently, "I didn't get the 10,000-year-old stalactite either. Someone took it away first." As he spoke, the sturdy man opened the package, revealing a piece of stone bamboo shoot tip inside. General Wu is a man of great righteousness and reputation in Zhaozhou. Naturally, I trust him. Goodbye. The old man left, and before leaving, he complimented him a bit, obviously afraid of the strong man. But the young man in white with a long sword on his back frowned and said, "I believe what General Wu said, but I hope General Wu will give it up. I am willing to pay a price to buy the stalactite extracted from the bamboo shoot tip." The strongman, General Wu, thought for a moment and said, "I will immediately send people to block the area within 100 miles. If we can't catch him, we can discuss it later. How about that?" The young man nodded and said in a deep voice, "Okay, Chen will lend a helping hand to General Wu." As he spoke, the young man drew his sword and swung it. In an instant, a powerful sword energy rushed up into the sky, and then exploded with a loud bang. Under the clear sky in broad daylight, a long blood-red rainbow was exploded, which was clearly visible within 100 miles. Boom boom boom. As the blood-red rainbow appeared, rainbows appeared one after another in the distant sky, some green, some yellow, and in various colors. Upon seeing this, General Wu's body was filled with strong energy and blood, which was as strong as substance. He stepped on the ground, and it shattered into pieces. A residual image was left at the spot, and the men had disappeared. A quarter of an hour later, the Zhaozhou army blocked the area within 100 miles centered on the cave, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. On the way back to the post station, Li Xian and Guanquan shared the 1,000-year-old stalactite, and then Li Xian fed Guanquan a drop of 10,000-year-old stalactite. He felt good after taking it. His ears and eyes became sharper, and he had more energy to run. In short, it seemed that it only strengthened his 5 senses a little, and there was no other significant feeling. This was mainly because Li Xian's body was very strong, with an immortal physique that could withstand a force of 300,000 kilograms. The 1,000-year-old stalactite indicated that the room for operation was limited. Guanquan's changes were very obvious. His little eyes became even brighter and greener, as dazzling as 2 emeralds. The gray hair on its forehead also turned silver little by little in just a few breaths, and finally a wisp of silver bangs appeared. Now the whole mouse has become majestic, and you can tell from its appearance that this is no ordinary mouse. However, the 1,000-year-old stalactite is still very powerful. After Guanquan swallowed it, he ran crookedly as if he was drunk. Seeing this, Li Xian simply threw it on his shoulder and ran away. The little thing fell asleep completely, and a bright glow emanated from its body. The 2 auras of violence and peace flickered and flowed alternately on its body, and finally returned to calm. After returning to the post station, Li Xian did not waste any time and directly fed the last drop of stalactite to Ernyang. "Sir, could this be?" Ernyang was lying on the bed resting. She saw Li Xian trying to give her a milky liquid in a daze and her face immediately turned red. "What are you thinking about? Just smell it carefully." Li Xin was speechless. This woman was good in every way except that she always liked to think of weird things. Nyang's face turned even redder. She glared at Li Xin in shame and anger and drank it in one gulp. Then she also showed signs of being drunk on stalactites, but the changes in her were not obvious and she fell asleep soon. Without the stalactites on his body, Li Xin felt relieved. Although this thing is good, it is also coveted by others. Now Guangquan and Nyang have eaten it, and others can't find it even if they want to. After throwing Guangquan into the basket and covering Nyang with a quilt, Li Xin went downstairs to find out what was going on. On the first floor of the post station, there were already many traveling merchants and people from the martial arts world sitting at the tables, and it was quite noisy. The Zhaozhou army blocked the road and didn't give any explanation. It's so fucking annoying. Did you see the sky full of sword lights before? That was the method used by the Qi refining elder of Shijian Pavilion. Let me tell you. They didn't search me, but they let the mastiff sniff me for a long time. A group of gangsters were chatting, their tone was very unfriendly and they were cursing. The traveling merchants were more civilized, but they also expressed their dissatisfaction with the road closure. Li Xin listened attentively, and his expression gradually became solemn. Sure enough, the 1,000-year-old stalactite appeared, and someone was anxious. Unfortunately, you will never find it. Li Xin thought about it, ordered a plate of cold shredded radish, and walked upstairs slowly. As soon as he arrived in the room, he changed his laziness, quickly took out some seasonings for cooking, and then climbed out of the window. More than an hour later, Li Xin returned to the room silently. Only then did he feel completely relieved. He took out the green plum wine, mixed it with shredded radish, and sat in front of the window to drink by himself. Green plum wine was modified based on the cold plum wine given by Feng Hua. Cold plum wine requires elixir-level plums to be brewed, but Li Xin had no way to find them, so he modified the recipe and made green plum wine. At some point, the noisy sounds downstairs disappeared, replaced by heavy footsteps. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Li Xin calmly put down his wine glass, stood up and opened the door. Zhaozhou troops are searching for suspects, get out of the way. Two soldiers in armor stood outside the door. One of them shouted at Li Xin, and then rushed into the room without saying a word. Then a woman with a long sword on her back also walked in. Behind the three men there was a soldier leading a dark-furred mastiff. In the blink of an eye, the small room was almost filled. After the three entered the room, they looked around with cold eyes, and the mastiff behind them even twitched its nose. Li Xin stood beside the bed with some caution and a little timidity, watching quietly without saying a word. After checking, the three of them exchanged glances, and finally looked at the mastiff. Seeing that the mastiff had no reaction, they all shook their heads in disappointment. Could it be possible that he really escaped? Impossible. Using spices to cover up the smell means they are still within the encirclement. General, pass on the order. The blockade will last for 3 days at most. After 3 days, the general will have to lift the blockade. The three of them chatted as if no one was around, then turned and left the room. Li Xin waited for them to leave, closed the door, and then showed disdain on his face. You announced the exact time of lifting the blockade in public, hoping that the people who took the 10,000-year-old stalactite would be careless. So they already have a way to find the 10,000-year-old stalactite. It's a pity that no matter how you think you can, it's useless because the 10,000-year-old stalactite has been used up. Thinking of this, Li Xin stopped drinking, jumped onto the bed, hugged Nyang's warm and soft body, and slowly fell asleep. In a daze, Li Xin felt someone touching his face. He opened his eyes and met Nyang's affectionate and watery eyes. Woke up. Nyang spoke softly, her eyes curved into crescents, and she was obviously in a good mood. Second mother, how is your body? Li Xin felt something different as soon as he started. Nyang's skin was tighter and more elastic, and her delicate parts seemed even more delicate, and her full parts seemed even firmer. After checking, his eyes widened. Well, I don't know what happened. I suddenly skipped the skin refining and went directly to the second level of flesh refining. Nyang said with a blushing face. After confirming it, Li Xian was even happier. Erin Yang was 24 years old this year and had long passed the age for practicing martial arts. However, she did not expect that a drop of thousand-year-old stalactite allowed her to catch up first. Now, in terms of realm alone, she is already higher than Li Xian, who has been practicing for more than 10 years. Good. That's great. We should celebrate. Li Xian said with surprise, picked up Erin Yang and kissed her. Erin Yang quickly reached out and covered Li Xian's mouth, saying angrily, "I want to take a bath, please wait a moment, sir." Only then did Li Xian realize that the tentacles were slippery. He smelled them and a familiar smell came over him. He immediately understood. He stood up and asked Erin Yang for hot water, and then Li Xian shamelessly got into the bathtub and took a bath with her. This wash took more than an hour. When the two dried their bodies, put on their clothes and lay back on the bed, Erin Yang felt limp again. She couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh on his waist and said, "Will I never be able to get out of bed again?" Li Xian chuckled and said, "No, second lady is extremely talented. I almost surrendered just now." Erin Yang couldn't bear to hear these dirty words, her face became even redder, and she covered Li Xian's mouth to stop him from continuing. Suddenly, Erin Yang thought of something and said, "What did you give me to drink? How could it have such a good effect?" Li Xian told Erin Yang about Guangquan's discovery of the stalactite, and finally said with great pride, "Those people are still looking for it, but unfortunately, they will never find it." Bang! The window was suddenly smashed, and a burly figure full of energy and blood flew in from outside. Li Xian was stunned, but after a closer look he realized that the burly man was not coming for him. The sturdy man was seen full of energy and blood, with muscles bulging out like a little giant. His face was gloomy and cold. There was a deep scar from his shoulder to his ribs that was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood dyed half of his body red, and the scar almost cut him in half. Obviously, the strongman was fighting with someone. Fortunately, Li Xian and Erin Yang put on their clothes after they finished their business, otherwise it would have been really embarrassing. Even so, Li Xian still wrapped Erin Yang in a quilt, and he quickly got out of bed and put on his coat. "Chen Lingfeng, I am just telling you the truth. Your Muling bug is useless. If you can't find it, just say you can't find it. Why bother to lie like the 10,000-year-old stalactite has been eaten?" The sturdy General Wu said with a mocking look on his face, his tone full of disdain. Not far away, Chen Lingfeng's long sword was broken, one of his eyes was black and blue, his nose was bleeding, and there were 7 or 8 fist marks of various sizes on his body. He had long lost his earlier coolness. He said in a cold voice, "Mu Ling Chong is fine, it's just that it's new to the land of absolute spirits and hasn't adapted yet. And I have a feeling that the thief must be nearby, I will definitely find him." General Wu frowned and said, "But you also said that the 10,000-year-old stalactite has been used up. So what if it's used up? I and Shijian Pavilion have a way to refine it again. Get your stalagmite tip ready. I will trade with you when the 6th elder arrives." Chen Lingfeng said coldly. At this time, he took off a jade pendant from his waist, and saw liquid flowing in the jade pendant, and there was a small white insect in the liquid. Strangely enough, the originally quiet little insect suddenly started to swim, with its head heading towards General Wu. Chen Lingfeng glanced at General Wu and said, "How is it?" "I said it just arrived." Before he could finish his words, the Muling insect suddenly started swimming again, shaking its head from side to side, pointing at a basket in the corner, then pointing at the bed in the opposite direction. The whole insect seemed like a mentally retarded person, shaking its head back and forth. Phew! General Wu laughed, his face full of contempt. Chen Lingfeng's eyes twitched. Snap! Chen Lingfeng crushed the jade pendant in his hand fiercely, and the Mu Lingchong was also crushed to death by him. He snorted coldly and said, "It's useless. I don't care about it." As he spoke, he looked at Li Xian coldly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. General Wu waved his hand and said, "It's just a piece of trash for refining meat. Don't worry about it. Go back to the barracks. Your 6th elder will be here soon." Ants. Chen Lingfeng said this calmly, and casually sent out a sword energy. The sword energy arrived almost instantly and hit Li Xian's chest with a loud bang. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground dying. Chen Lingfeng was satisfied then. He glanced at Li Xian with disdain and turned away. General Wu didn't even look at Li Xian and walked away. Neither of them cared about Li Xian. With their eyesight, they had already seen that Li Xian was only at the second level and was not even worthy of their attention. If Chen Lingfeng had not felt that he had just lost face, he would not have launched that casual attack. After the two left, Li Xian quietly opened his eyes, looked around, then sat up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and muttered, "Luckily I forced a mouthful of blood to spit out, otherwise it would be difficult to get away." As he spoke, he rubbed his thigh, rolled up his trouser leg and saw that there was a piece of flesh on it that was bruised purple from being pinched by him. There was no way he could do that unless he pinched himself. He was afraid of laughing out loud. He walked forward and took a look at the broken jade pendant on the ground. The Muling insect inside was already dead. Li Xian smiled and dug a small hole to bury it. His death was so unjust that Li Xian was afraid that his corpse would turn into a corpse if he wasn't buried in peace. The place where he just stood was right behind General Wu. On the bed was Nyang, and in the basket was Guangquan. It can be said that Mu Lingchong completed its mission very loyally and found out all the people who had taken stalactite. Unfortunately, both Chen Lingfeng of Shijian Pavilion and General Wu who holds the military power are too conceited and only trust their own judgment. "Sir." Nyang's voice came from the bed. Li Xian covered her face with the quilt and she was not visible. "It's okay, second mother, get familiar with your own strength. I'll go cook. We'll continue on our way to Shuzhou later. Shuzhou has 8 scenic spots, so we'll have to stay a little longer this time." As Li Xian spoke, he wiped the blood he had vomited on the ground. This was his immortality blood. If he kept it, who knows what kind of butterfly effect it would cause. Then Li Xian borrowed the kitchen to cook a few dishes. Due to the lesson he learned last time in Lanfeng Town, the dishes Li Xian made this time were simple and tasteless. He and Nyang had a delicious meal, and then he took Guangquan with him to continue their journey. The official road was blocked, but Li Xian was not worried. He leisurely drove his carriage into the small road, crossed the border of Zhaozhou, and entered the Shuzhou area. At the same time, in the Zhaozhou army camp, General Wu made a deal with the 6th elder of Shijian Pavilion and got what he wanted. The 6th elder also got the stalagmite containing 1,000-year-old stalactites. Only Chen Lingfeng had a gloomy face. The 10,000-year-old stalactite is just a coincidence. Don't forget your real purpose. You can't lose the big picture for the small one. The 6th elder was ready to leave after the transaction, but before leaving, he still gave some advice in a deep voice. Chen Lingfeng frowned and nodded. "I am determined to win the heart of the red-bearded ghost." The 6th elder took out a long sword and handed it to Chen Lingfeng, saying, "Use it for now. You can refine your natal sword again after you build your foundation. In addition, the spiritual power gained from devouring the ghost heart needs to be cleansed. You cannot absorb it all. Remember." After saying this, the 6th elder left. Chen Lingfeng held the brand new sword, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He stopped looking for the 1,000-year-old stalactite and began to lead people to find the whereabouts of the red-bearded ghost. Half a month later, Chen Lingfeng and others came to a dilapidated temple. Looking at the ashes scattered on the ground, Chen Lingfeng's face was full of anger and spiritual energy was steaming all over his body. Clang! Chen Lingfeng drew his sword and smashed the ruined temple into pieces with one sword. "Who is it? Who took my ghost heart?" The angry voice echoed among the mountains and forests for a long time. "Ha! Ha! Who's thinking about me?" Li Xian rubbed his nose. At this moment, he had passed through the forest on the border of Shuzhou and entered the hinterland. But the further Li Xian walked, the more he frowned. The weather here was too hot, and there was a light rain every day and a heavy rain every 3 days. The weather becomes hot after the rain, and becomes stuffy after a while, and it becomes humid at night. It can be said that neither he nor his second mother slept well in the past few days. The heat and humidity were one reason, but the key was the poisonous insects. Because Li Xian had no experience, he he changed 2 horses in succession when he first arrived in Shuzhou, and both were killed by poisonous insects. By the time he reacted and prepared the anthelmintic, he encountered another poisonous snake. There is more water than soil, and more bridges than roads. Poisonous insects are flying everywhere and poisonous snakes are walking everywhere. An imagined trip to Shuzhou: hug Ernyang and enjoy the beautiful scenery during the day, hug the beautiful scenery and enjoy Ernyang at night. The real trip to Shuzhou: hiding from rain, scorching sun, damp and moldy during the day, hiding from rain, heat, mold and damp at night. Sir, let's find a local guide. After enduring for another day, Ernyang said this. Li Xian was stunned for a moment, then he hugged Ernyang and said, Ernyang, you are right. We need a tour guide. Shuzhou is located in the central part of the southern territory of the Shenwu dynasty. It is basin-shaped and low-lying. It is in the rainy season for 8 months a year and the winter is only one short month. But it is said that more than 10% of the people in Shuzhou freeze to death every year during this month. Which of the 8 scenic spots do you want to go to? Well, the road is not easy to walk on. The official road is a long detour. The small road is easier to walk on. The dark-skinned girl with a jingling bone accessory on her head said that she was a tour guide hired by Li Xian from a village. Her name was Yuzi, she was 13 years old, and her salary was 2 copper coins a day plus 2 meals. There is no one left in Yuzi's family, as they all died in Hanyue 2 years ago. In addition, the people in the village prefer men to women, so she doesn't have a good life. So when she heard that Li Xian wanted to hire a guide, she decisively signed up while others were still hesitating. Yuzi's qualifications were very suitable, so Li Xian didn't bother to choose and just chose her. After saying goodbye to the village, Yuzi happily got into Li Xian's carriage. You're right, you're really right, but with Yuzi around, Li Xian learned a lot. At least there were many herbal medicines specifically for poisonous insects and snakes that he had never heard of before. However, Li Xian really couldn't understand Yuzi's dialect, but Ernyang could answer fluently, so all the communication with Yuzi was left to Ernyang. At this moment, after hearing what Yuzi said, Ernyang said, What are the 8 scenic spots? Let me introduce them to you. We are not in a hurry, so we can walk slowly. Please try to speak Mandarin, as my son cannot understand. Yuzu chuckled at that and looked at Li Xian in a strange way. She slowed down her speech and said slowly, The first of the 8 scenic spots in Shuzhou is Fairy Lake. There are rippling blue waves and lingering mist. Whether it is sunny or rainy, snowy or foggy, there are different scenery. It is very beautiful. The second is the Qiantang tide, a huge tide that surges hundreds of feet high. Yuzi was chattering non-stop, and suddenly he sniffed, his eyes fixed on the barbecue in Li Xian's hand, his saliva flowing uncontrollably. Haha, okay, let's eat and talk at the same time. Every time Li Xian started cooking, Yuzi would basically be like this. He had long been used to it. At this moment, he cut the barbecue into slices and put them separately on 2 plates. He handed one plate to Yuzi, and Li Xian sat next to Ernyang with the other plate. As the 3 of them were eating, Yuzi suddenly said, It's so delicious. Boss, I don't want money anymore. Just keep me by your side. I will be satisfied as long as I eat the food you cook every day. How about that? Li Xian glanced at Ernyang, who smiled and said, I will listen to you, master. Li Xian thought for a moment and said, Not yet. It depends on your performance. I'll give you an answer before I leave Shuzhou. Upon hearing this, Yuzi danced with excitement, a bright smile appeared on her dark little face, and she showed her little white teeth, looking very happy. After the meal, the carriage continued on the road. Under Yuzi's command, they did not take the official road, but took a small road. It took them 5 days to arrive at the Fairy Lake, which ranked first among the 8 scenic spots in Shuzhou. Fairy City is located on the shore of Fairy Lake and is the largest city in Shuzhou except for the provincial capital. Shuzhou was not taken seriously during the Shenwu dynasty because of its frequent rains, many rivers, and many poisonous insects and snakes, so its development value was not great and it would waste manpower and material resources. There were only 2 official roads and even fewer cities. After all, warriors are respected in this world. The upper-class people are all pursuing martial arts, so there are naturally very few people who come to enjoy the scenery. So don't even think about the tourism industry in this era. People like Li Xin who travel everywhere to see beautiful scenery can be said to be one in a million. It is no doubt that he is unique. Even though the 8 scenic spots of Suzhou are highly praised, few people actually come to see them. When Li Xin arrived at Fairy City, he found that it was not prosperous at all. It was far inferior to Jingzhou and Zhaozhou he had been to. But having fewer people has its advantages, at least it's quieter. After entering the city, Li Xin slowed down. Ernyang and Yuzi also got out of the car, walked slowly, looked around, and bought a lot of things for their daughters. Li Xin looked at the white cloth strip hidden by Ernyang, his eyes full of confusion. After finding an inn to stay in, Li Xin and the other 2 took a bath. After they were refreshed, he took out the white cloth and asked Ernyang, "Ernyang, what is this for?" Ernyang was drying her hair. When she saw what Li Xin was holding, her face suddenly turned red. She hurried over to snatch it away, stammering, "Sir, don't ask too much. This is for my daughter's family." Li Xin tilted his head, then suddenly realized, could it be her period? "Oh, no, it's for wrapping around the chest." "Sir, you really have no shame, don't ask me any more." Ernyang covered Li Xin's mouth with her face flushed with shame. Even though she had a generous side, how could she bring up such a thing? Li Xin understood, and holding Ernyang's hand, he said, "Ernyang has suffered so much, wait, I will think of a way to make sure Ernyang suffers less in the future." Ernyang rolled her eyes at Li Xin, took the things and ignored him. Li Xin chuckled, went out and bought some cotton cloth, and after cutting and sewing it several times, he looked at the strange and ugly thing in his hand, his face full of black lines. Every profession has its specialties. Li Xin sighed, his face full of disappointment. He was very disappointed with himself. He thought that with the knowledge from his previous life, he could make the bra. Unfortunately, it didn't work because he didn't have such dexterous hands. Feeling the host's strong frustration, triggering the task, achievement. Task description, achievement, fold/expand. Task reward, finger flexibility +10. Task acceptance, yes/no. Finger dexterity +10. Show. How can this be possible? Li Xin was shocked. He looked down at his fingers, then looked at Ernyang who was practicing Tai Chi slowly, and suddenly he chuckled. "Second mother, your happiness will be created by my own hands." Young master is talking nonsense again. Ernyang had become immune to Li Xin's frequent nonsense and continued to practice boxing while Yuzi was quietly eating pomelo beside her. Click on the task description. Task description, make a finished product approved by the panel according to the drawing within 3 days, drawing, folded/unfolded, ... Li Xin clicked on the blueprint with doubt, and suddenly a mouthful of disgust stuck in his throat. This turned out to be a confusing blueprint. Scratching his head, he squinted at the panel. "Before, I was scolded for issuing random tasks, but now you have become so considerate. Boss, when did you become such a coward?" Of course the panel would not respond, so Li Xin clicked, yes, in disappointment. After accepting the mission, the countdown has begun. Li Xin started shopping with great interest, but got stuck at the first step. No silk. All right. No sponge. That's okay. Do I need to go to the government office to report buying a pair of scissors? You win. After Li Xin walked around, he was so angry that he was fuming. Finally, he had to follow the local rules and report to the government office. Only then was he able to buy the scissors. Since he didn't have a silk sponge, he used cotton cloth to practice. After 2 days of practicing day and night, on the 3rd day, Li Xin finally completed a work that he was quite satisfied with. Second mother. Hey, look what good things your husband has brought you. Li Xin excitedly took the finished product to find Zhang Ernyang, but was stunned after entering the house. The foot that had stepped into the room slowly stopped, and then the door was closed quietly. Li Xin stood at the door and watched. Inside the house, Ernyang was practicing Tai Chi slowly. Her movements were sometimes very slow, and sometimes very fast. Between the movements, streams of air were blowing, rotating, and tumbling with her as the center. The tables and chairs in the house were blown all over the place, and the gauze curtains were rustling in the wind. Enlightenment. Li Xian knew that Yang had entered a state of enlightenment, just like when he first watched the sunrise on the top of Blue Maple Mountain. But, can one attain enlightenment by practicing Tai Chi indoors? Li Xian didn't understand and couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Yang slowly stopped her practice, her hands slightly dropped, and then she opened her eyes. Li Xian has already smelled that scent. This is Tai Chi body washing. He turned and went downstairs to ask the waiter to get some water for her bath. When he came back, he saw Yang still standing there with a thoughtful look in her eyes. This is Tai Chi body washing. Second mother, you have learned the basics of Tai Chi. Li Xian said with a smile. So that's how it is. But sir, I seem to have entered the bone refining stage. Yang said a little uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Li Xian hurried forward to check. After a while, Li Xian's face was full of complicated expressions. He, the head of the family, was still training his flesh, but his wife was now training her bones. That's right. This will improve your health and you will get sick less often in the future. Li Xian said with a smile. Yang was also very happy. She looked at Li Xian lovingly. Her martial arts skills improved so quickly because of this little man. Well, I asked the waiter to bring me bath water. I happened to be tired and sweating. Li Xian said, looking at Yang with burning eyes. He had been busy for 2 days and hadn't had a good conversation with Yang. Looking at Yang's rosy face, he thought. Yang's face was filled with shame. She lowered her head and nodded softly. She didn't refuse, nor did she want to refuse. Soon the waiter prepared the bath water, and the two entered the bathtub. After scrubbing for a while, the sound of splashing water sounded rhythmically, followed by the creaking sound of the bed. Outside the door, Yuzi came running in with a bunch of fruits, but the door didn't open after she called several times. She went downstairs in confusion. Half an hour later, Li Xian helped Yang wipe the sweat off her body before he took out the treasure that he had worked on for 2 days. Come on, second mother, give it a try. This is. Yang looked at the thing in her hand. The shape of it was very sexy. She lowered her head and understood a little, but she still didn't know how to put it on. The helpful Li Xian stepped forward. With a firm face he held up 2 towering snow-capped mountains for her, and told her in person how a woman should hold up half the sky, and the other half. Yang blushed and bit her red lips, looking at Li Xian with seductive eyes as he helped her get dressed. Soon, when the buttons on the back were fastened, Yang felt unprecedented comfort. She forgot her shyness and shook her body gently, but found that she was well protected, so she stopped shaking. And with the support, she didn't feel so tired and her back was straighter. Young master, you have such a clever mind. Yang hugged Li Xian's neck and said with her eyes moving. She really loved this little man. In a world where men are respected, which man would think so much and do so much for a woman? Li Xian said that you have never seen the world where women make trouble. But now he didn't have so many thoughts and immediately took out another treasure that matched it. But after Yang knew its purpose, she said she would never wear it in front of Li Xian. She could try the top one, but she felt embarrassed at the sight of the bottom one. How could she wear it in front of Li Xian? Okay, I won't look at it first, you carry me on your back and put it on. Li Xian said this and turned around. Yang took the piece of cloth, looked at it left and right, and touched it, but she was too embarrassed to try it on. Finally, Li Xian couldn't bear it anymore and covered them both with the quilt. Now it was dark and Yang was not so resistant anymore. Li Xian helped her put it on and touched it. Immediately, images of a bikini on the beach and the sea appeared in her mind. With this figure and appearance, Yang must have been a goddess in her previous life. Li Xian sucked his saliva and pounced on him again. The clothes she had just put on were taken off again. Yang was happy and helpless. Fortunately, she had reached the bone refining stage, otherwise her body could not withstand the ordeal. But this time, Li Xian gave Yang another kind of touching feeling. Just when Yang tried it on, Li Xian completed his mission, and then he received the special reward, finger flexibility plus 10. Nyang was completely convinced this time. Not to mention refining her bones, she felt that even refining her tendons could not save her. She at least needed a blood transfusion or even fusion of her 5 internal organs before she could fight against Li Xin. With the new skills, not only did Nyang's happiness doubled, but Li Xin also had new experiences. Before, Li Xin only knew that Nyang was gifted and tolerant, but now she has unlocked a new skill, gentle as water. After taking a bath in the tub and washing his face in bed, Li Xin got out of bed and quickly asked the waiter to change the bath water, for which he gave an extra tip of 10 cents. After holding Nyang and washing her, Li Xin put her back on the bed. Nyang had fallen into a deep sleep, and he went out to buy new fabrics. How could one set be enough? Li Xin wanted several sets, in all colors and patterns. Still no silk. Okay. What about silk? No silk either. Li Xin was puzzled. He went to 3 fabric stores, but none of them had real silk, not even silk. After looking for several stores, he gave up and called a waiter out. He spent 1 or 2 taels of silver and found out why there was no real silk or silk. Bought out by the Divine Fire sect. Why would a martial arts sect buy these things? I don't know about this. Not only the silk from the silkworm farmers near Fairy Lake and the finished silk from the weaving workshops were taken away, but I heard that they also took away the silk from several nearby cities. It started a year ago and they are still taking it away now. After the guy left, Li Xin didn't think any more about it. It was just silk. If he didn't have it, he could just change it to cotton cloth. Although it wasn't as smooth, it was fine to make do with it for the time being. Soon, Li Xin returned to the inn with a roll of cotton cloth. When Yuzi saw Li Xin, she jumped forward to help. Li Xin glanced at Yuzi and shook his head. This girl probably wouldn't have that need in the short term. Yuzi was confused by the look on her face and didn't understand why her boss was looking at her and shaking his head. Boss, is Yuzu wearing the wrong clothes? Yuzu looked down at her clothes and skirt, then down to her shoes, and found that there was nothing wrong with them. Li Xin waved his hand. It's okay, I'm dressed nicely. By the way, how's the investigation going? Yuzi frowned when she heard this and said, Boss, no one is willing to rent a boat. If you want to cruise on the lake, I'm afraid you can only buy a boat yourself. Li Xin was speechless, thinking to himself that people of this era are so stubborn that they don't even know how to make money. However, when Li Xin brought the 2 women to the lake the next morning, he knew he was wrong. The fairy lake is huge and beautiful, but there are very few tourists. So which boatman would be willing to rent a boat? What a nice view. Nyang was amazed. Since she knew that Li Xin traveled to see the beautiful scenery, her mindset also changed. Yes, it is beautiful. Li Xin didn't think any more and stood on the shore to enjoy the beautiful scenery. My dear young lady, my young master would like to invite you to the pavilion for a chat. Please come in. The inappropriate voice reached everyone's ears, carrying with it an unquestionable sense of arrogance. Li Xin looked sideways and saw a middle-aged man in black standing beside Nyang. Obviously, these words were directed at Nyang. The middle-aged man's words made Li Xin look unhappy. The second mother next to him also changed from being gentle and quiet to a stern face. She directly put her arm around Li Xion's arm, making it clear that she was not going to go. As for Yuzi, she held the food box in one hand and put one hand on her waist, and said angrily, You are such a shameless coward, you are so tough to invite people. She didn't even notice that she was speaking too fast out of anger and was temporarily speaking in dialect. The middle-aged man heard this, still with a blank expression on his face, and said, In the territory of Fairy City, there is no one that my Yongchang Earl's mansion cannot invite. Come on. Following the middle-aged man's loud shout, more than 30 people gathered around him. Each of them was dressed in tight clothes and had a knife on their waist. They were obviously guards. Moreover, these people were full of energy and had extraordinary bearing. They were all warriors. Li Xian pulled Nyang and Yuzi behind him, suddenly waved his hand and said, let's go see that young master, maybe he really has something wrong. As he spoke, he took Nyang's hand and walked towards the pavilion not far away. Seeing this, the middle-aged man just glanced at Li Xian, then followed with everyone else with an expressionless face. Nyang looked worried, but Li Xian was calm. He didn't sense the aura of qi refining from the middle-aged man. He was not afraid, but there were too many people around, and he was afraid of hurting Nyang and Yuzi. But it was different when he got to the pavilion. With the young master there, if the other party dared to attack, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. At worst he could just run away. It was not something he had never done before. The pavilion was built on the extended lake embankment, and there were many flowers and plants planted around it. It was a great place to cool off and enjoy the scenery. At this moment, there were several maids standing around it, and a small figure was sitting in the middle. The closer he got, the less obstructed Li Xian's vision became. When he saw the figure in the middle clearly, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Li Xian and others came to the outside of the pavilion. The middle-aged man bowed to the person sitting in the middle and said, "Master, the people are here." At this moment, Nyang and Yuzi also saw this young uncle and both showed stunned expressions. It turned out that the person sitting in the middle was a little kid with red lips and white teeth, about 7 or 8 years old. He was so small that his feet couldn't even reach the ground while sitting there. At this moment, young Master Ji Fanqin stared at the food box in Nyang's hand with shining eyes. Because they were out for fun today, Li Xian had prepared some snacks, cold dishes, and hot dishes that could be eaten simply by heating. They were now packed in 2 food boxes, and the 2 girls each took one. "I want that lunch box." "How much is it?" Ji Fanqin pointed at the lunch box in Nyang's hand and said in a childish voice. Several people were stunned, including the middle-aged men and the guards. No one expected that the young master would hire someone just for a food box. Li Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and the grudge in his heart disappeared. He waved his hand and asked Nyang to hand the food box to the middle-aged man. Then he said to Ji Fanqin, "This is for you. Is there anything else?" Ji Fanqin couldn't wait any longer, he waved his hand immediately, and the middle-aged man took the food box and took it away. After opening it, the fragrance immediately filled the entire pavilion. Inside were pickled pepper chicken feet, spinach and shrimp, drunken crabs, mouth-watering chicken, and several exquisite pastries. Ji Fanqin was drooling at the sight, he was born with a unique sense of smell. Even though Li Xian and the others were standing far away, he could still smell the fragrance at once, so he wanted to ask for help. Now that he had gotten what he wanted, Ji Fen was so excited that he wanted to taste it right away, but his status as Earl of Yongchang did not allow him to be so rude. He suppressed his greed and said, "Tell me, how much is it? And who made these? Tell me, and I will reward you handsomely." Ji Fanqin spoke seriously as an adult, and the way he tried hard to suppress his greed looked very funny. Li Xian smiled and said, "I made all of them, but I have no shortage of gold, silver, and jewelry. If you have any martial arts secrets, I can teach your chef, how about that?" "Presumptuous!" the middle-aged man shouted coldly. He stared at Li Xian and said, "Boy, the martial arts secret manual is so precious. How can you exchange it for just a few dishes?" "Changed." Ji Fanqin wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help it after all. He took a piece of mouth-watering chicken and ate it. After tasting it, he interrupted the middle-aged man directly. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and asked in disbelief, "Uncle, that is?" Ji Fanqin couldn't help but take another piece of pickled pepper chicken feet and slurp it into his mouth. He said vaguely, "Changed it. But you have to be responsible for teaching Benbo's chef." Li Xian smiled and nodded, "Of course, I will teach you until you learn it." "Slurp, it's delicious. What's the name of this dish?" "Pickled pepper chicken feet." This one too. And this one too. This is drunken crab, this is saliva chicken. This is not very delicious, this snack is beautiful and delicious, Miami, so delicious. This is the lion cake. Li Xian introduced the food with a smile on his face while Ji Fanqin was eating quickly. He took 2 bites and was soon full, but his eyes were still fixed on the snack in front of him. As an earl, he couldn't play with many fun things due to his young age, so he was particularly fond of food. Unfortunately, he had tasted all kinds of delicacies in Suzhou, but none of them tasted as good as those in front of him. He was stunned. Are you a spiritual chef? My mother said that the food cooked by a spiritual chef is the most delicious. Ji Fanqin pulled Li Xin to sit down and asked with anticipation on his face. Li Xin smiled and nodded. Yes, I am indeed a spiritual chef. Impossible. The middle-aged man interrupted with an expressionless face and said to Li Xin, don't try to deceive my uncle, kid. You are so young, you can't be a spiritual chef. Li Xin smiled and said, if you have to be old to become a spirit chef, then the spirit chef industry will soon disappear. The middle-aged man was speechless for a moment. For the first time, he showed some expression. He glared at Li Xin and said in a deep voice, it's impossible. Old Jia, stop talking. You can try it too. Ji Fanqin asked the maid to pick up a piece of cake and hand it to the middle-aged man. After tasting it, the latter looked at Li Xin with some doubt, but still shook his head. The snack is also delicious, The maid handed him another snack. Finally, after Lao Jia tasted them all, he stopped talking. Brother Li, can you come back to the Earl's mansion with me? I want you to cook these for my mother. Ji Fanqin asked. After chatting for a while, they changed their addresses unconsciously. Li Xin nodded. He was a spiritual chef who had understood the true meaning of cooking. Cooking for people who loved food was a very fulfilling thing. He smiled and said, no problem, but we have to wait until tonight. My wife and I are going to go boating in the lake. Ji Fanqin said excitedly, okay, I'll let Lao Jia follow you, and come directly to my house when you're done playing. Li Xin said, bring me some writing brush and ink. I'll make a list for you. Go back and prepare the ingredients I need. Oh, and also prepare the secret manual of the technique. Absolutely no problem. Ji Fanqin patted his chest and agreed. Soon Li Xin took Ernyang Yuzi to visit Fairy Lake, and with Lao Jia accompanying them, they didn't need to rent a boat because the Earl's mansion had its own cruise ship. The 3-story, more than 20-meter-long cruise ship looked particularly majestic. Li Xin and Ernyang sat on the deck. The lake was rippling, and under the shade of the blue sky and green trees, the lake changed into various colors, which was very beautiful. The breeze was blowing, and on a rare sunny day in Suzhou, Li Xin and Ernyang were leaning against each other, peaceful and harmonious, looking at the shimmering water of the lake. At this moment, Li Xin thought of a sentence from his previous life. Either travel or read, one of your body and soul must always be on the road. Li Xin felt like he had been on the road all the time, and it was a rare moment of peace and quiet. It's time to eat, boss. Yuzi's voice broke the silence. Li Xin and Ernyang looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. In fact, the fragrance had already drifted over, but both of them were too greedy for the silence and did not get up. When I turned around, I saw that Yuzi had already placed the dishes on the table. These dishes were semi-finished products prepared by Li Xin and could be eaten after heating. Lao Jia was standing on the lower level. He smelled the fragrance and the last bit of doubt in his heart disappeared. He whispered, Master Bo is really blessed. He can meet a spirit chef even when he goes out to play. After dinner, Li Xin wanted to find a reclining chair to take a nap, but Lao Jia said he had never heard of that kind of chair. Li Xin was speechless. This is still the Earl's mansion, you don't know how to enjoy it at all. Lao Jia was not happy, and said in a muffled voice, you look down on my Earl's mansion, which is great. I will let you broaden your horizons tonight. Li Xin laughed, his face full of contempt. He's not bragging, but when it comes to enjoyment, I'm afraid no one in this world can compare to him. Even though he was in a wheelchair in his previous life, he knew a lot of ways to enjoy life. After all, the information in his previous life was so advanced. Are there many fish in this lake? Li Xin asked. Lao Jia was silent for a long time without uttering a word, and finally went to find the boat captain. Upon hearing this, the captain immediately said, yes, there are quite a few. Can you fish it out? Yes, there are fishing nets on the boat. In the past, Master Bo always caught fresh lake fish for his guests. Li Xin nodded and said, okay, catch me some small fish, the smaller the better. The captain didn't understand what was going on, but he did whatever the noble asked him to do and quickly made the arrangements. More than half an hour later, in the cabin, Lao Jia was stunned by Li Xian's appearance. Inside the cabin, there were 2 large basins on the ground. There was not only water in the basins, but also some tiny fish fry swimming around. Li Xian's feet were soaked in them, and those tiny fish fry were biting Li Xian's feet. Seeing the dense swarm of small fish gnawing at Li Xian's feet, Lao Jia felt his scalp tingling. Looking at Li Xian again, he actually closed his eyes and looked like he was enjoying it. Lao Jia was confused. He said he didn't understand it, but he was deeply shocked. Are all spiritual chefs so crazy? Lao Jia muttered to himself. Li Xian smiled when he heard that. He opened his eyes and waved to Lao Jia. Come here, Lao Jia, don't look so ignorant. Sit over there. I've prepared something for you. Try it. The little fish is biting my feet. It's really good. Seeing that he was enjoying himself, and hearing the words, don't look like an inexperienced person, Lao Jia gritted his teeth and took off his boots. When his feet were bitten by the tender little mouths of the little fish and when the numbing feeling came over him, Lao Jia was so startled that he almost jumped up. Hiss! Taking a deep breath, Lao Jia slowly narrowed his eyes and stole a glance at Li Xian. Seeing that the other party was not looking at him, Lao Jia breathed a sigh of relief, and then followed Li Xian's example, closing his eyes and enjoying it. Oh, you say no with your mouth, but your body is very honest. Li Xian's chuckle echoed in the cabin. Lao Jia turned a deaf ear to it and just treated it as fart. Shuzhou is Shuzhou after all. Li Xian just walked out of the cabin after lunch break. The sun was bright one second and blocked by dark clouds the next. There was no thunder, no strong wind, and the drizzle came as expected. Drops of rain fell on the lake, creating a hazy mist. In the blink of an eye, the houses in the distance could no longer be seen clearly, and even the mountains became vague, dreamy, and ethereal. Is this the fairy lake in the rain? It is indeed a different kind of beauty compared to the sunny day. Nyang came over and held an umbrella for Li Xian. The two stood side by side at the bow of the boat, and she said softly. Li Xian hugged Nyang's slender waist and quietly looked at the fairy lake in the misty rain. If the lake on a sunny day is like a colorful photo, then the lake in the rain is like a hazy and ethereal ink painting. There will always be people who can see their own special artistic conception. Li Xian suddenly turned his head, gently lifted Nyang's chin, and kissed her passionately. For a long while, the two looked at each other affectionately, no longer looking at the beautiful scenery in the rain. Li Xian did it on purpose. He didn't dare to look at it for too long, fearing that he would be infected by the sad beauty of the lake scene in the rain. He was happy and hoped that Nyang would be happy too. Nyang could feel Li Xian's friendship and kept holding Li Xian's hand tightly. At this moment, the white clouds gave up their entanglement with the sun shone again, and the rain came as expected and disappeared as expected. Smiling, Li Xian waved his hand to let the boat dock. After getting ashore, Li Xian asked Lao Jia to find a huge rock. Lao Jia looked at Li Xian with resentment in his eyes. He didn't understand why this chef had so many tricks. Although he was dissatisfied, he still did it. After all, Li Xian was Ji Fanqin's guest, and Li Xian had invited him to soak his feet before. It was a favor, and he remembered it. Things done in the Earl's palace are naturally fast and reliable. Less than half an incense stick of time passed, and a huge rock as tall as a person was pulled over by the carriage. When it stopped, the 4 horses were panting heavily with exhaustion. Li Xinrong put it beside the pavilion and waved his hand for everyone to leave. When only Li Xian and Nyang were left, he once again used his energy and blood to write with his fingers. Fairy lake after the rain. The water is bright and beautiful when the weather is fine, and the mountains are misty and strange when it rains. If I were to compare the fairy lake to a fairy, light or heavy makeup would always be suitable. The signature is still, writer. Sir. This poem is so beautiful. Nyang looked at Li Xian with moving eyes. Although she didn't know why Li Xian left such a poem, she could see the beauty of the poem. At this moment, her eyes were tearing as she looked at Li Xian. Martial arts were prevalent in the Shenwu dynasty, but literary style was also strong. After all, men of letters were needed to govern a country. It was a pity that the Shenwu kingdom did not produce any famous Confucian scholars. Even so, there are still many literati and poets. Nyang can be sure that if Li Xian's poems are discovered, many literati will come to admire them. Keep it a secret for your husband, this is our only secret. Li Xian kissed Nyang and said with a smile. Nyang agreed, but she became more and more curious about Li Xian. What abilities did her little man have that she didn't know? After leaving the pavilion, Li Xian first sent Nyang and Yuzi back to the inn, glanced at Guangquan who was still sleeping, and then got on the carriage to the Earl of Yongchang's mansion. Madam is in poor health and believes in Buddhism, but she doesn't abstain from food. Miss became a disciple of the Divine Fire sect in her early years and has not left since returning home last year, and she doesn't abstain from food either. Young master is in good health and has an unusual sense of smell, but he also. You don't have any dietary restrictions, right? Can you tell me something useful, Lao Jia? Li Xian interrupted the chattering Lao Jia. How could he not realize that this middle-aged uncle with thick eyebrows and big eyes was such a chatterbox? Lao Jia was interrupted and stared at Li Xian with an unhappy look on his face. After a while, he nodded, turned around and got out of the carriage. He was obviously angry. Li Xian smiled and shook his head. The noble families, the famous and prestigious families, all these high-ranking people are like this. If you want to make close friends with them, you must at least have a status that matches theirs. Lao Jia is considered easy to talk to, but he still has the arrogance of an upper-class person. However, Li Xian knew that Lao Jia had reason to be proud. He was the commander of the guards of the Earl's palace and also served as the general of the Fairy City garrison. He had 5,800 armored soldiers and 300 guards of the Earl's palace under his command. He was an absolute powerhouse and a direct descendant of the Earl's palace. The carriage did not stop at all when it arrived at the Earl's mansion, but went all the way to the central hall, which was the reception room. Young Uncle Ji Fanqin was already waiting here. When he saw Li Xian getting off the car, he stood up with a smile on his face and said impatiently, "Brother Li, hurry up and cook. I've made a promise to my mother and sister." At this moment, Ji Fanqin was no longer a little adult, but had regained her childish nature. She walked forward, took Li Xian's arm and walked towards the kitchen. Lao Jia next to him wanted to remind him that this was not the way to treat guests, but thinking about how Li Xian had just provoked him in the car, he stopped talking and said, "Why drink tea? Go get to work." Li Xian didn't care. After all, he came here for the secret manual of martial arts, and cooking was a transaction. When I arrived at the kitchen, everything Li Xian had prepared was there and very complete. Li Xian asked everyone to leave and he started tinkering with it himself. The first thing he got was of course the seasoning. He didn't bring much with him, so he used a lot along the way. The Earl's palace prepared such a complete range of things and the quality was so good, so of course he had to replenish them here. Ji Fanqin came to check on him every once in a while, and Li Xian didn't stop him. Soon Li Xian began to cook. The energy and blood in his hands flourished as he carefully cooked each ingredient. His knife skills were amazing, and the phoenix he carved looked lifelike. One dish after another came out of the pot and was brought to the table by the servants. Soon 18 dishes were ready and Li Xian was invited to the banquet. When he entered the room, the first person Li Xian saw was a young girl, about 16 or 17 years old, with a pair of almond-shaped eyes, but her gaze was very sharp and scrutinizing. She had a slender figure and one could tell at a glance that she was a wealthy woman. After all, she had a flat chest. Based on Lao Jia's introduction, Li Xian guessed that this girl should be Ji Shui, Ji Fanqin's sister. She sat at the bottom, opposite Ji Fanqin, and between them sat a woman with a gentle face. She looked to be about 26 or 27 years old, with the same almond-shaped eyes as Ji Shui, but her eyes were watery and enchanting. She seemed to have a soft aura and looked non-aggressive and gentle. The former countess, now the mistress of the Earl's mansion, Li Xian didn't know her name, and Lao Jia didn't introduce her either. He only knew that this must be Ji Fanqin's mother. If it weren't for second mother, just for the mother and daughter, Li Xian would definitely say to Ji Fanqin at this moment, "I'm determined to be your brother." "Mom, this is the big brother Li Xian I told you about." He is a spiritual chef. Very powerful. Ji Fanqin chattered. Li Xian stepped forward, bowed slightly, clasped his fists and was about to speak. Suddenly Ji Shue's face changed. She slammed the table and stood in front of her mother and brother, shouting in a delicate voice, "Come here, arrest this man." Following Ji Shue's order, the guards rushed towards Li Xian without saying a word. Clang clang. Some guards drew their swords, but fortunately they knew their limits and the long swords only blocked Li Xian's retreat routes, with the main focus on capturing him. Li Xian was confused. As he watched the guards take action, his figure flashed and left a trail of afterimage. He had already reached the door of the hall. He frowned and looked at Lao Jia, who was not far away, and said unhappily, "Is this the way the Earl's mansion entertains guests? This is really an eye-opener for me, buddy." Lao Jia opened his mouth and turned to look at Ji Shui in confusion. Things happened too fast and he didn't understand. In fact, it was not only Lao Jia who didn't understand. Yongchang, Earl Ji Fanqin and Wenwan, who was sitting in the main seat, were also confused. They looked at Ji Shui together, and it was clear from their expressions that they hoped Ji Shui could explain it. Ji Shui's face was as cold as ice. She took out a jade pendant from her pocket. The snow-white jade pendant was emitting a faint red light. Seeing this scene, Wenwan's face changed, and she hurriedly pulled Ji Fanqin behind her to protect her. Lao Jia's face suddenly changed, and he shouted angrily, "There is a ghost." His blood and energy exploded, and he stood in front of Ji Fanqin and Wenwan, looking at Li Xian with a serious expression. "Sister, why did you attack Brother Li?" At this time Ji Fanqin spoke, and asked anxiously behind his mother. Without waiting for Ji Shui to answer, Lao Jia said in a deep voice, "Uncle, this is a jade pendant to ward off evil spirits. It will glow and heat to warn you when it encounters a ghost. You also have one on you." At this point, Lao Jia asked in confusion, "Master, you met this person this morning. The evil-repelling jade pendant should have reacted long ago, right?" Upon hearing this, Ji Fanqin also took out a jade pendant from his bosom. Sure enough, this jade pendant was also emitting a bright red light. He scratched his head and said ignorantly, I was indeed warm when I met Brother Li before, but... Little brother." Ji Shui scolded him tenderly. Seeing her brother's confused look, she said helplessly, "You still trust others so easily. Stupid." Li Xian also roughly understood it at this moment. He coughed lightly and said, "This is a misunderstanding. Your evil-repelling jade pendant works not because of me, but probably because of this thing." As he spoke, he took out a completely black bead. "Ghostly mind. How could you have a ghostly mind?" Ji Shui's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed as she looked at the bead in disbelief. Lao Jia was also like this. He was surprised and asked, "You actually have evil intentions? Who are you?" "Stranger." Li Xian threw out a joke, but unfortunately no one picked up on it. He casually threw the black bead into the yard outside, walked to the other side, and said, "Come, test me again." Ji Shui looked solemn. She approached Li Xian with the jade pendant in her hand, but there was no response. On the contrary, when she moved closer to the black bead, the jade pendant glowed brightly and became extremely hot. "It is indeed a misunderstanding. Are you so mean?" Ji Shui nodded casually, then looked at the black beads with a burning look in her eyes. Seeing that she had no intention of apologizing and was still so arrogant, Li Xian suddenly lost interest and said, "Wave your hand. I won't sell it to you. Don't you want some martial arts? There are quite a few in my Earl's mansion. You can choose whatever you want." Ji Shui said unwillingly. Li Xian glanced at her and said, "I'll sell you 3 of these evil-repelling jade pendants." "You are just daydreaming." "Humph." Ji Shui was so angry that her face turned ugly and she turned away and stopped looking at Li Xian. Li Xian didn't care. He took back the bead called the Ghost Heart and said calmly, "Li lives in Yunlai Inn. If I want to learn cooking, let the chef of the Earl's mansion come to me and bring the secret manual. The transaction is limited to 7 days. After 7 days, Li will leave Fairy City. Goodbye." After saying that, Li Xian turned and left. "Little chef, you're quite courageous. Ji Shui looked at Li Xian's departing back with cold eyes, her slender jade fingers clenched into fists tightly. At this moment, Ji Fanqin suddenly threw herself into Wen Wan's arms and sobbed, "Mom, Brother Li is a good man. Woohoo, my elder sister bullied him." Wen Wan stroked her son's little head with a loving look on her face and stretched out her hand towards Ji Shui. Ji Shui took a deep breath, her expression no longer so cold, and walked in front of Wen Wan but ignored the hand she extended. Wen Wan's face was full of tenderness. She gently patted her daughter's hand and signaled Ji Fanqin in her arms with her eyes. Ji Shui's eyes were cold, she lowered her head and said stiffly, "Okay, stop crying, I'll apologize to your brother Li tomorrow, okay?" Ji Fanqin raised her head with tears in her eyes and said like a little adult, "You have to speak nicely and don't be mean to brother Li." Ji Shui said impatiently, "Okay, I got it, you are so nagging." Wen Wan frowned slightly and stretched out her hand as if to pat Ji Shui's arm, but Ji Shui subconsciously dodged. Wen Wan didn't care and just smiled and shook her head. Ji Fanqin finally smiled, without even wiping her tears, and started to pull her mother and sister to eat, her mouth full of delicious food. Li Xian walked slowly. It was already night and there were almost northwest people on the road. A waning moon in the sky emitted a faint glow, making the street seem even more deserted. At this moment, Li Xian's mind was filled with the evil-repelling jade pendant, a treasure that could detect ghosts. He wanted it very much. Suddenly he stopped and looked ahead. 3 men in tight clothes and black scarves were already 10 steps away. When their eyes met, the 3 of them suddenly accelerated and rushed towards him. All 3 of them stared at him and were close to him in the blink of an eye. The 3 of them attacked without saying a word. "Can we chat for a moment?" Li Xian's voice came from 10 meters away. The 3 of them were stunned. The afterimage of Li Xian in front of them was slowly disappearing. The 3 of them exchanged glances and saw a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. The next moment, the energy and blood of the 3 of them suddenly exploded, and a heat wave swept through. Li Xian frowned. The power of qi and blood was endowed with the characteristics of the martial arts. This was a method that could only be displayed by those who had reached at least the 7th level of strength training and whose internal organs had been strengthened. The 3 men burst out with all their strength and punched Li Xian again. Seeing this, Li Xian did not hold back and faced the enemy head-on. The moment they passed each other, the 3 men vomited blood and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. They didn't even see how Li Xian made his move. "Tell me, who are you and why are you arresting me?" Li Xian squatted beside one of them and asked calmly. He could see that the 3 men had no intention of killing him, they just wanted to catch him. There was death in the man's eyes. He just looked at Li Xian calmly without saying a word. Li Xian sighed, looking distressed, "You have no intention of killing me. If I were to kill you, I would feel uncomfortable." Suddenly he snapped his fingers and said, "How about this, I will knock you out, strip you naked, and then throw you into the homes of several high-ranking officials. Don't worry, I will throw you on the beds of the women and wait until tomorrow morning. Hee hee, I wonder how the people behind you will explain to these officials." The 3 of them widened their eyes at the same time, looking at Li Xian in disbelief. Although they opened and closed their mouths a few times without saying anything, their expressions clearly accuse him loudly, "What kind of devil are you? Don't look at me like that. Just tell me what you want to know and I won't do it. After all, I'm not a devil. Don't believe me? Then I guarantee it in the name of my mentor Qing Yunzi." Li Xian raised 3 fingers with a sincere face and said seriously. The 3 looked at each other. One of them endured the pain of a broken sternum and wrote on the ground with his finger, "We are the dead warriors. The master invites you to be a guest. We don't want to embarrass you." The smile on Li Xian's face also disappeared. He looked over and the 3 of them opened their mouths without hesitation. He discovered that these 3 people had no tongues. No, it should be said that their tongues had been cut off by a sharp weapon. Death warriors. Li Xian gritted his teeth, looking unhappy, and asked, "Who is your master?" The 3 of them shook their heads together, obviously not going to tell Li Xian. After Li Xian knew that the other party was a group of assassins, he gave up the idea of obtaining information from them. He stood up and kicked each of them unconscious. Then, in a flash, he ran towards the Yunlai Inn. Snap. Silently, a slender sword came out from the darkness and headed straight for Li Xian's back, but Li Xian arrived first and smashed it into pieces with one punch. The person who had done the attack turned around and ran when she saw this. It could be seen that she was a woman with a slim figure and ran very fast. However, in just a few breaths, Li Xian had already stood in front of this person. He looked solemn. That sword strike just now was very dangerous. If his five senses had not been strengthened many times, he would have definitely died. Look what this is, you still dare to block my way. Facing Li Xian who was blocking her way, the female killer took out a token with a burning flame pattern on it. Li Xian had never seen the token, so of course he didn't recognize it, but he made a horrified expression as if he had recognized the token. You are, but why do you want to kill me? The female killer heard this and said with disdain, hand over your evil heart, otherwise not only you, but also the two women with you will die. Such a treasure is not for you, a little piece of meat. The female killer may have thought of the fact that she was defeated by Xiao Xiao Lianro. She gritted her teeth and said, although you are born with supernatural power, it is wishful thinking to want to compete with my divine fire sect. Have you thought it through? Hand over your evil heart. It turns out to be the divine fire sect. Li Xian understood, stretched out his hand and took out the black bead. Just as he was about to give it away, he suddenly acted as if he had suddenly realized something and exclaimed, no, you are not from the divine fire sect, you were sent by Ji Shui. So what? Besides, senior sister Ji is a disciple of my sect. Okay, give it to me. The female killer said calmly, extending her hand. It's really Ji Shui's airport. Li Xian was furious and asked, finally, one last question. What did the divine fire sect buy so much silk for? The female killer became impatient and said coldly, don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Hurry up and give up your evil heart. Li Xian got all the answers he wanted. He put away the ghost heart and said calmly, since she sent you to kill me and take the ghost heart, those three assassins are not her people. The female killer's eyes turned cold, and she was about to speak again, but Li Xian grabbed her neck and broke it with a click. Carrying the corpse, Li Xian turned and left. A dozen breaths later, outside the Earl of Yongchang's mansion, Li Xian casually threw the female killer's body at the door and said, Ji Shui sent someone to kill me. Tell Ji Fanqin that the deal is cancelled. After saying that, Li Xian turned and left. The guards at the door knew Li Xian. They were all horrified and rushed in to report. Soon everyone in charge of the Earl's mansion knew about it, and they rushed out one by one. When Ji Shui saw the body of the female killer, her eyes condensed, her blood and energy boiled, and her eyes flashed with murderous intent. Miss, you. Lao Jia looked at Ji Shui with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say at the moment. Ji Fanqin's face was filled with horror. He asked loudly, Sister, why? How could you? Bang. A slap hit Ji Fanqin's face, and Ji Shui said coldly, I am your elder sister, why are you talking to me like this for an outsider? In the shadows far away, Li Xian's teeth ached as he watched, and he couldn't help but admire in a low voice, Ji Shui is a ruthless person. At this moment, at the gate of the Earl's mansion, Ji Fanqin held back her tears and said stubbornly, You are my elder sister, but Brother Li obviously didn't offend you, and he even cooked for us. How could you send someone to kill him? Seeing Ji Shui raising her hand to slap again, Wenwan hurriedly hugged Ji Fanqin. She looked at Ji Shui reproachfully, reached out and pulled Ji Shui's arm, and shook her head. However, Ji Shui suddenly shook off Wenwan's hand. She looked at Wenwan with cold eyes and said hatefully, Stop pretending. You are not my mother. My mother was killed by you a long time ago. Killing my mother is not enough. You also married into the family and killed my father. You now occupy the Earl's mansion and become the mistress. Ji Shui approached Wenwan step by step, her face becoming more and more angry, and said, The most damnable thing is that you insisted on sending me into the sect in person. Do you know how those people laughed at me? They said my mother was a mute. Why don't you just die? After she finished speaking, she slapped Wenwan in the face, causing her mouth to bleed and her cheeks to swell. She fell heavily to the cold ground with a bang. At this moment, everyone looked at Ji Shui in disbelief. They never thought that the eldest lady would actually hit the mistress. In the shadows, Li Xian only realized at this moment that this woman who was as gentle as water and not at all aggressive was actually a mute. He looked at Wan, who had been lying on the ground and unable to get up for a long time, and suddenly thought of his previous life. Wan was a mute, and he was a disabled person. Outside the Earl's mansion, many elderly people in the mansion showed expressions of pity. In fact, they all knew that Wan was not the biological mother of Ji Shui and Ji Fanqin. Their biological mother died of complications during childbirth of Ji Fanqin. Wan was born unable to speak, so she never married. After her sister Wenra died, she often came to take care of the two children. A year later, the Earl's brother-in-law was about to die from missing his father. He wanted her to marry him and take care of the two children. Wan agreed without thinking. The old Earl did not survive after all and died before Wan could marry him, but Wan still married him and has been taking care of the two children to the best of her ability. She asked herself that she had used up all her love to love them, but she didn't expect Ji Shui to hate her so much. Wan sat on the ground in a daze, feeling hopeless for a moment, and her eyes became dull. "Mother is my mother, I don't allow you to say that." At this time, Ji Fanqin hugged Wan and yelled at Ji Shui angrily. Ji Shui narrowed her eyes and raised her hand to slap Ji Fanqin again. Bang! Ji Fanqin was protected in Wan's arms. Wan was slapped again and she fell to the ground again, but this time she struggled to get up and protected Ji Fanqin behind her. She looked at Ji Shui with pleading eyes, pointed at Ji Fanqin, and then pointed at Ji Shui, as if to say, "This is your own brother." Li Xian's pupils shrank as he watched. He scratched his head, looking conflicted. He muttered, "Should I take action? Offending the airport for a young woman? No, 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 I'm doing this for justice. Yes, for justice." While Li Xian was struggling, Ji Shui was already looking impatient and raised her arm to attack again. "No, miss." Lao Jia couldn't help but speak. With his status, he shouldn't have interfered in the master's family affairs, but he couldn't help it. He quickly walked to Ji Shui and separated Wan and Ji Shui. When Lao Jia appeared, Li Xian took a step back. He thought for a moment, no matter how good the young woman is, she is still the mistress of the Earl's mansion. I can't take her away. Forget it. Let's just continue eating melons. While Li Xian was eating melons and watching the show, Lao Jia was already kneeling on one knee over there. He looked at Ji Shui with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, "Miss, you must not hurt the Lord and the mistress again. The Lord is a respected person, and you cannot hurt him even if you are his sister." Ji Shui looked at Lao Jia with cold eyes, and suddenly sneered, "Master. Ha, you won't be one soon." "What do you mean, young lady?" Lao Jia asked hurriedly. He had a bad premonition and stood up suddenly. His energy and blood surged and he was ready for battle. At this time, an old voice came, "Shui did a good job. After taking over the Earl's mansion, there will be more wealth to support. I believe that Lord Gugad will succeed in Nirvana more quickly." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Led by a white-haired old man, more than 30 figures rushed out from the streets on both sides and blocked the door of the Earl's mansion. Li Xian immediately leaned against the wall, with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't understand if the Divine Fire sect dared to attack the Earl's mansion. Go ahead and clear out the mess. Facts proved that they really dared. The old man waved his hand, and more than 30 people scattered in an instant. Soon, shouts of killing were heard all around, and countless servants and guards in the mansion died tragically. The disciples of the Divine Fire sect harvested lives and robbed property with smiles on their faces. Beautiful women, regardless of their identities, were knocked unconscious and thrown on the ground, leaving their own marks on them. They were treated as their private property. Outside, Li Xian frowned. He really couldn't understand. How dare they attack the Earl's mansion? Are the people of the Divine Fire sect crazy? I'll keep you here for now, Wan. I'll slowly pay you back for the pain you've brought me. Ji Shui looked at the frightened woman in front of her with a cold gaze and waved her hand. Lock them up in the room and don't let them out without my order. Yes. The two maids responded respectfully, then pulled Ji Fanqin and Wan towards the main house. Stop it. Lao Jia was filled with rage and was about to rescue people, but a palm surrounded by heat waves was getting closer and closer in front of him. He tried to resist it, but it was like being struck by lightning. Bang. Lao Jia was slapped and flew away, blood spurting from his mouth. He said in horror, "Qi refining realm. Colluding with outsiders to harm your own people, well done Ji Shui." Li Xian was stunned, but at this moment he finally had a reason to take action. Li Xian was struggling before because it was an internal struggle in the Earl's mansion from the beginning to the end. Ji Shui beating her brother and her mother were all the Earl's mansion's own affairs. He was an outsider and had no reason to get involved. But now it's different. Ji Shui actually colluded with outsiders to persecute the Earl's mansion. Li Xian chuckled and walked out of the shadows with ease. My uncle is the Earl of Yongchang, who was conferred the title by the Shenwu dynasty. If the Shenhua sect dares to attack the Earl's mansion, the court will not let you go. Lao Jia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a cold voice. In Shuzhou, the sect is the biggest. The old man said calmly. A look of pain flashed across Lao Jia's eyes. He gritted his teeth and looked at the old man, but was unable to refute. The old man walked forward slowly and was about to kill Lao Jia, when suddenly he frowned and looked into the distance. There, a figure was walking slowly towards them, holding two people in his hands. Bang. With two soft clicks, Li Xian threw the two corpses in his hands to the old man's feet and said with a faint smile, "They were slacking off while others were working, so they solved it for you. No need to thank me." The old man recognized that the two were disciples of the Divine Fire sect, responsible for patrolling the perimeter. When he looked at Li Xian again, murderous intent emerged in his eyes, and he said coldly, "It has been a long time since I have wanted to kill someone so much. Boy, you will not die easily." Li Xian smiled, looked at Lao Jia, and said, TSK, this is blood. Lao Jia, you have kidney deficiency." Lao Jia really didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment, but when he thought that he was going to die, he smiled and said, "The Earl's mansion is about to be wiped out by the Divine Fire sect, and you are still talking to me about kidney deficiency. Go away now." Li Xian was stunned for a moment, then his expression became much gentler. The old man next to him also glanced at Lao Jia with disdain and said indifferently, "Dare to kill my disciples of the Divine Fire sect, do you think he can still get away?" With a bitter smile, Lao Jia stood up with the help of the wall and said, "You treated me to a treat, and I will repay you. Let's go." Lao Jia roared, and the energy and blood in his body burst out, and he rushed towards the old man from the Divine Fire sect. Bang. Just as he started, he was knocked to the ground by a gentle force. Lao Jia was completely stunned and muttered to himself, "I must be dreaming. Just be quiet for a while." Li Xian's smiling voice came. Lao Jia looked up and his eyes suddenly widened. Li Xian and the old man were already engaging in close combat. The old man from the Divine Fire sect slapped his fiery red palm towards Li Xian. Li Xian met the palm with a punch without dodging. Then there was a cracking sound, and the old man from the Divine Fire sect flew backwards. Lao Jia was stunned. Am I really dreaming? The next moment, Li Xian had already rushed forward, leaving an afterimage before the old man landed on the ground, and came to the side of the old man, punching him with a loud bang. Bang. The old man from the Divine Fire sect's chest collapsed visibly, and he spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with his internal organs, then fell to the ground, no longer able to breathe. I'm at the second level of strength training and I'm killing an old Qi training monster with 2 punches. I wouldn't dare to dream of this even in my dreams. Lao Jia stood up excitedly and looked at Li Xian in disbelief, as if he was a monster. Keep dreaming. I'm going to get my evil-repelling jade pendant. Li Xian glanced at Lao Jia and walked into the gate of the Earl's mansion. This was the second time. The first time he was misunderstood and didn't get an apology, he left in disappointment, but this time he came in killing me. Li Xian held his head high and shouted as soon as he entered the room, Ji Shui, get out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures flew over from all directions, looking at Li Xian with unfriendly eyes. A hook-nosed man said coldly, hurry up and finish it. I just stripped the 2 girls naked and I'm in a hurry to go back and enjoy myself. Hee hee, me too. Senior Sister G rewarded me with 2 chicks. Another young man spoke with a wicked smile, not taking Li Xin seriously at all. Stop talking nonsense and get started, a girl with an icy look said in a cold voice. The next moment, 5 people rushed over together. They did not underestimate Li Xin. They just wanted to paralyze Li Xin. They did not dare to underestimate him for being able to break through the outer blockade and come here. However, not underestimating the opponent does not mean that you can defeat him. Li Xin used flowing cloud steps, and used all his talent to defeat all the little friends with 1 punch. In the blink of an eye, 5 of them vomited blood and died with unwilling faces. After killing 5 people, Li Xin could still hear screams coming from all around. It looks like there are a lot of scum. Let's rescue them first. It will be easier to negotiate terms with Ji Fanqin then. As he was thinking, Li Xin had already left behind an afterimage and disappeared on the spot. Whenever he saw someone wearing the clothes of the Divine Fire sect, regardless of whether they were men or women, he would beat them to death. But soon he no longer used clothes to distinguish people, and he would kill anyone who did evil, regardless of whether they were disciples of the Divine Fire sect or not. After a while, Li Xin looked grim. If he had wanted to take the initiative in the negotiations with Ji Fanqin before, now he wanted to destroy these scums from the bottom of his heart. Tragedies were everywhere, and Li Xin had already begun to blame himself for not taking action earlier. Crush the sword and punch it down. Li Xin killed another female disciple of the Divine Fire sect and rescued a young maid who had cuts all over her body and face. Just as he was about to speak, the girl nodded at him, closed her eyes, and died. The Divine Fire sect deserves to die, and Ji Shui deserves to die even more. Li Xin took a deep breath, his eyes became colder, and his body moved faster. It took Li Xin 2 incense sticks of time to use flowing cloud steps to travel around the Earl's mansion, and all the evildoers and disciples of the Divine Fire sect were killed. When he returned to the front yard, Li Xin did not find Ji Shui, and Wen Wan and Ji Fanqin were also missing. Just when Li Xin was at a loss, a group of guards in armor rushed in, followed by Lao Jia. Just now, Lao Jia went out of the city to call back all the guards from the Earl's mansion. At the same time, he ordered the garrison to blockade the entire fairy city. Li Xin didn't waste any words and directly explained the situation. Lao Jia immediately slapped his head and said, "Follow me." Lao Jia asked the guards to step aside and he ran towards the garden. Next to the rockery in the garden, Lao Jia pressed an inconspicuous stone and rotated it twice. Suddenly, a secret door appeared and Lao Jia quickly got in. Li Xin followed closely behind. After walking through a downward corridor of more than 10 meters, there was a cave. Further inside the cave, there was a room on each side. At this moment in the room on the left, Ji Fanqin was unconscious, but seeing the wounds on his hands and feet, and the blood on his lower abdomen, both Li Xin and Lao Jia's faces changed drastically. Lao Jia went forward to check and immediately gnashed his teeth and said, "The tendons of his hands and feet are all cut off, and his dantian is destroyed. Damn it, damn it." He went mad, blood spurting out of the wound on his chest, but he was so angry that he turned and rushed to the opposite room. With a bang, the heavy iron door was kicked open. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lao Jia was extremely angry. Li Xin also secretly clenched his fists at this moment, with murderous intent surging in his heart. Inside the room, Wen Wan was tied to a cross, covered in blood. Her face was bloody and her body was covered with whip marks. Blood was dripping all over the floor. Next to her, Ji Shui was swinging a long whip, whipping Wen Wan again and again. She was caught up in some strange and excited mood, and the loud sound of kicking the door did not wake her up. "Stop." After Lao Jia rushed in, he rushed directly towards Ji Shui. At this moment, he was furious and did not care about status or injuries, and attacked directly. Li Xin went straight to Wen Wan. Looking at Wen Wan, whose face was covered with small wounds and body was covered with whip marks, he sighed, gently untied the rope and let her down. Looking at the various torture instruments placed nearby, Li Xin immediately thought of that disgusting woman Lin Manchu. "How dare you attack me? Have you forgotten the kindness my father has shown you?" Ji Shui screamed angrily. She was tightly entangled by Lao Jia. Although Lao Jia kept spitting blood, his attacks on her became more and more fierce. You are not worthy to talk about the old uncle. Lao Jia attacked angrily. When he saw the miserable condition of Ji Fanqin and Wenwan, Lao Jia no longer had any feelings for Ji Shui, only deep hatred. Bang! Having endured Ji Shui's palm strike head-on, Lao Jia punched the other party as if he was saving his life. Ji Shui is only at the 8th level of power training, and there is still a gap between her and warriors like Lao Jia who have reached the perfect level of power training. If Lao Jia had not been injured, he could have easily defeated Ji Shui. But at this moment, he punched Ji Shui with hatred, causing her to spit blood and fly backwards. She hit the wall heavily and fell to the ground. You deserve to die. Lao Jia walked forward with his fists clenched, looking at Ji Shui with gritted teeth. No, ahem, you can't kill me. Divine Fire Sect. Bang. Lao Jia punched Ji Shui, but he only knocked her unconscious. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Lao Jia won't kill you, but the mistress and uncle won't let you go. Okay, let's go out first. This place is not suitable for healing. At this moment, Li Xin had already picked up Wenwan and walked out. When Lao Jia saw Li Xin's actions, he felt that it was disrespectful to the mistress, but he opened his mouth but ultimately did not speak. He picked up Ji Shui, went to another room, picked up Ji Fanqin, and quickly left the secret room. After returning to the Earl's mansion, Li Xin found a room to put Wenwan down, and then took Ji Fanqin in. Then he asked Lao Jia to get the medicinal herbs. Although Li Xin's medical skills were not recognized by the panel, it was not because he was incompetent, but simply because the panel was too bad. Just when Li Xin was treating the two heads of the Earl's mansion, a man flew in from outside the fairy city. Yes, fly. This person was wearing a 7-star Taoist robe, had a fat body, and the fat on his face was squeezed together, making his eyes look very small. He stepped on the flying shuttle, spiritual energy surged in his body, and he kept making hand gestures. He was high in the air and looking down, his eyes constantly searching for something. Suddenly his eyes focused and his figure quickly moved towards the Earl's mansion. What is that? The soldiers guarding the city cried out in surprise and stared at the falling figure in amazement. Is it a bird? Is it a flying chicken? Is it a strawman? Someone else exclaimed, but was slapped to the ground by his companion. Stop talking nonsense and report to the commander. On the other side, Li Xin had simply treated the wounds of the two and was boiling medicine. Swish. A figure landed on top of Li Xin's head. It was the fat Taoist priest who flew over. At this moment, he glanced at Li Xin with interest and said softly, the golden body skill of the great snow mountain, the strange fist intention, and it seems that he is born with supernatural power. Interesting little guy. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked inside the room. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the house and fell on Ji Fanqin who was lying on the bed. Alas, if I had known that my disciple would be in trouble, I would not have thought that he would be in such a state of trouble. The fat Taoist sighed. Li Xin had no idea that there was a fat man chattering above his head. He was still staring at the medicine pot intently. The fat Taoist landed lightly on the ground at this moment, the shuttle under his feet turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his sleeves, and he slowly walked into the room. A quarter of an hour later, Li Xin walked into the room holding a bowl of medicine. He paused and looked at the fat man in the room in horror. Don't be alarmed, kid. I'm here to see my beloved disciple. The fat Taoist said to Li Xin with a smile. Li Xin bowed hurriedly and said, Greetings, senior. The disciple you are talking about is Ji Fanqin. Of course, I crossed 300,000 miles to the land of absolute spirits because I calculated that my disciple is here. The heavenly life palace is powerful, and her sense of smell is amazing. This is exactly the physique that my 7-star palace needs. And this girl, my 7-star palace never accepts female disciples. This girl actually has a special physique. It's a pity that she can't enter my 7-star palace. The fat Taoist shook his head slowly with a look of regret on his face. Li Xin looked at the two unconscious people with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He made an assumption, if he hadn't been there, what would have happened to the Earl's mansion? First, Lao Jia will die, and then the Earl's mansion will become a living hell. Ji Shui may torture Wen Wan to death, but Ji Fanqin will not die. He will wait for this Taoist master. With a special physique and a deep blood feud, the master came to find it himself. This Ji Fanqin is actually the son of destiny who is destined to be the protagonist. Li Xin was stunned, looking at the little kid lying on the bed with shock. Stand back, kid. I'm going to save my precious disciple. Seeing Li Xin in a daze, the fat Taoist called out to him. Li Xin suddenly realized and hurriedly retreated to the door. Behind his forehead, he saw a visible cyclone suddenly rising from the fat Taoist's body. After circling around, the cyclone rushed up into the sky and directly blew off the roof. At this moment, the originally dim stars in the night sky all shine together, and the starlight is colorful. Slowly, the light seemed to turn into quicksand, falling down in star-like spots. Come. The fat Taoist raised his hand and shouted softly. The sound was ethereal and seemed to contain some strange rhythm, and it spread far into the sky. The scattered lights visible to the naked eye immediately found a direction and gathered into a colorful beam of light like a kite string, falling from an unknown height and gathering towards the palm of the fat Taoist's raised hand. At this moment, Li Xin wanted to shout, 666. This kind of divine method was the first time he had seen it in his 2 lifetimes. Spectacular, magnificent, mysterious. Li Xin tried his best to describe the scene before him, but he couldn't find the words to describe it. The best special effects in his previous life were not even a fraction as good as what he saw before him. Above the Qi refining realm. Definitely above the Qi refining realm. Li Xin muttered to himself, his eyes burning and his fists clenched. Inside the house, the starlight condensed in the fat Taoist's palm became more and more numerous and more dazzling. After concentrating for a quarter of an hour, the fat Taoist finally withdrew his palm. At this moment, an extremely brilliant light was condensed in his palm. He swung his hand casually, and the light immediately enveloped Ji Fanqin. It was visible to the naked eye that Ji Fanqin's broken tendons in his limbs were healing, and his broken dantian was also healing. Finally, all the remaining starlight fell into Ji Fanqin's brows and disappeared. Puff. Ji Fanqin, who was sleeping, suddenly spat out a thick black substance that looked like a blood clot and a piece of meat. Bang. The fat Taoist casually shot out a beam of light, and the substance immediately turned into ashes. At this time, Ji Fanqin also woke up slowly. He was a little dazed when he first opened his eyes. After a moment of shock, he immediately shouted in fear, "Help, my mother! Save my mother!" Li Xin comforted him, "Young master, don't worry. Look around you. Your mother is safe. It's all over. All the people from the Divine Fire sect have been killed, and Ji Shui is also under the care of Lao Jia." Ji Fanqin looked around when he heard this. When he saw Wen Wan's injuries, tears immediately flowed down his face and he cried, "Mom! Mom, what happened to you, Mom? Don't worry, my good disciple. Your mother's injuries are only minor. Come back to the mountain gate with your master to practice for a few years, and then you can heal her yourself. It will be absolutely perfect, and no scars will be left," said the fat Taoist with a smile. Ji Fanqin was listening intently, and only then did he react and asked in a daze, "Master?" The fat Taoist grinned, held his head high and said, "Yes, my name is Tianquanzi, I am Zhang Lao from the 7 Stars Palace, and I am also your master. Come here, my good disciple, kowtow to me." Ji Fanqin was bewildered. She tilted her head, unable to accept it, and even looked at Li Xin for help. Seeing this, the fat Taoist stretched out his hand and pointed at Ji Fanqin's forehead. Ji Fanqin was confused for a moment, then he showed an expression of sudden realization and exclaimed, "Immortal. So this is how it is. Disciple greets master." Ji Fanqin seemed to know a lot of things after being pointed at by the fat Taoist. He jumped off the bed, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the fat Taoist 3 times. The fat Taoist was even happier, and his little eyes were almost invisible. He personally helped his disciple up and said, "Say goodbye to your family. I will come back to find you in an hour. But there are some things that cannot be said, so remember them down." "Yes, master, I understand everything," Ji Fanqin said respectfully. The fat Taoist nodded, and his figure slowly disappeared until he was completely out of sight. At this moment, Ji Fanqin looked at the unconscious Wenwan, then at Li Xian, then at Wenwan again, and then at Li Xian again. Li Xian was at a loss for words and asked, "What are you looking at?" Ji Fanqin sighed like a little adult and said, "Brother Li, I will go to the 7-star palace to practice soon. It will take at least 3 years and at most 5 years for me to be able to cure my mother's injury. Can you take care of my mother during this period? Why don't you ask your master for help? He was the one who cured your injury, so he can probably cure your mother as well. And why do you want to entrust it to me? Wouldn't Lao Jia be more suitable?" Li Xian asked the question that was in his mind. Ji Fanqin shook his head and said, "Master and I are master and disciple. I will bear the consequences of master saving me, but my mother and master have no karmic relationship, so he cannot help. Other cultivators do not have this restriction, but the 7 Stars Palace. In short, master cannot help." Li Xian nodded to show that he understood. He was going to give the protagonist motivation. He was very good at it. Ji Fanqin continued, "As for Lao Jia, the Earl's golden seal was sent to the Divine Fire sect by Ji Shui. If nothing unexpected happens, the dynasty's luck has been devoured, the title of Earl Yongchang no longer exists, and the Earl's mansion is no longer qualified to exist. Lao Jia is now only the garrison general of Fairy City and is no longer a member of the Earl's mansion. I am worried about my mother staying here." "Then why do you trust me?" Li Xian himself doesn't trust himself. Isn't this the same as letting a wolf watch over the sheep? Ji Fanqin came back 3 or 5 years later, and the two of them started talking about their respective things. "You call me dad, and I call you brother." Ji Fanqin scratched his head at this moment and said, "Master asked me to do this. Besides, I believe in brotherly." "Ah, I have to say that your master is really good at judging people. I accept your commission." Li Xian agreed reluctantly, but the smile on his lips could not be suppressed. "Ji Fanqin, thank you." Afterwards, Ji Fanqin found Lao Jia again and explained everything to him before going to the dungeon to meet Ji Shui. Li Xian did not follow in, but he expressed in advance that he wanted the jade pendant to ward off evil spirits. Half an hour had passed when Ji Fanqin came out of the dungeon. His eyes became firm, as if he had grown up in an instant. Just as he handed the 2 evil-repelling jade pendants to Li Xian, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. It was the fat Taoist priest. "Brother Li, I'm counting on you. Take care, Lao Jia." Ji Fanqin waved at the two of them, and then the fat Taoist waved his hand and the person fell on the fat Taoist's shoulder. "Haha, my dear disciple, watch out, this shuttle of yours is." A faint voice came from the sky, and Li Xian could no longer hear it clearly. Lao Jia went to the dungeon, but it was empty with only a handful of ashes left. "Have a drink." "Okay." Lao Jia and Li Xian sat in the pavilion and drank. Neither of them spoke. A lot had happened tonight. Looking at the dilapidated Earl's mansion, Lao Jia drank glass after glass, and Li Xian also drank glass after glass with him. The crying sounds echoed everywhere. Li Xian recalled the killing that had just ended and he sighed. A glass of wine spilled on the ground, and he slowly calmed down, and slowly his heart became peaceful again. He let himself off and said to himself, "Just do your best." This was not his battle. The dead were gone, and he didn't want to continue to blame himself. The two of them drank for an unknown amount of time. The clouds in the sky were already tinged with gold. He stood up and said, "Let's go. Take care, Lao Jia." Lao Jia's eyes were red and he waved his hand without getting up. Li Xian knew that Lao Jia was upset. The Earl's mansion that he had guarded for decades was gone just like that. It would be hard for him to let it go. Picking up Wenwan, Li Xian ran away. In less than half a minute, he returned to Yunlai Inn. "Sir, what are you doing?" Seeing Li Xian holding a woman in his arms, Nyan was surprised and asked in confusion. "She is just an ordinary patient," Li Xian said confidently. "The cool breeze blows the beauty's hair, the lights are bright, the boats are swaying, and the night scenery by the Flower River is very seductive. Unlike Fairy City, Shuzhou City has the layout and style of a capital of a province. Even at night, it is brightly lit and bustling with people. A young man in a light blue gown was walking by the river. He had sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and a handsome face. He walked with a carefree and relaxed movement, and his whole person exuded a lazy and casual air. He was Li Xin. In the spring of 934 Xuanwu, Li Xin and his party came to the capital of Xuzhou for the Qingzhou River, one of the 8 scenic spots in Xuzhou, which is known as the 9 Bends, and also for a restaurant. Outside Lin's restaurant, Li Xin glanced at the plaque, a smile appeared on his lips, and he walked in. The next day, the news that the Lin's restaurant was wiped out overnight spread like wildfire throughout the entire city. I heard that the arrest officers were terrified. It was too tragic. 37 people were killed. Not even a 9-year-old child was spared. How cruel. Shut up. The Lin family deserves what they get. I heard that the basement of the Lin family restaurant has been hollowed out and is full of secret prisons. The arrest department has rescued dozens of women from there. Some died, and some went crazy. The Lin family is a beast, they all deserve to die. Yes, I was there when they rescued them. The Lin family are a bunch of beasts in human skin. I heard from the people who investigated the scene that the 9-year-old boy was not a good guy either. Many human skin dolls were found in the room. News is flying everywhere and no one knows which one is true and which one is false. In the south of the city, at Yunlai Inn, the Tianzihu courtyard has a quiet environment and a fragrant flower scent. Li Xin sits comfortably in the pavilion, holding a medical book in his hand, reading quietly. Have a cup of tea. Nyang came over and placed 2 cups of tea on the low table next to Li Xin. Li Xin didn't even take his eyes off the book, but he pulled Nyang over with his hand. The woman screamed and fell down on Li Xin's legs. She slapped Li Xin coquettishly, then quickly stood up and slapped him again angrily, only then did she feel better. Then she glanced at the woman next to her who was also reading quietly, and a look of pity appeared on Nyang's face. Sister Wan, you should also take a rest and have a cup of tea. The woman called Sister Wan was wearing a white veil that covered her entire face, leaving only a pair of watery eyes exposed. She is petite but well-proportioned. Just sitting there quietly, she gives people a feeling of elegance and tranquility. Nyang felt that the 2 people in front of her were really a perfect match, one was lazy and casual, the other was calm and peaceful. However, she did not feel jealous because the woman in front of her was just Li Xin's patient, and the scars on her body made her feel distressed. When Wan put the book down, looked up and nodded at Nyang. Her almond-shaped eyes seemed to be able to speak, curved, bright, and full of smiles. This was the 23rd day since leaving Fairy City. When Wan's injuries had basically healed, but the scars left behind were not so easy to remove. She also learned the whole story from Li Xin. She did not make a fuss, but agreed calmly. Li Xin had previously read medical books on curing illnesses and saving lives, and none of them recorded how to remove scars. But he also knew that the world was magical and there was always a way to remove scars. He had seen Wen Wan's original appearance, and what attracted him to Wen Wan was not her appearance, but her unique temperament. So Li Xin was not in a hurry and slowly looked for a solution. Wen Wan didn't care. She wore the veil just to avoid causing trouble for Li Xin. Didn't I teach you sign language? Why aren't you using it? Li Xin looked at Wen Wan and said with a smile, his eyes were clear and without any overreaction. Wen Wan seemed to have just remembered after hearing this, and hurriedly put down the book, gesturing with her hands, I forgot. Li Xin said, you should use it more often, so that it will be convenient for you to communicate, unlike Guangquan, that idiot, who keeps gesturing with his little paws and no one knows what he is saying. Squeak. A cry came from under his feet, and then a little mouse who was staring at the silver bowl-covered hair stood up, and slapped Li Xin's thigh with its little paws, looking very dissatisfied. Okay, it's not your fault, I get it. Li Xin said helplessly. Guangquan woke up on the way to the provincial capital. What made Li Xin speechless was that this guy didn't evolve any special abilities except that his silver bangs turned into a silver bowl-cut hair. Nyang had to go through a body cleansing after eating stalactites for thousands of years, but Guangquan only changed his hairstyle. Boss, when are we going to King's Huchuan? Yuzu said as she ate a papaya nearby. It's a bit chaotic over there. Let's wait a few days. There's no rush. Li Xian said. In fact, the chaos was caused by him. Ever since he killed all the people in the Lin family restaurant, chaos broke out both inside and outside the city. Everyone in the underworld was in danger. Some people left, while others took advantage of the situation and committed many crimes in the city. Due to interests involved, a member of the Lin family died, and some people wanted to take over the remaining industries of the Lin family. They hired many gangsters to fight back and forth, making the situation even more chaotic. The government also did nothing and symbolically sent a few people to investigate the Lin family case, but allowed the gangsters to do whatever they wanted. However, Li Xian believed that the chaos would only last a few days. After all, this was the provincial capital, and with the city lord's seal to suppress it, no one dared to mess around, not even the old monsters in the qi refining realm could do anything. What? Are you bored after just a few days in the city? How about I take you out for a spring picnic? Li Xian said with a smile. Okay. Yuzu was the first to agree. After Ernyang agreed, everyone looked at Wenwan. Wenwan nodded, didn't refuse, and picked up the book again. So the proposal to go out for an outing was passed unanimously. Li Xian saw that it was already noon, so he decided to go tomorrow, and then got up and began to make preparations. When going out for an outing, you must prepare food, but you can't miss out on fun things. Li Xian made careful preparations in the afternoon, and the next morning, the group went out for a trip in a horse-drawn carriage. Shuzhou has many water and mountains, and there are many places to visit outside the city. Li Xian chose Taohua Mountain. He heard that there was a large peach forest there. It was the season when the flowers bloomed, and it should be gorgeous and beautiful. The carriage slowly left the city, but behind it were several men with gloomy looks. Brother, I should go first this time. One person said anxiously, his eyes burning with lustful look when he looked at the carriage in front. Next time, this beauty is so beautiful, I must be the first one to go up, said the leader of the group excitedly. Before, he happened to see the three women getting on the bus. The beautiful face and figure of the second woman attracted him deeply, so he had evil thoughts. Moreover, Wenwan, who was wearing a veil, also had a graceful figure, and with the lively Yuzi, he couldn't wait at this moment. The group of four were talking, and none of them took Li Xian, who was driving the coach, seriously. The carriage went 3 miles away and everyone continued to follow it at a leisurely pace. After walking another mile, they saw that there was no one around and the field was empty, so they prepared to take action. Suddenly, their faces changed at the same time, and they began to have difficulty breathing and their faces turned red. They couldn't help but cover their necks with their hands, revealing a painful expression. The four of them staggered a few steps, and then fell to the ground one by one. Qi Qiao was bleeding and dead. Poison. Li Xian was too lazy to fight with these people. Using poison was the most labor-saving method. When he heard the sound from behind, he glanced at them calmly and continued driving forward. Taohua Mountain is located 5 miles outside the city, and the group arrived at their destination soon. Looking at the gorgeous peach blossoms, everyone felt relaxed and happy. Li Xian stopped the carriage, took out something and handed it to Yuzi, saying, "Do you know it?" Yuzi shook her head, and Nyang and Wenwan also looked confused. Li Xian introduced, "This is a kite. Let me teach you how to play with it." Since the girls don't know how to do it, of course he has to teach them step by step. This is very normal. Li Xian prepared everything, including 3 kites of different styles, one for each of the 3 girls, all very beautiful. After handing them over to the third girl, Li Xian began to teach them step by step. Yuzi and Nyang were both extroverts and were quick to learn. They quickly got the hang of it, started running around, and had a lot of fun. Wenwan seemed to have no athletic talent and had a hard time flying the kite, which kept falling down. This is definitely not because the kite Li Xian gave her has a different structure, it's just that she doesn't know how to fly it yet. She doesn't know how to do it, so naturally she needs a teacher to teach her. So Li Xian stepped forward, naturally held her hand gently, and said seriously, "Don't be impatient when flying a kite, hold the end of the string tightly, and then let out a long line." Wen Wan's face immediately turned red when her hand was grabbed. She had spent most of her life behind closed doors in a large courtyard since she was a child and had never had such close contact with a man, so she was not used to it. She glanced at Li Xian secretly and saw that he had a serious expression on his face and kept telling her what to do, as if he was just teaching a student. Wen Wan breathed a sigh of relief and began to learn seriously. Good, run. Li Xian taught patiently, and then let go of Wen Wan's hand with an encouraging look on his face. When Wen Wan saw the kite finally fly into the sky, she immediately became excited, stared at the kite intently, and quickly stepped back. Maybe she was too excited and forgot to look at the road. As she stepped back, she was tripped by a branch. Fear immediately appeared in her big eyes, and she was about to fall down. Li Xian quickly stepped forward and put his arms around Wen Wan's slender waist, holding her in his arms. Wen Wan was startled. Feeling Li Xian's strong chest and arms, her heart beat wildly and her face turned red like a ripe cherry. She buried her face in Li Xian's arms like a frightened quail, not daring to look up. Be careful. After leaving a word, Li Xian let go without any reluctance. Wen Wan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Li Xian leave. She stole another glance at Li Xian, then walked towards Ernyang and Yuzi with the kite, ready to play with them. Kite flying is a very interesting game, but it is still quite tiring for beginners. After the three girls played for a while, Li Xian asked them to come back and rest. He had already placed a tablecloth next to the carriage, on which were all kinds of drinks, wine and food. It's so fun. Boss, you are so smart that you can come up with such a great treasure as a kite. Yuzi started praising me as soon as she came back, her little face full of admiration. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Li Xian waved his hand, looking calm and composed. Yuzi admired him even more and poured wine for Li Xian attentively. At this time, Ernyang and Wen Wan also came back. Everyone sat down and Li Xian handed the freshly squeezed juice to the girls. Feeling the fragrance and sweetness in their mouths, the three girls immediately narrowed their eyes, with a look of satisfaction on their faces. Squeak! Guanquan ran back, carrying a fawn on his back. Li Xian took it to a stream nearby to deal with it, but when he came back, he frowned slightly because there was a strange woman in the small camp. The girl seemed to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a colorful jacket and a striped skirt, typical of Shuzhou, which revealed a section of her snow-white calves. She was wearing deerskin boots, and her hair was like a grapefruit, with a mess of bone accessories hanging on it. Through Ernyang's introduction, Li Xian learned that the girl's name was Han Yuer. Hello, Mr. Li. Han Yuer nodded slightly at Li Xian. Ms. Han. Li Xian also nodded in return. I would rather meet you by chance than invite you. Do you want to sit down and have something to eat together? Han Yuer shook her head and said, No, I still have to collect herbs. I'm very happy to meet you. Thank you for your cakes. If you have the chance to visit my home, my mother and I will treat you well. At this time, Li Xian also noticed the residue left at the corners of Han Yuer's mouth. Obviously she had just eaten something. Han Yuer left and Li Xian started to grill the meat, sprinkling all kinds of seasonings on it. The fat crackled and exploded under the roasting flames, bringing out a fragrant aroma. After resting for a while, the three girls took the kite and left again. New things always have an inexplicable attraction. Li Xian drank wine and watched over the barbecue grill, while also admiring the figures of the three women. Guanquan had just delivered the meat and then ran away, but at this moment he suddenly came back, squeaking and pointing his little paws towards the distance. Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Ever since it found the 1,000-year-old stalactite last time, he has been looking forward to Guanquan's treasure hunting ability. At this moment, excitement was revealed in his eyes, and he immediately followed. It was very close. Li Xian only ran for a dozen breaths before Guanquan stopped, turned around and called out to Li Xian, then hid in the bushes. Li Xian followed and walked a few steps forward and found a cave. This cave is very hidden, and the entrance is full of weeds and vines as tall as a person. If Guanquan hadn't led the way, Li Xian would not have been able to see the cave even if he passed by. After going in and turning a few corners, in front of me were two ragged corpses and a bunch of boxes stacked up. Looking at the appearance of the two bodies, he guessed that they had killed each other and died together. He walked forward and opened a box, and the glittering gold bars inside almost blinded his eyes. Gold. Li Xin curled his lips and opened the boxes one by one. The upper boxes were full of gold bars. After moving it away, the boxes below were also opened one by one, and there were still gold bars inside, but when he opened the last box, the things inside made his eyes light up. Two things, one is an oil paper bag, and the other is also an oil paper bag. There was a book wrapped inside the larger one. Li Xin opened it with great anticipation, and saw a whole book full of people's names. Genealogy of the Chen family. Bang. Li Xin threw it aside and opened the second oil paper bag with disgust. There is another layer beneath one layer, and there is lead powder in the interlayer. Li Xin suddenly felt that this scene seemed familiar. He continued to open it and found that there was a third floor below the second floor. No. He thought of something and decisively opened the third layer. Sure enough, there was a small black sword inside, with seal characters and very special patterns on the sword. Looking at the thing in his hand, he frowned, and then immediately rewrapped it. This was the second time he had seen this small sword. The last time was in Qingliang Temple. He learned from Qinjianzi's memory that the founder had hidden something in the statue. When he took it out, it turned out to be a small sword the size of a palm. The seal characters are different, but other things such as pattern, size, and material are the same. Scratching his head, Li Xin put it in his pocket and turned his gaze to the gold. There were 13 boxes in total. He tested the weight and found that each box weighed more than 30 kilograms. It's a huge sum of money. But it's useless to me. Ugh, useless. Li Xin was disgusted. After a while, he and Guangquan left the cave, rearranged the vines and weeds at the entrance of the cave back to their original state, and left, one man and one mouse. He didn't take the gold, and he threw the family tree back into the box. He only took the small sword. Even though he didn't recognize it, it didn't stop him from thinking that the small sword was a treasure. Just as he didn't know the heart of a ghost, there were many things about him that he didn't know, and he kept them all. Returning to the campsite, Li Xin hurriedly flipped the grill. Fortunately, he was fast enough and the venison was not burnt. Squeak. Suddenly, Guangquan beside him stood up straight, and his pair of green eyes stared vigilantly in a certain direction. Seeing this, Li Xin stood up with a vigilant look and prepared for battle. Rustle. Hearing the sound, Li Xin knew that something was coming, and it was quite large. Rustle. Rustle. The sound was getting closer and closer, and soon, a long white snake appeared in front of Li Xinhao Guangquan. The snake was more than 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket. Its body was snow white without any other colors. Its pair of blue eyes looked at Li Xin quietly, without any cruelty or murderous intent, but very calm. Guangquan quickly dived into Li Xin's arms, then into his clothes, shivering. Li Xin from Qingliang Mountain. A calm voice sounded, and the next moment the white snake opened its bloody mouth. Li Xin's expression was stern, and the next second he was filled with surprise. Just because a young man suddenly walked out of Shiko. No, this young man has snake scales on both sides of his cheeks and between his eyebrows. He is not a human. Li Xin was horrified. It was a monster. What a powerful monster that had transformed into a human form. Don't be afraid, I'm here to seek your help. The young man didn't speak, but his voice was accurately heard by Li Xin. It was a very novel and strange feeling. He took a deep breath, bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior. I am the Snake King." The voice came again. Li Xin bowed again, "Greetings to Senior Snake Lord." The Snake King was estimated to be 2 meters tall, with a slender figure, wearing a black robe embroidered with intricate patterns. He stood in front of the white snake, looking at Li Xin quietly, and said in a voice transmission, "I heard that you are very knowledgeable about offspring reproduction. I have been with my beloved wife for 2,300 years but have no offspring. Do you have any solution?" "Ah, this." Li Xin showed helplessness. He did bring many little beasts to Qingliang Mountain, but the Snake King in front of him was obviously different from ordinary wild beasts. There was a 90% chance that his Liuwei Di Huang pills could not solve the problem of the Snake King. No child for 2,300 years. Is this infertility? Li Xian thought about it in his mind, but he didn't dare to say it. He was afraid that as soon as he said that it couldn't be cured, the Snake King would slap him to death. Can I, Li, take the Snake King's pulse? I wonder if the madam is here with you. Li Xian asked cautiously. The Snake King flashed and came to Li Xian. He still didn't open his mouth, and his voice reached Li Xian's ears. I have never eaten anyone. You don't have to be afraid. You can check it out at will. Madam, you should also let Li Xiaoyou check it out. As the Snake King finished his voice, the white snake behind him swam over. Li Xian was stunned for a moment, then he looked at the Snake King, then at the white snake, then at the Snake King again, and then at the white snake again. His forehead was black line. White snake is your wife? Yes, Bayer is my wife. The voice of the Snake King came. Scratching his head in distress, Li Xian looked annoyed. He continued to ask, can the Snake King transform back into a snake? Or can the madam transform into a human form? The Snake King showed an expression on his face. He looked at Li Xian as if he was an idiot, frowned and said, you don't even know common sense. Please enlighten me, Mr. Snake. Even though he was being stared at, Li Xian still asked respectfully. The Snake King transmitted the message, there are two paths for demons. One is the path of ancient bloodline, which cultivates the beast body and transforms back to the ancestors. The other is the path of transformation, which cultivates the human body and comprehends the laws of heaven and earth. This is also the path of cultivation for the human race. You can only choose one of the two. Once you choose, you cannot change it unless you disperse all your power. So you tell me, can I transform back into a snake body? Li Xian moved. He didn't even feel the pulse of the Snake King, nor did he examine the white snake. He spread his hands and said, this is the problem. The Snake King is a human, and Madame Bai is a demon. It's reproductive isolation. Forget it, let's put it this way, humans and snakes can't have offspring. Boom. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, not from the Snake King, but from the originally quiet white snake. When she heard Li Xian's decisive conclusion, she instantly went crazy. Impossible. The female voice was very soft, charming, and full of flavor, but at this moment it was filled with murderous intent. Don't be upset, Bayer. The Snake King spoke to comfort the snake, and touched the snake's head with his slender white fingers. Then he looked at Li Xian again and said in a voice transmission, is it impossible? Li Xian was scared, because at this moment not only was the white snake angry, but the Snake King's voice was also a little deep. He was about to speak when his vision suddenly blurred. Feeling the host's strong regret, triggering the task, rejoice. Task description, rejoice, fold/expand. Task reward, reproduction technology, Xiandao version. Task acceptance, yes/no. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Li Xian didn't even read the task description and just clicked, yes. Then he looked at Lord Snake and Madame Bai and said, nothing is absolute. Lord Snake, please wait a moment. Let me think of another way. No hurry. I have waited for 2,300 years. I don't care about this moment. The Snake King was still reasonable. After transmitting the message, he looked at the white snake, stroked the scales on the white snake's head with his hand, smiled and said nothing. He was obviously saying something, but Li Xian couldn't hear it. At this moment, Li Xian clicked on the description. Task description, the weather is perfect, you are traveling with your beautiful girlfriend, and you are in a good mood, but suddenly a life and death disaster comes. You are upset that your life is not smooth sailing, but it all comes down to your lack of means, and you can't solve the problems when you encounter them. Learn a skill within 3 days, and you need to get the panel's approval. Enrich your skills, strengthen yourself, arm your mind, and be prepared. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The requirement was to learn skills. Li Xian pinched his chin and thought for a while, then said, I need 3 days to come up with a solution. How about you stay here and wait for me, Mr. Snake? The Snake King didn't seem to have thought that Li Xian would run away. He said calmly, yes. The next moment the white snake opened its mouth and the Snake King walked in. Li Xin hurriedly and intently looked into the snake's mouth, but it was pitch black inside, like a black hole, with nothing in it. The Snake King just walked in and disappeared. The Snake King disappeared, but the white snake did not leave. She just looked at Li Xin, making Li Xin feel scared. Li Xin smiled awkwardly, looked at the roasted venison next to him, and said, "Would Madame Bai like to eat some?" The white snake actually shrank slowly until it became half a meter long like an ordinary snake, then swam over and stopped next to the barbecue. Li Kunyi smiled and was about to cut the meat, but suddenly he heard the laughter of Ernyang and Yuzi in the distance, and he was stunned. He didn't notice it just now because of the invisible pressure from the Snake King and Madame Bai, but it seemed that he hadn't heard the voices of the two women. He glanced at the white snake with fear. It was obvious that he didn't know whether it was the white snake or the Snake King who had used some trick to isolate their space. Fortunately, there is a panel. Ban, I'm sorry. I will never call you a dog again. Li Xin apologized to the panel in his heart. Mrs. White was enjoying her meal very much, as could be seen from the way her tail was wagging back and forth. The vague feeling of oppression disappeared, and Li Xin finally felt at ease. Before the three women came back, Mrs. Bai had eaten her fill and turned into a white line and disappeared into the peach forest. Soon the three girls came back with the kite. They had a picnic, and as the weather got warmer, they took a carriage back to the inn. On the way back, Li Xin bought a lot of cloth. Thinking about the design of the hood in his mind, Li Xin's face was serious. I wanted to live an ordinary life, alas, I won't pretend anymore. I, Li Xin, will be the king of hoods. No. It still doesn't work. Is this not possible? Li Xin slumped in a chair with dark circles under her eyes, and around her were many bras of various styles, patterns, and colors. It has been 3 days and the task deadline is only an hour away, but the skills are still not included in the panel. Li Xin's goal was of course tailoring, but after 3 days of sleepless work, the panel didn't respond at all. He was unwilling to give up, as the Snake King was still waiting for him outside the city. This panel task was a timely relief, but he hadn't completed it yet. Seeing the countdown disappearing little by little, Li Xin took a deep breath and picked up another mask to observe. Tailor, what to do? In Li Xin's view, isn't it just drawing, cutting, and making? I was afraid that the panel only included extraordinary skills, so Li Xin even used the power of qi and blood. Not only did he increase the stability of his fingers, he also enhanced his eyesight, and even used the power of qi and blood to warm the fabric. He even used the power of qi and blood to cut when cutting. It can be said that he did everything he could. But the result was still unsuccessful. Young master, please take a rest. It's been 3 days. There's no need to rush. Ernyang placed the teacup next to Li Xin and looked at him with eyes full of heartache. Li Xin waved his hand. I'm in a hurry and need to finish it as soon as possible. Don't worry about me, go and have a rest. Ernyang sighed. She had never made clothes before. She wanted to make a coat for Li Xin before, but the finished product was so ugly that she couldn't even look at it. When they went out, Ernyang told her about Li Xin. Yuzi shook her head and said, the boss always has some wild ideas. Ernyang, don't worry about the boss. It's okay. Wenwan seemed to be thinking about something, and asked in sign language, making clothes. Ernyang nodded. Wenwan signed again, I can help. She had made clothes for Ji Fanqin and Ji Shui before, and she did it every year, so she thought she might be able to help a little. Upon hearing this, Ernyang hurriedly pulled Wenwan towards Li Xin's room and said, Sister Wan, it's great that you can help. The young master is going crazy, please help him. The two arrived at Li Xin's room and saw bras all over the floor and table. Yuzi and Wenwan didn't know what the clothes were, so they picked them up to study them. Ernyang no longer cared about being shy and pulled the two girls over to explain in a low voice. Yuzu widened her eyes and looked at the busy Li Xin in surprise, then asked in confusion, No, I don't feel burdened, why am I wearing this? Wenwan was a little shy at first, but after hearing what Yuzi said, she touched Yuzi's little head with a loving face and said in sign language, Yuzi, you are still young. You will understand when you grow up. Erin Yang didn't know that Wenwan, 27 years old, was already a mother of 2 children. She continued, "It's really comfortable. Sister Wan, you can take a set back and try it out later." Wenwan nodded with a blushing face, then walked towards Li Xian. She felt a little weird watching Li Xian threading the needle skillfully. After watching for a while, she suddenly reached out to stop Li Xian. Being stopped suddenly, Li Xian frowned and looked back, then saw the ups and downs of the waves. He looked up again and met Wenwan's watery phoenix eyes. "This is not right. I heard that this is the inner garment. There is no need for a pattern on this side. It should be as soft and comfortable as possible." Wenwan gestured, suppressing her shyness. Li Xian looked at the bra in his hand and scratched his head, a little confused. Erin Yang came over and said, "These patterns will hurt your skin." Li Xian suddenly realized that in order to pursue perfection, he also put embroidery patterns on the inside, which would cause friction. Looking at the masks on the ground, they were all like this. When he realized what was happening, he almost slapped himself in the face. He hurriedly remade it, and then he was stopped by Wenwan again. Wenwan signed, "This place is not good. I can't breathe." Li Xian was stunned for a while, and then he suddenly realized that there is no such thing as elastic band in this world. If he continued to do the same thing in his previous life, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. He hurriedly remade it, and was stopped by Wenwan again. In this way, he forgot about time. After Wenwan's repeated corrections, the finished products he made became more and more in line with the current female figure. Finally, Li Xian made one. Wenwan watched the whole process and did not stop him. After finishing, he glanced at Wenwan, who smiled and nodded. Li Xian also smiled, feeling relieved. Then he quickly glanced at the panel and found that there were only a dozen seconds left. The prompt appears, "Task, lucky, completed, task reward, to be collected." Completely relieved, Li Xian excitedly stood up, picked up Wenwan, and turned around 3 times before saying with a smile, "Thank you, Sister Wan. This matter is very important to me." Wenwan felt the strong embrace again. She was so confused that she turned her head away with a blushing face. Li Xian was a little greedy for a while and had to let go, then smiled and said, "I don't mean anything else, Sister Wan, I am so happy, don't worry, we are just a simple doctor-patient relationship, I won't mess around." Wenwan nodded, turned around and left quickly. Li Xian chuckled and clicked to receive the reward. The next moment, the panel changed. Name, Li Xian. Realm, 2nd level of strength training, flesh training. Talents, immortality, extreme strength, increase strength by 300,000 genes. Skills, Chongqing Ju, minor success, Taijiquan, limit breaking +1, Jinchen Gong, minor success. Technique, flowing cloud steps, great mastery. The 100 Arts of Immortals, medicine, introduction. Life skills, Qi and blood spirit chef, great success, spirit wine master, entry level, spirit tailor, entry level. System task, noise, in progress. In 2 months, the panel has basically not changed. In fact, his abilities have increased to varying degrees, but because there has been no breakthrough, none of them are shown. Spirit Tailor, a crude use of supernatural powers to create something, with a superficial understanding of supernatural materials. There's not much to say about this skill. Li Xian feels that he will rarely use it in the future. He consciously clicked on the option, 100 Arts of Immortal Tao, Medicine, Beginner. Medicine, Immortal Birth, Ordinary Medicine Refining, Ordinary Acupuncture, Ordinary Massage. Evaluation, as a beginner, you have mastered medical skills that are impossible to master with rules. You are seriously unbalanced and have barely entered the realm of immortality. Li Xian clicked on them one by one, and finally understood and completely grasped the nature of the panel. His previous guess was correct. The panel could only record extraordinary skills, or skills that surpassed ordinary people. Because Li Xian obtained the immortal skill, Immortal Birth, Li Xian's medical skills were pushed to the level of cultivating the 100 Arts of Immortality, but he only had this one extraordinary skill, so there were comments such as seriously biased and barely done in the evaluation. He didn't care about these things. Now that he knew the threshold for the skills included in the panel, it would be easier for him to do such tasks in the future. Immortal birth, the embodiment of the rules of reproduction. Those below the realm must pay a price of 10,000 years of life each time they use it. Why are you blocking it? I'm the master, you're getting too arrogant. Never mind that flaw, the point is, it seems I can use this skill at will. Li Xian thought secretly, and then started laughing. Taohua Mountain, Li Xian came here again. As soon as he reached the mountain, Madame Bai and the Snake King were already waiting ahead. Li Xian stepped forward and bowed slightly, took out a piece of paper and handed it over, saying, "Here is what I need, please take a look." The Snake King waved his hand and the paper flew away. After reading it, his face was still expressionless. He transmitted his voice, "This is the middle-grade Earth-level E-wood withering and flourishing method. It is the highest-grade human wood attributed technique in my hands. I don't have any elixir that can keep you young forever, so I'll give you the recipe for the rejuvenating pill. Here are 3 small rejuvenating pills that can keep you young for 15 years. The cultivation method of the rat tribe. You mean this little spirit rat? She is already a half-spiritual beast. It's best if she doesn't practice anything and slowly transforms. Hopefully, she will become a real spirit beast." At this point, the Snake King glanced at Guangquan, who was secretly looking at him with his little eyes in Li Xian's arms, and actually smiled, which was rare. Guangquan was so scared that he crawled into Li Xian's arms again and began to tremble again. The Snake King restrained his expression, took out another item, and transmitted, "This is the insect spirit saliva of the earthworm tribe. Apply it on the scar. After 3 times, the scar will be gone. Okay, do you have any other requests?" Li Xian took the jade bottle and felt his hand sink. He hurriedly used his ultimate talent and used all his 300,000 gene of strength to catch it steadily. He said, "That's it. Senior, please find a quiet place. We can't be disturbed." While speaking, Li Xian clearly noticed a hint of surprise in the eyes of the Snake King and the White Snake. It was obvious that they had never thought that Li Xian could catch the bottle of insect spirit saliva. "You're pretty good." The Snake King left these words, then turned his head to look at the White Snake. Madame Bai tapped the ground lightly with her snake tail, and immediately the peach trees around her began to move silently, one by one and one row by row. When they finally stopped, it was as if nothing had changed. Li Xian couldn't understand it, but he believed in the Snake King and Madame Bai. "Okay, what do we do?" The Snake King asked via voice transmission. His voice was very serious. Li Xian said, "Two seniors, before I take action, I need you to swear that you will never spread what I do in any way." The Snake King didn't hesitate at all and swore immediately, "I swear that I will never spread what Li Xian is going to do in any way, otherwise I will die and my soul will be destroyed. I will not be reincarnated, and the heaven will bear witness to it." Boom. When a thunderclap sounded, Li Xian knew in his heart that the Snake King's oath was recognized by heaven. He scratched his head. He had sworn many times before. If this. Not everyone can swear an oath to heaven. The Snake King's voice came with a hint of contempt. Li Xian coughed dryly and stopped having wild thoughts. In front of such a big monster, he really couldn't hide his little thoughts. At this time, Li Xian heard Mrs. Bai's royal sister voice again. The same oath, the same response from heaven. After everything was done, Li Xian stepped forward and placed one hand on the Snake King's forehead and the other on Mrs. Bai's 7-inch position. The two great demons had no expression on their faces, but both the Snake King and Madame Bai were secretly on guard at this moment. After all, Li Xian had hit their sore spot. The next moment, a force of rules suddenly rose from Li Xian's body. Before the Snake King and Madame Bai could think about it, the power of rules descended. The Snake King only felt that a part of his blood essence and vitality had disappeared, but he immediately sensed that his disappeared blood essence and vitality appeared in Madame Bai's body. Mrs. Bai felt even more strange. She immediately felt the addition of her husband's blood and vitality into her body, and then her own blood and vitality were drained in large quantities. The next moment, a thumping heartbeat sound was heard. This was the fourth heartbeat that did not belong to the 3 creatures present. Mrs. Bai was trembling all over, and her snake eyes were full of excitement. That was life, she felt it. I'm giving birth to life. Mrs. Bai's voice was trembling. But the heartbeat only lasted 3 times and then fell silent. The Snake King and Madame Bai were so excited that they suddenly stopped hearing their heartbeats. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from the 2 monsters. Snap. 80% of Li Xian's bones were crushed in an instant, and he opened his eyes wide, full of disbelief. After cursing, Li Xian fell to the ground. Where's my child? Give my child back to me. Mrs. Bai roared madly, and the huge snake head came directly in front of Li Xian, her eyes full of brutal murderous intent. A long curved sword appeared in the hand of the Snake King at some point, and the tip of the sword was already against Li Xian's brow. The Snake King did not say anything, but at this moment a scarlet aura burst out from his body. Yourself, cough, feel it, cough, cough. Li Xian said this with difficulty, and then he lay there not wanting to move at all. He felt like he was dying, and his whole body was in pain and he wanted to curse. The Snake King and Madame Bai were stunned for a moment, then released their spiritual sense together. The next moment, they felt that there was a very fragile vitality growing in Mrs. Bai's body. It was fragile, but the vitality was very vigorous. The feeling of blood connection could not deceive the big demon, and both the Snake King and Madame Bai were stunned. Then the Snake King carefully touched Mrs. Bai's snake scales. The vitality was in this position. He was very careful, with a hopeful gleam in his eyes. Madame Bai even coiled her body into a snake formation, lowered her big head and rubbed her belly gently. My dear, I feel it. It's our child. He's fine. Yeah, he's fine. Lord Snake and Madame Bai snuggled together, both with happy looks on their faces. Ahem, I'm busy. Li Xian shouted. The Snake King and Madame Bai were shocked and looked at Li Xian together. Seeing that his face was covered in blood and he was seriously injured, they immediately showed guilty expressions. My dear friend Li Xian, I. The Snake King didn't know what to say for a moment. He had lived for more than 3,000 years and always believed that he should repay kindness and take revenge. But he didn't expect that today he would accidentally harm his benefactor. Bang. Mrs. Bai whipped her tail over and blew the Snake King away, smashing many peach trees. Then Madame Bai's queenly voice was heard, it's all you who has harmed my benefactor. Why don't you come back and heal my benefactor's wounds? The cold expression on the Snake King's face disappeared. He smiled and ran back happily, Madame is right. Ben, ahem, I will treat Li Xiaoyu right away. The next moment, Li Xian saw the Snake King put a pill into his mouth. Just as he was about to speak, a tingling sensation swept through his body. A crackling sound was heard, followed by a sharp pain. Hiss! Hiss! What? What did you say, little friend? The Snake King asked doubtfully. Li Xian is about to curse, I'm gasping for air because of the pain, I'm not talking about you Snake Tribe's words. Mrs. Bai glanced at the Snake King as if he was a fool, then coiled back to feel the fetus in her belly. The Snake King also flashed back to Mrs. Bai's side, stroking the snake scales with a silly smile on his face. Pure energy was continuously released in his body. Li Xian grimaced in pain. Pieces of broken bones pierced through his flesh and were squeezed out. His bones were being reorganized. Li Xian miraculously recovered in just 1 hour. Not only that, he turned a disaster into a blessing and directly entered the 3rd realm of bone refining. Name, Li Xian. Realm, Level 3 of Strength Refining, Bone Refining. Talents, Immortality, Extreme Strength, Increase Strength by 300,000 Gene. Skills, Chongqing Ju, Minor Success, Taijiquan, Limit Breaking +1, Jinshan Gong, Minor Success. Technique, Flowing Cloud Steps, Great Mastery. The 100 Arts of Immortals, Medicine, Introduction. Life Skills, Qi and Blood Spirit Chef, Great Success, Spirit Wine Master, Entry Level, Spirit Tailor, Entry Level. System Task, Noise, in Progress. After entering the bone refining stage, Li Xian already felt that his upper limit of strength had increased again. He could increase his strength by 100 kilograms every day. The Snake King and Madame Bai were in a hurry to go home, and before leaving they left a piece of snake scale for Li Xian. There are many demon cultivators in the demon race who only cultivate their bodies. We also have our own storage equipment. This scale is a storage magic tool. It can be opened by using the power of chi and blood. However, it has no distinguishing ability, so anyone can open it. Don't lose it. Mrs. Bai warned, her voice as gentle as that of her mother's friend, with no trace of the brutality she had shown in her previous outburst. Li Xin accepted it with a smile. The Snake King also stepped forward. He plucked a bloody scale from his face and handed it to Li Xin, saying, "If you encounter a strong enemy, this scale can resist 3 times. After 3 times, it will break and I will be able to sense it. Then I will come to find you and give you another one. No matter how many you use, I will send you more until your realm surpasses mine. Little friendly Xin, you are my black scales friend." Li Xin nodded and didn't care about him breaking his bones. The Snake King smiled and shook his head, then turned around and entered Mrs. Bai's mouth again. Mrs. Bai nodded at Li Xin, turned around and disappeared into the depths of the peach forest. Li Xin watched the Snake King and his wife leave, then looked at the 2 scales in his hand with a puzzled look on his face. The Snake King's scales are obviously red, why is he called Black Scale? Without paying attention to these, Li Xin injected chi and blood into the white scales. Suddenly, a huge space with a length, width and height of hundreds of feet appeared in Li Xion's consciousness, and there was a lot of meat piled inside. After careful examination, he discovered that these meats exuded a strong demonic aura and were actually the flesh and blood of monsters. Of course, there is only monster meat in the space, so it is obviously a device for storing food. But Li Xin didn't despise it. The monster meat was good stuff. The Shenwu dynasty also had monster meat for sale, and the price was very high. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. Li Xin calculated, forget it, he didn't even get the gold, so Li Xin naturally wouldn't sell the monster meat for money. After returning to the inn in the city, Li Xin put all his things, such as the ghost heart, the small sword, and the strange cloth bag, into Bai Lin. Everything was fine in the front, but he couldn't get his things into the small cloth bag. Keep pretending. Humph, I already guessed that you were a storage bag. Are you not going to pretend now? Li Xin held the small cloth bag with an expression that said, I guessed it. Unfortunately, Li Xin has no spiritual power and cannot open it at all. He was not in a hurry and went to a jewelry store to customize a pocket watch-style necklace. Li Xin inlaid the white scales in it and hung it around his neck. Night, afterwards. Li Xin took out the small anti-aging pill and looked at Yang, who was lying in his arms like a peach blossom. He smiled and gently stroked her red lips twice. Yang opened her mouth slightly and was about to bite Li Xion's finger when she felt something round in her mouth. After confirming that it was a pill, she ate it without thinking, but after waiting for a while, there was no reaction. She couldn't help but ask, "Sir, why don't you feel anything?" Li Xin smiled and patted her perky breasts, saying, "This is a small anti-aging pill, it can keep you young for 15 years. Yang was stunned for a moment, then she screamed, struggled out of Li Xion's arms, and got out of bed without even putting on her clothes. Taking the mirror, Yang looked at her face carefully, and slowly, her eyes turned red. "Sir, I want more." Throwing herself into Li Xion's arms again, Yang looked at him with dazed eyes and reached out her hand. Hiss. Come. Li Xian took a deep breath, stood up, hugged Yang who was riding on him, and kissed her directly. The next day, Li Xian got up and prepared a medicinal meal to replenish qi and blood. Yuzu's face turned red from eating. Mia wiped the blood from her nose while eating and said, "It tastes so good." "That's enough. The sweet candied yam and shredded pork with fish flavor are made for you. Can't you see that you are bleeding from your nose? And you still want to eat more?" Li Xian said angrily. After the little girl followed them for some time, her figure began to grow visibly. She was originally a little kid, but now she is almost growing into a big girl. But her breasts just don't develop, and I don't know where all the good food she eats goes. Next to her, Yang smiled pursely, drinking Angelica pig's trotter soup and eating ginseng steamed chicken with Wanwan who lowered her head. After dinner, everyone took a walk in the yard, and then Li Xian called Wanwan to the room. Yuzi glanced at Erin Yang slyly and whispered, "Sister, I think something is wrong with Dongjia and Sister Wan." Erin Yang smiled and shook her head, thinking of the sweetness of last night, and said, "They are just a simple doctor-patient relationship, don't think too much about it." Yuzu pouted, took out a handful of spiced melon seeds and started eating. In the room, Wenwan looked at Li Xin in confusion and said in sign language, "Dr. Li, is there something wrong?" Li Xin said, "I found a good medicine to remove scars." Wenwan excitedly signed quickly, "Really?" A woman, no matter how gentle, quiet, and considerate she is, still cares about her appearance. Wenwan now doesn't dare to look in the mirror, always closes her eyes when washing her face, and even dares not touch her body and cheeks. She was afraid that she would see or touch the scar, as that would remind her of Ji Shue's hatred for her and that she was now an ugly monster. Li Xin nodded slightly and said, "It's true, but..." "What's wrong?" "But you need to show your scar so that I can apply medicine on you," Li Xin said softly. Wenwan's excited expression froze, and her face flushed. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of falling into Li Xin's arms under the peach tree, thinking of being held in Li Xin's arms and spinning around, and thinking of the little clothes that Li Xin had sewn himself on her body. "Don't worry, we are just a doctor-patient relationship. I am only giving you medicine." I don't know if you have ever heard of this saying, in the eyes of doctors, there is no gender distinction. Both men and women are patients. Li Xin continued to persuade. Wenwan's fair little hands tugged at the corner of her clothes. She looked up at Li Xin and nodded slightly. Li Xin said seriously, "Well, let's get started now. I'll go close and lock the door first." Lock the door? A big question mark seemed to appear on Wenwan's little head. With a click, the bolt was lowered. Li Xin turned around and said, "You cannot be disturbed during treatment." Wenwan bit her red lips lightly and slowly moved towards the bed. She turned around and looked at Li Xin, who had his back to her. She let out a light breath and reached out to unbutton her clothes. In the quiet room, Li Xin resisted the urge to have a nosebleed, and gently applied medicine to Wenwan bit by bit with his fingers. Every time she was touched, Wenwan's body would tremble slightly. She closed her eyes, but her face was so red that it seemed like blood could drip out. It was shocking to see that there were hundreds of scars of varying sizes on Wenwan's body. There were knife wounds on his face, and not only whip marks but also burns on his body. Li Xin wished he could kill Ji Shue again. He didn't even dare to imagine how desperate and painful Wenwan was at that time, but when he saw Wenwan's weak and shy appearance at this moment, he couldn't help but think of some beautiful scenes. Fortunately, Li Xin has strong endurance. He touched every wound on Wenwan's body with his fingers, until there were only 2 spots left. He took a deep breath and reached out his hand. Wenwan suddenly opened her eyes at this time, tears in her big watery eyes. She bit her red lips, and her eyes seemed to be able to speak. Seeing this, Li Xin's romantic thoughts disappeared and he smiled and said, "It's okay, it will be fine soon. Close your eyes, be good." Wenwan closed her eyes again. Li Xin's voice was too gentle and she could hardly bear it. She was afraid that she would have other thoughts and that she would let down second mother. Her delicate hands tightly grasped the bed sheets. When she felt the cold touch on her chest, Wenwan couldn't help but open her red lips. Even though she couldn't make any sound, Li Xin was going crazy just by looking at her expression. My hands involuntarily clenched and started massaging. In a flash, Wenwan's big eyes opened and she looked at Li Xin in shock. Li Xin said seriously, "If you can clear the blood circulation, your scars will disappear faster. Do you feel the heat?" Wenwan was guided to think about it and nodded. Li Xin said, "This is the effect, don't think too much, we are just a simple doctor-patient relationship." Wenwan closed her eyes again, not daring to look at Li Xin's face, let alone think too much. After massaging for a while, Li Xin finally gritted his teeth and used his other hand to forcefully pull the hand away. But there was still a spot with a whip wound, so he reached over again. Wenwan opened her red lips again, and her body even began to tremble. Li Xin was stunned for a moment, then applied medicine to the scar several more times. Wenwan's body trembled even more violently. Seeing this, Li Xian felt that the scar needed more application of medicine, so he gently stroked it. At the same time, his other hand also touched the two scars above, massaging and unblocking the blood circulation. This is what a doctor must do for his patients. He is not afraid of hardship or fatigue, and he strives to be the first. Finally, at a certain moment, Wan seemed to have her blood flowing smoothly. She arched her body and held her chin high. She held on like this for 2 full breaths before she fell on the bed with a bang. Her red lips opened and closed, and she began to breathe heavily. She looked at him with her big eyes that were complicated and resentful. Her eyes were red, as if she was silently accusing him. Li Xian was thirsty because he had been treating patients for a long time. He swallowed several times before standing up. After washing his hands, Li Xian walked forward and picked up Wan. Wan involuntarily put her arms around Li Xian's neck and buried her head in his arms. He helped her change the bed sheet again. Seeing that the medicine had been absorbed, but the sweat was still flowing, he took a towel to help her dry the sweat, pulled the quilt over her, and said, "Have a good rest. I'll call you when lunch is ready." Wan's big watery eyes kept looking at Li Xian. She saw him pick her up, changed her bed sheets, wiped off her sweat, and covered her with the quilt. Her expression became more and more complicated. Seeing this, Li Xian leaned over and kissed Wan gently on the forehead in order to comfort the patient, and said softly, "Go to sleep." Wan suddenly grabbed Li Xian's arm and said in sign language, "A simple doctor-patient relationship." Li Xian nodded, "Yes, don't let your imagination run wild." Wan immediately turned her head and stopped looking at him. Li Xian found it funny, reached into the quilt, checked the condition of some scars, and then left. Wan slapped the quilt in anger, but immediately bit her red lips and her face turned red with embarrassment. Li Xian left and went back to his room to take a cold shower before going out. He saw Nyang teaching Yuzi Tai Chi. Sitting down in the pavilion, Li Xian took out the Ewood withering and flourishing method he got from the Snake King. Compared with the art of evergreen, the art of Emu's withering and flourishing is much more profound. Li Xian read it word by word, but found that he could not understand many parts. It is worthy of being a mid-level earth grade. Li Xian couldn't help but admire it. Even though there were many parts that he couldn't understand, there were also many parts that he could understand. Just based on these parts, Li Xian felt that this martial art was much better than the evergreen art. It's a pity that he doesn't understand why he doesn't dare to practice. After reading it through, Li Xian fell into deep thought. Emu Kurong Fa is not only a set of exercises, it also mentions many things about the world of immortal cultivation. The world of cultivating immortals. I never expected that the world I traveled to was not a world where martial arts is respected, but a world where immortality is respected. Li Xian sighed in his heart. The book shows that normal cultivators with spiritual roots can directly refine their chi and enter the immortal path, while martial arts training is for those without spiritual roots. Those without spiritual roots cannot sense spiritual power, but after cultivating the body through the 9 levels of power refining and opening the dantian, they can feel it, absorb spiritual energy, and seamlessly step into the chi refining realm, and then continue to practice the immortal body refining techniques to become a physical cultivator. You should know that spiritual energy is very violent, but spiritual roots can filter out the violent factors in the spiritual energy, so you don't have to worry about exploding and dying when you absorb spiritual energy into your body normally. Those without spiritual roots cannot filter out the violent factor, so what should they do? They should cultivate their bodies and polish their bodies to the level that can withstand spiritual energy. Then they can absorb the spiritual energy for cultivation. Li Xian was very worried because he didn't know whether he had spiritual roots. If not, then I can only take the physical training route in the future. When playing games in his previous life, Li Xian liked the mage the most, not because of the mobile turrets or anything like that, nor because the mage had high attack power. Simply because physical cultivators are all muscular. Strength can be narrowed by weapons, etc., but being handsome is a lifelong matter. Why are you unhappy? Is it because Sister Wan's treatment is not going well? Nyang came over, put a cup of tea next to Li Xian, and asked with concern. Li Xian shook his head and was about to speak, but when he saw Nyang's graceful figure and pretty face, he felt pain again. Erin Yang is so beautiful, but if she doesn't have spiritual roots, she can only cultivate her body if she wants to live forever. Woo, woo, give me back my beautiful second mother. Li Xian beat his chest and stamped his feet. He cried to death when he thought that Erin Yang would become Neza in the future. What's going on? Erin Yang was stunned. Why did she cry while talking? She quickly hugged Li Xian and comforted him. It's okay, it's okay. I won't leave. I will be with you forever. Don't worry. Li Xian, really? Real. Erin Yang nodded. Li Xian was happy and was thinking about how to talk about Wenwan. No, applying medicine requires special techniques. You can't do it. You don't want to affect the efficacy of the medicine, right? As an upright doctor, Li Xian sternly rejected Wenwan's request to apply the medicine herself. Wenwan looked at him with complicated eyes. Her expression was so charming and she seemed to be unable to express herself. Li Xian's heart almost melted when she saw it. She sighed, bit her red lips lightly, and finally undressed again and lay down on the bed. However, when Li Xian looked at it, he was filled with disbelief. When did Wenwan wear this outfit? Bikini and heated pants combination. And they are very light hot pants. Wenwan has closed her eyes. Obviously, this kind of dress is the limit of what she can accept. As for who she is protecting against, Li Xian said it is definitely not him, the doctor. Li Xian smiled and felt that Wenwan was extremely cute at this moment. Taking out the insect spirit saliva, Li Xian gently applied the medicine to her again. Because some parts were well protected, Li Xian was unable to apply medicine repeatedly, and there was also a lack of massage steps to relax the muscles and activate blood circulation, so it would be completed quickly. However, Li Xian was a responsible doctor. He decisively grasped the pair of white and delicate feet. Wenwan looked at Li Xian in disbelief, shrank her body, and tried to pull her little feet back from Li Xian's hands. Don't move. Relaxing your muscles and promoting blood circulation is essential. Just bear with it. You don't want the scar to not disappear, do you? Feel it and see if you feel any warmth. Li Xian helped Wenwan analyze her condition from the perspective of a professional doctor. Wenwan rolled her eyes and looked at Li Xian with her nose wrinkled. That expression seemed to be saying, I've been fooled once, and I don't want to listen to your nonsense this time. Li Xian said seriously, I'm not lying to you. Close your eyes and feel if the heat is flowing through your body. Wenwan was frightened by his expression. When she felt carefully, she felt that there was really a warm current flowing through her body. She lay down doubtfully and no longer resisted. Li Xian smiled. Now he had a very fine control over his qi and blood power, which made Wenwan feel very normal. Wenwan's toes are white and moist, and her two little feet are also snow white. They look crystal clear, making Li Xian unable to let go. He played with it, and after massaging it for a while, he slowly moved his hands upwards. Although Wenwan is not tall, she has a good body proportion, with long and round legs, which are fleshy but not fat. Dr. Li is already thinking about what these legs would look like in white stockings. Maybe it's more charming. After all, the white silk slightly reveals the flesh, and I really want to touch it. Hiss. Touching. That's good. Li Xian enjoyed it, but Wenwan's body was trembling slightly. The feeling at this moment was different from yesterday. Yesterday, Li Xian was too shameless and kept jumping on her weaknesses, making her enjoy the first throbbing in her life. Today, however, I am moving forward slowly, allowing the feelings to accumulate bit by bit. Wenwan's white and gentle little hands had grabbed the bed sheet again. Her watery eyes were a little blurry. Her red lips opened slightly unconsciously and her breathing became rapid. Li Xian felt that it was about time and began to help the patient remove the restraints. Wenwan wanted to stop him, but she felt she had no strength and Dr. Li easily succeeded. Then Dr. Li found two scars that had not yet been treated with medicine. He held them with one hand and began massaging them, while he pressed them down with the other hand, gently comforting them. For a moment, Wenwan forgot everything and only felt like she was flying in the sky. Dr. Li's massage technique is first-rate. Wenwan soon became like a mermaid coming ashore, breathing rapidly and trembling all over. What to do if the patient has difficulty breathing? Of course, give artificial respiration. Li Xian took the lead and bent down to help Wenwan with artificial respiration, while also not forgetting to massage her. Wenwan was like a drowning person at this moment, and she hugged Dr. Li's neck. Artificial respiration should not be performed for too long, but Dr. Li was, after all, a half-baked expert who had just been approved by the panel, and he forgot the time. It was not until the patient had difficulty breathing that he finally stood up and looked at his patient with gentle eyes. Wenwan looked at her doctor with a dazed look, and suddenly her body trembled, and her whole body tensed up again. Li Xian hurriedly gave artificial respiration again, but felt that the posture was not very smooth. In order to save people, he had no choice but to lie on the bed. Wenwan's breathing gradually became steady from rapid, and she hugged Dr. Li tightly. Dr. Li also held Wenwan tightly in his arms, and the two of them listened quietly to each other's breathing and heartbeat. Suddenly Wenwan pushed Li Xian away, her face blushing as she signed, "Go away." Li Xian was stunned and said, "But I want to." Wenwan signed quickly, "We are just a doctor-patient relationship, it's clear, why are you lying down? Go." Li Xian was pushed off the bed by Wenwan. He hurriedly tidied his clothes and smiled helplessly. He stood up and picked up Wenwan, and helped her change the bed sheets, but Wenwan struggled and pushed him away. "I don't need your help, I can do it myself," Wenwan said in sign language. Li Xian had no choice but to kiss Wenwan on the lips when she wasn't paying attention before leaving. Wenwan waited for Li Xian to leave before she got up and tidied herself up. Although she felt a little tired after getting dressed, she did not sleep. She casually picked up a book and sat in front of the window, reading quietly, but her eyes were wandering and it was obvious that her mind was not here. In Li Xian's room, he quickly washed up and then went out. In the yard, Ernyang was teaching Yuzi to practice Tai Chi. Yuzi's comprehension was comparable to Guangquan's. After 2 days of study, he hadn't even learned all the basic moves. When he arrived at the pavilion, Li Xian found an invitation on the table. When Ernyang saw Li Xian coming out, she made some tea and brought it over, saying, "The waiter brought it over half an hour ago." After Li Xian opened it, he raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be an invitation letter to the Shuzhou Commercial Bank's grand auction. "Boss, are there a lot of good things at the auction?" asked Yuzi. She was still posing with her boxing stance, but her face was full of curiosity. Li Xian ignored her, looked at Ernyang, and asked, "Do you want to go?" Ernyang nodded and said, "I want to go and broaden my horizons. I didn't know how big the world is when I stayed in Lanfeng town. When I went out, I realized how ignorant I was. There are many things I don't know." Li Xian pulled Ernyang into his arms, hugged her slender waist, greedily smelled her fragrance, and said, "Let's go together. I also want to broaden my horizons. It just so happens that we have too much money and have nowhere to spend it. I hope we can come across something good. I want to go too. Boss, can you please take me with you?" Yuzi stopped practicing boxing and ran over to squat in front of Li Xian and Ernyang, begging pitifully. "Haha, everyone go. Sister Wan can go too. Our expenses at Yunlai are not low. This invitation letter can bring 5 people. All 3 of you can go." Li Xian explained with a smile. "Great. I'll go tell Sister Wan." Yuzu was full of joy and ran away in a hurry. As soon as I arrived at Wenwan's door, I saw Wenwan kneeling on the ground, burning something in the brazier. Yuzu shouted with a grin, "Sister Wan." Wenwan was obviously frightened and hurriedly threw the unburned paper in her hand into the brazier. "Sister Wan, did I scare you?" Sorry. Yuzi apologized in panic. Wenwan shook her head, smiled and signed, "It's okay, Yuzu, don't apologize." Just as Yuzu was about to speak, she saw a piece of paper that had not been burned cleanly and said, "Sister, I want to live for myself once in the rest of my life. Shuzhou has a bad geographical location, a bad environment, and not many people. However, Shuzhou has special products that are not available in other places. Although there are few people, business is still developing well. Also because there are few people, the merchants in Shuzhou are very united. The Shuzhou Trading Company was founded by a number of Shuzhou merchants and almost monopolized 60% of Shuzhou's trade. Auctions are held twice a year, in spring and autumn. Li Xin happened to catch the spring auction. The sun was high in the sky, it was noon, the gate of the city lord's mansion was wide open, the soldiers in armor and holding sharp weapons on both sides had cold eyes and the atmosphere was solemn. Li Xin brought Nyang and Yuzi forward. After a soldier checked the invitation letter, the three of them entered. Wow! Yuzu looked at the magnificent hall in front of her, with little stars twinkling in her eyes. Especially when the waiter led them into the VIP box and saw the table full of drinks and food, she was even happier and muttered, "It's such a pity that Sister Wan didn't come. Sister Wan is not feeling well, so of course she needs to rest. Do you think everyone likes to eat as much as you do? Be careful not to eat too much and become a pig." Nyang said while patting Yuzi's little head with a smile. Yuzi giggled, sniffed it, then wrinkled her nose and said, "It doesn't look good or fragrant. It doesn't look as good as the one made by the boss. No one can compare to my cooking skills," Li Xin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nyang and Yuzi nodded together. They agreed with it deeply and did not accept any rebuttal. The three of them sat down, and a waiter came in and put down the bidding card and auction list. After being told that everything was fine, the waiter returned to stand outside the door. Li Xin looked at the list and said, "You can buy this body tempering powder and this blood ganoderma. They are good for cultivation. This one is not bad either." There were hundreds of items on the list, with introductions and approximate prices. After Li Xin and the other two looked at it for a while, they found quite a few good things. When he saw the end, Li Xin's eyes fixed, and he saw a familiar item, Ghost Heart. Before in Fairy City, Ji Shui had been coveting the Ghost Heart in his hand, and had sent people to kill him and take it away, but he had never known the function of the Ghost Heart. Only after reading the introduction did he suddenly realize it. The Ghost Heart is a treasure that only ghosts at least the Red Ghost level have a small chance of dropping. Absorbing the energy in the Ghost Heart can enhance your mental strength. However, the energy in the Ghost Heart is often accompanied by the violent consciousness of the ghost. Before absorbing it, you need to make some preparations to filter out and wash away these negative energies. Li Xin was no stranger to mental power, as it was mentioned in Yi Mu's Withering and Flourishing method. Above Qi refining is foundation building. If you want to build a foundation, you must gather your essence, energy, and spirit at the top of your head. Essence is physical strength, Qi is spiritual power, and Shen is mental power. If you want to build a foundation, you need to reach the physical limit of all three at the same time. Otherwise, the foundation will most likely fail, and if you fail, you will be disabled. If you want to build a foundation again, you have to heal your wounds. In short, the Ghost Heart is a treasure, and all the old Qi refining monsters will fight for it when they find out about it. The Ghost Heart is the finale item. In addition to the Ghost Heart, there are 4 other finale items, but they are not written on the list. Having a sneaky idea is enough to attract high-end customers, and the remaining 4 things are obviously meant to keep the suspense. Li Xin marked out all the pictures he wanted to take pictures of, and after counting, he found that he didn't have enough money. This doesn't even include the finale. What if he also has ideas about the finale item? Wouldn't that be even less than enough? Thinking of this, Li Xin hurriedly got up and went out. "Dear guest, what may I do for you?" asked the waiter. Li Xin said, "I don't have enough money, but I have some good things I want to sell." The waiter understood immediately and said, "There is an appraisal room downstairs. VIPs can go there if they want to sell treasures." Li Xin was quickly led to the appraisal room by the waiter. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a white-haired old man sitting on a chair drinking tea. Seeing Li Xin coming in, the old man's aura suddenly released, and then he said calmly, "What's the matter?" The waiter said, "This distinguished guest has a treasure to sell." VIP. When will the 3rd level of power training be able to? Snap. Li Xin stomped his feet slightly, and the mirror-like blue steel stone floor under his feet shattered directly. When Li Xin lifted his foot, the floor tile turned into powder. The old man stood up suddenly, clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Dear guest, please take a seat. Someone, serve the good tea." Li Xin sat down expressionlessly. Soon someone brought him tea. Li Xin didn't even look at it and said, "Can we start?" The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed, saying, "Please take out the treasure, dear guest." Li Xin wiped the white scales on his chest with his hand, and a pile of monster meat appeared on the ground. In an instant, the pressure from powerful monsters swept through the auction house. In the VIP box on the third floor, a man with a long sword on his back was sitting cross-legged in meditation. He suddenly opened his eyes and found that this man was Qin Lingfeng from Shijian Pavilion. In the next box, City Lord Ling Fei, who was chatting with several big businessmen, stood up suddenly with a look of shock on his face. At the same time, all the great masters of the Qi refining realm in the VIP box on the third floor reacted. In the appraisal room on the first floor, the old man was leaning on the chair with a pale face, looking at Li Xin with horror. Li Xin sat there with a calm expression and said calmly, "Why? Do you still need me to introduce you?" The old man trembled and said, "Senior, please put it away quickly. This kind of evil spirit will trigger the beacon tower." Beacon tower? Does Shuzhou also have a beacon tower? Li Xin was stunned. It was very easy to take out the monster meat. He took it out in a flash. But if he wanted to put it back into the storage white scales, he would need to collect it piece by piece. That would be so unworthy. He would not do that. Seeing that Li Xin did not move, the old man smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, every city has a beacon tower, but the one in Shuzhou is more hidden, senior." Bang. The door was pushed open, or kicked open, and a thin middle-aged man rushed in like the wind. He was wearing a purple-red robe, a white jade belt around his waist, a golden crown on his head, and black boots on his feet. He was full of vigor and his eyes were gleaming. Which monster dares to come to the city? It's seeking death. The thin middle-aged man roared, his eyes darted around, then he froze, looking at the pile of monster meat in shock. "Greetings to the city lord." The old man fell to his knees with a thud. Seeing this, Li Xin also stood up, clasped his fists and said, "Greetings to the city lord." Ling Fei didn't even look at the two of them. He rushed to the monster meat and carefully examined each piece. Slowly, ecstasy appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha, there's actually a king level 1. Ling Fei was ecstatic, then he reacted, quickly restrained his expression, and turned to look at Li Xin. There were only 2 people in the room. The old man's clothes showed that he was an appraiser, so the owner of the monster meat must be this young man. "Are these yours?" Ling Fei looked him up and down wantonly, not caring about Li Xin's feelings at all. Li Xin straightened up when he saw this and said calmly, "It belongs to Mr. Li. I'm waiting for the appraiser to estimate its value." Ling Fei waved his hand, "No need, this city lord will give you 1,000 gold, which is enough for you to use in the 3rd level of power training." The old man hesitated to speak. Ling Fei didn't care about the old man at all. He turned around, took out a small bag the size of a palm, and prepared to collect the monster meat. Slow. Li Xin took a step forward, blocked Ling Fei's way, and said coldly, 1,000 gold. Are you sure it's only worth this much? Ling Fei's expression instantly turned cold. As Ling Fei's face turned gloomy, the atmosphere suddenly froze. However, the next moment, a look of horror flashed across Ling Fei's eyes, his pupils constricted, and he even took 2 steps back. I saw that Li Xin had a blood-red scale in his hand. It was very small, but the pressure it exuded was very strong. Even though Ling Fei didn't know what level of monster it was, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend the person in front of him. Ahem, 1,000 gold apiece. What's wrong, little brother? Did you mishear Ling's offer? Ling Fei coughed dryly, then immediately looked at Li Xin with a smile on his face. Li Xin also smiled. With a flip of his hand, he collected the Snake King's scales, and the terrifying pressure disappeared. He said, I see. I must have heard it wrong. City Lord is so righteous. I don't need to summon a summoner to make such a long journey. No, there's absolutely no need for that. Just wait a moment, little brother. I'll have someone send the money over right away. Ling Fei spoke quickly and turned to leave the room. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He was still scared. He felt like he was about to die. No one dared to make trouble again, and Ling Fei quickly had people carry boxes of gold bars over. There were a total of 30 pieces of monster meat on the ground. Li Xian didn't know the value, so he took them out. But Ling Fei knew that even if one piece was 1,000 gold, he would still make a profit. After all, there is a king-level piece among them, and Ling Fei is willing to pay twice as much. After putting all the gold bars into Bai Lin, Li Xian returned to the box on the second floor. Ling Fei did not even attend the auction, and went into seclusion with the monster meat. After waiting for about half an hour, the auction officially began. A plump woman in a long robe walked onto the stage. She was not very beautiful, but gave people a feeling of being decisive and neat. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the auction of my Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Yuner thanks you again. The woman bowed slightly to the audience, and then started the auction without any further ado. The first lot is the sharp-bladed black fire knife, forged by the forging master. Inside the box, Li Xian lowered his head to study the auction list, while the two women watched the people below bidding with interest. The first 30 items are ordinary weapons, armor, martial arts secrets and other things, but starting from the 31st item, medicinal herbs, elixirs, and special martial arts secrets appear. The 35th lot, 10 sets of body tempering powder, effective for anyone below perfection. Starting price, 30 gold. Each bid must not be less than 5 gold. Start. As soon as Yuner finished speaking, the bidding began. Li Xian also asked Nyang to participate and buy it. 50 gold. 65 gold. 100 gold. 100 gold once, twice, 3 times. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box 3 on the second floor for winning 10 sets of body tempering powder. Here is the 36th lot. Inside the box, Li Xian saw that Nyang bought the body tempering powder for 100 gold, and he didn't think it was too much. He smiled and asked her to continue bidding for the blood Ganoderma while he continued to look at the list. Li Xian was looking at the 97th lot, called the Black Stone Sword. No matter how he read the description, it seemed familiar. The sword is made of black stone, weighs 80 kilograms, has no edge, and has patterns and seal characters on it. It is estimated to be worth about 1,000 gold. If I shrink this long sword to the size of my palm, it will be the same as the 2 small swords in my hands. Li Xian thought about it in his mind, but he couldn't be sure now. After all, there were no pictures on the list. Putting down the list, Li Xian stood up and walked to the window. Looking down from here, there are more than 300 seats densely packed downstairs, and everyone is bidding with red faces. Soon someone came over. Nyang had already bought the blood Ganoderma. Li Xian paid for it and it only cost 200 gold. It was a good deal. After all, the blood Ganoderma can be swallowed or used as medicine. Swallowing it can increase the power of qi and blood, and it has many wonderful uses as medicine. Although he felt it was worth it, Nyang was a little unhappy. It's too expensive. Blue Maple Town also produced blood Ganoderma, but it only cost 100 gold. Li Xian smiled and hugged her in his arms, saying, "How can it be the same? There is no blood Ganoderma in Shuzhou. Of course it is expensive at this auction. The first 30 items can even be bought with silver. Different commodities have different values. We have money. Don't worry about this little money. It's not worth it." Nyang was still a little unhappy, but when Li Xian threw the gold and the white scales on the ground, she was immediately excited. Now, no matter whether Li Xian wants to buy something or not, she will join in the bidding if she likes it. Li Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't care. He was her woman, so what was wrong with spending some money? Yuzi watched excitedly at the side and kept talking, saying that the food was not as delicious as what the host cooked, but she ate enough. As time passed, it was soon down to the last 10 items. The 91st lot is a fragment of the secret technique, Divine Will Sword Art. Everyone knows that warriors cultivate their bodies, but their souls are fragile. Divine Will Sword Art is a secret technique that specifically attacks the soul. Unlike ordinary fighting methods, the secret technique is more magical and often has the effect of defeating the strong with the weak and creating miracles. There are too many examples to list. The starting price is 1,000 gold. 1,300 gold. 2,000 gold. The bidding sounded high instantly, but there were only a few people participating in the bidding among the scattered seats on the first floor, and most of the people bidding were from the second and third floors. 5,500 gold. Ern Yang spoke again. This time it was Li Xinrong who spoke. After learning about the role of mental power, he also became interested in soul-related martial arts. What's more, the secret skills are even more magical, and they are a power different from other exercises and fighting methods. Regardless of whether it is a martial art or a fighting style, most of them require people to practice slowly, but the secret skills are different. He chooses people. Once the body, soul, artistic conception, or even the amount of qi and blood, any one of these conditions is met, then the secret technique can be mastered in minutes and powerful combat effectiveness can be displayed immediately. This is the secret technique, a very special way of playing that makes people love and hate it. 7,000 gold. A voice came from the third floor. Li Xian's expression moved. He remembered this voice. At the Zhaozhou border post station, it was the owner of this voice who fought with someone and broke into his room. Before leaving, he casually swung a sword at Li Xian. If he had not spit out blood at that time, the 1,000-year-old stalactite might have been exposed. Li Xian narrowed his eyes and frowned. He remembered that he was a swordsman holding a long sword. His aura was fierce and far beyond the reach of ordinary qi-refining realm cultivators. If he couldn't get close to him, Li Xian would definitely not be able to defeat him. 9,000 gold. Ern Yang bid again. There was no opponent this time, and soon the divine sword technique was delivered. Li Xian put it away and didn't look at it immediately. It was not suitable here, and the products he marked would soon be served. Soon, the 97th item, the black stone sword, appeared. Then, no one bid. Li Xian was confused. The beautiful auctioneer had been introducing the items for a long time, but still no one made a bid. Soon someone explained the problem to Li Xian. Then someone below me shouted, "Don't take out this black stone sword. It has been sold at a low price 3 times. No one wants it." "Yes, how about Miss Yuner lowering the price? 1,000 gold is too expensive. I can try 100 gold. 100 gold is expensive, it's just a little bit hard, the rest is worthless, 10 gold, no more." Despite the booing, Yuner was still smiling, showing her good self-control. Just when Yuner was thinking about the 4th style of the black stone sword, the wealthy customer on the 2nd floor who had bid for the product many times made a move. 1,100 gold. The one who made the bid was naturally Li Xian. When he saw the black stone sword on display, he was determined to get it. The black stone sword lay quietly on the display stand for everyone to see. Li Xian took a look and found that except for the seal characters at the end of the sword near the hilt, everything else was exactly the same as the small sword in Li Xian's hand. This discovery made Li Xian even more interested, and he was determined to get it. 1,100 gold. This distinguished guest on the 2nd floor has made an offer. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? Yuner suddenly became excited. All the appraisers of their Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce had handled this black stone sword and found that it had nothing special about it except that it was hard. In this case, selling it is the best solution. Unfortunately, it failed to sell at the first 3 times. Fortunately, someone is willing to take it now, so Yuner is of course happy. 1,100 gold once, 2 times. 1,500 gold. Suddenly, someone on the 3rd floor made an offer. Yuner was even happier and shouted, "The VIP on the 3rd floor bids 1,500 gold. Anyone else bid?" She stopped pretending and looked directly towards Li Xian's box. Li Xian laughed. He recognized who the person on the 3rd floor was. It was the young man with the long sword. He was not afraid and continued, 2,000 gold. Yuner immediately looked towards the 3rd floor and said excitedly, 2,000 gold coins already. Will the VIP master on the 3rd floor continue to raise the price? On the 3rd floor, Chen Lingfeng's eyes were fierce. He had his eyes on the divine will sword art, but he also wanted to buy the ghost heart. The money he had was not enough to compete with the people downstairs, so he could only give up the sword art with hatred. But he also hated the men on the second floor. He had no interest in the black stone sword, but he wanted the men on the second floor to spend more money. However, when he heard that the other party had added 500 gold at a time, Chen Lingfeng was so angry that he closed his eyes. As a result, that stupid woman Yuner was still yelling at him, which made Chen Lingfeng almost unable to hold back and chop down with his sword. After shouting a few times, Yuner was helpless. She didn't drag her feet, and after shouting 3 times, the deal was done. Li Xian soon saw the black stone sword brought by the waiter. After paying, Li Xian took it in his hand. When he put the black stone sword into the white scales, a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. Looking at the 6 pieces of oil paper in his hand, he clenched his fist slightly. At this moment, in Li Xian's storage space, 3 palm-sized swords were placed side by side. That's right, the black stone sword actually shrank automatically after encountering the 2 small swords. Not only that, when the 3 small swords were placed together, they actually echoed each other faintly, creating an inexplicable connection. But Li Xian did not take it out to check immediately. There were many people here, and he planned to go back to the inn without checking. He wanted to wait until he left the city and found a place to check again. The fact that it was wrapped in 3 layers of oil paper and the middle layer was filled with lead powder showed how extraordinary the small sword was. It's always better to be cautious. Sitting down again, Li Xian poured a glass of wine and looked towards the auction venue. Soon all the 100 lots were sold, leaving only the 5 finale lots. At this time, a warrior with explosive breath brought 5 boxes to the platform, and then 2 more people came up to the stage together. Each took out a key and opened the first box. Devil's Heart. Inside the box was a round black bead, as black as ink, but several times larger than the one in Li Xian's hand. The one in Li Xian's hand was like a rosary, while the one on the stage was like a ping-pong ball. There was no comparison at all. This was purchased by our Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce from Shuzhou. In a word, the scene was completely blown up. Because Shuzhou is on the border, adjacent to the Black Death River, the most powerful elite troops of the Demon Slaying Bureau are stationed there all year round. There are basically no civilians in Shuzhou, and there are too many ghosts there, too many to count. Then why didn't the Shenwu dynasty give up Shuzhou? Because there were the Shenwu dynasty's largest hematite mine, the largest red copper mine, and the largest jadeite mine, as well as many other second-level metal and jade deposits. Under such circumstances, how could the Shenwu dynasty give up Shuzhou? In Shuzhou, you might kick up a piece of ore while walking, and sell it for a lot of money. Because of this special feature, it attracted many warriors to go there. Money makes the world go round, and the same goes for people. Ghost Heart, its function is described in the auction list, so I won't go into details. Starting price, 5,000 gold. Let's start. 10,000 gold. Who are you trying to scare? 13,000 gold. 15,000 gold. The atmosphere became lively in an instant, with bids coming from the second and third floors one after another. Some people even hurriedly shouted out the same price as another person. This shows how precious the ghost's heart is. In just a dozen breaths, the price climbed to 45,000 gold, and then the sound slowed down. 50,000 gold. Chen Lingfeng shouted, gritting his teeth. It was quiet, and no one made any more bids. Yuner was still a little unwilling to give up. This was the finale item. She shouted, 50,000 gold. No one is bidding any more. This is a treasure that can improve your spiritual power. Everyone, the chi refining stage is not the end point. There are some things that cannot be said in a place without any spiritual power, such as the world of cultivation. Some people cannot appear here, such as those who are beyond the chi refining realm. Yuner couldn't explain, but most of the people in the chi refining realm knew some rumors, some people even knew the truth, and some people even left the scope of the 30 countries and went to the world of cultivation. So there are people who are really jealous of Guixin. 51,000 gold. Someone made another bid, still for the third floor. Yuner smiled and started to encourage again. In the box, Li Xian hugged Nyang and watched the show, but he frowned. The first item was worth 50,000 gold, but he only had a little over 50,000 on him. It was not easy to deal with. Suddenly Li Xian thought of the cave that Guangquan found. There were more than a dozen boxes of gold in it, which amounted to about 50,000 gold. He was confident. At worst, he could take the photo first and pay later. It wouldn't be too much to ask the city lord to be a guarantee. Once, twice, 3 times. Well, congratulations to the VIP on the 3rd floor, who won the ghost heart for 59,800 gold. Yuner shouted loudly. In the box on the 3rd floor, Chen Lingfeng's face was already flushed. The long sword behind him was unsheathed and then fell down. After several times, his mood finally calmed down. After spending so much money, he has almost no money left. It can be said that he lost everything he had to buy a ghost. This made him hate the person who stole his heart in Zhaozhou even more, and he secretly swore in his heart that he would tear him into pieces after finding him. Huff! Li Xian sneezed, and Nyang looked over. He smiled and waved his hands. Someone must be missing me, haha. The second highlight was the fire spirit sword, a flying sword. A flying sword that could be used in the late stage of qi refining, a genuine flying sword that was bought by someone on the 3rd floor for 70,000 gold. The third item was a lion tiger cub, a powerful cub with the blood of a great demon that could grow into a companion, mount, or pet. It was also bought on the 3rd floor. The fourth piece was the finale, and Li Xian became interested. Spirit rice seeds. A bag of first-grade spiritual white rice seeds contains 30 seeds, and the starting price is 10,000 gold. Li Xian was interested, but not very much. He had known long ago that the 30 countries were a place devoid of spiritual energy, and that wanting to find a spiritual land here to grow spiritual rice was like a eunuch going to a brothel and staring blankly. But as a flower grower, his genes are stirring. Seeds and other things are too rare for Li Xian. He waited for a while and found that no one was interested, so he immediately said, 11,000 gold. Yuner's eyes flashed, and she took a deep look at Li Xian's box, then smiled and said, is there anyone who can offer a higher price? Li Xian's 5 senses were enhanced several times in succession. He saw the changes in Yuner's expression and frowned slightly, feeling that something was unusual. Obviously, the people who knew Ling Mixi didn't want to bid, and the people who didn't know him didn't have the money, so Li Xian only raised the price by 1,000 gold and got it. At this time, the last item appeared in front of everyone. The box of the 5th finale item was opened, revealing a jade bottle. Here is the last item of this auction, the Millennium Stalactite. Wow! The venue exploded instantly, and everyone looked towards the platform with burning eyes, wishing they could rush up and snatch the jade bottle away. In the box, Li Xian curled his lips, and Nyang looked strange. Seeing Li Xian getting up and about to leave, Nyang hurriedly stopped him and said, Sir, wait a moment. I want to see how much the 1,000-year-old stalactite is worth. Li Xian smiled and shook his head, saying, okay, then wait a little longer. I'm not in a hurry. Yuzi hugged Nyang's arm and asked, Nyang, do you like this 1,000-year-old stalactite? Nyang shook her head. She just thought about how Li Xian asked her to eat a lot at the Zhaozhou border post station, and even let her eat a drop of 1,000-year-old stalactite. At that time, Li Xian only said it was a good thing but did not tell her its value. Now Nyang wanted to know how precious this thing was. You have to know that Li Xian didn't eat it at that time, but gave it to her in Guangquan. Sun Yuner said loudly, 1,000-year-old stalactites grow deep in the earth's veins. They are natural treasures. 1 drop of them can extend a person's lifespan by at least 10 years. It can also heal near-death injuries and improve bone constitution. Of course, these are not the most important things. Some people in the crowd wanted to bid, but Yuner continued to introduce. The most important function of the Millennium Stalactite is to assist in breakthroughs. The Millennium Stalactite can allow a warrior who has reached the perfection of the power refining realm to break through to the qi refining realm as easily as eating or drinking water. In fact, many people know the function of the 1,000-year-old stalactite, but when Yuner said it again in such a high-pitched voice, many people couldn't help but get excited. The scene was noisy, with people on the 2nd floor shouting excitedly. Some people on the 2nd and 3rd floors were even looking for the appraiser to go to the room. They are now waiting for the auction of the 1,000-year-old stalactite, so of course they can only ask the appraiser to come to the room to collect the treasure. At this moment, everyone felt that they did not have enough money, and they kept taking out the good things they had. Some people even took out everything they had won in order to exchange it for money to bid for the 1,000-year-old stalactite. If 1,000 years is so precious, then 10,000 years. Nyang looked at Li Xin with shock in her eyes and spoke softly. But Li Xin didn't let her finish. He smiled and hugged Nyang in his arms, leaning close to her ear and whispered, "Don't tell her, be careful, there are ears on the other side of the wall." Although Nyang didn't understand the meaning of walls have ears, she understood it after a little thought. She nodded, then looked at Li Xin with burning eyes and gave him a kiss. Li Xin was of course enjoying it happily. He knew that Nyang was so touched that he didn't even want to give up the 1,000-year-old stalactite and just let Nyang eat it. But Li Xin really doesn't have any feelings about that kind of thing. Among the functions of the 1,000-year-old stalactite, it is only of some use to him in improving his aptitude, but it is really not that great. He can become stronger by practicing slowly. Even if his aptitude is lower, he just needs to spend more time than a genius. It would take a genius 10 years to refine qi and 100 years to build a foundation, while an ordinary person would need 100 years to refine qi and 1,000 years to build a foundation. Of course, ordinary people definitely don't have that much lifespan, so these ordinary people are defined as garbage. But Li Xin is talented. He has no problem refining qi for 100 years, and has no problem building the foundation for 1,000 years. He is not in a hurry and can just practice slowly. But Nyang and Guangquan are different. They are his family members, and he can practice slowly. However, Nyang and Guangquan do not have so much time, so if there is any good thing to improve physical fitness, he will of course give it to Nyang and Guangquan first. Of course, now it is more gentle. When he thought of Wan, Li Xin slapped his head, but when he heard the bidding outside, he was no longer in a hurry. He hugged Nyang and gave her a long, suffocating kiss. Nyang was so shy after being kissed, but she also looked happy as she hugged Li Xin and leaned on his shoulder. Yuzi had long been accustomed to eating dog food. She had been looking outside excitedly, listening to the auction where the prices were increasing by thousands or tens of thousands. Finally, a voice came from the third floor, 17,000 gold. Asshole! Someone roared, and a powerful qi-refining realm aura was released from a private room on the third floor. But the next moment, Yuner said coldly, "You dare to disrupt the order, do you think there is no one in my Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce?" In an instant, 3 figures appeared behind Yuner. All 3 of them exuded a powerful aura, no weaker than the one on the third floor. This time, the guy on the third floor didn't dare to act recklessly. Yuner snorted coldly and continued to shout, "The distinguished guest on the third floor offered 170,000 gold, but there are still higher bids. 180,000 gold. Another person made an offer." Yuner was about to shout excitedly, but she was stunned. It turned out to be the men who bought the spiritual rice on the second floor to grow crops. Her expression changed slightly, but she recovered immediately and continued to bid. Li Xin made an offer. Although 180,000 gold was far beyond his affordability, even with the gold bars of the peach blossom fan, it was not enough. But don't forget that he still had monster meat. The monster meat took up half of the storage space. I wonder how good Mrs. Bai's appetite was that she actually hid so much. Once Li Xin announced the price, the 2 people who were originally interested were angry but could do nothing about it. After waiting for a while, Li Xin finally got the 1,000-year-old stalactite, and the familiar appraiser was also called in. Li Xin paid the balance at the price of 1,000 gold per piece. Although the appraiser had a bitter look on his face, Li Xin said that the price was set by the city lord. The appraiser immediately stopped talking. He took the 2 women away, and after the 3 of them got in the car, Li Xin kept asking the 2 women to be quiet. After waiting all the way back to the Yunlai Inn, Li Xin frowned and looked behind him, saying, "Don't go out these few days. We are being watched." Li Xin was still not sure who was targeting him, but he was sure that it was someone from the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce. It was already very late, and after returning, the 3 of them washed up and went to bed. The moonlight tonight is beautiful, and Nyang is also very proactive. Li Xin is really happy and joyful. "I'm so happy here that I don't want to leave." The next day, Li Xian was in a good mood and made some steamed dumplings. Guangquan ate so much that his stomach was so bloated that he could hardly walk and almost died of fullness. What caught Li Xian's attention was that Wenwan also ate a lot, which was completely different from her usual self. Seeing Wenwan eating with big mouthfuls, Li Xian found it very curious and couldn't help but touch under the table. Wenwan felt the hot hand on her thigh, and her whole body stiffened suddenly. Then she continued to eat freely, but at one moment she looked up and glared at Li Xian. Li Xian chuckled, stopped trying to cause trouble, and ate happily. After the meal, everyone practiced boxing in the yard, and Li Xian took out the pills he had brought back and distributed them to everyone, asking them to eat together. Among the remaining items, Li Xian only took out the divine sword art. He definitely would not take out the small sword, and there was no need to check the spiritual rice seeds. The secret technique, divine sword technique, is very simple to practice. You just need to visualize a long sword according to the method in the book, and then continuously invest your mental power into it. The more you invest, the more powerful it will be. As soon as Li Xian started practicing, he found that he seemed to be in perfect harmony with this sword technique. He succeeded in visualization very simply, and what he visualized was none other than the black stone sword. He didn't have any other swords, so he couldn't get a Frostmourne. Don't tell me, if I get a handful of Frostmourne or Fire Delight. Li Xian chuckled, but did not really do it. After all, it involved his mental strength, and he didn't dare to do anything rash. Taohua Mountain, Li Xian came here again. His steps were very strange. There was a peach tree in front of him, but he ran straight into it. There was no peach tree blocking his way, but he turned a corner. After walking in this strange way for a while, Li Xian came to the place where he had met the Snake King and his wife. The reason why he left this way was because Madame Bai had set up an illusion array here. Although the illusion array became fragile after Madame Bai left, it was not something that Li Xian, with his little power training, could break. Fortunately, she had white scales on her body, which were tainted with Madame Bai's aura, so the illusion array had no effect on her. Stopping and looking at the surrounding environment, Li Xian felt that this place was the most suitable. With a wave of his hand, 3 small swords appeared in his palm. He couldn't see them clearly in the storage space before, but now he found that these 3 small swords were emitting a bright light and had just been taken out of the storage space. The 3 small swords were actually attracted to each other and slowly approached each other, with the tips of the swords pointing at each other, as if they could sense each other. What on earth is this? Li Xian's expression became very serious. He knew that this must be a treasure, but just like he did not know the value of the ghost heart at the beginning and took it out casually, causing Ji Shue's death. Now he did not dare to take out the small sword casually. The 3 small swords were slowly approaching. Li Xian frowned and immediately took out an oil paper bag, wrapped up 2 of them and put them into the space. Strangely enough, Li Xian originally thought that the remaining sword would turn back into the appearance of a black stone long sword, but after waiting for a long time, it did not change and was still the size of a palm. He tried to pinch it, but as expected, he still couldn't do it. Even with 300,000 kilograms of strength, he couldn't do it. There was no trace at all. Putting it away, Li Xian sat down cross-legged. In his mind, the black sword of his spirit was already emitting a devastating aura. This was the result of Li Xian replenishing his mental power non-stop for a day and a night. But even with continuous replenishment for a whole day and night, Li Xian's mental power seemed to be connected to another dimension and did not dry up at all. It stands to reason that if mental energy is consumed too much, people will become dizzy, and in severe cases, they may fall into a coma or even die. Li Xian had none of that. He could eat, drink, and even find opportunities to bully Wenwan. Although Wenwan would glare at Li Xian every time, she never resisted and never got angry whenever Li Xian secretly bullied her. By the way, Li Xian had the urge to go to Peach Blossom Mountain today because he wanted to test the power of the Soul Slayer and explore the strange little sword at the same time. There is no place safer than the illusion array left by Mrs. Bai. Here he has no worries about being discovered. However, although people outside could not find out what Li Xian was doing, they almost surrounded the forest. What's going on? In fact, Li Xian discovered that someone was following him since he left the city gate, but he was skilled and brave, so he was not worried. But at this moment, looking at the fierce looks of the people outside, he was a little worried about the family members who were transported to the inn. At this moment, outside the illusion array, a group of people were standing around a person Li Xin was familiar with. Many people had already scattered around. They had discovered something was wrong here when they were tracking Li Xin, so they began to move away, preparing to surround this place. "Miss Sun, there is something strange in this forest. You'd better not take any risks." One of them bowed and said to Sun Yuner. Sun Yuner exuded a strong and hot aura, and there was no doubt in her movements. She waved her hand and said, "We must catch him. Find someone to seal off this place. This peach forest is so strange, it is possible that the spiritual land is here." Li Xin was in the illusion array not far away. He heard what Sun Yuner said and recognized that Sun Yuner was the Yuner who hosted the auction. So it's for the spiritual land, then that bag of land is really fishing. Li Xin thought secretly. When he took the picture of the spiritual rice seeds, he noticed that Sun Yuner's expression was not right, and now he has solved his mystery. But he immediately frowned, because he was taking pictures of the seeds simply because he liked farming, and he didn't know what spiritual land was at all. Li Xin sighed. He knew that even if he told the truth, the other party would not believe it. After all, he took a picture of the spiritual rice seeds. Why would you take a picture of the spiritual rice seeds if there is no spiritual land? Li Xin felt really fucked up. This was the same as, why are you helping if you didn't bump into someone? Whether he could explain it clearly depended on whether the other party was willing to believe it. Obviously, seeing that so many people on the other side are determined to win and are ready to take action, would they care about what he says? "I just want to test the soul-severing sword technique, so I'll use you to try it out." Li Xin's eyes were cold, and he stared straight at Sun Yuner. The next moment, the black sword in his mind disappeared instantly. Even Li Xin didn't see the trajectory of the sword. The soul-slaying sword light had already penetrated into Sun Yuner's mind. Ah! An extremely shrill scream was heard. Sun Yuner covered her head with her hands and blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and the next moment she fell straight down. After Sun Yuner fell to the ground with a thud, everyone reacted. The person who had been following her was terrified and immediately stepped forward to help Sun Yuner up. However, when he checked her breathing, pulse, and heartbeat, he was horrified. Dead. He's actually dead. The men retreated in fear and immediately moved away from the illusion array. There were many people like him, and at this moment they were all looking at the illusion array in horror. No one noticed where the attack came from, but the only abnormal thing here was the inaccessible peach forest. Retreat. Return to the city. Someone picked up Sun Yuner's body and gave an order, then led everyone away in a large crowd. Li Xin watched the whole process without saying a word. He pinched his chin and looked thoughtful. Sun Yuner had been emitting a powerful aura before, and it was very hot. That was at least the result of reaching the 8th level of power training and opening up the meridians throughout the body. But even such a Sun Yuner was killed instantly by a flash of sword from Li Xin. Li Xin now wanted to know the result of his hard work for a day and a night, what the maximum lethality was, and whether he could kill the Qi refining realm in seconds. But there was no suitable opponent at the moment, so Li Xin walked down the mountain and returned to the city. At the same time, the top leaders of Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce were waiting for news that Sun Yuner had brought people to arrest Li Xin. They were not worried about Sun Yuner. After all, she brought so many people, and there were masters who had achieved perfect power among the guards. They were waiting for news. They also wanted to know the news about the spiritual land. It was a spiritual land. With a spiritual land there were infinite possibilities. It was the cornerstone of a family's development. However, at this moment, 3 figures rushed in, one of them holding Sun Yuner, whose face was covered in blood. When several big shopkeepers saw Sun Yuner's appearance, they stood up in horror. One person asked in a trembling voice, "What's going on?" The man who was bending over said in a deep voice, "Miss Sun is dead." In an instant, several big shopkeepers felt like the sky was falling. They didn't know how to explain to that big shot. Sun Yuner was his apprentice. Report to the 3 big shopkeepers, the person is missing. At night, his subordinates came running to report. The three big managers of Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce who were discussing countermeasures changed their faces and stood up suddenly when they heard the words. The chief shopkeeper said angrily, "Tell me clearly, how could it disappear? Wasn't there someone watching it for 12 hours? The subordinate said tremblingly, "I don't know either. The surveillance personnel are outside. Should we call them in?" "Call him in immediately," the second shopkeeper shouted angrily. Soon, a man in peddler's clothes walked in quickly, knelt down and told what had happened. "I hid in the inn, but when the first dish was served, there was no sound in the courtyard. I was suspicious, but I didn't dare to go in and check immediately. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, there was still no sound, so I found an excuse to go in and check. As a result, only a few cleaners were left. Li Xin and the three women disappeared." This person explained it very clearly, but the three shopkeepers were extremely angry at the moment. Sun Yuner had just died and they had lost their target, but the adult had been notified, so they had no way to explain. The three of them were so anxious that they ran around in circles. They gritted their teeth and shouted angrily, "Mobilize people to investigate immediately. They can't run far. You are allowed to use bows and crossbows and fast horses. Go quickly." "Yes." The subordinate bowed and left immediately. The three shopkeepers looked at each other and sat down dejectedly. The third shopkeeper said in a deep voice, "For now, that Peach Blossom Mountain is very important. It is so strange, it is probably a spiritual place. Why not send someone to investigate first? When that person comes, we can have an explanation." What Zhang Laosan said is right. That man has more than one disciple, Sun Yuner. I don't think he values her that much. She is just a concubine. How can she be as important as a spiritual land, said the second shopkeeper in agreement. Upon hearing this, the chief manager called for someone to come over again, and then the three of them set out in person, bringing with them all the elite troops they could mobilize, and headed for Taohua Mountain together. At the same time, Li Xin was shopping with his three daughters. Yes, they were shopping. After Li Xin returned to the city, he knew that things were serious, but he couldn't leave immediately. After all, the three women couldn't stop the people from the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce. So he thought of Ernyang's disguise technique. Back then, Ernyang had lived in Lanfeng town for so many years hiding her appearance and figure, and her disguise skills had almost taken her to new heights. Ernyang did not disappoint Li Xin. In a short period of time, she made Li Xin and the three girls change. When the people from Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce entered the yard to search for Li Xin and his companions, Li Xin and his four companions were actually in the yard. They just became cleaners and maids. It was not until the people who were following the Chamber of Commerce left that the four of them changed their appearance again and left Yunlai Inn. But at this time we still couldn't leave the city. Not only were there too many people in the city, but the people from the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce didn't dare to act recklessly. But it was different outside the city. So the four of them changed their appearance and blended directly into the shopping group. The carriage had already been arranged in a remote courtyard, and Guangquan had been watching it. "Sir, where are we waiting?" Ernyang asked, and now she had turned back into the most beautiful appearance in the world. Yuzi, who was standing beside them, giggled, and even Wenwan couldn't bear to look at Ernyang at this moment. Li Xin thought for a while and said, "We have to hide for a few days. There are people behind the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Ordinary people can't get the spiritual rice seeds, so we have to hide first and wait until the storm is over before going out." Wave. Yuzu wondered. "Ahem, we're just going out to play, kids, stop asking so many questions," Li Xin said with disdain. Yuzu pouted and said, "Please." Someone passed by and saw a young man with red lips and white teeth pouting at another big man to act cute. He immediately looked disgusted and quickly moved away. "Forget it, let's stop shopping and go home to rest. Taohua Mountain is just a small hill. There is another mountain behind it, and that mountain is Yingzue Mountain." At this moment, in a huge village on Yingzue Mountain, several women were gathered in the largest house in the village to discuss something. "Chief, we can't wait any longer. Today, our people discovered that there were several sneaky people nearby. It's very likely that the news has leaked. Yes, Chief, whether to evacuate or hide, you have to make a decision." "Chief, The women all had bulging muscles and were more muscular than the average men sitting there, but they all looked worried. The leading woman was wearing leather armor and had a mace at hand. She snorted in a rough voice, "Why are you panicking? There is a clan protection formation outside the forest. It can't be seen without the foundation building stage. And the foundation building stage in the absolute spirit land can't enter. If anyone comes, we will kill them. Don't worry, no one can find us." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, a strange bird song was heard outside, and everyone present changed their expressions immediately. The leading woman gritted her teeth and said angrily, "There are people who are not afraid of death. Come on, follow me and kill these bastards." There were many people from the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce. They not only surrounded the peach forest, but also explored a lot further out, and then they discovered Eagle's Beak Mountain. Originally it was just a casual investigation, but after the team was gathered, they found that 3 people were missing. This made a problem, so after reporting it, the leader sent people to look for them. Then, I met the women in the village. Bang bang bang. Maces, sledgehammers, spears, the women were incredibly strong and the people from the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce were no match for them. More than 30 people died tragically in the first encounter. After a battle, all the people from the Suhui Chamber of Commerce were killed, but none of the women in the village were injured. At this time, Han Yue ran out and came to the leading woman and said, "Mother, these are people from the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce. I saw them when I went out to buy salt a few days ago. What is the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce doing in Taoshan?" The woman frowned, then waved her hand and said, "Take the bodies back for sacrifice, and send someone to guard the road into the mountain." "Yes." The group of women bowed, then turned around and went back to the village. Shortly after they left, fog suddenly rose on the Eagle's Beak Mountain behind them. The fog was so thick that they couldn't even see 1 meter in front of them after entering. "What did you say?" The chief shopkeeper listened with wide eyes to his subordinates' report that more than 30 guards trained by the Chamber of Commerce had disappeared inexplicably. But just as he was a little shocked, the chief shopkeeper immediately became excited. When he looked at the peach forest in front of him, his eyes became more and more fiery. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, this must be a sacred place without a doubt. Quickly spread the message, the sacred place has been found. I didn't expect it to be so close to us." Before the message was passed on, a figure appeared at the foot of Taohua Mountain like a ghost. Illusion array. It seems to be correct. The men looked at the peach forest in front of him, which had changed its position, with a look of surprise. "Greetings, senior." The 3 big managers were already kneeling respectfully before this man. He had a sinister look, a hooked nose and a round face, but he carried a powerful aura. Several Qi refining realm masters in the Chamber of Commerce were bent over by this aura. They looked at the sinister man with deep awe in their eyes. He was at the great perfection of Qi refining stage. In their narrow understanding, this was the strongest person that could appear in the land of absolute spirits. On Taohua Mountain, everyone had strange expressions on their faces, but they all lowered their heads and dared not speak. Occasionally they looked around and exchanged eye contact, and they all found that their companions had the same emotion in their eyes. The deep awe in the eyes of the Qi refining realm cultivators no longer existed at this moment, and was replaced by a forced smile. The 3 big shopkeepers simply turned their backs and no longer looked at the sinister man who was breaking the formation. At this moment, the sinister man was covered in dust, his face was covered in bruises and purples, and his clothes were covered in red and green. "Damn it! Damn it!" The sinister man gritted his teeth. He had entered the formation with the idea of breaking it easily. After all, it was a place of absolute spiritual power, and the formation relied on the spiritual land to provide spiritual power. A first-level spiritual land was the best, so how powerful could the formation be? However, after entering, he found out that he was wrong. This was not just an illusion array, but also a killing array inside. He was covered in dirt because he had forcibly broken through the formation several times. He turned around and glanced at everyone fiercely. The sinister man said coldly, "Take your people with you and enter the formation." The faces of the 3 shopkeepers changed, and the big shopkeeper quickly said with a panicked look on his face, "Senior Zhengyang, please spare my life. If even you can't break it, we will be sent to." "Shut up." With an angry roar, the sinister Man Jingyang looked at everyone with a gloomy face and said sinisterly, "If you enter, you will live. If you don't enter, you will die." The chief shopkeeper hesitated for a few times, then sighed helplessly and ordered everyone to enter the battle formation together. Everyone was afraid of Jingyang's tyranny, and finally walked in reluctantly and cautiously. There were several hundred people, and it really worked when they entered together. The formation here was originally used temporarily by Madame Bai. Although it still had power after being abandoned, it had no spiritual power supply and was quickly broken by Jingyang. Ha ha ha, a spiritual place, a spiritual place. Jingyang walked out of the formation with excitement on his face, but the scene in front of him made him stand there in a daze. The next moment, the chief shopkeeper and others also came out one after another. Although more than half of them were missing, there were still 50 or 60 people who came out. At this moment, everyone was stunned. There was Northwest Sacred Place in front of them as they had imagined. It was just an ordinary small mound of earth. Impossible. Where is my spiritual land? Jingyang roared angrily, made some hand gestures, and used the wind-flying technique. He flew high into the sky. He quickly patrolled back and forth, but after walking the entire mountain, he still didn't find any spiritual place. How is this possible? Jingyang landed on the top of the tree. At this moment, he clenched his fists so tightly that his teeth were almost broken. Suddenly he turned his gaze to the equally dazed manager of the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Whoosh! Jingyang's face became more gloomy. He flew over and grabbed the shopkeeper's neck. He said in a deep voice, "Where is the spiritual land you mentioned?" The head shopkeeper looked horrified and frightened, unable to speak. Snap! The chief shopkeeper was crushed to death. In an instant, the rest of the people scattered in all directions like birds and beasts. Jingyang was filled with murderous intent. He made a hand gesture and a long sword flew out from nowhere, as fast as a stream of light, so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. In just a blink of an eye, all those who had tried to escape were killed by the sword. Tell me the whole story. Jingyang looked at the second and third shopkeepers. The next moment, the two men tremblingly told the whole story in detail, and finally said, "Because more than 30 people disappeared quietly, we thought this was a spiritual place. We beg you to consider our loyalty and let us go this way this time." Snort. Jingyang narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, saying, "Those 30 people wouldn't disappear for no reason. Go check." "Thank you, Senior." Everyone present bowed their heads together. The next morning. In a small courtyard very close to the south gate of the city, Li Xin, who had been practicing cross-legged all night, stretched out his body. He had never practiced so hard before, but the divine sword art was different, and it was very enjoyable to practice. As you add spiritual power into the sword light bit by bit, it becomes more and more real, which is a sense of accomplishment and positive feedback. Just watching it gives you motivation to practice. It's better than robbing Banban. I can't see any progress in cultivation. Li Xin thought about it and complained. However, the next moment, a prompt popped up in front of him. The panel is a manifestation of the host's thoughts, and has been adjusted according to the host's thoughts. Looking at this prompt, Li Xin quickly called the panel. The next moment, the new version of the panel appears. Name, Li Xin. Realm, Level 3 of Strength Refining, Bone Refining 29%. Talents, Immortality, Extreme Strength, Increase Strength by 300,000 Gene. Skills, Chongqing Ju, 58%, Tai Chi, 148% Break Limit +1, Golden Body Skill, 79%. Technique, Flowing Cloud Steps, 87%. Secret Technique, Divine Sword Technique, Incomplete, 100%. Immortal 100 Arts, Medicine, Beginner 1%. Life Skills, Qi and Blood Spirit Chef, Elementary 89%, Spirit Wine Master, Elementary 2%, Spirit Tailor, Elementary 1%. Status, Normal. System Task, Noise, in progress. As the panel changed, a piece of information appeared in my mind. Li Xin instantly understood that the changes to the panel were not that big, or in other words, they only looked changed, but the core remained unchanged. Now only Li Xin's daily progress in practice can be seen, and the original levels such as entry level and proficient have been integrated into the numbers. The entry threshold is 1%, the proficiency threshold is 10%, minor success is 50%, major success is 80%, and perfection is naturally 100%. Therefore, the Tai Chi with a limit of +1 is 148%. As the Divine Sword art was incomplete, there was no follow-up after Li Xian learned it, so it was directly 100%. Thinking of breaking the limit of Tai Chi, Li Xian began to look forward to the sword techniques. The current sword techniques are already very powerful, and he is looking forward to the sword techniques after breaking the limit. Unfortunately, breaking the limit is not something you can do just by wanting to. The last time he broke the limit in Tai Chi, he had a sudden enlightenment, but sudden enlightenment can only be encountered by chance. Glancing up, among these skills, it seems that only the golden body skill can be mastered quickly if you work hard. It's already 79%. Keep practicing, and 80% is not a dream. When he thought of Li Xian, he started practicing immediately. Li Xian liked this martial art very much, which came from the young monk Hui Yuan. This is a book on physical training. After practicing for so long, Li Xian didn't find himself developing into a muscular man, so he felt relieved. The practice of golden body skill requires the qi and blood to be dispersed throughout the body and to vibrate continuously. During the vibration, the body is slowly tempered and impurities are washed away. Li Xian is usually very lazy, but he is very dedicated when it comes to practicing. For several days, Li Xian was immersed in the practice of golden body kung fu during the day, and occasionally accompanied Ernyang at night, and occasionally teased Wenwan. That day, Li Xian suddenly felt a chill all over his body, as if some shackles had been broken, and he felt relaxed all over. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly heard the crackling sound of bones in his body, and he quickly focused his mind. A quarter of an hour later, Li Xian opened his eyes and opened the panel immediately. Name, Li Xian. Realm, Level 3 of Strength Refining, Bone Refining 29% to 37%. Talents, Immortality, Extreme Strength, Increase Strength by 300,000 Gene. Skills, Chongqing Ju, 58%, Tai Chi, 148% Break Limit +1, Golden Body Skill, 79% to 80%. Technique, Flowing Cloud Steps, 87%. Secret Technique, Divine Sword Technique, Incomplete, 100%. Immortal 100 Arts, Medicine, Beginner 1%. Life Skills, Qi and Blood Spirit Chef, Elementary 89%, Spirit Wine Master, Elementary 2%, Spirit Tailor, Elementary 1%. Status, Normal. System Task, Noise, in progress. Li Xian was delighted when he saw the changes on the panel. The golden body technique had made a breakthrough from 79% to 80%, entering the stage of perfection. As a result, the realm also increased from 29% of bone refining to 37%. It can be said that the harvest is huge. Just when Li Xian was rejoicing, he caught a glimpse of a streak of light flying towards him. He didn't even have time to dodge, and the light hit his legs directly. There was a bang, and Li Xian was intact, but a long sword covered with cracks appeared in front of him. The long sword was just 3 inches in front of Li Xian's legs, and it seemed to want to move forward, but a faint red light enveloped Li Xian, so that no matter how hard the sword tried, it could not break through. You can actually block the full force attack of a Qi-refining great perfection master. What a treasure! Boy, when you die, all your treasures will be mine. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, with some eagerness. Li Xian suddenly woke up from the shock. His forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat and his back felt cold. If he didn't have a backup plan, both of his legs would have been broken and he would have become a cripple. Looking sideways, he saw a man with a sinister face standing in the yard. Li Xian didn't even know when this man came in. Who are you? Li Xian looked alert, with bright red blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he gritted his teeth and swallowed it back bit by bit with his face flushed. This man was naturally Zheng Yang. Since he had been looking for the spiritual land in the past few days but failed, he knew the whole story and knew that the spiritual rice seeds were with Li Xian. He had already placed a locator in the bag containing the spiritual rice seeds. Originally, he should have been able to find Li Xian easily, but Li Xian had kept the things in the storage white scales, which affected the positioning and forced him to waste several days before finally finding Li Xian. Xingyang had been here for half an hour. He searched the yard and confirmed that there was not even a single qi refiner inside, but he was cautious by nature and chose to launch a sneak attack. The result is what it is now. Li Xian escaped the disaster because of the Snake King's scales. Xingyang showed up when he saw him vomiting blood. With a wave of his hand, the sword returned to Xingyang's hand. One can fly a sword at the 7th level of qi training, which is the late stage of qi training. For Xingyang, who has reached the great perfection of qi training, this is naturally not a problem for him. But at this moment he was staring seriously at Li Xian's chest. There was a demonic power there that made him very afraid. You don't need to know who I am, young man. Tell me the location of the spiritual land and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'm going to have some fun with those 3 women in your room. Xingyang gave a sinister smile, glanced in the direction of the house and said. Li Xian frowned. They had all disguised themselves these past few days, thinking that they were cautious. This was also the case during the day. But looking at Xingyang's appearance, it seemed that he could see through the disguise. You are the person behind the Shuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Li Xian guessed it and rushed towards Xingyang at the same time, intending to get closer to him. Humph, you overestimate your own abilities. Xingyang shouted angrily, and the sword rushed towards Li Xian again, while his whole body flew up like the wind. He was cautious by nature. Even though Li Xian looked weak, he had met too many such people in the world of cultivation. He had already developed the habit and would never take risks. So he planned to use his flying sword to cut off Li Xian's limbs, and then interrogate him slowly. Li Xian's figure disappeared like a shadow, and the next moment he appeared in midair, punching Xingyang. However, the next moment, Xingyang in front of him flew away again, and Li Xian couldn't hit him at all. Bang! Li Xian landed and was about to continue chasing when a streak of light slashed his shoulder. Bang! It was the Snake King Honglin who saved him again, otherwise Li Xian's right hand would have disappeared. There was a flash of anger in his eyes, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. His face turned pale and he collapsed. Hee, it's a great weapon that can allow you to withstand 2 attacks from a qi refiner. But the price you paid is not small. A hint of jealousy flashed in Xingyang's eyes. He was a casual cultivator, and the magic weapon that could withstand the great perfection of qi refining must be worth a lot of money. Even he didn't have it. He didn't expect that Li Xian, a lowly cultivator, actually had it. How could he not be jealous? Die! With an angry shout, he used the shuriken technique and the flying sword flew towards Li Xian again. He was ready to destroy Li Xian. However, the flying sword was flying when it suddenly stopped in midair, and then it broke into countless pieces and fell to the ground with a loud noise. Puff! Xingyang spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. He stared blankly at the fragments of the flying sword on the ground, then looked at Li Xian angrily and said with gritted teeth, I will make you live a life worse than death. Boom! A powerful force was released, and Xingyang pointed his hand, and sharp golden blades appeared out of thin air. It was the sharp gold technique. Seeing the light blade coming, Li Xian sighed inwardly. He had been deceiving Xingyang since the beginning when he vomited blood. With the protection of the Snake King's scales, the flying sword could not hurt Li Xian at all, and of course he would not be injured either. The purpose of vomiting blood was just to paralyze the opponent, but Xingyang was too cowardly and didn't fall for it at all, and kept attacking him from a distance. In that case, it's a good opportunity to try out the sword technique. As his mind moved, the black sword in his mind, which seemed to be real, trembled violently, and then disappeared from his mind in an instant. The next moment, Li Xian dodged the opponent's attack, then exerted force on his feet, leaving an afterimage and his real body disappeared. On the opposite side, Xingyang felt his heart tremble with fear the moment Li Xian raised his head. Without thinking, he hurriedly took out a tortoise shell the size of a palm. The tortoise shell grew in the wind and in the blink of an eye it turned into the size of a person, blocking Xingyang behind him. But even so, a flash of horror passed through Xingyang's eyes, and in an instant he felt as if his head had been stepped on by tens of thousands of 5-tusked white elephants. The severe pain was not enough to describe his feelings at the moment. Ah! With a scream, Jingyang fell directly to the ground, and at the moment he fell, a figure appeared behind him. It was Li Xian. Boom! He punched Jingyang hard on the back with anger. In an instant, Jingyang's entire body was blown away and hit the wall hard, then broke the wall and crashed into the room. Li Xian flashed into the side room without saying a word. Bang bang bang. He punched Jingyang on the head 3 times in succession, killing him instantly, before he stopped. Looking at Jingyang, who was no longer in human form, Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. He had used all his strength and concentrated completely in this battle, and now he was feeling waves of fatigue. After a short rest, Li Xian began to collect the spoils. A broken flying sword, a palm-sized tortoise shell, a small bag containing 3 small items, and a grey robe. Here are the spoils of interest. The flying sword was broken, but was also put away by Li Xian. The tortoise shell was obviously a defensive magic weapon. Li Xian had seen it before when it turned into a person's height. It looked so thick that one could feel its amazing defensive power just by looking at it. Li Xian also treasured it and put it away. The 3 small bags are storage bags, but unfortunately Li Xian has no spiritual power and cannot open them. The last robe is very powerful. Li Xian used all his strength to punch it, weighing 300,000 kilograms, but it still couldn't break. It was obviously a treasure. Li Xian failed to kill Jingyang with 1 punch before, and this robe played a significant role. After everything was packed up, Li Xian thought for a moment and put Jingyang's body away as well. After doing all this, Li Xian walked into the room. Inside the house, Yang, Wenwan, and Yuzi all looked over with worry on their faces. "It's okay, don't worry," Li Xian said with a smile. In October, after more than 7 months, Li Xian finally visited 7 of the 8 scenic spots in Shuzhou. Today, he came to the last check-in place, Yuqing Linan, adjacent to Shuzhou. Linan City is located in Shuzhou, but it produces the best white jade of the Shenwu dynasty, so it is called Jade City. Before the process, Li Xian discovered that there were many 4-wheeled carriages here. He knew that they must have been leaked by Situdali, but he didn't care about it. Whether it was handed over to the country or sold privately, Li Xian did not set any restrictions on Situdali at the beginning. It was the other party's freedom. And with so many 4-wheeled carriages appearing, Li Xian's carriage was not so eye-catching. You should know that in the past few months in Shuzhou, Li Xian's carriage has been coveted by many people. Many people have offered high prices for it, and some people even sent people to kill him after failing to buy it. Of course, the grass on these people's graves was 3 feet high at this time. "Young master, is this Jade City? There's nothing to see here." Yang looked at the street outside through the window and found that it was similar to the fairy city and the prefecture city they had been to. It was inconsistent with the rumors and she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Upon hearing this, Yuzi beside her immediately explained, "No, sister, the reason why Jade City is known as one of the 8 scenic spots is because there is a jade mountain here. The big businessman who owns this jade mountain did not allow anyone to mine it, but instead removed all the rocks and plants on the surface, revealing a lot of jade." At this point, Yuzi smiled and said, "Sister, guess what happened next?" Yang asked in confusion, could it be possible that he just left it there? Yuzi chuckled and said, "Not really. This jade mountain, from the foot of the mountain to the top, was carved bit by a carving master hired by a big businessman. It took 7 years to carve out a lifelike fairy palace. And this fairy palace is one of the 8 scenic spots, and is even known as the first of the 8 scenic spots. An entire jade mountain." Yang was shocked. Not only her, but Wenwan and Li Xian who were listening were also shocked. "He's truly rich enough to rival a country." Li Xian sighed. At this time, a tall young man in a long gown looked over and shook his head in disdain, saying, "So what if he was as rich as a country? He was still wiped out. This is the fate of being rich and unkind." Li Xian glanced at the young man without saying anything. The carriage continued to move forward and soon arrived at the door of an inn. After renting a few rooms, he settled down. "Xiao Yuzi, go and find out whether the fairy palace is allowed to be viewed by outsiders, and then rent a yard for a month." Li Xin gave instructions after sitting down. Good boss. Yuzu nodded actively and turned to go out to find out. Wenwan next to her had taken out a book and was reading quietly. Ernyang also came to the yard skillfully and started practicing Tai Chi. After several months of practice, Ernyang made rapid progress. She had already passed the proficient and minor success levels and washed her body twice. She felt the changes in her body and became more fond of practicing boxing. When only Wenwan and Li Xin were left in the room, Li Xin came directly to sit beside her, put his hand gently around Wenwan's slender waist, and Wenwan also leaned on Li Xin's shoulder very naturally, without even putting down the book in her hand. Don't worry. We have come to Yuqing in a different appearance this time, so we have gotten rid of them. There will be no conflict. Li Xin comforted softly. Wenwan nodded when she heard that, revealing a smile as beautiful as a blooming lily. The scars on her face had long disappeared, and her skin was even better now than before. This is not only the effect of the insect saliva, but also the credit of the bottle of 1,000-year-old stalactite that Li Xin got at the auction. Li Xin and Wenwan were affectionate for a while, then they returned to the room, sat down cross-legged and opened the panel. Name, Li Xin. Realm, Level 3 of Strength Refining, Bone Refining 39%. Talents, Immortality, Extreme Strength, Increase Strength by 350,000 genes. Skills, Evergreen Skill, 60%. Tai Chi, 150% Break Limit +1, Golden Body Skill, 82%. Technique, Flowing Cloud Steps, 90%. Secret Technique, Divine Sword Technique, Incomplete, 100%. Immortal 100 Arts, Medicine, Beginner 1%. Life Skills, Qi and Blood Spirit Chef, Primary 91%, Spirit Wine Master, Primary 2%, Spirit Tailor, Primary 1%. Status, Normal. System Task, Noise, in progress. There has been a slight improvement in all aspects, but the progress is not significant. What gave Li Xin a headache was the Divine Will Sword Art, a long-range attack method that Li Xin valued very much. It was extremely powerful and could even kill people who had reached the great perfection of Qi refining. It could make up for Li Xin's lack of long-range attack power. But after practicing for a long time, he discovered the disadvantage of incompleteness, that is, the mental power can only be filled in for 3 days, and no more can be added. This move of soul cutting is not able to grow infinitely. According to Li Xin's original idea, he would practice it for several years or even more than 10 years. By then, a flash of sword light would be enough to kill the person who has established his foundation. Facts have proved that this is not the case. His ultimate talent has physical limitations, and naturally he also has an incomplete secret skill. At this moment, the black sword in Li Xin's mind is already the same as the real sword, but that's it, it has reached its limit. If he cannot find the follow-up skills, this secret skill will be gone. Li Xin was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Alas, this is all we can do for now. With a sigh, Li Xin stopped thinking about it and started practicing Evergreen Art for today. An hour later, Li Xin finished his practice, glanced at the panel, and curled his lips. There was no improvement at all. This left him speechless and helpless. The Chongqing Ju can only be regarded as an entry-level martial arts technique, it doesn't even have a grade, while the Imu Kurong Fa is a mid-level earth-level technique. The difference between the two is huge. But the key is that Li Xin can't understand it. In response to this, Li Xin looked at his game panel with resentful eyes. In my previous life, I gained experience by killing monsters while playing games, but in this life, I have killed all kinds of monsters, beasts and ghosts, but there is no reaction at all. I don't know what's wrong with this panel, it's like I'm mentally retarded. Li Xin got up and just went out. He saw Ernyang practicing Tai Chi slowly, combining movement and stillness. Although she had not yet reached the level of inducing Qi flow, each move already had the style of a master. "Sir, give me a push." Seeing Li Xin coming out, Ernyang shouted happily. "Good." Li Xin also walked over with a smile. The pushing hands that Ernyang mentioned is the teaching method in Tai Chi. Yuzi and Wenwan are both practicing Tai Chi, but Yuzi has just gotten started and Wenwan doesn't like to move. After Li Xian taught Ernyang became fascinated by it and often asked Li Xian to practice with her. The two men staggered their positions in the yard, stood sideways facing each other, stretched out their hands, put their wrists together, and began to push and pull. Li Xian did not use his talent, and Ernyang only used her own strength. The two of them took root under their feet, and their bodies kept shaking as they pushed and pulled. Soon beads of sweat appeared on the tip of Ernyang's nose, but she became more and more excited because through this pushing and pulling, she felt that she had a deeper understanding of the artistic conception of Tai Chi. Slowly, Ernyang closed her eyes. Seeing this, Li Xian quickly stepped back. Ernyang began to practice Tai Chi with her eyes closed. Brush. A stream of air was created and swirled around Ernyang. This is going to be successful. Li Xian's face was full of surprise. It was naturally a great joy that Ernyang had mastered Tai Chi, so Li Xian personally went into the kitchen and prepared a table of delicious dishes. After another body wash, Ernyang exuded an otherworldly temperament, very similar to Li Xian. Boss, Yushan has not been closed after being controlled by the government. You have to pay 100 taels of silver to go up the mountain, and you are not allowed to stay overnight. You will even be searched when you go down the mountain. The yard has been rented. It is near the East City Gate. It is very quiet and clean. We can move in and live there. At the dinner table, Yuzu spoke vaguely with fried chicken nuggets in her mouth. Search. Li Xian frowned and asked. Yuzi nodded her head and said, Yes, sir, but there are female soldiers who search women. I heard that 2 years ago, a female relative of an official committed suicide after being searched by officers and soldiers. Later, the officers and soldiers had their hands and feet chopped off. They died miserably. Then there are female soldiers guarding there. That's not a problem. Do you want to go and have a look? Li Xian nodded and looked at Ernyang and Wenwan. Wenwan shook her head directly. She put down her chopsticks and signed, No, I don't want them to touch me. Ernyang also shook her head, I don't want to go either. In a place like this, they might even search me and make me take off my clothes. I don't want to go. Yuzi was originally thinking about going, but after hearing what Ernyang said, she quickly shook her head and said, Forget it, I don't want to go either. I'm scared just thinking about it. Li Xian did not force it. After lunch, everyone checked out and moved into the rented yard. The courtyard is not big, and there is only one main room, which is naturally where Li Xian and Ernyang sleep. The 2 side rooms are given to Wenwan and Yuzi respectively. There was no curfew in Yuching at night, and the streets were brightly lit, but the few people didn't want to go out and play after taking the bus all the way here, so they went to bed early. But at night, Li Xian heard some rustling sounds and he got up immediately. Ernyang also opened her eyes at the same time. She whispered, Master, I'm going to Sister Wan's room. Li Xian nodded, quickly got up and went out, while Ernyang went into Wenwan's room. Soon the bolt of the door was opened by a dagger, and 2 thin figures sneaked in. Bang! After 2 stones were thrown, the 2 men fell to the ground. Li Xian carried them into the room and after a glass of water, one of them woke up. When he saw Li Xian sitting calmly on the chair, his face changed drastically and he kowtowed hurriedly, saying, Please spare my life, big brother. I did it. I just wanted to steal some silver. Big brother, please spare my life. Li Xian sneered, kicked the rope, drugs, dagger and other items on the ground, and said coldly, Tell the truth, otherwise I can kill you and ask him. The man turned pale with fright, but a sinister look flashed in his eyes. However, the next moment, with a click, the man's arm was broken by Li Xian's kick. Ah! Spare me. Please spare me, sir. I've said it all. The man screamed and begged for mercy quickly. Go ahead, my patience is limited. I will ask him again after you finish speaking. If what you say is different, haha. Li Xian said lightly. Yes, we are hunting dogs trained by the master. Several of us stayed in the master's inn before and were seen. They said there were 3 beauties there and you are a useless piece of trash, so they asked us to drug the women and take them away tonight. He narrated in great pain. Li Xian asked, What's your master's name and where does he live? The man looked up in fear, but when he met Li Xian's cold eyes, he quickly said, "My master's name is Feng Fucai, and he lives in the west of the city. There are 2 jade lions at the gate of Feng's mansion, and the 2 big characters Feng Mansion on the lintel are inlaid with gold. Please leave me one." Snap. Before the man could finish his words, he was pinched to death by Li Xian. The other person used the same trick, and soon Li Xian learned the whole story. As soon as they entered the city, they were targeted by Feng Fucai's men. Feng Fucai was a sex-hungry man. He sent people to watch the city gate. As long as he saw someone with no background coming in, even if they were beautiful, they would not be able to escape his control. After putting the 2 bodies into the storage container, Li Xian asked Wen Wan and Ernyang to sleep first, and he went out. Li Xian walked very fast and reached the west of the city in just a few minutes, but it took him a long time to find Feng's house. When he saw the golden words Feng Mansion on the lintel and the 2 jade lions placed at the door, Li Xian was sure that it was correct. Li Xian jumped into the yard and quietly entered the backyard. Outside the backyard, several servants were leaning on the porch, yawning. They had long knives in their hands, but they looked listless and didn't notice anyone coming in. Li Xian quickly found the master's room and saw Feng Fucai, a thin old man with gray hair, but there were 3 young and beautiful women on the bed. But Li Xian only took a quick look and found that the 3 girls were all injured, and there was a girl kneeling on the ground with her hands clasped. At this moment, the girl was dying, and her body was covered with wounds that were unbearable to look at. After entering the room, Li Xian first knocked out the 3 girls, helped the girl on the ground to untie the rope, and then grabbed Feng Fucai's neck and lifted him up. Feng Fucai was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly woken up. He widened his eyes in horror and scratched himself with his hands, but he soon ran out of strength and there was only despair in his frightened eyes. "Can you still move?" Li Xian asked the girl who woke up leisurely. The girl nodded and struggled to get up. Even though she was missing several fingers on both hands, she still stubbornly picked up the dagger handed to her by Li Xian. The girl looked at Feng Fucai with resentment and stabbed Feng Fucai in the eye with a knife. "Ha!" Feng Fucai twisted his body like a dead fish, but his neck was strangled, so he could only struggle in pain but could not utter a single sound. Li Xian took the dagger, cut off Feng Fucai's tongue, cut the tendons of his hands and feet, and then threw him on the ground. "I'll leave him to you. I'll come back for you later." Having said that, Li Xian left the room. Feng Fucai looked at the girl with fear in his one eye, his mouth wide open and trembling constantly. The girl pulled out a dagger and began to take revenge by slashing with the sword. According to the confessions of those 2 men, Feng Fucai's 2 sons were also demons, and their crimes were no less than those of their father. Similarly, there are almost no good people in the Feng Mansion from top to bottom, not to mention the servants and guards. Many of them are hunting dogs, and even many of the women that Feng Fucai got tired of playing with were rewarded to them. It can be said that even more people died tragically at their hands. Li Xian moved forward silently. After interrogating several servants one after another, Li Xian was sure that there were really no good people in the Feng Mansion. Not only did the servants commit evil deeds, but even the maids were accomplices of Feng Fucai and his 2 sons. They wanted to climb into the beds of the residents and give birth to their children, so they were jealous of the abducted women and were even more cruel. Li Xian was helpless and completely disheartened, so he started the rapid killing mode. As the stones were thrown one after another, everyone they encountered had their head pierced through, becoming dead beyond all possibility. After finding Feng Fucai's 2 sons, Li Xian asked about the Feng family's secret room and prison. After he killed everyone, Li Xinxian entered the secret room and took away all the gold, silver, treasures, books, precious medicines, and even things he didn't recognize. Then he took a deep breath and entered the prison. The Feng family prison was also built underground like a secret room. The air inside was turbid and had a strong smell of blood. Li Xian had seen the hellish scene in the underground of Lin's Inn, so he was mentally prepared. But what he saw after entering was still shocking, and soon he looked at the iron cages around him with confusion. He didn't even need to get close to find that every woman here was dead. Thinking of this, Li Xian took 2 steps forward and wanted to put down a woman who was hanging in the air, but just as he reached the woman, a figure suddenly rushed over from the dark. This man was dressed in black, with his face covered, and had a slender figure. He stabbed straight at Li Xin with a short sword in his hand. Bang. I noticed you earlier. Li Xin showed disdain on his face, and was the first to arrive, kicking him away. Just when he was about to catch up and kill the other person, this person suddenly turned over and stood up again, and then the dagger stabbed at him at a weird angle like a snake. Li Xin was caught off guard and was almost stabbed, so he stepped back decisively. Whoosh! In the brightly lit underground, Li Xin could hear the man's heavy breathing. It was obvious that his kick just now was not in vain, and the man was injured. Wait a minute. You are not a member of the Feng family. After seeing Li Xin's face clearly, the man suddenly spoke. I'm not. I killed all the Feng family members. Li Xin said calmly, his expression stern. He did not give a good look to the person who drew his sword against him. What did you say? The man exclaimed, then turned and ran outside. Li Xin stood in front of this person. He didn't want the news of him destroying the Feng family to spread. He said coldly, if you don't give me a reason, you will die here today. The man paused when he heard this, then looked at Li Xin deeply, and then took off the black scarf on his face. Li Xin frowned. He had already recognized who this man was. When he first entered Qing during the day, a young man in a long gown spoke to him. The man in front of him was that young man. Why are you here? Li Xin asked in a deep voice. Help. The young man looked grim and said, my friend's wife was captured by the Feng family's hunting dogs. My friend searched for 2 years and finally found the Feng family, but he disappeared the next day. I suspected that the Feng family was responsible. I spent 1.5 years to explore and finally found this secret room, but... At this point, the young man's face darkened, and he said, no, neither my friend nor his wife is here. Li Xin frowned, looked at the cells next to him, and said unkindly, you killed them. Li Xin had previously suspected that the Feng family must have built the prison to torture people for a long time and should not have killed all the women. But when he arrived, he found that all the women were dead. Now that he saw the person in front of him, he had a guess. Yes, if these women stay here, they will be tortured by the beasts of the Feng family. I am powerless to save them and can only send them on their way. The young man said in a low voice. Li Xin shook his head and did not comment. He did not approve of the young man's behavior, but if he were in the young man's position, he might have done the same thing. After all, the young man could not take these women away. In that case, go ahead. Li Xin made way. The young man nodded and left quickly. Li Xin took another look at the prison, and suddenly felt that it was too easy to kill the beasts of the Feng family. He also turned and left, leaving the secret door open. He returned to Feng Fucai's room and suddenly stopped. Feng Fucai is already dead, having been cut into pieces, but the girl also committed suicide, with her hand inserted into the girl's heart. She has been dead for some time. Rest in peace. Li Xin sighed softly. He searched Feng's house again, took some books and valuables, and then left. After returning to the East City courtyard, Li Xin took a bath overnight to wash away the non-existent bad luck on his body, and then sat cross-legged to practice. Ernyang slept in Wenwan's room, so Li Xin naturally replaced sleep with cultivation. The next morning, Yuzi got up early and made the dumplings that Li Xin had given her. Yuzi is not good at cultivation, but she is extremely talented in cooking. Both Ernyang and Wenwan are actually interested in Li Xin's cooking skills. However, after half a month of Li Xin's teaching, the two girls found that the food they made was not as good as Yuzi's, so Yuzi joined them and became a little cook. Yes, very well done. After taking a bite, Li Xin praised with a smile. Yuzi immediately became happy and ate an extra tray of buns. Squeak. Suddenly, the sound of a rat was heard outside the door, and they immediately realized that Guangquan had returned. Guangquan had been playing outside before and didn't want to come in, so Li Xin let him be. Unexpectedly, Guangquan came back today. What's wrong? Did you find some good treasure again? Li Xin said this with a smile. It was just a joke, but Guangquan nodded his head. But it didn't say anything else. It just pounced at Ernyang's feet, hugged her legs and started acting coquettishly. Nyang smiled and said, "Okay, got it, I'll get it for you right away." She quickly took 2 buns, put them on a plate and handed them to Guangquan, who immediately started to devour them. What treasures! Nothing is more important than eating. Li Xian was not in a hurry. He waited until Guangquan was full before picking him up and saying, "Tell me, what treasure is that?" Guangquan found his little notebook and wrote, "I don't know, it smells good, what a good baby." Li Xian pinched his chin and thought about it, guessing that it was probably a treasure similar to stalactite. After saying something to the 3 girls, Li Xian took Guangquan out. Going straight out of the city, Guangquan stretched out his little paws and began to lead the way. As his strength increased, Li Xian's speed also increased. Soon he saw a white mountain. The white mountain was particularly eye-catching among the mountains and forests. This is a low mountain, estimated to be only about 70 or 80 feet high, and there are soldiers patrolling at the foot of the mountain. When Li Xian got closer and saw the white jade steps and the stone orchid and jade trees on the mountain, he immediately realized that he had arrived at Jade Mountain. Looking down, Guangquan's little paw was pointing at this Jade Mountain. "Be quiet," Li Xian said in a low voice, and then walked towards Yushan. Soon a soldier came forward and asked, "Do you want to climb Yushan Mountain?" "Exactly. Where can I pay?" Li Xian said politely. The soldier pointed to a tent in the distance. Li Xian thanked him and came to the outside of the tent. Just as he was about to go in, he saw a young man coming out cursing. "Why should I ask for 120 taels when others only give me 100 taels? Just wait, I will definitely sue you." "Humph, go ahead and sue me, I won't be afraid of a sour scholar like you." "I'll be there right away. Just wait." After the young man finished arguing with the people in the tent, he also saw Li Xian. Both of them were stunned for a moment, then walked away as if they didn't know each other. This young man was exactly the man in black whom Li Xian met at Feng's house last night. Li Xian did not expect that they would meet each other again. Entering the tent, Li Xian saw a soldier drinking tea with an unpleasant expression. He directly offered him 100 taels of silver and asked, "Can we go up the mountain?" The soldier looked at Li Xian and said, 120 taels. Li Xian was not angry. He smiled and put 30 taels on it. The soldier chuckled and said, "Go ahead if you know what's best for you. When you get down the mountain, tell them it was me, Lu Meng, who sent you. There's no need to search you." Li Xian smiled, clasped his fists, and turned to walk towards Yushan. After passing through the soldiers' interception area, Li Xian stepped onto Yushan Mountain. Looking up from the foot of the mountain, you can see a winding mountain road that is entirely carved from jade. At the beginning, there were some colorful jades at the foot of the mountain, but the higher you go up the mountain, the fewer colors there are on the jade steps under your feet. After walking up 300 steps, looking up again, you will see that it is all white jade. The snow-white mountain road is like a winding dragon, dotted with colorful jade trees and flowers all around. There are even various flying birds carved on the treetops, different small animals under the trees, and lifelike bees and butterflies on the flowers. It's breathtaking. Li Xian couldn't help but admire it. Just looking at the steps and the surrounding flowers and trees, it was hard for Li Xian to imagine how much effort the master sculptor had put in. The mountain is not high, but once you climb it you will find it is really not easy. It took Li Xian an hour to climb only halfway up the mountain. Of course, this was because he was not in a hurry. If he had used the upper body technique, he would have reached the top of the mountain by now. However, Li Xian was not in a hurry. He came here to see the scenery and visit famous places. Being anxious would affect his mood. Guangquan also lay quietly in his arms, occasionally pointing his little paw forward. It was obvious that they had not deviated from the direction and were moving straight towards where the treasure was. When you reach the middle of the mountain, the jade carvings change to a different type. Instead of plants and flowers, there are now some exquisitely carved palace complexes in front. The attic is lifelike with carved railings and jade bricks. The warm jade is carved into clouds and streams, winding around the attic, ethereal and dreamy. From a distance, it seems as if you are really in a fairyland. Li Xian was even more fascinated by what he saw. If there really are immortals, they probably live in a place like this. He thought secretly in his heart. Continuing to climb and move forward leisurely, when Li Xian finally reached the top, he was stunned by the magnificent palace in front of him. In front of us is a huge palace that looks like the residence of an ancient giant. The dome is supported by huge snow-white pillars. It is unattainable and rugged, but it has a shocking beauty. No approach allowed, you can only stand outside the railing and watch. A few soldiers sitting lazily in the distance shouted that they were drinking. Li Xian nodded to them and stopped approaching the giant palace. Squeak! Suddenly Guangquan shouted and pointed with his little paw. Li Xian understood, walked around the square in front, and walked towards the back pretending to be curious. The soldiers didn't care and continued to sit there drinking and chatting. After going around the front, when Li Xian came to the side, he immediately put Guangquan down. Guangquan immediately trotted forward and took Li Xian all the way to a jade-carved well in the back mountain. Down there. Squeak! Guangquan nodded and answered Li Xian's question. Li Xian frowned. This well was obviously carved from jade. One could see the bottom of the well from the well mouth. It was only about 2 or 3 meters deep and full of rainwater, but it was very clear and even the silt at the bottom of the well could be seen clearly. Forget it, I'll just trust you. Li Xian thought about it, picked up Guangquan and jumped down. As soon as he entered the water, Li Xian felt something was wrong. He was sinking and kept sinking. It was clearly only 2 or 3 meters deep, but Li Xian had been falling for more than 10 breaths. This was not right. Just as he was about to grab the wall of the well and float up, he suddenly felt a pulling sensation under his feet. Before he could move, he disappeared into the well. Bang! Li Xian fell in the dim space, but fortunately the fall was not high and he stood firmly. After looking around, Li Xian discovered that this was actually a cave. Looking up, he saw a light curtain the size of a wellhead about 1 meter above his head, emitting a bright white light, which looked very magical. The cave is not big and the boundary can be seen at a glance. There is a cave entrance on the left side, but I don't know where it leads to. After taking a clear look around, Li Xian walked towards the cave entrance. The soul-slaying sword in his mind was ready to go, and he was secretly on guard. There is a passage inside the cave, and Guangquan has a fascinated expression on his face at the moment. Li Xian noticed that Guangquan was acting strangely, but when he took a deep breath, he didn't smell anything. After walking forward more than 30 meters, the view in front of him suddenly opened up and he came to a huge cave. When he saw clearly what was inside the cave, his whole body immediately tensed up. The cave in front of him was about 200 to 300 square meters. In the middle, a jade-carved tripod was quietly placed. There were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground around it, including men, women, and several monsters. Li Xian didn't believe that these people killed each other. Seeing that there were no obvious external injuries on their bodies, it was obvious that they were killed by something that Li Xian didn't know about. He stood at the entrance of the cave without moving a step inside, but Guangquan in his arms became anxious, squeaking and pointing at the big tripod, looking very anxious. Don't worry, we don't know what the danger is. Li Xian comforted him softly. Although Guangquan's eyes were full of longing, he curled up obediently in Li Xian's arms and did not move. He observed for a long time, but there was no movement inside. Li Xian simply sat on the ground and waited quietly. Suddenly Li Xian discovered that several corpses had storage bags on their waists. They were obviously cultivators in the qi refining realm. He immediately took out a hook from the white scales in the storage bag, swung his hand, and immediately grabbed a corpse. Li Xian now has quite a few tools in his storage equipment. These were all made after he had the storage space, just to be prepared. After pulling the corpse over, Li Xian first took off the storage bag on it, and then examined it carefully. As he expected, there were no wounds on the corpse, and even the body of the deceased had not rotted. It was well preserved. If it were not for the dust on the body, Li Xian would have thought that this was a corpse that had died not long ago. Li Xian continued, and soon bodies were pulled in one after another. They were all in the same condition, with no wounds, strange deaths, and the bodies were well preserved. There's something wrong with this space. Not only does it have something that can kill people without anyone noticing, it can also keep things fresh. He put the corpses of people and monsters into the storage container one by one, but when he got to one of the corpses, he couldn't put it in no matter what. Li Xian smiled, raised his leg and kicked the corpse away immediately. He turned around and ran. But the next moment, "You actually woke me up from my deep sleep, young man, you are very special." An old voice sounded, and then a figure floated out from the corpse. Li Xian didn't even look at the figure. He ran away immediately after kicking the corpse away, and ran even faster after hearing the sound. However, as soon as he landed, a strange force emerged and he floated into the air. Li Kunyi smiled and said, "Senior, I have no intention of offending you. It's okay. I don't mind your offense." After the old man's voice fell, Li Xian slowly floated back. The old man obviously wasted a lot of energy because of this method, and his soul and body became much weaker. Li Xian was pulled all the way back into the cave, and now he could see clearly the person who was speaking. The soul of an old man wearing a strange Taoist robe and a white jade crown was floating in the air. His eyes were bloodshot and his skin was dry. It was obvious that he was not a good person. "Why are you running away, young man? Do you think I can eat you?" The old man said lightly, and at the same time waved his hand, and a faint red airflow fell on Li Xian. Li Xian felt that his body was being controlled and he could not use any strength at all. He looked at the old man hatefully. When he found that the old man was almost transparent and was still floating, he was stunned and his eyes became strange. "Are you a ghost? You are so rude. I am a spirit." Li Xian was not annoyed after being scolded by the old man. He was not in a hurry now because the soul-cutting sword light in his mind was the soul nemesis. Last time, the one-day level soul-severing sword light killed a chi-refining great perfection person in an instant. This time, he has cultivated the 3-day level soul-severing sword light. He doesn't believe that the old man can block it. The old man's scarlet eyes were fixed on Li Xian, but his voice was not so cold. He seemed to be muttering to himself, "Strange, too strange. Why is a power-refining ant so attractive to me?" The old man looked Li Xian up and down, and with a wave of his hand, Li Xian's body floated towards the old man uncontrollably. A scarlet airflow emanated from his body, which quickly fell on Li Xian and then merged into him. The next moment, the old man was shocked and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. "Huh? This body?" Li Xian probably understood that the old man might have discovered his immortal physique. Sure enough, the old man roared excitedly, "Ha ha ha, good, good, it's worth my 380 years of waiting, ha ha ha, finally I have a good body." There was a scarlet light flashing in the old man's eyes, and the next second he rushed into Li Xian's brow. Li Xian's mind moved, and the soul-slaying sword light in his mind instantly shot out and headed straight for the old man. However, something happened that made Li Xian despair. The old man just glanced at him with contempt, and then slapped the sword light to pieces with a slap. He was stunned. The soul-slaying sword light that could kill a chi refiner at the great perfection instantly, and it was a sword light that could kill 3 people, was shattered by the old man so easily. "Who the hell are you?" Li Xian asked with his eyes trembling slightly. The old man didn't even look at him and rushed towards Li Xian's eyebrows again. This time, Li Xian had no way to stop him. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in Li Xian's head. He felt a splitting headache and fell to the ground. He had already guessed what the old man was going to do: take over another's body, revive him by borrowing another's corpse, be reborn by borrowing another's body. Anything was fine, the old man wanted his body anyway. When the old man really takes over his body, everything he has will belong to the old man, perhaps even the face panel will be inherited. I won't accept this. I haven't seen the wonderful world yet. Old man, let's die together. For the first time, Li Xian's murderous intent was so strong that he had already started to circulate his energy and blood. Once he felt that his memory was being read, he immediately detonated the power in his body to commit suicide. As he was thinking, a message suddenly popped up on the panel. Feeling the host's strong destructive emotions, triggering the task, creation. Task description, create, fold/expand. Task reward, 1 chance to upgrade the game panel. Task acceptance, yes/no. Li Xin was just stunned for a moment, then he immediately clicked accept. He would definitely not give up the opportunity to upgrade the panel, even if he couldn't complete it. Feeling the swelling pain in his head, Li Xin gritted his teeth and sat down cross-legged. Then the energy and blood in his body continued to surge out, mostly concentrated in his head. Once the old man in his mind made any unusual movements, he would immediately blow his head off. Squeak. Guangquan ran over anxiously and lay on Li Xin's legs with anxiety in his little eyes. No, it's okay, Guangquan, go to the exit and wait for me. Believe me, it's okay. Li Xin said, touching Guangquan's little head. Guangquan started crying, big tears rolled down his eyes. He threw himself into Li Xin's arms, and his little paws kept grabbing his clothes, not letting go for a long time. Li Xin sighed and said with a smile, forget it, then just stay with me. I still believe that the panel will not let me die. The next moment he clicked on the task description. Task description, those who have a tendency to destroy are all crazy, but you are not a crazy person. You love the world and prefer to create. As a martial arts master, you have always been unarmed, which does not fit the temperament of a master. You have a limited time of 1 year to make a handy weapon by yourself. Li Xin never expected that the mission this time would be to forge weapons, and he had to forge them by himself, which required him to learn the skills of a blacksmith. However, Li Xin knew that ordinary people's occupations would not be recognized by the panel, and blacksmiths were obviously no exception. At least he is a weapon refiner among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, but where can a weapon refiner come from in the land of absolute spirits? As Li Xin was thinking, a painful wail suddenly came from his mind. Ah! This voice was exactly that of the old man. Li Xin frowned. He didn't feel anything, but why did the old man seem to have suffered some kind of injury? Thinking of this, Li Xin closed his eyes and immersed himself in the spiritual space. Li Xin didn't have this ability before, but after practicing the divine will sword art, Li Xin gained this ability. In the spiritual space, the old man had gained several times more weight. He looked like a balloon, and Li Xin was afraid that he would float up. Because Li Xin had not yet opened up his sea of consciousness, the old man entered this mental space. After entering, the old man killed and devoured Li Xin's mental power. Under normal circumstances, after devouring Li Xin's mental power, the old man could not only obtain most of Li Xin's memories, but also take over Li Xin's body smoothly. But he never expected that Li Xin's mental power was so fucking endless. Before, the old man only found that Li Xin was in great health, with a mysterious substance in his body that he couldn't see through, but he didn't expect that his mental power was so different from ordinary people. The old man enjoyed swallowing at first, but he got tired as he ate, and slowly he didn't want to eat anymore. After eating for a long time, Li Xin's mental power became as endless as the sea. How could the old man take over his body? But the swallowing had already begun, and he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. At this moment, it was a matter of life and death, and the old man certainly would not give up. He continued to devour, but after a certain point, the old man could no longer tell who he was. Because he had devoured too much of Li Xin's spiritual power, every bit of it bore Li Xin's spiritual imprint and soul memory. The old man had eaten too much, and his experience had exceeded his own by many times. Then the old man went crazy and he didn't know who he was. Ah! The old man screamed in pain, his whole body was shaking, and he held his head and went crazy. Li Xin also realized what was going on after hearing this voice, and then he was stunned. He is familiar with this scene. This is how Qing Yunzi, my good friend who gave me the gift of Qingliang Temple, left. The old friend Redbeard Ghost who gave away the ghost heart also left in the same way. I didn't expect that another old friend would take this path today. Li Xin smiled. He didn't expect that his talent for longevity was so abnormal. Not only his body was special, but his mental power was also so special. Boom. There was no sound from the outside world, but within Li Xin's ocean of spiritual power, a huge wave surged due to the explosion of the old man's soul. Li Xin was still giggling, celebrating the fact that he had become more familiar with some of the characteristics of his body, but he didn't expect a sudden dizziness to make his expression stiff. Hiss. It really hurts. A feeling of dizziness came over me, followed by a strong feeling of nausea, vomiting and pain. The old man died unjustly. If he had killed Li Xin in the outside world, it would have been like killing an ant. However, he insisted on breaking into the ocean of spiritual power in order to obtain Li Xin's complete memory. After enduring for a while, the negative feeling slowly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a strange memory and a refreshed feeling. Li Xin felt that the ocean of mental power was absorbing the old man's exploded soul fragments. Every time it was absorbed, Li Xin would gain a part of his memory, and his mental power would also be qualitatively improved. Just like his Changqing's body, Changqing's soul power, that is, mental power, was originally very weak, and it was the mental power of the power-refining realm. But the old man seems to be the late stage of foundation building. He fell from the golden core stage due to his death and reached the foundation building stage. Li Xin, who was sorting out the old man's soul fragments, exclaimed at this moment. His face was full of shock. He didn't expect that this old man's soul was so powerful. As the old man's soul fragments were slowly devoured, Li Xin gained a lot of memories. For example, the old man is called Truman Fire Crow, who has a powerful fire-controlling spell. He is not only a weapon refiner, but also proficient in some alchemy. At this moment, these memories were like a tide, constantly being absorbed by Li Xin, but he only accepted useful information. Those useless ones were erased bit by his powerful mental power. At this moment, Li Xin's mental power seemed to be raised to a higher level. Before, he was only in the strength-refining realm, but now he was in the qi-refining realm. I see. Soon Li Xin saw the reason why Truman Fire Crow came to the land of absolute spirits. Truman Fire Crow was a rebellious person. He relied on his powerful weapon-refining skills and terrifying fire-controlling techniques and did not take his peers seriously, which invisibly offended some people. At the same time, his apprentice betrayed him and told his opponent his weaknesses one by one. The reason for his death was that his apprentice told his opponent his walking route. The opponent gathered 5 Jindan realm masters to besiege him and killed Truman Fire Crow. However, they did not expect that Truman Fire Crow came from a place without any spiritual power, where he had a fortuitous adventure and obtained a secret technique called Secret Technique of using spiritual goo to substitute for death, which allowed him to use the natal goo worm he raised to replace his own death and his soul to escape. After watching to the end, Li Xin smacked his lips. If Li Xin had not appeared, this Fire Crow master would have to find someone to take over his body in another 10 years, otherwise his soul would not be able to withstand the suppression of the land of absolute spirits. Speaking of it, the reason why Master Huya can survive until now is all thanks to the support of this strange formation space. This space was originally just a cave, and the tripod inside contained a coveted treasure, chalcedony. Chalcedony and stalactite are both natural treasures, and are both produced by the Earth's veins. However, the growth of stalactites does not require any veins, but chalcedony is different. Only pure jade veins can produce chalcedony. Because jade veins are relatively easy to find, a lot of chalcedony has actually been produced. As long as the jade mine is large enough, most of them will produce chalcedony. However, there are certainly differences in quality and age between chalcedony. The chalcedony in the cave before us is at least 1,000 years old. Li Xin stood up and walked to the jade tripod. He looked down and saw a pool of crystal clear water with about a few hundred drops of water. I reached out and took a drop and put it in my mouth to taste it, but it had no taste. Gurgle. The moment he ate the chalcedony, Li Xin felt very hungry and even his stomach growled. He took out the jade bottle and filled it with chalcedony drop by drop, then he called out, Guangquan. Squeak. A gray shadow rushed over, and Guangquan jumped into Li Xin's arms, squeaking, very happy and excited. Li Xin smiled and threw Guangquan directly into the jade tripod, saying, "There's half left, go in and drink it." Guangquan became even happier. He lay down and started drinking. The remaining 100 drops were quickly drunk by Guangquan. Then, Guangquan fell asleep again. The memory was too complicated. Li Xin had already obtained the information he wanted to find. He decided not to sort out the rest for the time being and leave here first. Holding Guangquan back in his arms, Li Xin returned to the way he came, looked up at the light curtain above his head, and casually put a huge rock as tall as a person into the storage white scales. Then, he exerted force with his legs and jumped up suddenly. Wow! Li Xian re-entered the water and climbed up with both hands. Soon he appeared at the mouth of the well. He looked outside and made sure that there was no one outside before he jumped out. The power of qi and blood exploded, and the water vapor on the body evaporated instantly. Li Xian was dry and turned around to look at the well. Once again, he could only see mud at the bottom of the water. If he didn't go down there himself, he really wouldn't be able to find the entrance to the cave. Li Xian walked away and returned to the square in front of the huge palace. The soldiers were still sitting on the ground eating and drinking. They just glanced at Li Xian and ignored him. The way down the mountain was also smooth. When he reached the halfway point again, Li Xian took out the huge stone from the white scale storage and placed it in front of the palace complex. Writing with hands. Visiting the Jade Mountain Fairy Palace. There is a white jade palace in the sky, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal touches my head and I am blessed with immortality. The signature is naturally, the author. After finishing writing, Li Xian strolled down the mountain. When he got to the foot of the mountain, he gave the name of the soldier who collected the money and no one searched him, so he left smoothly. Not long after Li Xian left, the young man who had met him 3 times came here again. After being harassed, he spent 150 taels and finally went up the mountain. Then he walked all the way to the well without stopping. After looking at the various white jade carvings around him with complicated eyes, he resolutely jumped into the well. 3 minutes later, the young man came out again with a gloomy face. The old immortal is gone, and the chalcedony is gone too. They're all gone. Is what our ancestors recorded true or false? Or has someone got there first? The young man was silent and thoughtful. Li Xian returned to the small courtyard in Lin'an City and immediately took out the chalcedony and gave it to Nyang and Wenwan respectively. Yuzi looked at it eagerly, and finally Li Xian smiled and gave her one. Woo-woo, thank you, boss. Yuzi thought that boss had forgotten about you. Woo-woo-woo. Yuzi cried with joy, she felt that she was finally recognized by her boss. Li Xian smiled and shook his head. He was just teasing Yuzi. Since he had invited her to join his team, she would naturally have a share of the good things. This is chalcedony, a treasure of the same level as stalactites. It can not only improve one's bones, but also prolong one's life. The most important thing is that chalcedony has an immediate effect on the strength training realm. I don't know much about chalcedony, so I can't tell what level it is, but it's a good thing after all. Eat it as soon as possible. Li Xian said, and the 3 women did not delay and immediately went back to their room to swallow it.